transmigrated to a high martial arts world for 18 years, my aptitude was mediocre. After 6 years of hard training, I was still a bottom-tier martial apprentice. Just as everyone saw me as trash, the age modification system finally activated. The system has only one function: to modify the age of all things. 6 years of cultivation? Directly modify it to 10 years later, instantly soaring from martial apprentice level 3 to level 8. A 5-year-old pill? Trigger a 10,000x critical hit, modify it to 100,000 years later, and it evolves directly into a Saint-tier marrow-cleansing golden pill. A human-rank martial art? After modification, it directly advances to an earth-rank divine technique. In this life, I, Lin Yi, will use time as my cheat to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Work hard. As long as you don't die from the effort, push yourself to the death. In the classroom of Class 3, Year 3 at Jiangnan Province's Yancheng 2 High School, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Yi, was passionately motivating her students, with only a month left until the college entrance exams. In a corner of the classroom, a young man named Lin Yi stared blankly at a transparent attribute panel before him. Name: Lin Yi. Cultivation: Martial Apprentice Level 3, Modifiable. A system? My system? Lin Yi roared inwardly. It's been 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? He had transmigrated to this high martial arts world called Blue Star 18 years ago. Here, spiritual energy had revived, prehistoric monsters roamed, and humanity could only survive through martial arts. Martial artists were the absolute rulers of this world, possessing supreme status and wealth. However, Lin Yi's aptitude was poor. After 6 years of hard training, he was still a lowly martial apprentice level 3. But now, his cheat had arrived. System: what are your functions? Host: this is the age modification system. It can modify the age of items you possess. For example, it can turn a common ginseng into a 10-year-old one, or advance your cultivation to 10 years later. The current maximum modification limit is 10 years. Then what are we waiting for? System: modify my cultivation to 10 years later. As soon as Lin Yi's thought formed, a powerful surge of energy instantly flooded his body, tempering his flesh. Congratulations, Host, modification successful. Host has been promoted to Martial Apprentice Level 8. Martial Apprentice Level 8. Lin Yi was thunderstruck. 6 years of hard work only got him to Level 3. But the system had propelled him across 5 levels in a single second. Martial Apprentice Level 8 meant a punch could deliver 800 kilograms of force. No student in the entire Yancheng 2 High School could achieve this level. Such geniuses were considered prime candidates for China's top universities, Huaqing and Yanda. Do I, Lin Yi, have what it takes to get into Huaqing and Yanda? Lin Yi was overcome with excitement. Just then, the teacher on the podium finished her speech and moved to the fist strength tester in the corner of the room. Now, for the weekly fist strength test. A student named Zhang Xian went up and punched, getting a score of 354 kilograms. Pathetic. No improvement in a week. Zhang Yi mercilessly berated him, bringing him to the verge of tears. Next, Lin Yi. Watch me. Lin Yi winked at his best friend, Li Fei, and confidently walked to the tester. He took a deep breath and threw a heavy punch at the target. Bang! 823 kilograms. The bright red numbers on the screen seared everyone's eyes. 823 kilograms. How is that possible? The entire class erupted. Everyone stared in disbelief. Zhang Yi was also stunned. Martial Apprentice Level 8? Lin Yi was only at 300 kilograms last week. Even performance-enhancing drugs weren't this potent. Is the machine broken? A student questioned sourly. Lin Yi, try another punch. Zhang Yi, also skeptical, commanded. Yes, teacher. Lin Yi threw another punch. Bang! 832 kilograms. Bang! 828 kilograms. Bang! 835 kilograms. 4 consecutive punches, each over 820 kilograms. The room fell silent. It's really Martial Apprentice Level 8. The class's top student, Wang Ran, a Martial Apprentice Level 6, gasped. His family had spent millions on resources to get him to Level 6, but Lin Yi, from a commoner family, had reached Level 8? Quiet down. Lin Yi, come with me to see the principal. Zhang Yi, snapping out of her shock, was ecstatic. She grabbed Lin Yi and rushed out, ignoring the test. In the principal's office, after hearing Zhang Yi's report, Principal Li Wang stood up and extended his right hand. Student Lin Yi, throw a punch at my right hand. This. Lin Yi hesitated. Ha, are you afraid of hurting me? Li Wang chuckled. Then, Principal, be careful. Lin Yi gathered his strength and unleashed a full-power punch. The moment his fist hit the principal's palm, a faint white light glowed, and he felt his force dissipate as if it had hit a mass of water. Internal energy. Lin Yi was shocked. This was the mystical energy one could only possess after breaking through the martial apprentice stage to become a martial warrior. Indeed, in terms of pure strength, he is undoubtedly at the martial apprentice level 8. Li Wang's eyes were full of admiration. He dismissed Zhang Yi and spoke to Lin Yi alone. Student Lin Yi, your talent and hard work are exceptional. As your principal, I should reward you. Li Wang took a small glass bottle from his safe, containing a jade white pill. This is a body tempering pill. It has been in my office for 5 years, and its medicinal properties have more than doubled. Take it, and you should be able to reach Martial Apprentice level 9 within a month, securing your spot in Huaqing or Yanda. Lin Yi was deeply moved. A normal body tempering pill was worth 500,000 yuan. This 5-year-old one was worth over 1 million. That's not enough. Li Wang then took out a manual. This is the human rank martial art Wind Thunder Palm. It is an extremely powerful palm technique, the strongest one I possess. Take this month to practice it well. Even if you only master the basics, few at the Martial Apprentice level 9 will be your match. Back in his empty dormitory, Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer and took out the pill. System, modify the body tempering pill to 10 years later. Beep, command received, system modifying. Buzz, congratulations, host. This modification has triggered a 10,000x critical hit. The body tempering pill has been modified to 100,000 years later. Host has obtained the Saint Tier pill, Marrow Cleansing Golden Pill. Marrow Cleansing Golden Pill. Saint Tier has the ability to cleanse the marrow and alter one's aptitude. After consumption, the host will gain an innate body, possessing the potential to become a martial saint. The potential to become a martial saint. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. A martial saint was a godlike existence, capable of shattering mountains and parting rivers, a being who could protect an entire nation. He immediately swallowed the now golden pill. A colossal medicinal power exploded within him, transforming his body at an unimaginable rate. A few minutes later, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. His entire body was covered in a layer of black filth, but his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. So strong, he felt his strength and mind had undergone a qualitative leap. After cleaning himself up, he began to study the Wind Thunder Palm. In just a dozen minutes of practice, the sound of wind and thunder echoed in the dormitory. Human rank Wind Thunder Palm, mastered at the beginner level. The potential of a martial saint is terrifying. Lin Yi was astounded. The genius the principal mentioned took a month to master the basics, but he did it in a dozen minutes. System, he thought, modified the Wind Thunder Palm to 10 years later. Countless martial arts insights flooded his mind. His mastery of the Wind Thunder Palm sword, beginner, proficient, master, perfected. But it didn't stop there. After reaching perfection, his understanding broke through a bottleneck, reaching a whole new realm. Martial art name, Primal Wind Thunder Palm. Rank, Earth rank. Description, evolved from the human rank martial art Wind Thunder Palm. Its power is more than 10 times greater. It is considered a top-tier technique among Earth rank martial arts. A top-tier Earth rank martial art. Lin Yi was thrilled. He couldn't wait to test the power of this divine technique that he had created himself. Upon leaving the school gate, Lin Yi boarded the driverless smart bus waiting outside. Ding! Welcome aboard Yangcheng bus number 823. Next stop, Weihong Station. With the crisp announcement, Lin Yi scanned his student card. His destination was the Six Gates in the revitalization district of Yangcheng. The Six Gates is a place that maintains urban security, equivalent to a police department in the era of the Common Era. However, due to the government's reconstruction after the Great Disaster and the rise of martial arts, many place names have reverted to ancient Chinese customs. For instance, the police department has been renamed Six Gates, and the officers inside are referred to as catchers. There, various sophisticated instruments are available. In schools, the punching power testing machine can only test the strength of martial artists below 1,000 kilograms. If it exceeds 1,000 kilograms, not only can the specific punching power of the user not be measured, but the testing machine itself may also be damaged. The punching power testing machines in the Six Gates, however, are different. They are extremely high-end. It is said that even the punching power of super strong martial masters can be tested there, let alone practitioners like Lin Yi, who is at the 8th level of martial arts, facing no pressure at all. Therefore, as long as a practitioner's strength reaches above the martial artist level, they generally go to the Six Gates for testing. Moreover, the test is free. After all, for the country, the testing fees are negligible, and it's better to win the goodwill of the martial artists. Because, for martial artists, they can choose to join national organizations. If they yearn for freedom and do not want to join, there's nothing you can do. You can't force them to join, right? On the bus, Lin Yi's thoughts flowed. Meanwhile, the driverless smart bus sped along the road, encountering no traffic jams at all. In this era, private cars, even high-end motorcycles and bicycles have all been equipped with flying functions. Thus, not only the ground but also the sky has become a thoroughfare for pedestrians. As a result, even though the population of a city now far exceeds that of the Common Era, traffic jams are naturally impossible. After all, the space in the sky is more than 10 times broader than that on the ground. Ding ding. Arriving at the Six Gates in the revitalization district of Yangcheng, passengers who need to disembark, please get off. Please be careful when opening the door. Accompanied by a pleasant reminder, Lin Yi slowly walked to the back door of the bus and got off. As he stepped down, the other passengers looked at him in surprise. For ordinary people, there's no reason to come to a place like the Six Gates. And for practitioners who have reached the martial artist level, it's impossible that they couldn't even afford a flying car. After all, in this society, martial artists represent not only powerful strength and high social status but also immense wealth. However, what others were thinking, Lin Yi naturally did not know. After getting off the bus, he headed straight to the entrance of the 6 gates in the revitalization district and politely said to a middle-aged gatekeeper catcher inside, "Uncle Catcher, please let me in. I want to test my strength inside the 6 gates." "Test your strength?" The middle-aged gatekeeper catcher was taken aback at first, then laughed. "Little kid, why come here to test your strength? You can just go back to school. This is the 6 gates, the punching power testing. Machines here can only be used by catchers and those with strength above the martial artist level. You're not telling me your strength has reached the martial artist level, are you?" The middle-aged catcher laughed. At his own words, clearly not believing it. This little kid looked like just a high school student, probably not much older than his own son. How could he possibly have reached the martial artist level? After all, in this age, a genius who reaches the martial artist level at this age is rare. Even in the entire Yangcheng, it's hard to find one in 10 years. This kind of genius is destined to become a significant figure. Every time he appears, he inevitably becomes the focus of the entire Yang city. Countless media outlets scramble to report on him, and television stations frequently interview him, inquiring about his cultivation methods and so on. Parents like myself, with children in high school, pay even more attention. How could we possibly not have heard any news? The middle-aged constable shook his head inwardly, while he spoke up again. "Uncle, don't doubt me. My strength has truly reached the level of a martial artist. The testing machine at school is no longer useful for me, which is why I made the effort to come to the 6 doors to test my current strength." Linny said sincerely, and he wasn't boasting. His physical body had undergone 10 years of modification through the age modification system, and his realm had already reached the 8th level of a martial apprentice with a punch force of 800 kilograms. Later, he consumed a washing marrow golden pill. Although his realm didn't break through and remained at the 8th level of a martial apprentice, his physical strength had more than doubled, estimating to be around 1,700 kilograms to 1,800 kilograms of basic punch force. This basic punch force, while still a bit short of the minimum threshold of 2,000 kilograms for a second-level martial artist, was stronger than most first-level martial artists. Moreover, with the first-class Earth-level martial skill Han Yuan Wind Thunderhand at his disposal, Linny, despite lacking internal energy, could only unleash half of this martial skill's full power. Nevertheless, he could still triple his actual palm strength, reaching a terrifying level of 5,100 kilograms to 5,400 kilograms. Such strength, if only considering basic power, had already met the standards of a 5th-level martial artist, unmatched in power. Of course, this data only represented the basic strength of a 5th-level martial artist. Linny could utilize martial skills to double his power, and martial artists could do the same. Thus, a typical 5th-level martial artist, once they employed martial skills, could easily surpass 10,000 kilograms of strength. Even with just human-level martial skills, as long as they cultivated to a certain level. Coupled with the wonders of internal energy, their speed of attack and movement far exceeded Lin Yi's. In terms of overall strength, they were much stronger than Lin Yi at present. Lin Yi thought to himself. Meanwhile, the middle-aged constable guarding the gate, seeing Lin Yi speak so earnestly, began to doubt. Could it be this little kid really has reached the level of a martial artist? If that's the case, it would be remarkable. Even our entire Yang city might gain face in this college entrance examination. The middle-aged constable thought in shock. Nowadays, the college entrance examination is taken much more seriously than in the Common Era. In the Common Era, while the college entrance examination was indeed a big deal, it was only the relatives or children of those participating that paid attention. But now it's different. The college entrance examination is truly a matter of national concern. Because in the Common Era, even if you got into a 985 or 211 university, or even prestigious schools like Huqing and Yin University, most graduates ended up as mere workers. But now, if one can get into a good university, upon graduation, they could directly join the government or other administrative departments wielding significant power. Some even graduate to become regional officials, controlling the lifeblood of a city. For instance, the newly appointed head constable of the 6 doors in their entire revival district, who is an outstanding student that graduated from Yin University last year. Due to his excellent performance in school and strong abilities, he joined the 6 doors right after graduation and was entrusted with significant responsibilities overseeing the entire revival district. Such treatment is something that university graduates from the Common Era could only dream of. Therefore, the importance of the college entrance examination today is truly unimaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it can change one's fate. With this in mind, the middle-aged gatekeeper's tone when speaking to Linny became much more polite. No, this young brother, since you are so confident in your strength, let's go inside and test it out. Remember, be careful when you go inside later, don't run around. Not everyone in the 6 gates is as easy to talk to as I am. Once you offend someone hard to deal with, if you're really a genius, you might be fine, but if you're a fake genius, then you're in for a tough time. The middle-aged gatekeeper first advised Linny. He then picked up the intercom and called a young officer to temporarily watch over things before leading Linny into the 6 gates. Thank you, uncle. Linny cupped his hands in gratitude upon seeing this. Following the steps of the middle-aged officer, Linny quickly arrived at the training center open to the public at the 6 gates. This was a training room, covering over 1,000 square meters, filled with various equipment for strength training and body conditioning, as well as rows of weapon racks displaying all kinds of weapons. Of course, the most eye-catching was a punching power testing machine, towering over a person, incredibly heavy and glowing red. At that moment, 4 or 5 people were gathered around the testing machine, testing their strength. 955 kilograms. Kong Zi, impressive. Your punching power has increased by almost 20 kilograms compared to last month. At this rate, you might break through to a martial artist before you turn 25. By then, Our police station will have one more martial artist. As soon as Linny stepped into the training center, he heard a tall, thin middle-aged man laughing and praising a young man nearby. In the 6 gates, there weren't many officers who had reached the level of a martial artist. In the entire Revival District's 6 gates, there were probably only about 10 all-season officers who had endured through the years. As for the young ones, they were truly rare. So, for the young man Kong Zi to reach the 9th level of martial apprentice at just 24 years old made him a small genius in the entire Revival District's 6 gates, naturally earning their respect. Not at all, I can't compare to Brotherly. You're a seasoned martial artist, you broke through years ago, right? You must be close to breaking through to the 2nd level of martial artist now? A master like you is here to tease me? The young man laughed in response. Ha ha, you guessed it right, I just broke through to the 2nd level of martial artist yesterday. The tall, thin middle-aged man smiled, clearly in a good mood. He then focused his energy, a blue light glowing in his hand, and punched the power testing machine. In the next moment, a bright red number lit up on the display. 2,138 kilograms. Bang, bang. 2 more dull sounds echoed as the tall, thin middle-aged man threw 2 heavy punches at the target in front of him. 2,145 kilograms. 2,116 kilograms. 2 bright red numbers appeared in succession, each easily exceeding 2,000 kilograms, representing the man's formidable strength. Come on, Kong Zi, Lally, you guys step aside and let this young brother test his strength first. The middle-aged gatekeeper brought Linny to the side of the punching power testing machine and urged the two who were endlessly bantering. Oh, Brother Wang, is this your kid? He looks like he just finished high school, right? With this kind of strength he could just test at school. No need to come to the 6 gates. Seeing the gatekeeper Lao Wang bringing Linny over, the middle-aged man Laoli also smiled politely. Lao Wang was originally a powerful officer at the 2nd level of martial artist who had once trained him. However, due to an injury sustained during an operation a few years ago, his strength had significantly declined and he could no longer act recklessly, which is why he took the position of a gatekeeper. Therefore, most officers in the Revival District's 6 gates respected Lao Wang, and Laoli was no exception. Hey, Laoli, this is not my kid. Seeing the confusion on the tall, thin middle-aged man Laoli's face, the gatekeeper explained, this kid is a martial artist who just asked me to let him in for a test. He said his strength has already reached the level of a martial artist, and he insisted on coming in to test it. I looked for a long time and saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so I brought him in. Oh, a martial artist level, that's not something to joke about. Little kid, do you know what being a martial artist represents? Hearing the words of the guard, Old Wang, the thin middle-aged man, Oldly, was taken aback and looked at Linny with disbelief. It wasn't that he looked down on Linny, but it was indeed hard to believe that someone of Linny's age could reach the level of a martial artist. Such a genius rarely appears in Yang City, maybe 1 in 10 years. And even in the entire Jiangnan province, it's very rare, perhaps just a few in a year. Generally, only the young masters and mistresses from prominent families in the provincial capital of Jiangnan or the children of some super strong individuals could achieve that. As for Yang City, to be honest, Oldly had never seen one in all his years. Of course I know, I hope this officer will let me give it a try. Linny replied with a smile, not saying much more. Because strength would prove everything for him. Alright, then come and give it a try. Although the thin middle-aged officer, Oldly, still couldn't believe it, he stepped aside and gestured for Linny to test his strength on the punching machine. That little kid just now is a martial artist? How is that possible? He's so young, how could he have such strength? Impossible. How sensitive are the 5 senses of a martial artist? Even though the training center was noisy, many people still heard the conversation between Linny and Oldly by the punching machine. As a result, martial artists training in other areas immediately became curious and gathered around. In the blink of an eye, a large crowd surrounded Linny, each exuding a powerful aura. They were all martial artists. Seeing so many martial artists, who usually held themselves high, surrounding him, Linny felt a bit nervous and took a few deep breaths. Then he summoned all his strength. Step forward, throw a punch. In one go, he landed a heavy punch on the punching machine in front of him. 1842 kilograms. A glaring number lit up on the display screen, causing many martial artists present to rub their eyes in disbelief. Damn, he really is a martial artist. Wow, we actually have such a young martial artist in Yang City. God, this little kid wasn't lying, he really is a martial artist and his strength is even greater than mine. Waves of astonished voices echoed in Lin Yi's ears. At that moment, all the martial artists widened their eyes, looking at Lin Yi with disbelief. However, soon, their expressions gradually turned fervent. This little brother, I am Wang Ming, the head of the Beicheng Xingdou Martial Arts School. Our school is currently in need of a spokesperson, and we would like to invite you to endorse an advertisement. It will only take half a day to shoot, and as for the payment, how about 50,000 huaxia coins? A muscular man in the crowd shouted. This little brother, don't listen to him, Wan Laosan is very stingy. I am Lu Zhangyun, the head of the Beicheng Tianfu Martial Arts School. As long as you help our school with the endorsement, I will give you 80,000 huaxia coins. This little brother, I am Zhang Feng, the head of the Nanchang Baiyuan Martial Arts School. If you help me with the endorsement, I will give you 100,000 huaxia coins. Tempting voices rang in Ling Yi's ears as these martial artists each offered increasingly high endorsement prices. This money, if it were Ling Yi's parents, would probably take 10 years of hard work to earn, but for Lin Yi now, it only required an odd. This is the influence of a martial arts genius. because most of these martial artists were the heads of various martial arts schools in Yang City, and the so-called martial arts schools are somewhat similar to tutoring centers in the modern era, specifically for children preparing for the high school entrance exam or college entrance exam. After all, students can exhaust their physical strength during regular classes at school. However, during winter and summer vacations, as well as on weekends and other free times, there is still a need for makeup classes. Moreover, aside from that, these martial artists who can open martial arts halls all possess unique skills. Their exclusive martial arts techniques are not taught in schools. With these martial arts skills, if two students compete at the same level, one can completely crush the other, and even if one is at a lower level, they can still defeat their opponent if they perform well. Therefore, the importance of these martial arts halls to the students is evident. This leads parents in Yang City, whenever they have some spare money, to find ways to send their children to martial arts halls. And what is the most important thing for a martial arts hall? Of course, it is reputation. With a good reputation, more students will enroll in their martial arts hall, leading to better recruitment, and the hall owners will earn more money. Thus, a talent like Lin Yi, who is incredibly strong and almost guaranteed to be admitted to Huaqing or Yanda, is of great importance to them. He is practically a living advertisement, a money tree. Thinking of this, the eyes of these martial arts hall owners turned red, and the endorsement fees they offered climbed steadily, quickly surpassing the 200,000 Huaxia yuan mark. I offer 200,000. I offer 205,000. I offer 210,000. After the endorsement fee broke 200,000, the voices of these martial arts hall owners noticeably decreased. By the time it surpassed 250,000, only a few scattered voices remained. Everyone, stop competing. I offer 1 million. Just as the remaining few financially strong martial arts hall owners were competing, a deep voice rang out. Upon hearing this number, everyone immediately stopped and couldn't help but gasp. 1 million Huaxia yuan is no small amount. Even after deducting costs, the profits from their martial arts halls over a year of hard work often do not reach this figure. After all, the current Huaxia yuan is not the same as the Huaxia yuan from hundreds of years ago. Compared to the Huaxia yuan of that time, today's Huaxia yuan is worth much more. This 1 million Huaxia yuan, if converted to the Huaxia yuan of the past, would probably be at least 20 million or more. 20 million to hire a student from Huaqing or Yanda as an endorser? This was unimaginable in the past. Even in this era, the value of university students from Huaqing and Yanda has greatly increased, and they are no longer comparable to those from the past, but this amount still seems somewhat undervalued. Who is so extravagant? Everyone wondered, quickly looking in the direction of the voice, and soon saw a burly man in a black tank top, exuding a fierce aura, resembling a fierce tiger. So it's him. So this big tiger. No wonder. Upon seeing the appearance of the burly man, some of the martial arts hall owners who recognized him immediately felt relieved, and the man, resembling a fierce tiger, spoke up. Hello, young brother, I am Liang Yongzhen, nicknamed Mountain Tiger, a 3-star honorary martial artist of the Giant Shark Group in Yang City. Our Giant Shark Group specializes in the business of hunting monsters, and what we lack the most are powerful and talented martial artists. Therefore, this 1 million is not just to hire you as an endorser, but I would like to invite you to sign a contract with our company, agreeing to work for us for 3 years after you graduate from university. Of course, I also understand that the value of a graduate from Huaqing or Yanda is far more than 1 million Huaxia yuan. Thus, this 1 million is merely a deposit, a way to reach a consensus with you. During your 4 years in university, our Giant Shark Group promises to provide you with resources worth no less than 100 million Huaxia yuan. Additionally, after you graduate, you will receive a guaranteed annual salary of no less than 20 million Huaxia yuan. Furthermore, if you hunt powerful monsters, you will also receive additional commissions. Putting it all together, our Giant Shark Group promises that the annual salary will be at least 50 million Huaxia coins. What do you think, little brother? Would you like to consider it? Liang Yongzheng said with a smile, his fierce face now full of kindness. Lin Yi hesitated upon hearing this. An annual salary of 50 million Huaxia coins, to be honest, was a figure Lin Yi had never dared to imagine before today. Although Lin Yi was just a high school student, due to the circumstances of his previous life, he was actually quite mature in his mindset and had a clear understanding of his own position in this life. Upon realizing he had no talent for martial arts, he had already resigned himself to his fate. He thought that if he could work diligently and find a job with a monthly salary exceeding 1,000 Huaxia coins, he would be very happy. At the very least, this money would be enough to support himself and his parents, and they could live decently, right? As for a big company like the Giant Shark Group, he had never dared to think about it before. This group was the largest in Yang City, with a market value that had already surpassed 30 billion Huaxia coins. In the entire Jiangnan province, it ranked among the top 30. The leader of this group was said to be an extremely powerful martial artist at the master level. It was rumored that his background was very solid, with connections spanning both the political and business worlds, making him a well-known figure even in Jiangnan province. In Yang City, he was one of the top 10 giants, and just a stamp of his foot could shake the entire city. Such a company required even the security guards at the entrance to have at least the level of an 8th or 9th rank martial artist. As for the martial artists inside, each one was incredibly powerful. The 3-star offering martial artist Liang Yongzheng in front of him was at least a 7th rank martial artist. Such a martial artist had a foundational strength exceeding 7,000 kilograms, and once they unleashed their martial skills, they could easily reach over 10,000 kilograms of power. Lin Yi estimated that even if he unleashed his full strength and executed the perfected Earth-level martial skill Hun Yuan Wind Thunderhand, he might not be able to withstand a single move from the other party. But now, such a being was inviting him to join his company? Should he accept or refuse? Thinking of this, Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. If it were before, he would have dreamed of accepting, but now he didn't want to sell himself to the giant shark group so soon. It wasn't that the giant shark group lacked sincerity, but Lin Yi felt that they were underestimating his value. He had the system with him and was born with a unique physique. For years later, while he might not reach the invincible martial saint level, becoming a congenital martial artist should be no problem. If he sold himself to the giant shark group for a mere few tens of millions in annual salary, that would be too unfair. But how should I refuse him? Lin Yi thought, feeling a bit of a headache. If Liang Yongzheng were just an ordinary martial arts school owner like those around him, then refusing would be easy. After all, while these martial arts school owners had some unique skills, their strength was generally below the third-rank martial artist. Offending such a weakling would be easy to handle. But Liang Yongzheng was different. He was a powerful martial artist above the 7th rank, and more importantly, he had the giant shark group backing him. Such a person sincerely invited him, and he would be rejecting him in front of so many people. If someone with a narrow mind were in his position, they might end up resenting him. Lin Yi silently pondered, and after nearly a full minute, he finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Liang, but I currently have no intention of joining the company. I just want to work hard and strive to get into Huqing University or Yanjing University without any mishaps. As for finding a job after graduation, I think I'll discuss that when the time comes. However, I, Lin Yi, promise that if I have to choose a company, then I will definitely consider your giant shark group first. After all, Yang City is also my hometown. As a person from Yang City, once I have the ability, I naturally want to contribute to my hometown and strengthen our local community, Lin Yi said, ultimately refusing Liang Yongzheng politely, while also preparing himself for Liang Yongzheng's potential anger. To his surprise, Liang Yongzheng not only did not get angry but instead laughed heartily, saying, little brother, you truly are not an ordinary person. At such a young age, you can remain unfazed in the face of tens of millions or even billions of money. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Well, if you don't want to join, then don't join. Although my giant shark group is eager for talent, we won't force anyone to join. How about this, little brother, let's exchange contact information. If you change your mind in the future and want to join our company, the doors of my giant shark group will always be open for you. Moreover, even if you don't join our company, it's still good to make a friend. I, old Liang, appreciate geniuses the most and enjoy making friends with them. For instance, the head of the 6 doors in the Revival District, Captain Wang, is someone I knew before he rose to prominence. Now, he has some troublesome matters, lacking manpower and strength, and just notified me, so I immediately came to help. Let's exchange numbers now, and if you ever need help in the future, old Liang can assist you. Not to mention, at least in this small area of Yang City, I still have some influence, Liang Yongzheng said with a smile, his tone full of praise for Lin Yi, which made Lin Yi feel quite pleased. Liang Yongzheng indeed knows how to handle people. Alright, since Lord Liang thinks highly of me, I, Lin Yi, would also like to be friends with you. My number is XXXXXXX, Lin Yi said with a smile, quickly exchanging phone numbers with Liang Yongzheng. Seeing this, Liang Yongzheng was also delighted and said with a grin, since little brother thinks highly of me and is willing to be my friend, then don't call me Lord anymore, it sounds too formal. I'm much older than you, so if you don't mind, I'll call you Lin Xiaodi, and you can call me Liang Laoj, how about that? Sure, Liang Laoj, then I'll respectfully follow your lead, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Liang Yongzheng naturally laughed heartily at this. Ha, Liang Laoj, what's making you so happy? Just as Lin Yi and Liang Yongzheng were enjoying their newfound friendship, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the entrance of the training center. Captain. Upon seeing the newcomer, the officers from 6 doors immediately stiffened, each respectfully calling out, "You all don't need to be so formal." The newcomer smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to relax, while Lin Yi turned his gaze towards him. This was an extremely handsome man, with eyebrows like swords and a nose like a gallbladder, dressed in a striking red captain's uniform that made him look exceptionally heroic and imposing. He had a 3-foot-long sword at his left waist and a palm-sized bronze seal at his right waist, looking as if he had stepped out of a comic book. Incredibly handsome. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but acknowledge his appearance. Although he himself was already quite handsome, he still felt he fell short compared to this man. Ha, it's Brother Wang who has arrived. Come, let me introduce you. Upon seeing the arrival of the handsome captain, Liang Yongzheng's eyes lit up, pulling Lin Yi to introduce him to the captain. Brother Wang, this little brother is a new friend of mine. His name is Lin Yi, a senior student from Yang City No. 2 High School. Don't be fooled by his young age, his strength is extraordinary. Just now, he punched with a force exceeding 1,800 kilograms, already approaching the level of a second-tier martial artist. With such talent, I'm afraid even you back then would be a bit inferior, Liang Yongzheng said proudly. Oh, approaching the second-tier martial artist? The handsome captain was taken aback by the words and then seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening as he spoke. I wonder how well this young brother has learned martial arts. Have you mastered any human-level techniques, perhaps even reached the minor success level? As soon as the handsome captain finished speaking, Liang Yongzheng frowned slightly. Wang, are you suggesting Brother Liang, you guessed correctly. Before Liang Yongzhang could finish, the handsome captain explained, recently, the largest smuggling organization of contraband in Yang City, Hydra, was dismantled by the experts from the Six Doors headquarters. The leaders, Snake 1 and Snake 2, were killed on the spot. The remaining thieves were severely injured and fled to other districts and counties of Yang City. Yesterday, I received news that Snake 3, Snake 6, and Snake 9 from Hydra have escaped to my revival district. As the head of the Six Doors in the revival district, I naturally must do my utmost to capture them. However, every member of Hydra is highly skilled. Even the weakest, Snake 9, has already reached the 5th level of martial arts. Such a strong opponent, even if injured, would not fear ordinary firearms and can only be dealt with by experts. Our revival district is just a district-level unit and the power of the Six Doors is limited, so we can only seek external assistance. Someone like Brother Liang is who I brought in to deal with Snake 3, while I have other arrangements for Snake 6. The only one left is Snake 9. At this point, the handsome captain paused slightly, glanced at Linny, and continued, Snake 9 is a treacherous and cunning person, truly like a venomous snake. Initially, during the siege by the Six Doors headquarters in Yang City, although his strength was the weakest, he was the least injured. Moreover, the external skill he has cultivated, Iron Cloth Shirt, has already reached the major success level. Therefore, I suspect he still possesses strength around the 4th level of martial arts. With such strength among the captains of the Six Doors in our revival district, besides myself, there is almost no one who can handle him. Thus, I would like to invite a few experts at the 2nd and 3rd levels of martial arts to join forces. This way, even if we cannot kill him on the spot, at least we can severely injure him again, making him much easier to capture later. However, I wonder if this young brother could help me with this task. As for the reward, please rest assured, I, Wang, have always been fair in my dealings. As long as you agree to take action, regardless of the outcome, there will be a reward of 500,000 Huaxia coins. Furthermore, if by chance we manage to capture or kill him, the Six Doors will reward you with an amount ranging from 1 million to several million Huaxia coins, depending on your contributions in this battle. After all, Snake 9 has a bounty of a full 20 million Huaxia coins on our Six Doors wanted list. 20 million. Upon hearing this figure, even Linny couldn't help but be astonished. Although he knew that the official bounties for fugitives today far exceeded those of the common era, he was still shocked by this number. 20 million, that's 20 million. An ordinary person would struggle their entire life, no, even 10 lifetimes, without earning such a vast fortune. He had just turned down a guaranteed annual salary of 20 million from the Giant Shark Group. However, that was because Linny knew that his worth would far exceed that in 4 years. At the very least, 20 million was undoubtedly a huge sum for him now. It was an amount that, even if only a portion was shared, would be enough to help his family escape poverty, no longer having to live in a dim, less than 30 square meter low-rent apartment. Damn it! Let's do it! Thinking of the temptation of this huge sum and recalling the weary figures of his parents working over 10 hours a day, Linny steeled his heart and agreed. This task didn't require him to sell himself, it was just a bit dangerous, but with his strength he should be able to handle it. Moreover, once successful, it would be a windfall, and his entire family would become wealthy. Seeing Linny agree, Wang Yan was immediately overjoyed, but still asked about Linny's strength again. Alright, since little brother has agreed, please tell me your true strength. Do you have any martial skills of the human rank? If so, to what level have you cultivated it? This way, I can make arrangements for you. After all, although I, Wang Yan, really want to capture the Hydra to achieve merit, if little brother's strength is too weak, I can't insist on you helping, risking the life of such a talented individual. Wang Yan said seriously, and Linny, seeing this, quickly replied, in response to Captain Wang, I have cultivated a human rank martial skill called Wind Thunder Palm. Currently, I have reached the great accomplishment level with this skill, allowing me to amplify the power of my punches by about 1.8 times. Therefore, my palm strength can reach around 3,300 kilograms, and my true strength should barely be able to match a 3rd-level martial artist. Linny said, slightly telling a small lie. This was not because he intended to hide his strength, but because for a small place like Yang City, a first-class martial skill close to the heavenly rank was simply too precious. Such treasures are generally unattainable through normal channels and may only be found in some legendary underground dark web or black market. Linny did not know exactly how much such a treasure was worth, but just thinking about it with his head, he knew it was definitely an astronomical figure. It was a number that could arouse the greed of powerful martial masters. Therefore, Linny did not dare to gamble on the character of Captain Wang and the other martial artists present with such temptation, and could only say that he practiced the first-class human rank martial skill Wind Thunder Palm. After all, although this martial skill still held considerable value based on Linny's current displayed strength and talent, he was indeed qualified to possess it. Oh, Wind Thunder Palm, that's quite a good human rank martial skill. If cultivated to perfection, it can amplify strength by nearly 3 times. Upon hearing about the martial skill Linny practiced, Wang Yan nodded slightly, then suddenly frowned and exclaimed, wait a minute. Linny, aren't you close to the 2nd level of a martial artist? If you have cultivated Wind Thunder Palm to the great accomplishment level, then you should be able to amplify your own strength by 2.4 times, reaching around 4,300 kilograms. Why is it only 3,300 kilograms now, nearly 1,000 kilograms less? Wang Yan asked in confusion. Although he had never practiced the human rank martial skill Wind Thunder Palm, he had heard of its reputation. This martial skill is considered first class among Human rank martial skills. Once a martial artist begins to practice, they can achieve a palm strength of 1.4 times. After reaching minor accomplishment, it can reach 1.8 times. At great accomplishment, it can even reach 2.4 times. As for perfection, it can reach a terrifying 3.0 times. Now, Lin Yi's base strength is already 1,800 kilograms, so if he truly cultivated Wind Thunder Palm to the great accomplishment level, he could unleash a terrifying attack of over 4,300 kilograms. How could it only be 3,300 kilograms? Could it be? At this thought, a guess surged in Wang Yan's heart. That's right, Captain Wang seems to have guessed it. Seeing Wang Yan suddenly widen his eyes with a look of disbelief, Lin Yi immediately smiled and said, "To not hide it from you, Captain, my true realm has not broken through to a martial artist but is actually at the 8th level of a martial apprentice. At this level, without internal energy, I naturally cannot unleash the true power of human rank martial arts. So, even if I have cultivated Wind Thunder Palm to the great accomplishment level, due to the lack of internal energy, my actual output can only reach the level of minor accomplishment, allowing my palm strength to be amplified by 1.8 times, reaching 3,300 kilograms. Lin Yi explained with a smile. Internal energy is indeed a magical force. When weak, it can be attached to blades, swords, fists, and feet to enhance their power. Once he became even more powerful, he could unleash indomitable sword energy, fist radiance, and so on. Therefore, entry-level martial techniques, which are of human rank and above, require inner strength to unleash their full power. Moreover, the higher the rank of the martial technique, the greater the demand for inner strength. For instance, a human rank martial technique like Wind Thunder Fist can only exert the power of a minor accomplishment if one lacks inner strength, even at the level of great accomplishment. However, a top-tier martial technique like Primordial Wind Thunder Fist, which belongs to the Earth rank, can only exert the power of a minor accomplishment without inner strength, even if perfected. In fact, the true power multiplier of the perfected Primordial Wind Thunder Fist can reach 6 times, but due to Lin Yi's low realm and lack of inner strength, he could only achieve 3 times. It seems I need to break through to become a martial artist and possess inner strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with powerful martial techniques in hand, I won't be able to unleash their full power, Lin Yi thought to himself. However, what he was thinking was unknown to Wang Yan. At this moment, hearing Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Wang Yan was also shocked. What? Lin Yi, you really haven't broken through to become a martial artist? Wait, if you haven't broken through, then how can you deliver a punch over 1,800 kilograms? You should know that even a 9th level martial artist only has a strength of 900 to 999 kilograms. Wang Yan exclaimed in astonishment, while the other martial artists and constables present nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Yi with confusion. That's because of what? Seeing Lin Yi seemed about to explain, everyone perked up their ears to listen. Lin Yi grinned, revealing a few snow-white teeth. Because I have innate divine strength. Innate divine strength? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone present showed a look of regret. They had originally thought this kid had some special method of training, but it turned out to be this result. However, this explanation was quite normal if there were truly a mysterious method that could significantly increase physical strength at the martial apprentice stage. Countless powerful martial saints at the pinnacle of the human realm would have discovered it long ago. Why would they wait for a high school kid to invent it? It was indeed a bit delusional for them to think they could obtain such an unrealistic method from Lin Yi. Ha, good. I didn't expect my little brother Lin to be a genius with innate divine strength. No wonder he's so impressive at such a young age. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Lian Yongzhen also complimented him politely, but he didn't take it too seriously. Innate divine strength in ancient times or during the Common Era might have been an extraordinary talent. However, in today's age, it was too common. Having innate divine strength might only increase one's punch power by a few hundred or even 1,000 kilograms. This amount of strength was advantageous at the martial apprentice level, but it became insignificant at the martial artist level. After all, martial artists have a minimum punch power exceeding 1,000 kilograms, and the highest, the 9th level martial artist, possesses over 9,000 kilograms of strength. Such powerful beings could easily crush an innate divine strength user into pulp with a single punch, even without using inner strength or martial techniques. With such strength, they naturally wouldn't regard the so-called innate divine strength talent highly. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone had their own thoughts, but upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the head of the 6 doors, Wang Yan, suddenly brightened. Lin Yi, you said your realm is still at the 8th level of martial apprentice? Yes, Captain, what's wrong? Lin Yi replied, puzzled. Great. Upon hearing Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Wang Yan immediately smiled. Since your realm is still at the 8th level of martial apprentice after taking a body refining pill, your realm should be able to increase to the 9th level of martial apprentice. The difference of 1 level in the martial apprentice realm, although not as significant as between martial artists, is still considerable for ordinary people. For someone like you, a natural powerhouse, your physical strength should be able to surge again, reaching nearly 2,000 kilograms. By then, combined with your perfected Wind and Thunder Palm, you should be comparable to an average martial artist at the 3rd level. Wang Yan smiled happily. He hadn't expected that by casually inviting a helper, he would gain assistance equivalent to a 3rd level martial artist. It's worth noting that for him, a 3rd level martial artist wasn't much, but in the Revival District's 6 gates, there were only a handful of constables who had reached such a level. Each additional one was a significant boost to his power. Captain Wang, this. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, Lin Yi seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma and couldn't help but say, the body refining pill is great, but Captain Wang, I simply don't have the money to buy it. A single body refining pill costs at least 500,000 huaxia coins, and it's hard to find even at that price. Without connections, you can't get one. Although my talent is decent, to be honest, my family is quite poor, and we don't have such connections. As Lin Yi spoke, his expression turned somewhat grim. Ha ha, I thought it was something serious. So it's just this. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Wang Yan immediately laughed. Lin Yi, you may not have the connections to get the body refining pill, but we at the 6 Gates do. Within our 6 Gates, the body refining pill is merely a basic cultivation resource. As long as you have the money, you can get as many as you want. Moreover, compared to the outside world, the price of the body refining pill within our 6 Gates is much cheaper, about 350,000 huaxia coins for one. How about this? I'll advance you the 500,000 huaxia coins I initially promised you. Later, I will use 300,000 of that to buy you a body refining pill through our internal network, and it should arrive tonight. You can take it when you get it, and as for the remaining 150,000, I can transfer it to you right now. Oh, it can actually be like this? Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lin Yi's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He had long heard that it's easier to cultivate within the public sector. Lin Yi originally thought it was just an exaggeration, but seeing it today, he realized the rumors were true. The principal of Yangcheng No. 2 High School, Li Wang, regarded a body refining pill as a treasure. Yet, the 6 Gates constable Wang Yan seemed indifferent, casually able to produce one. Looking at it this way, the gap between the two was evident. However, this might also be because the principal was giving it to him for free, while Wang Yan was using his own money to help buy it in advance, which is why he was so nonchalant. Lin Yi thought to himself, feeling even more admiration for the principal's selflessness. Well, Lin Yi, what's your bank card number? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Seeing the smile on Lin Yi's face, Wang Yan also smiled and immediately prepared to transfer the money, lest he lose this powerful ally who would help him. Replying to Captain Wang, my card number is 628,312x times x times x. Seeing Wang Yan so straightforward, Lin Yi quickly provided his card number. In this era, high school students over 16 had significant autonomy, equivalent to that of an adult citizen. Things like mobile phones and bank cards could be used freely, with no restrictions at all. Ding! Your construction bank savings card ending in 6580 has received a transfer of 150,000.00 huaxia coins on May 4th at 5:32 p.m. The current balance is 150,013.60 yuan. As Wang Yan entered the card number to transfer the money, within 10 seconds, Lin Yi heard a notification sound from his communication watch indicating that the construction bank had credited the amount. Lin Yi lightly tapped on his watch, and immediately, a virtual screen about 10 inches in size appeared before him, displaying a message just sent from the construction bank. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Silently counting the numbers on his bank card, Lin Yi was suddenly so excited that his eyes turned a bit red. 150,000. This was 150,000 huaxia coins. Don't mention this lifetime. Even in his previous life, he had never seen so much money. How could he not be excited? Ha ha, brother Lin, how is it? Happy, right? Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Liang Yongzhang also laughed and added, brother Lin, let me tell you, this amount of money is just a small sum. Join my giant shark group and I can give you 1 million right now. When you really get accepted into Huckingyan University in a few days, I can also apply to the headquarters for a 10 million limit in huaxia coins. 10 million? That's much more than this 150,000. Liang Yongzhang's tone was full of temptation as he urged, ha ha, thank you for your kindness, brother Liang. Lin Yi smiled upon hearing this and politely declined, but I really have no intention of joining the giant shark group at the moment. And 150,000 is already enough for me. Lin Yi smiled again to refuse, and Liang Yongzhang didn't mind the scene. It was just a test after all. If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. Lin Yi had a bright future ahead and wasn't worth getting upset over such trivial matters. Everyone had their own thoughts, and in the end, it was Wang Yan who spoke up, saying he was very happy to have met a genius like Lin Yi and that he would treat everyone to a good meal tonight. And this meal was a feast for Lin Yi, allowing him to witness the luxury of these martial artists. Countless rare monster meats he had never even heard of before were laid out on the table, and countless delicious dishes he could only see online in the past were now tasted by him in person. That meal cost a full 120,000 huaxia coins, truly allowing Lin Yi to indulge. Afterward, Wang Yan personally drove Lin Yi back to school and even made a special trip back to the 6 doors to give Lin Yi a familiar pill. This pill was the one that enhanced the realm of martial apprentices, the body refining pill. Body refining pill. In the dark night, Lin Yi walked along the path in the campus, looking at the pill in the glass bottle in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. The body refining pill, indeed crafted by powerful alchemists using ancient huaxia alchemy methods, is truly extraordinary. It wasn't apparent during the day, but at night this pill seemed somewhat magical. Lin Yi thought to himself. In the pitch-black night, the body refining pill in his hand actually emitted a faint white glow like a luminous pearl. At first glance, it truly looked like an unparalleled treasure. It should be noted that this body refining pill was made from medicinal materials, not from luminescent substances. Yet at this moment, it could emit a faint glow in the night, indicating the immense energy contained within. System, modify the body refining pill's duration to 10 years later. Lin Yi looked at it for a while and then silently commanded in his heart. Ding! Received host's command, system modifying. Congratulations, host, body refining pill modification complete. Host has obtained the pill, premium body refining pill. As soon as the system's voice fell, Linny felt a change in the body refining pill in his hand, instantly transforming from the previous white to a light blue, emitting a faint blue glow. Before him, a property panel appeared that only he could see, displaying lines of text. Pill name, Premium Body Refining Pill. Grade, Human Grade. Description, the Premium Body Refining Pill is evolved from the ordinary body refining pill through the refinement of time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth day and night. Compared to the ordinary body refining pill, the efficacy of the Premium Body Refining Pill is 3 to 5 times that of the ordinary level. Just like the Premium Body Refining Pill in the host's hand now, it is approximately 4 times that of the ordinary body refining pill. 4 times. Looking at the description on the property panel, Linny smiled. Although this enhancement didn't result in a critical hit, it still allowed him to obtain a pill with excellent efficacy, and he was already satisfied. He was not a greedy person, after all. Enhancing critical hits is something that can be encountered but not sought after. The last time he managed to obtain the Saint-level cleansing gold pill was already a stroke of luck. How could he dare to have such extravagant expectations every time? A regular grade body refining pill is enough for an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level to step into the 9th level. And what about a premium body refining pill? Its medicinal effect would be incredibly powerful. Linny was filled with anticipation. That's right. I was worried that a regular body refining pill wouldn't allow me to break through my realm. After all, after the transformation by the Saint-level pill cleansing gold pill, my physical foundation has become immensely powerful, and the energy required to break through is far greater than that of an ordinary martial artist. But now, with this premium body refining pill, there's no need to panic. Guliolu. Looking at the light blue pill in his hand, Linny no longer hesitated and swallowed it whole. Boom! As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Linny's powerful gastric juices began to digest it rapidly. In the next moment, Linny felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, and a surge of formidable energy rose from his lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his body, slowly increasing his physical strength as time passed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time flowed slowly, and soon a minute had passed, and Linny's physical body had been strengthened to its limit. Pop! A sound that seemed to burst forth from the void rang out. At that moment, it felt as if some bottleneck deep within Linny's body had been broken. The physical strength that was already increasing suddenly surged again, reaching a new level. This is martial artist 9th level. Feeling the power within his body that was much stronger than before, Linny's eyes lit up, and then he punched a nearby large tree. Under Linny's terrifying punch, countless leaves fell from the tree in an instant, and a deep fist imprint appeared on the surface of the tree. Who is it? Hearing this voice, the security guard patrolling the school immediately shouted, followed by a rustling sound as several security guards quickly gathered towards this direction. However, they were merely ordinary martial artists at the 6th or 7th level. How could their speed compare to Linny, who had undergone the transformation of the cleansing gold pill and had reached the 9th level? With just a flash of his body, Linny disappeared from beside the tree, leaving behind a ground covered in leaves and a group of security guards who gasped in shock at the scene. I'm back. In the dormitory, although it was nearly 10 o'clock, several roommates were still awake and the entire dorm was brightly lit. His close friend Li Fei was watching a drama on a virtual screen, while the other 2 roommates were teaming up to play a MOBA game. At this moment, when Linny called out, the 3 of them immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Welcome back, our great master. Lingu, you were amazing today. You really brought glory to dorm 302. After you left, you have no idea how that old witch never stopped smiling. No matter how poorly the students performed, she was always grinning. Seeing Linny return, Li Fei and the others immediately chattered about what had happened after Linny left. Linny listened in, discovering that it was mostly about how teacher Zhang Yi was shocked and delighted, how the female students admired him, and how classmates from the next class came to pay their respects, and so on. It was all trivial stuff. After listening for a few minutes, Linny lost interest, simply placing the takeout box on the table, and then said, Here, I made a few friends tonight, and one of them treated me to a nice meal. I thought the food looked good, so I packed a little to bring back for you as a late-night snack. Enjoy it slowly. I'm going out to call my parents. Linny set down his things and then walked out, ready to tell his parents about his breakthrough in martial arts and the fortune he had earned. Wealth that is not returned home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Now that I have achieved some success, I must make my parents happy. His parents are both workers at an ordinary factory in another county of Yan City. They start work at 8 in the morning and finish at 10 at night, working extremely hard, with no free time except for meals and bathroom breaks. The reason Linny hadn't called them before was that they were still at the factory, and their phones couldn't receive any signal. Now, at 10 in the evening, their workday has finally ended, and they have time to answer his call. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, silently feeling for his parents as he dialed his father's number. Beep, 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 click. The call connected, and a steady male voice came through. Showy, what's up? Nothing much, just missing mom and dad a bit, and I've made some money recently, so I wanted to call and let you know, Linny said with a smile. 150,000 Huaxia coins is a huge sum. Their family's total assets don't even amount to that, and it would definitely surprise his parents. However, as soon as Linny finished speaking, the praise he had imagined from his father did not come. Instead, a reprimanding voice reached his ears. Making money? What money? Linny, are you not studying properly and messing around outside? Let me tell you, even though I, Lin Jinan, am not capable and poor, I won't be so useless as to rely on a child like you to earn money to support the family. You are currently in your 3rd year of high school, and the most important thing is to Prepare for the college entrance examination. Dad doesn't expect you to get into some prestigious university, but at the very least, you should get into a vocational school. That way, you won't end up like your dad, stuck in this small factory as a laborer for life, living in mediocrity. By the way, is there something going on recently that you need money for? Just tell me how much you need, and I'll send it to you later. After Lin's father finished speaking, he fell silent. Lin Yi's father is like this, he doesn't say much, is a bit strict, and doesn't express his love for his children very well. But he is definitely a qualified father. Back in the day, Lin Yi had poor talent, although he worked hard in middle school. His entrance exam results fell short of getting into Young City No. 2 middle school. At that time, according to the practices of the neighbors around Lin Yi, most would let their children give up on continuing their studies and go work in the factory early. After all, in this era, being in the third year of middle school at the age of 15 or 16, although not officially an adult, meets the minimum age for labor according to the law. Therefore, hiring such workers in factories is not illegal. Sending children to work as laborers can relieve family pressure and supplement household income, and it also allows them to save money early to marry. This is how most people from the lower class in Xia country live their lives. However, Lin Jinan did not do this. Instead, he chose to take out all the family's savings and then begged almost all acquaintances and relatives for money. In the end, he bought Lin Yi a spot as a transfer student at Young City No. 2 middle school, allowing Lin Yi to continue high school and prepare for college. Thinking of his father's hunched back from back then, even after nearly 3 years, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Old Lin? What's wrong? Is it our son calling back? Just as Lin Yi was unsure how to explain, a concerned female voice came from the other end of the line. It was Lin Yi's mother, Xia Shulan. Son, what's wrong? Why do you have time to call home today? Are you short on money? Mom knows that as you approach your third year of high school, the pressure is high and you might be spending more. It's okay. Just tell me how much you need and I'll have your dad send it to you later. On the other end of the phone, Xia Shulan said with a smile, clearly very happy that her son had called back. Compared to his father, Lin Jinan, his mother, Xia Shulan, embodied the image of a kind mother in the traditional sense of Xia country even more. Although not beautiful, she and her husband had always supported each other, rarely arguing and never complaining about his inability to earn money. Instead, she worked hard alongside him to support the family. Since Lin Yi was born, he had hardly ever seen his mother lose her temper. She was always gentle. What do you mean sending money? This kid has learned some skills. He was just bragging to me about how he's making money now. You see, he's a student. Instead of studying properly, he's getting into all sorts of nonsense. Even if he makes money, how much can he earn? He might as well take a good rest. Upon seeing his wife arrive, Lin Jinan said angrily, "Oh, old Lin, calm down. Our son making money is a good thing. It shows he's grown up. Look at how upset you are." Xia Shulan first comforted her husband and then cheerfully asked Lin Yi, "Son, I heard from your dad that you're making money? Not bad. Truly my good son, so sensible at such a young age. However, your dad is right. Given your current situation, the most important thing is not making money but preparing well for the college entrance exam. You can worry about making money after you graduate from university. By then, the more you earn, the happier your dad and I will be. By the way, son, how much have you made recently?" Xia Shulan gently guided her son and then, fearing he might be upset due to his father's scolding, inquired about Lin Yi's income, planning to praise him. Lin Yi quickly replied, Thanks, Mom. I will definitely study hard and get into a good university. Actually, you're right, my current earnings are indeed far less than what I could make after graduation. So now I've decided to focus on my studies and not get into those things. As for this time, I could have earned more, but I spent a little to improve my skills, and now I have about 150,000 huaxia coins left. Lin Yi said casually. 150 huaxia coins? That's not bad, truly. My son, making 150 at just the high school level. At this point, on the other end of the phone, the cheerful Xia Shulan seemed to finally realize something. What? Son, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? You just said not 150 huaxia coins but 150,000? Yes, it's 150,000. You didn't hear wrong, Mom. Hearing his mother finally catch on, Lin Yi chuckled and nodded in confirmation. Really 150,000? Upon hearing this news, Xia Shulan didn't feel joy but rather a wave of panic, quickly advising, "Son, did you really earn 150,000? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I'm telling you, son, although our family is poor, we absolutely cannot earn dirty money, you understand? Son, listen to your mom. We don't want that money. Return it to where you got it, okay? Mom, what are you thinking?" Hearing his mother's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh and quickly explained, "After all these years, don't you know what kind of person your son is? Although I, Lin Yi, wouldn't say I'm a moral paragon or a model citizen, I'm certainly not a criminal. Don't worry, this money is legitimate. The principal saw my potential and specifically awarded me a scholarship to use as I please." Lin Yi quickly thought on his feet and told a little white lie. Although helping the Six Doors capture the fugitive Shi Jiao shouldn't pose much danger to him now, he didn't want his parents to worry about him. So he had to attribute the money to the principal. After all, Lin father and Lin mother wouldn't confront the principal, would they? However, while Lin Yi thought he had it all figured out, his parents didn't believe him. "Son, stop lying to your mother. What do you think I don't know about your cultivation? Just a few days ago, you came back as a martial apprentice of the 3rd level. Even if you have broken through, you can only be at most a martial apprentice of the 4th level. Do you think a student with such results would get so much Money from the principal? Do you take me for a fool? As soon as Linny finished speaking, his mother, Xia Shulan, immediately retorted. Linny quickly explained, Mom, who told you I was a martial apprentice of the 4th level? I recently had a fortuitous encounter and have already broken through to the 9th level. Even the principal praised me for having the qualifications for Hucking in Yanda. What? Hucking, Yanda qualifications? Upon hearing this, Xia Shulan and Lin Jinnan were instantly stunned. Such news was simply too shocking for the couple. Hucking and Yanda, what level of schools are these? Even in the era of the Common Era, they were renowned universities worldwide. After the surge of spiritual energy and the advent of the new era, these two universities have gained unprecedented prestige, far surpassing the likes of Massachusetts and Harvard in the Golden Eagle Nation, or Cambridge and Oxford in the European Union. The thought of their son being admitted to these two universities was something they had never even considered before. In their view, if their son could get into a vocational school in his lifetime, that would already be quite good. If he could break through to the 4th level and get into an ordinary undergraduate school, that would be a great event worthy of a banquet with relatives and friends invited to celebrate. But now, their son suddenly tells them he is broken through to the 9th level and wants to get into Hucking and Yanda. How could they believe that? Is it possible that you've been under too much pressure lately? How about I ask for a leave for you to come home and rest for a few days? After regaining her senses, Xia Shulan cautiously said to her son. She thought her son might be suffering from delusions due to the stress of the upcoming college entrance examination. So, she wanted to take a few days off to take him to the hospital. After all, he was still young and hadn't married yet. He couldn't be afflicted with such an illness. Mom! Linny was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Your imagination is really quite rich. Why don't you go write a novel? One moment you're worried I'll commit a crime, and the next you're worried I'm sick. I'm telling you, I'm fine. I'm doing great. And I really did have a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 9th level. If you don't believe me, you can call our class teacher, Ms. Zhang Yi. She knows about this too. Linny explained helplessly. What? Son, are you sure everything you said is true? Hearing Linny suggest they call Zhang Yi, Xia Shulan and her husband couldn't help but believe him a little. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I'll transfer you 100,000 huaxia coins right now. Linny said, then tapped his communication watch, opening a virtual screen to transfer 100,000 huaxia coins to Xia Shulan and her husband. He wasn't short on money lately. Having 150,000 huaxia coins in hand was of no use, so it was better to subsidize the family expenses. After all, breaking through from martial apprentice to martial artist mainly relies on one's comprehension of the spiritual energy in the world, and then guiding that energy into the body to generate a trace of internal power in the dantian, which counts as a formal breakthrough. This kind of breakthrough cannot be aided by external objects. It can only be sensed through one's own comprehension and talent, or by gradually strengthening the physical body through long-term training, making it easier to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In short, breaking through to become a martial artist is a difficult task for most people. In the entire Yang City, with a population of millions, the number of martial artists is less than 10,000, truly a case of 1 in 1,000. However, with my terrifying innate physique, breaking through to become a martial artist should be no problem for me. Today I broke through to the 9th level. I estimate that within a week, I'll be able to generate internal energy and break through to become a martial artist. Linny silently thought to himself because he had just swallowed the premium body refining pill. He found that he could vaguely sense the spiritual energy present in the world. According to what he read online, this was a sign of breaking through as a martial artist. Once this state was found, it would take at least a month or at most 3 months to truly break through. However, Lin Yi's talent was terrifying, so he naturally wouldn't need a month or 3 months. Based on his estimation, 3 days to a week would probably suffice. Ding! Dear user, your construction bank card ending in 6392 has received a transfer of 100,000.00 huaxia coins on May 4th, and your current balance is 111,013.73 yuan. While Lin Yi was secretly speculating in his heart, a sweet prompt sound rang out from the other end of the phone. It turned out that the money Lin Yi had sent had arrived. 100,000 huaxia coins. Son, what you just said is true. The principal really rewarded you with 150,000. Looking at the suddenly inflated balance in the bank card, even though Xia Shulan and Ling Jinan were skeptical, they slowly began to accept it. Of course it's true. So, Mom, you don't need to worry about this money. Spend it well, use it boldly. Buy whatever you need, don't hesitate to spend money. Your son is capable now, and after spending, he can earn even more. Seeing that his parents finally believed him, Lin Yi smiled happily. Ha ha, my son is capable now, knows how to be filial to his parents. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xia Shulan also laughed, then continued, but Xiaoyi, it's good that you have this intention. Our family doesn't lack money for now. I'll transfer this 100,000 to you later. Although Mom doesn't have much knowledge, she knows that powerful martial artists earn a lot, but they also spend a lot. You should use this 100,000 to improve your strength. You don't need to worry about the family matters. Your dad and I have worked for so many years, we still have some savings. As Lin's mother spoke, she was about to transfer the money back, but Lin Yi's face darkened at her words, and he refused, saying, Mom, I told you it's not necessary. This amount of money really isn't much, and I don't need it right now. By the way, isn't Xiaoyi just in the 3rd year of junior high preparing for the high school entrance exam? You should spend some money to send her to the best martial arts class in the county. Her talent is pretty good, much better than mine. If you send her, she might even be able to get into Yangcheng No. 1 high school this year. Lin Yi pretended to be angry as he spoke, and before his parents could say anything more, he hung up the phone. If this continued, he didn't know how long it would drag on. Moreover, that wasn't the most important thing. The important part was that if he kept talking, his parents would probably want to return the money, which would go against Lin Yi's original intention. After all, he genuinely wanted to give the money to his family, firstly to help improve their living conditions, and secondly to help his sister advance her strength. Yes, in this life, Lin Yi also had a younger sister. Moreover, she wasn't a fake sister who would eventually be taken as a concubine in some novels from his past life, but his biological sister, whom he had watched grow up. His sister's name was Lin Yi, and she had just entered the 3rd year of junior high this year. She had good martial arts talent, and had already reached the 3rd level of martial apprentice after only 3 years of cultivation, which was even stronger than her brother, who had practiced for 3 more years. However, despite the significant difference in their talents, his sister did not look down on him, and because Lin Yi had traveled from another world and was naturally precocious, Lin Yi had always been respected and admired by his sister. So, whenever Lin Yi had money, he certainly had to think about his sister as well. Back to continue cultivating. After finishing this call, Lin Yi let out a long sigh and planned to return to the dormitory to continue his training. Although his talent was poor, he had always been a very hard-working person. Now that he had obtained the system, perhaps he could reach the peak of life without working so hard. However, Lin Yi firmly believed that hard work was definitely better than not working hard. Come on. Lin Yi silently encouraged himself. After that, he quickly returned to the dormitory, sitting cross-legged on the bed, forgetting both himself and the world, and began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. During these 5 days, the 6 doors had not come to seek Lin Yi's help because they had not yet confirmed the whereabouts of the Hydra and others. Naturally, Lin Yi was happy to enjoy his leisure, diligently practicing every day. An effort, in the end, did not go to waste. Along with his cultivation, Lin Yi felt his progress was quite evident, and his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became clearer day by day. The innate body and the talent of a martial saint are indeed incredibly powerful. After 5 days of cultivation, in the last 2 days, my sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become increasingly clear. I estimate that tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, during the day, I should be able to truly break through to the martial artist realm. After class, Lin Yi walked on the campus playground, recalling the results of his cultivation. Over the past few days, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. A martial artist is a powerful symbol on Blue Star, representing the carp leaping over the dragon gate, truly changing one's fate. Once one becomes a martial artist, not only does the speed of wealth accumulation greatly increase, but social status also undergoes a tremendous change, even granting various privileges. The benefits of this are countless. Therefore, although Lin Yi already possesses the strength of a martial artist, he still eagerly anticipates breaking through to a true martial artist and obtaining the martial artist certification issued by the state. Ding ding. Master, your friend Wang Yan is calling. Just as Lin Yi was about to head to the cafeteria for a meal and then return to the dormitory to continue his cultivation, the communication watch on his wrist suddenly rang. Connect, Lin Yi said casually, and the next moment, Wang Yan's voice came from the watch. Little brother Lin Yi, the matter I asked you about can start now. Are you free to take the call? Wait a moment, brother Wang, let me find a quieter place. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately guessed that Wang Yan and the others had probably found the specific hiding place of the Hydra. After looking around, he quickly ran to a secluded corner of the playground. Alright, brother Wang, this place is safe. You can speak now. Lin Yi looked around and noticed that the nearest students were almost 60 to 70 meters away, and then he replied, good. On the other end, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then said, little brother, just now, our 6 doors wind chaser reported that they found the specific hiding place of the Hydra. It turns out that this gang of thieves went straight to the uninhabited area closest to the wilderness area after they arrived in my revival district. So, during this time, we racked our brains but couldn't find them. This time, the Hydra probably ran out of supplies and sent Snake 9 to the nearby streets to shop. Although he disguised himself very well and took precautions. However, our latest cameras in Huaxia can identify identity information through pupils, irises, and so on, and coincidentally, that street had such cameras installed. After that, we didn't alert him, we just tracked him through the cameras and finally discovered their hiding place. At the end, Wang Yan also clenched his fist, his eyes filled with excitement. Finding the Hydra this time was truly not easy. In today's age, finding criminals is actually a very simple task, because almost everywhere, there are national surveillance systems installed. These surveillance systems are extremely advanced and can easily see through so-called disguises. As long as a criminal shows their face, they generally cannot escape detection. However, there is one place that is an exception. That is the uninhabited area near the wilderness that Wang Yan mentioned. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but recall the information he had learned from books before. The wilderness area is the territory of monsters. Over 300 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, monsters rose up, pressuring humanity. 100 years ago, humanity had to give up most of its territory on the original Blue Star, including forests, mountains, rivers, wilderness, rural areas, and remote small towns, in order to concentrate its strength. They developed new provinces centered around a specific point. The geography of these new provinces resembles a large circle enclosing a smaller one. The small circle at the center is the provincial capital, while the ring between the large and small circles consists of various prefecture-level cities. As for The areas outside the prefecture-level cities, they are uninhabited zones, desolate and deserted, filled with buildings left behind during humanity's migration, serving as a buffer zone between the cities occupied by humans and the wilderness occupied by monsters. Therefore, in that place, although there are cameras, they are far less dense than in the cities. Moreover, due to the vastness of the area, once one delves deeper, it is generally hard to be discovered. Otherwise, with the current powerful and terrifying surveillance system of the country, it would be impossible for them to take several days to find the whereabouts of the Hydra. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but marvel at how cunning the Hydra truly was. He then said on the phone, "All right, since Brother Wang has found the exact hiding place of the Hydra, I will come over now and assist Brother Wang in capturing it." Thinking of the 20 million bounty on the Hydra's head, Linny couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He estimated that he was about to break through to the martial artist level soon, and once he truly broke through, there would be many things he needed to buy, such as weapons, techniques, and other auxiliary items. These things are expensive, and the remaining 50,000 he had was merely a drop in the bucket. He probably couldn't even afford any one of them, even if he shamelessly asked his parents for the 100,000 back. So, Linny was indeed in dire need of money right now. Then Linny, hurry over. We will set out to capture the Hydra in the uninhabited zone at 7 o'clock tonight. I still need to notify the others, so I'll hang up for now. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang Yan quickly reminded him and then hung up the phone. More than 40 minutes passed, and at 5:55 p.m., Lin Yi took the bus again to the 6 gates of the revival district. "Ha ha, Brother Lin is here, come, let me introduce you." Led by a young constable, as soon as Lin Yi entered a conference hall, he immediately spotted the muscular and fierce Liang Yongzheng, who looked like a ferocious tiger. At that moment, Liang Yongzheng's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yi, and he approached with a broad smile, then began to introduce Lin Yi one by one. He first pointed to a young, cold-looking man dressed in a deep red constable uniform, holding a straight knife, and then said, "Brother Lin, do you see this person? This is the head constable from another county in Yung City, Yuanlin County, named Li Xingfeng. He is a 7th-level martial artist and also a top student who graduated from Yenjing University last year. Because he has a good relationship with your brother Wang, he came here personally at his invitation to help. I heard you are from Yuanlin County, so I thought I'd introduce you to each other. Head Constable Li." Upon hearing Liang Yongzheng's introduction, Lin Yi quickly cupped his hands in greeting to Li Xingfeng. Li Xingfeng nodded slightly, forcing a smile on his cold face. This person is indeed as cold as his appearance suggests. Ha ha, Brother Lin, Head Constable Li is like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Don't mind it, once you get familiar with him, you'll understand. Let me introduce you to the others. No problem, thank you, Brother Liang. Lin Yi expressed his understanding. It was clear that Li Xingfeng was the proud and aloof type. The fact that he could barely smile at him already indicated his regard, so there was no need to demand more from him. Alright, Brother Lin truly has a good temperament. Seeing Lin Yi understand, Liang Yongzheng immediately smiled and praised him, then said, "Next, let me introduce you to the other brothers. This is Zhang Ziang, the head of the Morning Light Martial Arts Hall, a martial artist at the 3rd level. This is Constable Sun Hai, a martial artist at the 3rd level. This is Constable Lu Ji, a martial artist at the 2nd level. This is..." Liang Yongzheng quickly introduced Lin Yi, while the martial arts hallmasters and constables smiled and nodded at Lin Yi in greeting. As ordinary martial artists, their strength had likely peaked in this lifetime. How could they dare to look down on Lin Yi, a genius with boundless potential? Naturally, they were all enthusiastic. Thus, under Liang Yongzheng's introduction, soon all 9 strong individuals present, including Li Xingfeng, were introduced. After about 30 to 40 minutes, Wang Yan, the head of the 6 doors in the revival district, also arrived. Alright, since everyone is here, we won't wait until 7 o'clock. Let's set off now. We aim to capture the Hydra and others as soon as possible. At this point, Wang Yan's gaze sharpened, his expression serious, and in an instant, a powerful aura emanated from him, as if he were a formidable beast, captivating all. Half an hour later, in a dilapidated building nearly 100 years old, led by Wang Yan, a group of people arrived here. He first had Liang Yongzheng, Lin Yi, and others gathered downstairs. Then, he took the lead, leaping lightly to a height of 7 or 8 meters. After that, with a push of his foot, he soared again like a light bird, using the walls' strength to jump effortlessly into the building several meters high, arriving outside a room. In front of the door, Wang Yan pressed his palm lightly, and in the next moment, a sound echoed from the rusted, nearly decayed iron door that had endured a century of time. Bang bang bang. Open the door, we're checking the water meter. Ha! Hearing the knocking from outside, 3 men inside the house, who were devouring their food, exchanged glances, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Run! A loud shout came from one of the tall, sturdy men. Immediately, another short, muscular man and a tall, thin man also sprang to their feet. Bang! 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 The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as 3 figures suddenly descended from the 10-meter-high building. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xingfeng, who had been looking down at the straight knife in his hand, suddenly sharpened his gaze, lifting his head to see, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as a hawk's, and he immediately spoke, "Everyone, listen up. The Hydra has appeared. Brother Liang, you and Wang Yan hold off Snake 3, I'll deal with Snake 6, and the rest of you handle Snake 9. Bang! Before Li Xingfeng's words fell, a massive pit exploded from the shattered concrete beneath his feet, and he propelled himself forward with that force, pouncing towards the target like a cheetah. Clang! A piercing flash of the blade appeared. Under the moonlit night, Li Xingfeng's straight knife had suddenly unsheathed, reflecting the bright light of the moon in the sky, illuminating his cold face. Die! Li Xingfeng shouted sharply, and the straight knife in his hand suddenly glowed with a layer of faint blue inner energy, appearing ghostly and ominous, filled with murderous intent before slicing through the night sky towards a person. Everyone, attack together! After Li Xingfeng made his move, Liang Yongzheng also sprang into action, charging towards a figure. Kill! 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 At this moment, Lin Yi no longer held back, joining the other constables to surround the last figure. Humph! You ants dare to provoke my tiger's whiskers! Seeing the strongest Wang Yan, Li Xingfeng, and Liang Yongzheng attacking Snake 3 and Snake 6, the short and sturdy Snake 9 felt a surge of joy in his heart, sneering disdainfully, and his body, which had been fleeing, suddenly came to a halt. Then they charged directly at Lin Yi and the other 8 martial artists, those at the second and third levels, with a triumphant air as if there were no tigers in the mountains and the monkeys were claiming kingship. Everyone, let's go together and kill him. As Snake 9 rushed over fiercely, Lin Yi felt, for some reason, that his heart was not filled with the fear and tension he had experienced during his first battle. Instead, he felt his body burning, his head throbbing, and his eyes filled with excitement. With a loud roar, he charged towards Snake 9 along with the others. Boom! A blast of air exploded in the sky as Lin Yi clapped his palms forward. Instantly, the airflow in the air seemed to be drawn in, forming a whirlwind that swirled around Lin Yi's palms. Then, crackle! A series of static electricity crackling sounds echoed in the surrounding air. Under the moonlight, tiny bolts of lightning generated from the friction in the air surrounding Lin Yi's body. Wind and Thunder Palm, a top-tier martial skill of the human rank, was already immensely powerful. Although Lin Yi could not unleash its full might due to the lack of internal energy, under his profound technique, it still displayed remarkable power at this moment. Brother E is amazing. Everyone, hurry up. Let's take down this little dwarf together. Seeing Lin Yi's extraordinary move, the other martial artists were greatly inspired and began to unleash their own ultimate skills. 5 Tiger Blade Technique, Thunder Palm, Willow Sword Technique. The faint moonlight scattered across the street, and as the group of martial artists began to unleash their power, colorful internal energy filled the entire street. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. All around the long street, countless explosions erupted, as if explosives were continuously detonating in the area. The crowd joined forces to besiege Snake 9, and wherever they struck, the streets would shatter, and wherever they collided, the walls would collapse. In an instant, dust rose on the battlefield, and concrete and stones flew everywhere. Ah, you ants, you are forcing me. In the center of the battlefield, besieged by the crowd, Snake 9 roared angrily. First, he slapped a martial artist's long knife away with one palm, then leaped and exchanged a palm strike with the charging Lin Yi, finally landing effortlessly several meters away like a cat. But in the next moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his muscles rolled as if countless mice were scurrying around in his clothes. Hara! Not long after, a tearing sound of fabric echoed in the air. At that moment, Snake 9's white shirt suddenly exploded, revealing his rock-solid muscles beneath iron cloth shirt. Seeing Snake 9's body reflecting a faint silver light under the moonlight, some martial artists gasped in shock. The iron cloth shirt was a rare physical training technique. Although it also belonged to the human rank martial skills, its rarity was comparable to that of the earth rank. Moreover, its power was not to be underestimated. Once successfully cultivated, the body would become incredibly tough, like steel, without even needing to exert any energy. Once activated, the entire body would turn silver white, with flesh comparable to tempered steel. Not to mention the same rank, even martial artists with a slightly higher cultivation level would find it extremely difficult to break through. However, while this skill was powerful, it was not without flaws. Once activated, after the battle, the user would fall into a state of extreme weakness. At that time, not to mention the same level martial artists, even an ordinary student at the 3rd or 4th level could kill them. Therefore, this was also a life-risking technique. Once unleashed, it meant the user was truly fighting for their life. This thief's skill is formidable. Everyone, do not clash with him head-on, just engage in guerrilla tactics. Once his activation time is up, we can easily take him down. Seeing Snake 9's overwhelming might, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus trampling the ground towards them, the startled martial artist quickly reminded. Hee. Too late. Snake 9 let out a cold laugh upon seeing this, his body accelerating wildly, completely ignoring the blades and palm strikes aimed at him. With a single palm, he struck fiercely at a martial artist. Boom! A sound of air exploding suddenly rang out, as if the void itself was about to be shattered by Snake 9. Under the moonlight, his palm, reflecting a silvery glow, shone brilliantly, striking down mercilessly on a martial artist's long sword. In an instant, clang! The martial artist's sword shattered, turning into shards of steel that shot out like hidden weapons in all directions, the powerful kinetic energy piercing through the walls in an instant. Meanwhile, under that palm, the martial artist was sent flying off the ground, as if struck by a speeding car, soaring over 10 meters before crashing into a wall, buried beneath the rubble of broken reinforced concrete. In that moment, his life and death were uncertain. Not good. Snake 9 is formidable. He definitely possesses more than just the strength of a 4th-level martial artist. Seeing Snake 9's overwhelming might, the other martial artists were all horrified, fear etched on their faces. A 4th-level martial artist, while much stronger than anyone present, would still struggle under their combined assault. Even using a technique like the iron cloth shirt, which could elevate one's strength to rival that of a 5th-level martial artist, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed against so many attacks, let alone strike down a 3rd-level martial artist to the brink of death. Unless Snake 9 was far beyond the strength of a 4th-level martial artist. You guessed it, but so what? Snake 9 sneered coldly at their words, then mockingly said, "Today, not just you, but everyone present will die. Especially you, little beast." Under the moonlit night, Snake 9 chuckled softly, licking the fresh blood that remained on his hands, resembling a legendary demon descending upon the world, evil and terrifying, with a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Although many martial artists had surrounded him, most posed little threat. It was only this young, seemingly insignificant little beast who attacked him fiercely, forcing him to unleash his ultimate skills. The thought of being weak for an entire month afterward filled Snake 9 with deep resentment. Die! Snake 9 roared, his body suddenly surging forward, covering the 10-meter distance in a single leap. Then, his two silvery hands came crashing down towards Lin Yi like two giant axes, aiming to tear him in half. Protect the little brother. The other martial artists were instantly alarmed, shouting angrily as they rushed to attack Snake 9. But their strikes had no effect on him at all. Under their assault, Snake 9's expression remained fierce, his palms like axes, striking down towards Lin Yi. Swish! The air was easily torn apart beneath Snake 9's palm. Before it even reached him, a fierce gust of wind that felt like it could rip skin was already rushing towards Lin Yi. Seeing the ferocity in Snake 9's eyes, Lin Yi's heart raced, blood coursing through his body, and his scalp tingled. Hunyuan Wind Thunder Palm. In this critical moment, Lin Yi roared inwardly, raising both palms high, exerting force, his arm veins bulging as if he were a legendary overlord lifting a cauldron, a divine being supporting the heavens. In the air, a tempest far stronger than before surged forth, 10 times more powerful. The sound of howling winds erupted. Threads of lightning intertwined. Under the moonlit night, Lin Yi bathed in the wind and thunder, resembling a deity from ancient myths who commanded the elements, majestic and solemn. Bang! In the void, their palms collided, and a powerful explosion echoed. The cement ground within a few meters instantly cracked, as if explosives had detonated, sending countless dust particles into the air, obscuring the sky and blocking everyone's view. Little brother, how is he? Someone asked, unable to suppress their curiosity, watching the dust-filled battlefield. I'm fine. A voice emerged from the battlefield as the dust slowly settled. On the battlefield, Lin Yi had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his complexion somewhat pale, but his eyes shone like stars. Although Shijio was strong, he ultimately managed to block this palm strike. You actually managed to block my palm. Seeing Lin Yi withstand his full force strike, Shijio, who was thrown back several meters, showed a look of astonishment. The horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt, while merely a human tier martial skill, possessed considerable power, subtly surpassing first-rate human tier martial skills. If one had to categorize it, it could be called the pinnacle of human tier. Thus, even though this martial skill emphasized physical defense, its enhancement of strength was not insignificant. He was a 5th-level martial artist, inherently possessing over 5,200 kilograms of immense strength, and once he unleashed his power, it had already surpassed 6,000. Coupled with his small success-level human tier martial skill, the shattered jade palm, that palm strike had already exceeded 8,000 kilograms. Such terrifying power, striking a mere martial apprentice who hadn't even cultivated internal energy, and he didn't die. At that moment, Shijio was immensely shocked. Ha, Shijio, you can't kill me. Seeing Shijio's horrified expression, Lin Yi laughed. The innate body, the talent of a martial sage, naturally endowed him with more than just ordinary innate divine strength. Compared to ordinary innate divine strength, Lin Yi's innate body seemed to be capable of growth. At the 8th level of martial apprenticeship, his original base strength was over 800 kilograms, but with the enhancement of the innate body, it broke through 1,800 kilograms. And when he broke through to the 9th level of martial apprenticeship, his base strength exceeded 900 kilograms, unexpectedly reaching a terrifying 2,200 kilograms under the enhancement of the innate body. This, Lin Yi had secretly tested at the 6 doors over the past few days. Only he knew. Ha, I didn't expect little brother Lin Yi to be so powerful. Everyone, let's go together. Kill this shorty. Seeing Lin Yi display such great power, able to stand toe-to-toe with Shijio, the other martial artists, although unaware of why Lin Yi was so formidable, all showed expressions of great joy. In the end, it was unclear who shouted, but they all rushed to surround Shijio. However, this time, they took Lin Yi as the main force, with the others merely assisting. Moreover, this time, everyone completely denied Shijio the opportunity for a direct confrontation. Once Shijio struck in anger, the others would use their swords and blades to block and weaken the attack, and then Lin Yi would take on the remaining force. As a result, Lin Yi was not injured again, and the others also suffered no casualties. Third brother, 6th brother, hurry up and take action. The 6 doors shouldn't have any other strong fighters left this time. There's no need to hide our strength until the critical moment to take hostages for survival. Quickly unleash your true strength and eliminate all these courthounds. After 7 or 8 minutes, seeing that he couldn't do anything to these martial artists under Lin Yi's blockade, and with the time for his horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt's power gradually running out, Shijio felt a surge of urgency in his heart and quickly shouted to Shisan and Shi Lu on the other sides of the battlefield. Ha, good. I'd been holding back for too long. Hearing Shijio's voice, Shi Lu laughed heartily. Just then, he, who had been struggling under Li Xingfang's light blue straight sword, suddenly felt his aura surge, his internal energy greatly increasing. Little brat, die. A cold glint flashed in Shi Lu's eyes as he flipped his palm. In an instant, to Li Xingfang's view, the entire world seemed to turn chaotic, surrounded by darkness. Human tier martial skill, the great black sky palm. Seeing this, Li Xingfang's heart skipped a beat, and the straight sword originally aimed at Shi Lu instantly reversed. In the blink of an eye, his internal energy erupted and the straight sword drew arcs like a vortex, dispersing Shilu's power. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Shilu's palm struck heavily against Li Xingfeng's body. His strength was ultimately still a bit inferior to Snake 6. Even though he tried his best to deflect the force, he still took a hit. Gulp! A trace of blood rose from Li Xingfeng's throat, and the next moment, a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Martial Artist Level 9. Li Xingfeng pronounced these words slowly, a strong shock evident in his eyes. Ha ha, die, die. At the moment Snake 6 unleashed his power, Snake 3 also began to go all out upon hearing Snake 9's words. He waved his hands, creating shadows of palms that sent the surrounding air swirling. Under his feet, chunks of concrete shattered as he stomped down, while in front of him, Wang Yan and Liang Yongzhan were struggling, on the brink of collapse. Ha ha, so refreshing, so exhilarating. Snake 3 laughed wildly, his meaty palms moving in a flurry, pressing down on Wang Yan and Liang Yongzhan, making it hard for them to breathe. His cultivation was even stronger than Snake 6, having already reached the first level of martial master. Moreover, what made him even more terrifying than Snake 6 was that he possessed a fearsome earth-level martial skill, Angry Wind Divine Palm. With this Divine Palm, even though he had been severely injured by the martial master from the Six Doors headquarters that day, and even though his current strength had greatly diminished, he was still more than enough to overpower a martial artist at level 9. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed in this desolate wasteland. After Snake 3, Snake 6, and Snake 9 fully unleashed their power, both Wang Yan and Li Xingfeng from the Six Doors side instantly fell into a disadvantage. If it weren't for Liang Yongzheng being a martial artist at level 9 and Wang Yan and Li Xingfeng having extraordinary martial arts and skills due to their background from Yen University, they would have likely been defeated long ago. However, even so, under the overwhelming strength of Snake 3 and Snake 6, Li Xingfeng and Wang Yan were also in a precarious situation, unable to hold on for much longer. Bang! Another explosive sound rang out. In the center of the battlefield, Wang Yan gathered his internal energy and clashed palms with Snake 3 once more, only to be sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth in an instant. However, thanks to this palm strike, Wang Yan managed to create some distance from Snake 3. After that, he did not continue to attack but instead, under the moonlight, observed the situation on the battlefield. In these three battlefields, Liang Yongzhan was sent flying by Snake 3, blood spurting from his mouth. Li Xingfeng's face was pale, his shirt soaked in blood, and the straight knife in his hand trembled slightly, yet his expression remained cold and stern. On Lin Yi's side, although he had briefly suppressed Snake 9 with his explosive power, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Now, Snake 9 had found an opportunity to knock both martial artists down to the ground, their lives uncertain. Seeing this tragic scene, Wang Yan's eyes turned red. If it weren't for his reckless ambition, underestimating the strength of Snake 3, Snake 6, and Snake 9, how could so many people have fallen into such peril? How could innocent Liang Yongzhang, Lin Yi, and others have been dragged into this? It's my fault. Seeing yet another martial arts hallmaster knocked down by Snake 9, life or death unknown, Wang Yan painfully closed his eyes. Wang Yan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me. In Wang Yan's moment of despair, Liang Yongzhan was once again sent flying by Snake 3. Brother Liang, no need to fight anymore, just escape. Wang Yan said in anguish. Escape? Why should I escape? Liang Yongzheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the words. Because I don't want you to die here, Wang Yan replied, pain evident in his eyes. Then tell me, why do you want to die here? Liang Yongzheng asked again. Because for someone to live, someone must die. And as the captain of the Six Doors, it is my responsibility to protect the people of China and ensure that you live first, Wang Yan said with determination. In his eyes, responsibility? But you've only been captain for 10 months. Is this responsibility really that significant to you? Liang Yongzheng asked for the third time, unable to believe it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell silent. At that moment, images of his parents, relatives, friends, and brothers flashed rapidly through his mind. Regret, sorrow, guilt, and struggle surfaced in his eyes. In just a brief moment, a torrent of emotions surged within him, but ultimately he thought back to the day he joined the Six Gates. On that sunny morning, the oath he had taken still echoed in his mind as he nodded slowly yet firmly, saying, yes, this responsibility, to me, is greater than the heavens. Tears welled up in Wang Yan's eyes, hot drops streaming down his face. At the same time, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. All officers of the Six Gates, heed my command. Do everything in your power to entangle your opponents. Let Lin Yi and the other martial arts masters leave first. We will stay behind to cover. In this battle, we fight with our lives. As Wang Yan's furious shout echoed, it instantly spread in all directions, causing everyone, including Lin Yi, to feel a jolt in their hearts. A brief silence ensued, but in the next moment, a thunderous response erupted. Yes, yes, yes. In the desolate no man's land, voices like mountain roars and tidal waves rose, shaking the surrounding walls and causing dust to fall. At that moment, whether it was Li Xingfeng, the head of the far-off Lin County, or ordinary officers like Sun Hai and Lu Ji, all wore solemn expressions and unhesitatingly accepted Wang Yan's command, even knowing that following this order would mean certain death, even with lingering concerns in their hearts. Yet they remained resolute, simply because, where responsibility lies, they march forward without hesitation. They are officers of the Six Gates, and their identity inherently carries the duty to protect the people of Huaxia. This responsibility is greater than the Heavens! Under the moonlit night, the thunderous roars fell, and the officers stood united. At this moment, Wang Yan seemed to be infected by the atmosphere, a flush appearing on his pale face, his handsome features filled with boundless ambition. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength rising from within, supporting him. To raise his arm high, piercing the sky like a divine blade, then swinging down heavily. Brothers, follow me, kill, 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 kill. As Wang Yan's voice fell, the eyes of the many officers turned red, and they erupted in furious roars, recklessly charging at their respective opponents. The great battle, about to ignite. Who? The howling wind rushed past his ears. Under the bright moonlight, in the desolate no-man's land, Lin Yi, Liang Yongzhang, and the three surviving martial arts masters were sprinting frantically towards the city, casting long shadows behind them. Yes, they had finally left. Not because they feared death, but, thinking of this, Lin Yi's face showed pain. He recalled the determination on Wang Yan and the officers' faces. He remembered Li Xingfeng coughing blood yet still coldly charging towards Shi Lu. He also recalled an ordinary officer beside him who, upon seeing him still there, let out a thunderous roar. Lin Yi, if you don't leave, do you want us to die for nothing? Do you want us to die for nothing? Do you want us to die for nothing? This furious shout echoed repeatedly in Lin Yi's mind, ringing in his head, causing his heart to twist in agony. It pained him deeply. That officer was a stranger to him. Even after Liang Yongzheng's introduction, he had already forgotten his name. Yet, this person, who had no connection to him, had unhesitatingly sacrificed his life to save him for the belief in his heart, for the responsibility he bore. His strength was clearly weaker than Lin Yi's, but at that moment, Lin Yi felt he was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger. Why can't I break through as a martial artist? If I could break through, then with the system, I could directly reach the 9th level of martial artists, and at that time, everyone would be saved. But why can't I break this last little bottleneck? Lin Yi gritted his teeth tightly, roaring in his heart. Aside from not being admitted to high school 3 years ago, which caused his parents to bow and scrape for his future, he had never felt such intense self-hatred as he did now. Because of his incompetence, many heroes were about to lose their lives. Because of his incompetence, those 3 pigs and dogs would go unpunished. Although Lin Yi was well aware that this was not his responsibility, he was merely invited by Wang Yan to lend a hand. Even if this mission failed, even if Wang Yan, Li Xingfeng, and the other constables were killed, none of this was his fault, and no one would blame him for it. However, to escape in such a cowardly manner, allowing so many heroes to suffer and die at the hands of pigs and dogs, this was truly unacceptable. Lin Yi's eyes turned red. At that moment, he suddenly felt his heart beating faster than ever before. At that moment, he felt the blood in his body surging like mighty rivers. At that moment, he sensed the spiritual energy of the world. It was right in front of him. Integrate into my body. Give me the power to break through the martial artist realm. Lin Yi roared in his heart. Then, under the strength of his innate body, the spiritual energy of the world surged towards Lin Yi's physical form, flowing through his pores and into his meridians. Finally, like rivers converging into the sea, it flowed into his dantian, transforming into the first strand of internal energy. He had achieved the martial artist realm. Swish! A sound of shoe soles scraping against the ground echoed in the silent wasteland as Lin Yi halted his escape. Lin, why did you stop? Hurry! Up and go! Don't waste the chance for survival that Wang Yan and the others are fighting for with their lives. Seeing Lin Yi suddenly stop, Liang Yongzhang spoke anxiously. Brother Liang, you all go ahead. I need to go back. Lin Yi said firmly, his bright eyes shimmering with an infinite light. Go back? Liang Yongzhang was taken aback, then shouted, Lin Yi, are you out of your mind? What are you going back for? Do you think your little strength can change the tide of battle? Lin Yi, I admit you are talented, but this is not the time for you to act on impulse. Come, return to the city with me. Liang Yongzhang said urgently, reaching out his hand, intending to subdue Lin Yi and take him away. He was a 9th level martial artist. His punch strength had long surpassed 9,000 kilograms. Even though he was injured now, a casual grab would not be something Lin Yi, a mere martial apprentice, could withstand. Even if this martial apprentice had innate divine strength, even if he seemed to master a powerful, explosive martial technique, it wouldn't matter, simply because he was a 9th level martial artist. Liang Yongzhang was very confident about this. Bang! A slight collision sound rang out as Liang Yongzhang's palm collided with Lin Yi's arm in an instant. But at that moment, he felt an overwhelming force erupt from Lin Yi. Instantly, it sent his hand flying back. This was internal energy. Lin Yi, little brother, you. Seeing the scene, Liang Yongzhang was also a bit dazed. Yes, brother Liang, you guessed it right. I have broken through the martial artist realm. Seeing Liang Yongzhang's shocked expression, Lin Yi grinned. After breaking through the martial artist realm, internal energy could circulate to any part of the body. Therefore, the Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand was no longer limited to exploding through the palm. Although the power unleashed through the palm was the greatest, the power unleashed through other parts of the body could still reach 5 times the original punch strength. This strength, while not as powerful as Liang Yongzhang's full force strike, was still much stronger than his casual grab. Lin Yi thought silently. His body swiftly returned towards Wang Yan and the others like a phantom. This time, he would save the heroes and slay the pigs and dogs. System, modify my cultivation to 100 years later. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred. After breaking through the martial artist realm, the system's modification limit had increased tenfold, allowing it to be adjusted to 100 years later. However, the modification of his own cultivation could only increase the accumulation of quantity and could not break through the bottleneck. A bottleneck is something he must comprehend on his own. In other words, even if Lin Yi's talent is terrifying, after modifying for 100 years or 1,000 years, he can only break through to the peak of this realm. To advance to the next level, he must understand it himself and break the bottleneck. In Lin Yi's mind, this system prompt information appeared abruptly. The next moment, his aura suddenly surged. Martial artist first level, martial artist second level, martial artist third level, martial artist fourth level. His aura rapidly climbed, easily breaking through the thresholds of the martial artist realm, until finally reaching martial artist ninth level. In the battlefield of the no man's land, explosions continued to erupt. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, blood flowing everywhere, with several corpses of ordinary constables from the 6 doors lying on the side of the street. At this moment, Shijio had already dealt with all the ordinary constables and began to join Shi Lu in besieging Li Xingfeng. In the battlefield, Li Xingfeng's face was as pale as paper, yet his expression remained cold, as if death could not shake him. In his hand, a straight knife stood upright in front of him, with faint blue inner energy swirling, confronting both Shi Lu and Shijio. Shijio looked at Li Xingfeng's indifferent face but couldn't help but shrink his neck, a hint of fear on his face as he said, "Sixth brother, this kid really lives up to being from Yen University. His cultivation is clearly only at the martial artist 7th level and he can still fight back and forth with you, which is bad enough. What's even more infuriating is that he actually has explosive secret techniques, similar to self-sacrifice decision. He was clearly on the verge of collapse just a moment ago, but now he starts to explode. And his strength is even stronger than before." Looking at the knife wound on his silver-white body, blood gushing in deep enough to see the bone, Shijio exclaimed in horror. In that case, old Joe, you just wait for an opportunity to sneak attack from the side. I will face him head-on. Upon hearing this, Shi Lu frowned, and there was also a hint of hatred in his eyes as he looked at Li Xingfeng. That day, he had already been injured by a strongman from the 6 doors headquarters in Yangchang. Although his injuries had mostly healed by today, they were not completely healed, and now he was fighting with Li Xingfeng. Although he appeared to have the upper hand on the surface, he was actually quite injured. After this battle, he might be heavily injured for a long time. Again, which made him feel nothing but hatred. Little brat, die. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent was unabashedly revealed in Shi Lu's eyes as he gathered his inner energy and began to attack Li Xingfeng. Meanwhile, Shijio hovered nearby, like a venomous snake, fiercely staring at Li Xingfeng as if he would strike fatally the moment he found an opportunity. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not get that chance. Instead, he awaited Lin Yi's arrival. Pat, pat. The soft footsteps instantly startled the tense Shijio nearby. Hearing the sound, Shijio was taken aback, quickly looking towards the source of the sound, and shouted, "Who? Me?" As soon as the words fell, under Shijio's wary gaze, Lin Yi, dressed in black, emerged from the darkness. And by the moonlight, Shijio saw Lin Yi's face and immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, I thought it was someone, turns out it's you little beast. What, just barely escaped with your life, and now you're so eager to come back and die?" Shijio sneered, his face full of mockery. He couldn't provoke Li Xingfeng, but could he not handle Lin Yi, this soft persimmon? Die? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. "Yes, it's to die. But it's to send you to your death." Boom! As Lin Yi's words fell, before Shijio could respond, a thunderous explosion erupted in this no man's land. The concrete ground beneath Lin Yi's feet instantly shattered, and his body swept through the air like a ghost. What? This speed? Watching Lin Yi's figure suddenly disappear before his eyes, Shijio's pupils widened in shock, but in the next moment he heard a cold voice whispering in his ear, "This punch is for killing and smuggling D goods." Bang! Before the sound faded, Shijio felt an intense pain surge from behind. Then, his body was sent flying, as if struck by a speeding truck, soaring into the air. Crack, crack, crack. The air was filled with the sickening sound of bones shattering. Shijio watched in horror as the silver light on his skin instantly extinguished. One punch, just one punch. His mastery of the horizontal forging ironcloth, which could withstand the attacks of a 6th-level martial artist, was unexpectedly shattered. Ah! In the sky, Shijio screamed in agony. But before he could hit the ground, that voice, like a demon's whisper, appeared in his ear again. "This punch is for resisting arrest and killing a hero." Boom! Another dull sound echoed, and this time, Lin Yi's fist landed heavily on Shijio's face. Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Shijio's mouth. Under this overwhelming punch, Lin Yi smashed Shijio's entire face. His nose collapsed, his lips tore, his eyeballs burst, blood coughed from his mouth. In an instant, red, black, yellow, and green splattered from the sky, as if a dyehouse had opened. Finally, under the force of gravity, Shijio's body crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, Shijio's mind was in chaos, feeling as if his life was nearing its end. However, before he could regain his senses, he heard that voice, seemingly from the depths of hell. "This punch has no reason. Because I just want to hit you, to kill you, you beast." Lin Yi roared, descending from the sky, and punched Shijio on the head. Boom! Under Lin Yi's unmatched punch, Shijio's head was instantly obliterated. Then, Lin Yi's fist struck the ground, the residual force cracking the concrete within a radius of several meters. At the center of the fist, a pit nearly half a meter in diameter appeared, burying half of Shijio's headless body. In ancient times, the hero Lu Zhishan, upon witnessing injustice, roared and killed the villain with 3 punches. Today, although Lin Yi may not possess the righteousness of the ancients, he is willing to stand up for the many heroes, avenging their deep-seated blood feud, killing Shijio with 3 punches. Thus, one of the leaders of the largest smuggling organization in Yang City, the Hydra, Shijio, is dead. Good. Brother Lin Yi is amazing. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan, dressed in a red robe and covered in blood, suddenly brightened, cheering with joy, his pale face now slightly flushed with excitement. And beside Lin Yi, the cold-faced Li Xingfeng, who looked like a corpse, couldn't help but crack a smile. Yes, who would want to die if they could live? Although Lin Yi's 3 punches were simple, they showed him the hope of victory. And the hope of survival. What? Old Jiu. Seeing Shijio killed so quickly by Lin Yi, Shilu, and Shisan beside him were instantly horrified, their faces turning pale with fear. Although Shijio's strength was somewhat lacking, he was still a master at the 5th level of martial arts. Once he unleashed the horizontal forging iron cloth, he could transform into a silver figure, his body as tough as tempered steel, with defenses that skyrocketed, making him nearly invincible at the same level. In such a situation, only powerful martial artists from Yan University or other prominent families, like Wang Yan and Li Xingfeng, could hope to harm Shijio. Even a 7th level martial artist would have to expend considerable effort. But now, Shijio was killed by this little brat in 3 punches? Seeing this scene, Shilu and Shisan were filled with dread, because they had just witnessed Lin Yi's might, and they questioned whether they could withstand those 3 punches if they were in Shijio's place. Run! As soon as the thought crossed their minds, San and Shilu seemed to share a silent understanding, simultaneously unleashing their internal power to send their respective opponents flying, eager to escape this dead zone. Yes, for them, any place where Lin Yi existed was no different from a dead zone. Xingfeng, block him! Seeing Shisan and Shilu attempting to flee, Wang Yan immediately shouted angrily, channeling his internal energy and striking out. Although Li Xingfeng, standing nearby, did not speak, the straight knife in his hand had already answered for him. Hara! A piercing flash of the blade sliced through the air, a pale blue internal energy erupting as it slashed towards Shilu's back, who was fleeing ahead. Damn it! Sensing the endless sharpness approaching from behind, Shilu's heart raced and he had no choice but to turn and strike back with a palm. Boom! A vast surge of internal power erupted and Shilu deflected the blade, but before he could feel any joy, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Crackle! Lightning surged in the void. In Shilu's terrified gaze, the entire world seemed to turn a blinding white. The pure white thunderbolt flashed before his eyes, and he saw a hand, seemingly carved from beautiful jade, reaching out from the endless lightning, as if a lover were caressing their most beloved. Finally, gently, it pressed against his forehead. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out and Lin Yi's figure vanished, leaving behind a headless corpse in its place. Shi Lu was dead. Old Lu! A terrified voice escaped from Shisan's lips. Seeing Lin Yi's ferocity, Shisan dared not linger. Unleashing all his strength to perform the angry wind divine palm to break free from Wang Yan, he then crazily sprinted towards the wilderness area. Although the wilderness was dangerous, filled with numerous martial artists and even more powerful beasts than innate martial artists, at least there was a glimmer of hope if he could get in. However, if he stayed here and was caught by that little beast, he would undoubtedly die. Having witnessed Shilu's death, Shisan understood even more the might of Lin Yi's palm. That palm was definitely beyond the level of a martial artist. In fact, Shisan felt that even if he fully recovered from his injuries and returned to the martial artist realm, he would still be unable to withstand that palm. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of freak is this? How can someone so young be so strong? Wasn't he just unable to defeat old Jiao? How could he become this strong in just a short tea break? I just hope he fears the beasts in the wilderness and doesn't come after me. Otherwise, I will truly be doomed. Shisan silently prayed in his heart while his internal energy erupted beneath him, executing his unique lightness skill, sprinting towards the wilderness like a cannonball. His speed was incredibly fast, breaking 100 meters every second. But just as he was getting closer to the wilderness, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away from escaping into it, a figure suddenly appeared in his path. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can his speed be faster than mine? I practice Earth-level lightness skills. Looking at Lin Yi's figure ahead, Shisan roared in his heart, wanting to flee in another direction. But he had no chance left, because Lin Yi's palm had already reached before his eyes. Crackle! The sound of lightning crackled, and as Shisan turned his head, he was suddenly blinded by a brilliant light, an overwhelming radiance bursting forth, making him feel as if he had entered the sacred paradise depicted in the Western Bible. But deep down, he knew this was hell for him. Lord, spare me. The begging voice had just begun to sound when it abruptly stopped. Just a few kilometers from the wilderness, in the desolate area, a headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Although Shisan had seen boundless light, resembling paradise before his death, he had committed too many sins in his life. Even in death, he would likely only end up in hell. Thus, a generation's tyrant, Shisan, was dead. Ha! Finally dead. That dog ran really fast, almost escaped into the wilderness. Looking at the corpse of Shisan on the ground, Lin Yi let out a sigh, somewhat lamenting. Compared to attacking, his speed was still a bit slow. Although the Hunyuan Wind Thunderhand could harness the power of the gale, greatly enhancing his speed, it still fell short compared to the Earth level lightness skills specifically designed for swift escapes. After reaching the 9th level of a martial artist, Lin Yi discovered that, thanks to the innate strength of his body, his internal energy was far stronger than that of an average 9th level martial artist, almost equivalent to the level of a typical 1st level martial master. With such a level of internal energy, the speed he could unleash was extremely terrifying, yet he almost let the heavily injured 1st level martial artist Shisan escape. This shows how important a good lightness skill is for a martial artist's speed. Search him, see if we can find the manual for this. Lightness skill. Lin Yi's mind stirred and he began to search the corpse. In this era, martial artists no longer needed to carry manuals like in ancient times, to constantly reference and comprehend, fearing that a single mistake would lead them astray. Nowadays, thanks to technological advancements, martial artists can generally read electronic documents of their skills directly. Of course, this is the case for most practitioners, but there is one exception. That is when a practitioner possesses the original manual personally written by the founder of the skill. Because compared to electronic documents, paper can better carry the writer's spirit and intent. If the manual of the practice skill is the original handwritten by the founder, then during the writing process, the founder's spirit and intent would gradually be infused into the manual. This spirit and intent can greatly assist a martial artist in their practice, helping them grasp the ineffable essence needed to break through bottlenecks. Therefore, if Shisan had the original manual, it was still possible he carried it with him for constant insight. Lin Yi silently hoped for this while his hands kept moving. In less than 10 seconds, he had turned Shisan's body inside out. The result was that, indeed, there was no manual. Sigh. Seeing that after searching for so long he hadn't found the precious manual he wanted, only a few useless bank cards and a few hundred huaxia coins in cash, Lin Yi frowned slightly inside. Indeed, he had been a bit delusional. To think he could obtain such a priceless original Earth-level manual from Shisan. One must know how precious the original manual is. Although one can practice with it, the unique spirit and intent of the founder make the original manual worth more than 10 times that of a handwritten copy or an electronic version. Shisan was just an ordinary first-level martial artist. Although he was considered strong, his background was not solid enough. It was already quite difficult for him to acquire a few Earth-level martial skills, so how could he have the chance to obtain such a precious treasure as the original Earth-level martial technique? Lin Yi felt a bit disappointed, but soon he composed himself. Then, with a surge of internal energy, he summoned the surrounding gusts of wind, rushing back towards where Wang Yan and the others were. Pat, pat. Under the moonlit night, Lin Yi lightly tapped his toes, his figure darting across the ground like a nimble cheetah, covering over 100 meters every second. In less than 3 minutes, he returned to the very spot of the previous battlefield. Oh, Brother Liang, why are you back? Seeing Liang Yong sitting cross-legged behind Wang Yan channeling internal energy to heal him, Lin Yi was immediately surprised and asked, "What? Is it only you who can be a hero? Am I just supposed to be a bear?" Seeing Lin Yi rush back, Liang Yongzheng grinned, his rugged face full of flesh, looking somewhat fierce. "I didn't want to escape alone just now, to be a shameful coward. If it weren't for Wang Yan forcing me with his life, do you think I, old Liang, would be willing to bear the name of a coward? But speaking of which, you really are something. Just having broken through to a martial artist, and yet even Shisan, Shilu, and Shizhou are no match for you. That's just absurd. I was originally worried that you might run into some trouble, so I hurried back to save you in a critical moment, but I didn't expect you to have killed those beasts. That's really impressive," Liang Yongzheng said, while treating the already unconscious Wang Yan, astonished and clicking his tongue. Hearing this, Lin Yi wanted to explain the adventure he had already crafted. "Brother Liang, I am." As Lin Yi spoke, before he could finish, Liang Yongzheng shook his head and said, "Alright, you brat, no need to tell me why you're so strong. I'm not interested in that. You geniuses, who doesn't have a few secrets? I understand all that. Now, enough chit-chat, hurry up and help that kid Xingfeng. Although he's not as badly injured as Brother Wang, his injuries are still serious. If you don't go soon, he might really be in trouble." "Alright, I'm on it." Lin Yi felt a bit moved upon hearing this, nodded seriously, and then his figure flashed, arriving behind Li Xingfeng to begin channeling his internal energy, while asking with concern, "Captain Li, are you alright?" "No, I'm fine. This time, thank you very much." Li Xingfeng coughed up blood upon hearing this, his lips trembling as he expressed his gratitude, then his head tilted, and he fainted as well. This guy is really proud. Looking at Li Xingfeng's state, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, then began to focus his mind and seriously treat Li Xingfeng's injuries. About half an hour later, with a series of urgent beep-beep sounds, several ambulances from the Revival District Hospital arrived at the no man's land. "Come on, lift the patient onto the stretcher. Xiao Wang, bring the emergency equipment. Xiao Zhang, bring over the measuring instruments." As soon as the ambulance stopped, several doctors and more than a dozen nurses jumped down, each moving swiftly to perform emergency measures on Wang Yan and Li Xingfeng. Seeing this, Liang Yongzhang and Lin Yi also gave way to these professionals. After all, while internal energy is miraculous, it is not omnipotent. Although it has healing effects, when it comes to professional medical treatment, it is certainly not as good as modern medicine. "Lin, what are you doing?" After Wang Yan was rescued by the doctors, Lin Yi and Liang Yongzheng naturally had some leisure time. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi flipping over the headless corpse of Shisan, Liang Yongzheng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Liang, I'm searching the corpse." Lin Yi quickly replied upon seeing Liang Yongzheng approach. "Ha ha, searching the corpse?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Liang Yongzheng immediately laughed. "I say, Lin, you haven't read too many novels, have you? Modern society is different from ancient times. Generally, even if you have money, you would deposit it in a bank card. Who would carry around a pile of cash all day? And with a bank card, even if you have it, you can't withdraw money without the password. As for secret manuals, don't even think about it. Who would carry that thing around all the time? Lin, I think you might as well save your effort. You won't find anything good on those two Liang Yongjing smiled lightly, watching Lin Yi finish searching Shi Lu and then stubbornly go for Shi Jiao, laughing even more heartily. However, the next moment his smile abruptly stopped. Look, who said searching corpses wouldn't yield anything? Brother Liang, look, I've found something. A voice full of joy rang in Liang Yongjing's ear. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Yi smiled as he spoke, raising the secret manual in his hand and waving it proudly at Liang Yongjing. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Liang Yongjing took advantage of the bright moonlight and focused his powerful martial artist's vision. Instantly, the large characters that seemed to be written in silver paint on the manual caught his eye. Horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt. Damn, you really found it. Seeing the manual in Lin Yi's hand, even Liang Yongjing, with his temperament, couldn't help but curse. A martial arts manual containing spiritual essence was extremely precious and rare. Such manuals were generally only written by the founder of the martial art or by a powerful practitioner who had truly perfected the technique. As for what others wrote, at most, it could only be considered a copy, lacking that unique spiritual essence. Manuals like these, when practiced, had the same effect as an online electronic version, providing no enhancement, so naturally, no one was foolish enough to carry them around. Since the horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt in Lin Yi's hands was taken from Shi Jiao, it undoubtedly represented the original version containing spiritual essence. This was a true treasure. It made him feel incredibly excited. If calculated at market price, it would be worth at least 80 million Huaxia coins, and even then, it was priceless. Wow, Lin bro, you really hit the jackpot this time. You just killed Shi-san, Shi Lu, and Shi Jiao, earning that sky-high bounty released by the Six Gates. And now you've obtained the original manual of horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt. Your speed of making money is truly unbeatable. To be honest, just from this haul, the money you've earned is comparable to the savings I've painstakingly accumulated in my entire life. I really, Liang Yongjing said, suddenly at a loss for words, filled with envy for Lin Yi. In the Six Gates bounty, Shi Jiao was valued at 20 million Huaxia coins. Shi Lu was valued at 50 million Huaxia coins. As for the highest, Shi-san, the bounty was as high as 100 million. Adding these three together, it amounted to 170 million. Based on Lin Yi's contributions in this battle, he could receive 65% to 70% of that share. That meant at least over 110 million in terrifying funds. 110 million, plus the 80 million for the horizontal refinement iron cloth shirt manual. All in all, Lin Yi had earned nearly 200 million from this trip. 200 million, what an enormous sum of money. Even for a large publicly listed company with over 50,000 employees, it would be hard to come up with such a large amount of funds all at once. And for ordinary people, it was even more unimaginable, a wealth they could never earn in 100 lifetimes. But now, Lin Yi had earned it in just one night. Ha ha, you're overpraising me, brother Liang. Lin Yi chuckled at the remark and then said, in this battle, I owe it to the blessings of all you brothers that I could achieve such gains. If it weren't for you all holding off Shi-san, Shi Lu, and Shi Jiao for so long, I might have been killed by Shi Jiao and wouldn't have obtained so many things. It's just that if I could have broken through to a martial artist sooner, perhaps the martial arts hallmaster and many of the constable uncles who came with me wouldn't have lost their lives. As he spoke, Lin Yi's voice grew a bit somber, the excitement of gaining over 100 million and the manual dissipating somewhat. Sigh. Hearing this, Liang Yongjing also sighed slightly and comforted him, saying, Lin Yi, you don't need to blame yourself too much. For this, after all, no one wants such things to happen. It was our underestimation of Shi-san and their strength that led to this result. If anyone is to blame, it should be me and brother One, not you. Moreover, you did very well this time. Without you, those three beasts, Shi-san and the others, wouldn't have faced justice, and Xingfeng and brother Wang wouldn't have been saved. Liang Yongjing was earnestly persuading. He had been a martial artist for many years and had witnessed countless separations between life and death. Back in the wilderness, it was 100 times more brutal than it is now. Countless brothers had died before his eyes, and although he had survived, he bore many hidden wounds. Therefore, facing such a situation now, although he felt sadness in his heart, he could easily endure it. What he feared most was that Lin Yi, being young, might not think clearly for a moment and waste his talent. Then Wang Yan, who had invited him, and he himself would truly be guilty of a great crime. Ha ha, brother Liang, you don't need to comfort me. Upon hearing Liang Yongjing's words, Lin Yi laughed. I'm not that fragile. How could I let this matter bring me down? In the future, I still want to become a martial master, a congenital martial master, or even a martial saint. My goal is to become stronger, stronger, even stronger, until I am strong enough to clear the world of all monsters, allowing humanity to return to the fields and the mountains, and not just be able to huddle in a small city, perhaps never having seen the beauty of small bridges and flowing water, or the fragrance of flowers in the fields. Lin Yi said with a smile, his eyes filled with starlight. He had crossed over and, at a young age, was already quite mature. He also knew through the internet how difficult it was for humanity to survive under the pressure of monsters. However, his previous poor aptitude meant that even with effort, he would find it nearly impossible to become a martial artist in his lifetime. So he had no choice but to bury everything deep in his heart. But now, having obtained the time modification system, he had the opportunity to become a martial saint, or even surpass a martial saint. So naturally, he had to make a contribution to humanity. When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. This was Lin Yi's principle. Unlike many sages of Huaxia over the millennia who were selfless, and great, willing to die for their country. But when he had the ability, he would definitely not hesitate to contribute his strength. With his own power, he would sweep away all demons for his country and humanity. Good. No wonder you're the genius of Young City. Truly. Ambitious. Brother Liang will be waiting for the day you become a congenital martial master, achieve martial saint status, and clear the monsters. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Liang Yongzheng praised loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. If he had initially befriended this young man merely for his potential, now Liang Yongzheng truly admired him, feeling a genuine respect. Yes, you will see that day, brother. Liang, I swear, I will. As soon as Liang Yongzheng finished speaking, Lin Yi nodded heavily, his eyes filled with determination. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At the first hospital of the Revival District in Young City. On the white walls, in the bright ward, the pale yellow liquid in the medicine bottle dripped continuously, making a series of faint sounds. In the ward, besides the unconscious Li Xingfeng and Wang Yan, there was only Lin Yi himself. As for Liang Yongzheng, he had gone to help Wang Yan comfort the families of the deceased constables and martial arts hall masters. At this moment, Lin Yi was sitting on a chair beside Wang Yan's hospital bed, flipping through the horizontal forging ironcloth manual. Last night, Lin Yi had asked the principal for a leave of absence. One reason was that he wanted to wait until Wang Yan and the others safely woke up so he could leave with peace of mind. The second reason was that he wanted to practice the horizontal forging ironcloth manual. This technique had left a deep impression on him when it was used by Shijiao. Once executed, not only did it greatly enhance strength, but its defensive power was also terrifying. Even his perfected Hunyuan Wind Thunderhand could not harm him in the slightest. Although he was merely a martial apprentice at that time, with his congenital body and the powerful strength granted by the perfected Hunyuan Wind Thunderhand, Lin Yi was confident that if an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level were to face him, they would definitely not be able to handle him as easily as Shijiao did. Yet Shijiao was able to maintain the upper hand and kill even under the siege of himself and many martial artists. The power of this martial art is evident. System, modify iron. Cloth shirt to 100 years later. After Lin Yi finished reading, he closed the manual and recalled it in his mind once more, confirming there were no mistakes. The next moment he commanded the system in his mind. Beep beep. Host command received, system modifying. Accompanied by Lin Yi's command, the mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded. Then, Lin Yi felt a surge of powerful energy suddenly erupting within his body. Under the influence of this immense power, Lin Yi's body rapidly transformed as if forged from steel, becoming as strong as tempered steel in an instant. Several times more powerful than before. Buzz. A glimmer of silver light appeared on Lin Yi's surface. Following that, this silver light slowly grew, quickly enveloping Lin Yi entirely, turning him into a silver figure as if crafted from pure silver. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. After the divine skill reached completion, the modification did not stop. Instead, another voice emerged from the system. Buzz. Congratulations, host, this modification triggered a 100-fold critical hit. Iron cloth shirt is still being modified. As the system's voice fell, Lin Yi felt that although the changes in his body had stagnated, countless martial arts principles began to emerge in his mind. Endless inspiration and brilliance swirled in Lin Yi's heart. Under this brilliance, the iron cloth shirt technique continued to be modified, refining the essence and discarding the dross. Soon, it broke through a bottleneck. Buzz. At the moment the bottleneck shattered, a glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared on Lin Yi's silver body. In the next instant, the golden light began to rapidly cover Lin Yi's entire body just like the previous silver light. Under the golden light's coverage, the silver light quickly faded away as if an ancient army had encountered modern tanks and artillery until it completely vanished from Lin Yi's body. At this moment, Lin Yi had transformed into a sculpture that appeared to be cast entirely from gold. However, most of his body was concealed beneath his clothing, with only his exposed palms and part of his face visible in golden hue. Has it stopped? Lin Yi silently thought upon witnessing this scene. However, he ultimately underestimated the power of the system's 100-fold critical hit. Under the system's influence, his body continued to strengthen, and the golden light on his surface rapidly intensified, until, when it reached another bottleneck, the inspiration in his mind erupted once more. In that instant, the technique seemed to break through another realm. Then, it climbed steadily, continuously optimizing. Finally, it reached a final bottleneck. Congratulations, host, this modification is complete. The technique iron cloth shirt has been modified to 10,000 years later, evolving into a semi-saint level technique, indestructible diamond technique. As the system's voice fell, a transparent attribute panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes, with lines of text generating on it. Martial arts name, indestructible diamond technique grade, semi-saint. Level description, indestructible diamond technique, a semi-saint level technique created by the unparalleled genius Lin Yi from Young City No. 2 High School in Jiangnan Province after a millennium of cultivation. This technique is divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers, when mastered, grant the body the initial achievement of the indestructible body, emitting a faint golden light when activated, increasing strength by 30%, and defense ignoring attacks from opponents of the same level. The middle 3 layers, when mastered, mature the indestructible body, with a surface appearing as if cast in gold, radiating strong golden light, increasing strength by 60% and defense ignoring any attacks from opponents of 3 levels higher. The last 3 layers, when mastered, fully achieve the indestructible body, emitting blinding golden light when activated, doubling strength and defense, ignoring any attacks from opponents of 6 levels higher. Note, this technique's defense is only effective against opponents below the Saint level. Even if the host reaches the 9th level of innate martial artist, they still cannot withstand a full force strike from a martial saint. A plethora of words was inscribed on the attribute panel, and upon seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Powerful. This indestructible divine skill is truly powerful. No wonder it took 10,000 years of modification to reach the semi-saint level of martial arts. Lin Yi marveled inwardly. He was very satisfied with this modification, because the indestructible divine skill is indeed very strong. Although this martial art seems to only double one's strength, appearing to be far inferior to the earth-level primordial wind and thunder hand, in reality, the effectiveness of the indestructible divine skill absolutely far exceeds that of the primordial wind and thunder hand. It can even be said that these two are not on the same level of martial arts at all. Not to mention the terrifying defense, just talking about strength. The primordial wind and thunder hand has a 6-fold amplification, which seems stronger than the 1-fold of the indestructible divine skill. However, the primordial wind and thunder hand still relies on the martial artist's own strength. It is well known that a person cannot unleash all their strength at once. Just like the brain, no matter how smart you are, you can only utilize and develop a small part of it. This part might be 3%, or it could be 5%. In any case, it is generally very little. Martial arts like Wind and Thunder Hand and Primordial Wind and Thunder Hand utilize special methods to amplify this strength 3-fold or 6-fold. Thus, no matter how many times the martial skill is multiplied, as long as it does not exceed 100% in the end, it still uses your own strength. The indestructible divine skill, however, is different. This martial art directly enhances your essence. For example, if your original strength is 100%, you can usually unleash 3%. Then, through martial skills, you can explode to 2 times, 3 times, reaching 6%, 9%, and so on, but that's the limit. However, now that you practice the indestructible divine skill and reach the 9th level of perfection, your essential strength has actually been increased to double the original, which is 200%. This way, when you use the same martial skills, you can unleash a terrifying strength of 12%, 18%. Now, your martial arts realm has not changed, your internal strength intensity has not changed, but your power has indeed doubled compared to before. This is the power of semi-saint level martial arts indestructible divine skill. With this martial art, Lin Yi, whose internal strength is now comparable to a first-level martial master, once unleashed, the intensity of his internal strength will absolutely double again. And the defense is unmatched, enough to ignore the attacks of a 6th-level martial master. This power is simply soaring by several times. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt an immense joy in his heart. Continue to cultivate. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Yi suppressed the boundless joy within him. He no longer sat in the chair but directly fell to the ground, sitting cross-legged on the floor, beginning to comprehend the mysteries of the martial master realm. Martial artist, martial master. These are two vastly different realms. The former only has internal strength, while the latter possesses qi. And what does qi mean? This is mentioned in the country's issued Fundamentals of Martial Arts Enlightenment, the so-called indestructible, unbreakable, able to exist independently in the void while still possessing formidable destructive power, his qi. But I want to say that it is actually not low, because although the protagonist's comprehension is high, he can be called a young martial saint. However, a true martial saint has gone through countless hardships and practiced numerous techniques to reach that point. Their comprehension, experience, martial arts knowledge, and realm have long surpassed that of their youth. With such a gap, if they cultivate for a year, the protagonist would not be able to compare even if he trained for 100 years. And saint-level martial skills, in my setting, are such that some martial saints have not created them. Therefore, ultimately designating the indestructible divine skill as semi-saint level is considered quite reasonable by the author. Here's a patch. Please don't criticize too harshly, dear readers. Qi. Yes, this is qi. This is an energy that is fundamentally a level above internal strength. The difference between it and internal strength is like that between wood and steel. While the gap may not be described as heaven and earth apart, it is still quite significant. Warriors possess internal energy, which can be attached to weapons and enhance their strength, speed, and more, but that is all there is to it. However, the qi of the strong can be released from the body, possessing immense destructive power even in the air. This characteristic allows powerful martial masters to shoot out qi from their bodies like arrows, unleashing the legendary 10 steps Divine Fist, even the 100 steps Divine Fist. This is the terror of qi. Therefore, the gap in strength between warriors and martial masters is vast. An ordinary warrior encountering a martial master, even if it's a 9th-level warrior against a 1st-level martial master, might be killed in a single encounter by the 1st-level martial master. Of course, this does not include someone like Shi-san from yesterday, who was heavily injured. His injuries were so severe that the qi within him could not be released, or else it would lose its destructive power. Thus, at that time, Shi-san could hardly be considered a martial master in combat strength. At most, he was just slightly stronger than a 9th-level warrior. This is also why Wang Yan and Liang Yongjun were able to deal with Shi-san together. Otherwise, if Shi-san were in perfect condition, even if Wang Yan and Liang Yongjing teamed up, they might not last 3 moves. A stream of information flashed through Lin Yi's mind, intensifying his desire to comprehend qi and break through to become a martial master. After all, although he currently relied on the formidable internal energy granted by his innate body, his punching power had already surpassed 20,000 kilograms, reaching the threshold of a first-level martial master. However, due to the unique characteristics of Qi, Lin Yi still found himself at a disadvantage when facing powerful martial masters. Nevertheless, he possessed the perfected Hunyuan Wind Thunder Fist and indestructible diamond technique. With his full strength unleashed, his power could amplify by 12 times, reaching a terrifying 240,000 kilograms. As for defense, it was more than enough to ignore any attacks from martial masters below the 6th level. Therefore, with Lin Yi's current comprehensive strength, he should be stronger than a 4th-level martial master with a base strength of over 50,000 kilograms, and comparable to a 5th-level martial master with a base strength exceeding 60,000 kilograms. After all, those who can cultivate to the 5th level of martial mastery generally can master a 2nd-tier Earth-level martial technique to great success or perfect a 3rd-tier Earth-level martial technique. Thus, their power amplification can easily reach 4 times, which is over 240,000 kilograms. Such punching power is already comparable to or even surpasses Lin Yi's. Moreover, relying on the characteristics of Qi, even if a 5th-level martial master has the same punching power as Lin Yi, their Qi would easily shatter Lin Yi's internal energy. If it weren't for Lin Yi having the semi-8th-level martial art indestructible diamond technique, he might not even be able to withstand a single move from a 5th-level martial master. Lin Yi silently compared his strength in his heart, then focused his thoughts and began to carefully comprehend the intricacies of transforming internal energy into Qi. Transforming internal energy into Qi is a challenge that is many times more difficult than a martial apprentice breaking through to become a warrior. Even with his innate body and terrifying comprehension, it would be hard for Lin Yi to break through in a short time, so he needed to work even harder. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, 5 hours had gone by, reaching noon. "Sir, it's time to eat." A voice rang out in the ward, waking Lin Yi from his meditation. Then, a nurse wearing a mask pushed a food cart through the door. The cart was laden with 5 dishes and a soup, along with a steaming basket of rice. The dishes included both meat and vegetables, all exquisitely prepared and looking delicious. Has it really reached noon so soon? Lin Yi opened his eyes at the sound, smiling as if awakening from a great dream, completely unaware of the passage of time. Cultivation is indeed a very tedious endeavor. Whether it's understanding martial arts, comprehending realms, or experiencing the flow of internal energy, it can be quite boring. However, if one can immerse themselves in it, the tedium can be forgotten. Lin Yi had previously been of poor aptitude, struggling for years with little progress, yet he still persisted in his cultivation, yearning for a breakthrough. And now, fortunate to have the system's favor and lucky to have altered my qualifications, I naturally cherish this opportunity and dare not show any slackness in my cultivation. Thank you, you can put the food down, I'll eat later, Lin Yi said with a faint smile, then continued to close his eyes and meditate. He had just grasped a hint of opportunity, allowing him to further control the internal energy within him. Although he was still far from comprehending the essence of Qi and breaking through to the martial master level, it was at least a form of progress, and he certainly couldn't let something as trivial as eating delay him. "Alright, then, sir, I'll take my leave now and come back in the evening to tidy up," the young nurse said, feeling a bit flattered by Lin Yi's smile and nod. It should be noted that this gentleman had been such a significant figure that even their director had personally gotten out of bed in the middle of the night to welcome him when he arrived last night. For someone of such stature, the nurse felt he should be the type to look down on ordinary people as if they were ants, indifferent and aloof. Yet, he smiled at her and even thanked her. How polite. And he looked so handsome when he smiled. Thinking of this, the young nurse's face turned a bit red beneath her mask. However, she didn't dare to disturb him and quickly moved her feet, gently leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Time passed again for an hour, and this time, Lin Yi woke up once more. However, it wasn't for a meal, it was because the slightly less injured Li Xingfeng had awakened. Cough, cough. A coughing sound in the ward startled Lin Yi awake. "Captain Li, you're awake." Seeing Li Xingfeng open his eyes, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and smiled. As he spoke, "Brother Lin, how long have I been unconscious?" Li Xingfeng asked, his mind still in a haze, feeling that even the slightest movement of his body felt like it would tear him apart. This was the after effect of using the life-risking secret technique 10 Forged Brocade. Although 10 Forged Brocade was powerful, once used, it could not only suppress the injuries of a martial artist in battle instantly but also unleash greater strength in a short time. However, the cost was a week of weakness, during which he could not engage in combat. Otherwise, not only would his injuries worsen, but he would also be in danger of losing his life. Of course, now that Shi Jiao and the others had been dealt with, he no longer needed to fight desperately. "Captain Li, it is 1 p.m. on May 10th. It has been almost 17 hours since you were severely injured and fell unconscious last night," Lin Yi replied with a smile upon hearing Li Xingfeng's question. "Oh, has that much time passed? It seems I was indeed quite severely injured this time," Li Xingfeng said, moving his body slightly, which caused him to grimace in pain. After a while, he calmed down and looked at the concerned Lin Yi, thanking him once again. Then, as if recalling something, he asked Lin Yi with a somewhat strange expression, "By the way, Brother Lin, I have another question I want to ask you." "What question?" "Please go ahead, Captain Li," Lin Yi replied with a smile, and Li Xingfeng immediately asked, "That is, you suddenly returned last night and your strength increased dramatically, killing Shi Jiao with 3 punches, and Shi Lu with a single palm, then chasing down Shi San. Tell me, have you broken through to the 9th level of martial arts?" As he spoke, Li Xingfeng's eyes shone brightly, as dazzling as the sun. "Yes, I have indeed broken through to the 9th level of martial arts. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. This matter could not be hidden. After all, Li Xingfeng and Wang Yan had both witnessed him kill Shi Jiao and Shi Lu, then chase down Shi San and successfully return. Being able to accomplish this so easily was definitely not something someone who had just broken through to martial arts could do. Even if Lin Yi had a high-level explosive martial skill, he would at least need the strength of the 7th or 8th level of martial arts. Such strength was not much different from the 9th level, so there was no need to hide it. When Li Xingfeng heard Lin Yi's words, his eyes immediately lit up. Indeed a martial artist at the 9th level. Li Xingfeng nodded in admiration. Repeatedly, then asked, Lin Yi, are you interested in taking the entrance exam for Huqing and Yen University early? Taking the entrance exam for Huqing and Yen University early? Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Huqing and Yen University indeed had early admission quotas during the era of the Common Era. However, by the later New Era, this admission mechanism had already been abolished. In Lin Yi's understanding, to join Huqing or Yen University, one must pass the college entrance examination. Yet today, Li Xingfeng actually said that one could take the entrance exam early for Huqing and Yen University. What was going on? Lin Yi looked at Li Xingfeng in confusion, and the latter, seeing this, did not answer directly but instead expressed a sentiment. Lin Yi, you should know that the world is vast and people's talents vary greatly. Perhaps, in the eyes of ordinary people, someone like me or Wang Yan is considered an extremely rare genius. But in the eyes of others, we are not much different from waste. I am 23 years old and have reached the 7th level of martial arts, which is considered top-tier talent among the ordinary masses of the world. But do you know that some people, by the age of 23, have already defied the odds and broken through to become innate martial masters, becoming top-tier powerhouses in the world? As Li Xingfeng spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration. What? Breaking through to innate martial master at 23? This? Lin Yi was immediately shocked upon hearing this. An innate martial master is the highest realm below a martial sage. A powerhouse at this level has undergone another transformation of their internal energy, making it far stronger than before. Thus, the term true energy is used, referred to as true gang. True gang is the power that is truly close to being invincible in the world. It is sharper than any material in the world, capable of easily crushing the hardest diamonds. Therefore, every innate martial master can be considered a top-tier powerhouse in the world. Even in the world, the number of innate martial masters is not many, estimated to be only around 2,000 to 3,000. Such powerhouses are something countless people would not dare to dream of achieving in their lifetime. Yet someone achieved this at 23. What kind of talent is that? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be even more shocked. It should be noted that these individuals did not rely on any external aids like himself. Their achievements were genuinely earned through their own efforts. For such people, even if Lin Yi had confidence in surpassing them, he couldn't help but feel astonished at their talent. Seeing Lin Yi's shocked expression, the usually cold Li Xingfeng rarely chuckled, then continued, Lin Yi, you don't need to be so surprised. Achieving innate martial master at 23 is indeed extraordinary talent. However, they are not as powerful as you might imagine. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lin Yi asked in confusion, immediately inquiring further. Li Xingfeng, seeing this, did not keep him in suspense but directly explained, Lin Yi, do you know that in our Huaxia martial arts community, there has always been a saying, wealth, partner, law, land. Among these 4 words, wealth ranks first, and there is a reason for that. Just like now, you are about to take the college entrance examination. Among your batch of examinees, generally, a martial artist at the 7th level can only get into a top national university, while an 8th level martial artist has a chance to get into Huqing or Yen University. Both have been cultivating since the first year of middle school until the 3rd year of high school. A total of 6 years, with one reaching the 7th level and the other the 8th level. The difference is only 1 level, so although their talents differ, the gap is not particularly large. However, 4 years later, you will find that the student who got into a top national university may have just broken through to the 2nd or 3rd level of martial arts, and some of the poorer ones might barely reach the martial artist realm. But the students from Huaqing and Yanda are all at least at the 5th level of martial artists, and the gap between them is much larger than it was during their high school years. Why is that? Is it because they don't work hard? Of course not. It all comes down to one word, wealth. Because the financial resources of Huaqing and Yanda far exceed those of the top universities in the country. Even ordinary students receive resources that surpass those of the key training targets at those top universities. Moreover, with the resources from teachers, classmates, and martial arts techniques, how can students from the top universities compete? Li Xingfeng rambled on, saying a lot in the blink of an eye, completely inconsistent with his usual persona. Lin Yi listened, momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the key point and asked, Captain Li, I didn't quite understand what you said before, but now I feel like I've gained some insight. However, what does this have to do with the geniuses who break through to innate martial artists at the age of 23? Can innate martial artists really be cultivated just by resources? Of course not. Li Xingfeng immediately denied. What kind of existence is an innate martial artist? Even on a global scale, they are top-tier powerhouses. Such strong individuals cannot be cultivated solely through resources. However, while resources cannot create them, they can save their training time, allowing them more time to comprehend their bottlenecks and increasing their chances of breaking through. At this point, Li Xingfeng paused slightly and then, rarely smiling, asked Lin Yi, do you know why I wasn't shocked when I first heard you broke through to the 9th level of martial artist? Why? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Li Xingfeng quickly answered, that's because, among the top talents in our Yanda Earth class and above, everyone can achieve this. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. Breaking through from the first level to the 9th level of martial artist is something that many martial artists cannot achieve in their entire lives. He himself could only cross these thresholds in an instant because of the system. But how could the so-called students from Yanda's Earth class and above also achieve this? They can't all have a system, can they? If that were the case, how could the monsters on Earth still be so rampant? They would have been wiped out long ago. And what exactly is this Earth class? Lin Yi was filled with endless doubts and immediately inquired, to which Li Xingfeng quickly replied, Lin Yi, don't be shocked. The Earth class is a type of genius class at our Yanda. Most ordinary martial artists wouldn't know about it. It's normal that you, as a commoner before, wouldn't know. At our Yanda, there are 4 levels of geniuses which are divided into 4 different classes. These 4 levels are derived from the opening half-sentence of the famous ancient Chinese literary work 1000-character classic, which is Heaven and Earth, Mysterious and Yellow, corresponding to Huaqing's Cosmic Primordial. Heaven class, Earth class, Mysterious class, Yellow class, these are the 4 levels of genius classification at Yanda. Among these 4 levels, the Heaven class is the highest, accepting only 10 students a year, while the Yellow class is the lowest, accepting 1,000 students a year. Generally, those who enter Yanda through the National College Entrance Examination all go into the Yellow class. Only those who perform exceptionally well in the exam can enter the Mysterious class. As for the Earth class, it is the second highest class, accepting only 50 students a year. Each of them is a true peerless genius from major innate martial artist families. Naturally, our Yanda wouldn't let such geniuses waste their time in the accumulation of internal energy. So, at the martial artist stage, they can all receive a precious vitality pill for free. This pill contains boundless energy, yet its medicinal properties are extremely gentle. Once a warrior takes this, they can ascend to the 9th level of a warrior within 5 minutes. Brother Lin Yi, you were able to reach the 9th level of a warrior right after your breakthrough last night. You must have taken such a pill, right? Li Xingfeng inquired. That's right. When I was young, I encountered a Taoist priest who said my aptitude was decent and gave me a pill. He advised me to swallow it when I broke through as it would greatly enhance my strength. I've kept that pill with me all this time, so as soon as I broke through yesterday, I swallowed it right away. Lin Yi lied without blushing, spinning a ridiculous tale in just a few seconds. However, he initially thought it would be difficult to fool Li Xingfeng, but to his surprise, he nodded thoughtfully after hearing it. A Taoist priest? Yes. That must have been a powerful figure from the Wudong sect. Moreover, being able to easily give you such a precious Yuan Qi Dan suggests that he is at least a very powerful innate martial master. But if that Taoist priest could give you such a precious pill, it means he has high hopes for you. Why hasn't he taken you to Wudong Mountain yet? Li Xingfeng said, puzzled. Wudong Mountain is the residence of the Wudong sect, one of the only 2 sects remaining in modern-day China, alongside the Shaolin sect at Shaoshi Mountain. Its leader, known as Chongshu Daoist, with the title Taiji Divine Sword, was an extremely formidable martial arts master during the Common Era. However, in that era, traditional martial arts were hardly believed, compounded by some so-called masters of traditional martial arts, who deceived others and tarnished its reputation, especially after a certain 69-year-old old fraud, who still wanted to compete, was defeated 3 times in half a minute and became a national laughingstock. The reputation of traditional martial arts plummeted. Thus, true masters like Chongshu Daoist were hardly recognized at that time, until, in 2022, when spiritual energy revived and traditional martial arts rose again. That year, the 85-year-old Chongshu Daoist soared to prominence, rapidly achieving the status of a warrior in a very short time. Martial master, innate martial master. Eventually, he even became the first person in the world to break through to the martial saint level. During humanity's darkest times, Chongshu Daoist single-handedly defended China with his sword, causing countless monsters to dare not infringe upon it. At that time, his strength, reputation, and power reached the undeniable pinnacle of the world. Across the nation, and even the world, there were countless fervent admirers of him. However, just when everyone thought he would seize this opportunity to unify the world, becoming the number 1 in the world and enjoying boundless power, he retreated. In the 59th year of the new era, after the Taiji Divine Sword Chongshu Daoist and the Golden Body Arhat Master Kongwen, China finally saw its 3rd martial saint, who was now the godcatcher of the 6 doors, Zheng Hanhai. At this time, with an official martial saint stationed, China no longer had any worries. Thus, Chongshu Daoist returned to Wudong Mountain in northern Hubei, back to the place that nurtured him. After that, he wielded his sword to sweep away monsters and reopen the mountain gates. Until now, the Wudong sect has been thriving and prosperous, with disciples numbering over 10,000. At the foot of the mountain, a city has been established for habitation, with Taiji Divine Sword Chongshu Daoist stationed there, not to mention ordinary monsters. Even the king of monsters, the Beast Emperor level monsters, dare not invade, because, compared to ordinary martial saints, Chongshu Daoist's strength far surpasses theirs. He was even strong enough to have once slain a Beast Emperor level monster comparable to a martial saint with a single sword strike. His strength is only closely matched by the Shaolin Abbot Golden Body Arhat Master Kongwen, making him truly the world's number 1. In the hospital room, Lin Yi recalled the descriptions of Taiji Divine Sword Chongshu Daoist from history textbooks, and even just thinking about it made him feel a surge of excitement. He was the first to cultivate internal energy at the age of 85 during the revival of spiritual energy to in humanity's darkest hour. A lone swordsman stood guard at the nation's gate, safeguarding the peace of the realm. After achieving great success, he sought neither power nor the allure of the mundane, sheathing his sword and retreating into seclusion. Such a magnificent being is nothing short of legendary. Even merely hearing about him can leave one in awe. Lin Yi, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Yi seemingly lost in thought, Li Xingfeng couldn't help but ask with concern. It's nothing, just pondering the legend of the Taiji divine sword, Lin Yi replied, coming back to his senses, and then answered Li Xingfeng's previous question. Well, I don't know why that Taoist didn't come to fetch me from Wudong Mountain. To be honest, I don't even know his Dao name. I remember he gave me a pill and then left, and I haven't seen him since all these years. Perhaps the Taoist has forgotten me, or maybe my potential is insufficient to be included in the Wudong sect, or perhaps our fate has simply run its course. Lin Yi pretended to express regret. Unexpectedly, Li Xingfeng took his words seriously and explained, well, there is indeed that possibility. The Wudong sect belongs to the Taoist school. The founder of Taoism, Laozi, advocated for the principles of non-action and following the natural way. Therefore, the Wudong sect places great importance on the concept of fate when accepting disciples. If the fate isn't right, even if you possess unparalleled talent, they won't take you in. But once the fate aligns, even if you are utterly useless, they might still accept you. Li Xingfeng spun a web of reasoning to justify Lin Yi's lie, leaving Lin Yi somewhat speechless. Finally, they got to the main topic. However, brother Lin Yi, if the Wudong sect won't take you, joining Yen University is a bad option. Although Yen University doesn't have a peerless powerhouse like the Taiji divine sword of the Wudong sect, its ability to cultivate students is not inferior to Wudong, and may even surpass it. Especially for students in the Tian level class at Yen University, the resources they enjoy are even less than what many Wudong disciples receive. And with your current cultivation, you just happen to meet the threshold to participate in the student assessment for the Tian level class at Yenjing University. As Li Xingfeng spoke, his eyes sparkled with boundless envy and anticipation. Then, may I ask, Captain Li, what should I do to participate in this assessment? Will you help me report to Yen University? Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the Tian level class at Yen University. Not to mention that getting into Hucking Yen University had always been his dream. Just the sheer number of geniuses there made him yearn for it. Breaking through to the innate martial master at the age of 23, what a prodigy. In the past, this was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Only such formidable talents could ignite his fighting spirit. What meaning is there in basking in the current glory compared to ordinary students from Yangchang No. 2? What meaning is there in comparing himself to students from Jiangnan province? If he were to compare, it should be with the most talented individuals in the world. Although Lin Yi knew that, due to his shallow foundation, he might not be able to compete with them for now, this did not deter his belief in surpassing them. Because a temporary setback is not frightening. What is frightening is lacking the confidence to surpass others. As long as he holds firm to his beliefs, believes in his capabilities, works hard, and surpasses one opponent after another, then, for him, that would be the greatest success. Lin Yi silently vowed. At that moment, Li Xingfeng also provided an answer. Lin Yi, college admissions are a matter for the education department system. How could I, from the 6 doors, interfere? You can directly approach the principal of your Yangchang No. 2 high school. As the highest authority of a high school, he is qualified to know the secrets of the 4 levels of classes at Yen University: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. As long as you showcase your cultivation in front of him, he will naturally report to the leaders of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau to contact Yen University for your assessment. By the way, you should go now. I'll take care of Wang Yan here, and if anything comes up, I'll notify you directly, Li Xingfeng said, immediately urging Lin Yi. All right, thank you, Captain Li. If anything happens, remember to find me. I'll head back now. Lin Yi hesitated at first but eventually nodded in agreement. After all, there was no danger in the hospital, and Wang Yan was out of the critical phase. It was time for him to attend to his own matters. Go ahead. Li Xingfeng nodded slightly and then closed his eyes, signaling Lin Yi to leave. At Yangchang No. 2 high school, Lin Yi rushed straight to the principal's office as soon as he got off the bus, and then he knocked on the office door immediately. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The familiar voice of the principal came from inside, and seeing this, Lin Yi didn't delay, opening the door with a click and entering the office. Oh, Lin Yi, what brings you here? Didn't you say you had something to take leave for last night? Why are you back so soon? Principal Li Wang, upon seeing Lin Yi, quickly put down the wolf hairbrush he was using to write and asked with concern. This student was now his prized pupil. Whether Yangchang No. 2 high school could produce a student for Hucking Yanda this year depended entirely on him. Yesterday, when Lin Yi asked for leave, he was worried something had happened to him, unable to sleep all night, constantly preoccupied. After all, even though he was getting old, Lin Yi's admission to Hucking Yanda wouldn't significantly benefit his career. However, seeing his students succeed brought him immense joy, akin to witnessing the rise of another strong individual in humanity. It was a boost to human strength, and nothing could make him happier than that. Thank you for your concern, Principal. I've handled everything from last night, and today I just wanted to share some good news with you, Lin Yi said, feeling a bit touched by the principal's inquiry, and then smiled. Oh, good news? Principal Li Wang was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to remember something, his face filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Linny, could it be that you've broken through to the 9th level of martial disciple? And that you've mastered the Feng Lei show I gave you? If that's the case, then it truly is good news. Tremendous news," Li Wang said with a beaming smile. The 9th level of martial disciple and entry into a first-class martial skill like Feng Lei show, such strength would be enough to gain admission to any school at Huckingyanda, even among the highest quality students in recent years. How could Li Wang not be delighted? Not quite, Principal. I'm not at the 9th level of martial disciple anymore, I'm now at the 9th level of martial artist, Linny declared, his internal energy surging. In the next moment, a sound of air friction echoed, and under the explosive force of Linny's powerful internal energy, the air currents around him instantly changed, as if a strong wind had suddenly swept through the room, causing the papers on the desk to rustle. The nearby bookshelf buzzed ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Initially, Li Wang felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the first half of Linny's statement, but when Linny finished the second half and unleashed his internal energy, he was instantly stunned. This is truly the 9th level of martial artist. Feeling Lin Yi's internal energy, which was even stronger than his own, Li Wang was momentarily dazed, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then, he was overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh erupted from Li Wang, instantly filling the entire office and echoing outside. Good. Very good. Excellent. Linny, you've truly given this old man a huge surprise. Li Wang laughed heartily, his face wrinkling with joy, his usually neat hair becoming a bit disheveled, but at this moment he didn't care at all, just repeatedly chanting, his gaze towards Linny filled with brilliance. Warrior Ninefold. Warrior Ninefold. Linny, do you know what Warrior Ninefold represents? This represents the assessment level for students participating in the Heavenly Class and Cosmic Class at Huckingham University. This represents a standard that is top-notch talent recognized worldwide. I never expected that in my lifetime, I, Li Wang, would have such a student under my wing. I truly have no regrets in death. No regrets at all. Li Wang laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Linny, seeing this, did not stop him, only smiling as he looked at the old man who was weeping with joy. Because this was weeping from extreme happiness, a result of Li Wang's overwhelming joy, and he should also feel happy for this old man. Fortunately, Li Wang was ultimately the principal of a school, having weathered many storms over the decades. So, after laughing excitedly for about 3 or 4 minutes, he gradually calmed down and then smiled at Linny, asking, Linny, since you have reached Warrior Ninefold, I won't ask you how you achieved it. After all, this is your own fortune. You came this time to ask me to help you report to the province about registering for the assessment for the Heavenly Class at Yen University or the Cosmic Class at Hucking, right? That's right. Linny nodded seriously and said, I just learned from an older brother that students around the age of 18, after reaching Warrior Ninefold, can participate in the assessment for the Heavenly Class at Yen University. So, I specifically came to see the principal to see if I could enter the Heavenly Class. Oh, older brother? Li Wang was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled and said, Linny, it seems you have quite the fortune. This older brother of yours must be a significant figure, knowing the secrets of the Heavenly Class at Yen University and even encouraging you to apply here. Could it be that he also comes from Yen University? Yes, the principal has a keen eye. Hearing Li Wang's words, Linny couldn't help but smile and praise him. Alright, then I'll help you notify the province. We'll head to the provincial capital for the test shortly. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Li Wang nodded, not asking more about Linny's so-called older brother, and then picked up the phone to prepare to notify the leaders of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau. After all, a genius who reached Warrior Ninefold at the age of 18 had emerged from Yang City, which could cause a significant upheaval in the entire Jiangnan education sector. Li Wang naturally wanted to notify them early so that the leaders could also share in the joy and make arrangements. However, just as Li Wang was about to dial, a figure entered the principal's office. Principal, what's going on that's so joyful? I heard your laughter from far away. Zhang Yi entered the principal's office holding a thick stack of documents and smiling as she asked with a face full of joy. Now, thanks to Linny emerging from her class, she was riding high, having become a prominent figure among the teachers at Yang City No. 2 High School. Not only did she have high prestige among the teachers at Yang City No. 2, but she was also surrounded by many teachers seeking her advice daily. Moreover, she had even received special permission from the principal, allowing her to enter the principal's office without knocking. At this moment, she had come to report some matters to Li Wang. So, upon hearing Li Wang's laughter from afar, she couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, Oh, Zhang Yi is here too? Seeing Zhang Yi enter the office, Li Wang was first taken aback, then smiled and said, You're just in time. Linny is going to the province for a test to see if he can participate in the assessment for the Heavenly Class at Yen University. As his homeroom teacher, you should accompany him, Li Wang said with a smile, looking at Zhang Yi with increasing fondness. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was somewhat stunned. Principal, what Heavenly Class at Yen University? What assessment? What is going on here? Zhang Yi said in confusion, feeling as if the principal was speaking to her in a foreign language. She understood every word he said, but when put together, she had no idea what it meant, leaving her utterly bewildered. Alas, look at my memory. I forgot you're just an ordinary teacher and don't know about these things. Upon hearing this, Li Wang first slapped his forehead in frustration, then, feeling too lazy to explain, simply said a couple of sentences. Well, Zhang Yi, I can't clarify this matter for you right now. You just need to know that your student Linny has already reached the 9th level of martial arts. What? Martial artist, 9th level. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's mind exploded, her eyes widened, her mouth agape, and the documents in her hand slipped, falling to the ground with a thud, scattering everywhere. Zhang Yi, don't make a fuss. Seeing Zhang Yi's reaction, Li Wang casually remarked, then ignored her. Speaking into his wristwatch-like mini-phone, dialed Director Wang of the Jiangnan Province Education Bureau. Beep, received. As soon as Li Wang finished speaking, a sweet voice immediately echoed from the mini-phone. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the watch, slowly intertwining in the air, eventually forming a figure that looked almost real. However, compared to a real person, this figure was covered with a faint green halo, indicating it was a virtual projection. Li Wang, what's the matter? Upon seeing Principal Li Wang's face, the virtual figure in the void spoke lightly. It was a man with a very imposing and powerful appearance, looking to be in his 40s, exuding a chilling aura that made him seem less like an educator and more like a fierce warrior emerging from a bloody battlefield. At this moment, he was sitting in an office chair, looking like a powerful beast lurking. Just by staring at his virtual projection, Linny felt as if an infinite killing intent was rushing towards him, as if he was facing not a person but a terrifying monster. To Director Wang, great news, Li Wang said excitedly. This time, our Yangcheng No. 2 High School has produced a genius who is only 18 years old and has already reached the 9th level of martial arts. Just now, upon learning about the 4 levels of classes at Yanjing University, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, he immediately wanted to take the assessment for the Heaven class at Yanjing University. But as you know, I don't have the qualifications to contact the admissions office at Yanjing University, so I need you to help reach out. Hearing Director Wang's inquiry, Li Wang immediately replied respectfully. Oh, 18 years old, 9th level martial artist? Such a genius in Little Yangcheng. Could it be this little guy next to you? As soon as Li Wang finished speaking, the iron-blooded middle-aged man, Director Wang, looked somewhat surprised and asked Li Wang. Yes, Director Wang, it's him. His name is Linny, a student from our Yangcheng No. 2 High School, Class 3 of the senior year, who has just recently reached the 9th level of martial arts. Moreover, his birthday is in July, so technically, Linny is still not yet 18 years old. Seeing Director Wang also a bit shocked, Li Wang felt a wave of relief and pride in his heart as he explained proudly. Upon hearing Li Wang's affirmative response, Director Wang couldn't help but smile, nodding in approval, saying, not bad. Li Wang, this time you have done a great service for our Jiangnan province with Yangcheng No. 2 High School. 18 years old, 9th level martial artist. This is a rarity in our Jiangnan province, usually only found among families of innate martial artists or noble level powerhouses. Just like this year, besides this little guy in front of you, there's only Lu Yun, a direct descendant of the Chasing Wind Marquis family, and Zhang Tao from the innate family Zhang, who reached this level at 18 years old. Unfortunately, although they have also reached the 9th level of martial artists, their martial arts training is relatively poor. Lu Yun only has a power multiplier of 4 times, so it's likely he won't make it past the second round of assessments. And Zhang Tao has an even lower multiplier of only 3.3 times, which might not even allow him to survive the first round. By the way, Li Wang, how is that little guy next to you doing in his martial arts training? What's his power multiplier? Director Wang asked with a faint smile. However, this was just a casual question. After all, as the saying goes, cultivation is easy to obtain, but martial arts are hard to master. At the stage of martial artists, quickly accumulating internal energy to reach the 9th level before the age of 18 is not a difficult task for the direct descendants of powerful families or innate martial masters. However, if one wants to improve their martial arts training level and increase their power multiplier, aside from the guidance of a teacher, it largely depends on the accumulation of time and one's own comprehension. Therefore, Director Wang didn't hold out much hope for Linny, the genius from this small town. Even if Linny's talent was comparable to or even surpassed that of Lu Yun and Zhang Tao, being stuck in a small city like Yangcheng made it difficult for him to encounter truly renowned masters. In such circumstances, even if Linny's comprehension was slightly better than that of Lu Yun and Zhang Tao, it would still be hard for him to match their martial arts level and power amplitude in the same amount of time. Naturally, Li Wang also realized this, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Li Wang didn't know what to say. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure how Linny's martial arts training was progressing. Although he had given him a set of Wind Thunder Fist a while ago, it was merely a human-level martial technique. Even if it was top tier among human-level techniques, reaching perfection would only yield a power multiplier of 3 times. Moreover, it had only been a week since he handed the Wind Thunder Fist to Linny. In such a short time, no matter how talented Linny was, how much could he have trained? Entry level? Or minor success? Li Wang shook his head in his heart. Alas, at this point, I can only pray that Linny has already trained in other martial techniques. After all, he is not an ordinary child. He has had fortuitous encounters and the so-called brother from Yen University. Under such conditions, he should have trained in other martial techniques before I gave him the techniques. Li Wang silently prayed. Seeing this, Linny naturally spoke up. Director Wang, Linny said with a somewhat respectful expression, besides the human-level martial technique that the principal gave me a few days ago, I have also trained in a top-tier earth-level attack martial technique. And just a few days ago, I happened to have perfected it, so my Current highest power multiplier is 6 times. Lin Yi hesitated a bit but ultimately decided not to mention the indestructible Vajra technique, which could double his power multiplier. The half-saint level martial arts were simply too precious. Although Director Wang held a high position, he might still be tempted if he learned about it. Moreover, considering that the previous two geniuses had power multipliers of only 4 times and 3.3 times, a multiplier of 6 times was already absurdly strong. Indeed, after hearing Lin Yi's words, the usually calm Director Wang was finally shocked. What? 6 times? Upon hearing this, the iron-blooded middle-aged man, Director Wang, changed his expression drastically and abruptly stood up from his chair. As he stood, the hard stainless steel chair beneath him instantly shattered into pieces. In his office, the sound of glass shattering echoed continuously. However, he paid no attention to this, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Little guy, what did you just say? Say it again. You said your power multiplier has reached 6 times? Is that true? Yes. Under the gaze of Director Wang's eyes, which resembled those of a fierce dragon, Lin Yi felt a tightening in his chest but still gritted his teeth and nodded. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, at this moment, time seemed to stand still and everyone fell silent. It wasn't until several seconds later that a burst of laughter broke the tranquility. Ha ha, good. Very good. Lin Yi, you really surprised me, a big surprise. The middle-aged man with a steely demeanor wore a broad smile. In a small place like Young City, not only have you reached the 9th level of martial artist at just 18 years old, but your power multiplier can even reach 6 times. With such talent, TSK, even. I can't help but admire you a bit. With this kind of talent, even if you can't enter the heavenly class this time, you will definitely be able to eliminate a student at the bottom of the heavenly class during the semi-annual assessment at Yen University in the future. Director Wang said happily. Clearly, having discovered such a potentially limitless genius, he was in a great mood. Meanwhile, Li Wang and Zhang Yi, witnessing this, were even more excited, their faces flushed and heads buzzing. Finally, it was Li Wang who cautiously asked, so, Director Wang, since there are no issues with Lin Yi here, can I take him to the province for testing now, and then you can coordinate with the admissions teachers from Yen University? Yes. Li Wang, come over now. What are you waiting for? A genius like Lin Yi. The sooner I see him, the sooner I can rejoice. After Li Wang finished speaking, Director Wang immediately smiled broadly. All right, then I'll set off right away. Li Wang nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Once Director Wang hung up the phone, he called out to Lin Yi and Zhang Yi. Lin Yi, Zhang Yi, since Director Wang has arranged for us to go today, let's not delay. If you have anything to take care of, do it quickly and we'll set off soon. Principal, I have no issues. Lin Yi replied immediately. Then, I have no issues either. Zhang Yi quickly added upon hearing Lin Yi's response. To be honest, she was now somewhat frightened by her students' terrifying qualifications. My goodness, 18 years old, 9th level martial artist, that's one thing, but to have cultivated martial arts to a terrifying level with a power multiplier of 6 times? Is this even human? Zhang Yi was beginning to question her life, because although she was Lin Yi's teacher, she wasn't even a martial artist herself and she had no idea how she was qualified to be a teacher. Alright, since there are no issues, let's take my smart car and head out. Yang City is less than 100 kilometers from the provincial capital, and with the speed of the smart car, we can get there in 10 minutes. Seeing that Lin Yi and Zhang Yi had no objections, Principal Li Wang immediately made the decision, then led the two into a stretched smart car that was about 3 meters long. On the highway in the sky, in the smart car, Lin Yi, Zhang Yi, and Li Wang comfortably chose their seats, and then the smart system took over driving while they began to chat casually in the car. Inside the car, Lin Yi asked Principal Li Wang, Principal, I have a question I want to ask you, not sure if it's appropriate? Oh, what is it? Principal Li Wang replied, puzzled. It's about the information regarding the Marquis-level experts and the wind-chasing Marquis that Director Wang mentioned earlier. I would like to ask the principal to explain what these mean. Lin Yi frowned as he spoke. It is well known on Blue Star that the path of martial arts begins with martial apprentices. After that, one cultivates inner strength to become a martial artist. Then, one transforms into a martial master by refining their true energy, and finally, one comprehends the heavens and achieves the peak of martial arts, becoming a martial sage, a divine being on earth. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, innate martial master, martial sage. These are the 5 major realms of martial arts on Blue Star. But now, hearing Director Wang's words, the so-called Marquis-level experts seem to be even stronger than innate martial masters. What realm is that? Lin Yi was curious. However, upon hearing this, Li Wang was somewhat surprised. Lin Yi, since you are able to obtain treasures like the Vitality Pill and top-tier Earth-level martial arts, and you have a brother from Yen University, your background must be significant. How could you not know about this? I'm ashamed, my teacher never told me, I truly didn't know, so I hope the principal can guide me. Lin Yi immediately pretended to feel a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. In fact, he had no teacher. Li Xingfeng, Wang Yan, and the others had only just met him and hadn't had the chance to share such secrets, so Lin Yi naturally remained unaware of them. Oh, I see. It seems your teacher is also worried that you might aim too high and that knowing these things in advance wouldn't be beneficial, which is why they specifically didn't tell you. However, now that you're about to take the entrance exam for Yen University, these secrets will no longer be secrets to you, so it wouldn't hurt to tell you in advance. Li Wang first imagined a scenario in his mind and then said with a smile, Lin Yi, before answering this question, do you know how many innate martial artists are? country currently has? Well, Linny paused upon hearing this, then said, I don't know the exact number, but I once saw online that our Huaxia is strong, and whether it's martial saints, innate martial artists, or other powerful beings, we rank first in the world. There are about 2 to 3,000 innate martial artists in the world, and our Huaxia occupies nearly one-third, which should be over 800. At this point, Linny couldn't help but feel proud of his country. With over 2,000 innate martial artists in the world, and Huaxia alone possessing 800, what kind of national strength is that? Linny felt excited, and Li Wang smiled and said, Linny, it's good that you can state this number, but now I tell you, you have underestimated the strength of our Huaxia. According to the national statistics from last year, there are currently a total of 3,216 innate powerhouses in the world. Among them, our Huaxia accounts for more than one-third, reaching 1,123. Just think about it, 1,123, that's an enormous number of innate martial artists. Among them, how many strong ones will emerge? Especially those ranked among the top of these over 1,000 innate martial artists, they are far stronger than ordinary innate martial artists and are exceptional powerhouses that the country must pay attention to and recruit. Therefore, to reflect this, the country restored the ancient legal system of Huaxia 139 years ago, granting titles of nobility to these powerhouses, kings and dukes. Currently, our Huaxia has 12 kings and 36 dukes, collectively known as the 48 kings and dukes of Huaxia. Each of these 48 individuals is among the most elite innate martial artists in the world. Each one is a well-known powerhouse internationally, enough to intimidate some smaller nations. Li Wang spoke with admiration in his eyes. Upon hearing this number, Linny was also taken aback, and then a look of yearning appeared in his eyes. The 48 kings and dukes of Huaxia. To be honest, looking at my pace, you can tell I wasn't the author of a tomato novel before. So compared to mindless excitement, explosive upgrades, and mindless pushing through, only to collapse after 200,000 or 300,000 words, I hope to write a novel with a complete worldview, clear logic, reasonable plot, yet still full of excitement. Therefore, in my vision, this book will be at least 2 million words. And a little more could be 3 million, 4 million, or even 5 million is possible. But then again, ideals can't be eaten, and I can't just write for love. If this book flops, I won't be able to keep writing so much. So, I ask you all to help me to use my pen to create a world of Qian Koan. At that time, you will all be one of the creators of this world. Let's go. Whoosh. A rainbow light streaked across the sky. The smart car sped through the air, and with the casual chat among Li Wang, Linny, and Zhang Yi, the car quickly arrived at the Education Bureau of Jiangnan Province. This was a vast area covering nearly 10,000 square meters. In the area stood towering buildings that pierced the clouds. Each of these skyscrapers exceeded 1,500 meters in height, resembling giant pillars supporting the sky. In the era of the Common Era, this would be an unimaginable skyscraper. But now, it is just ordinary. Ha ha, Li Wang. You old rascal, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you here for half a day. In the parking lot, as Li Wang and Linny got out of the car, a man dressed in a black ancient Huaxia outfit, looking to be in his 50s, laughed heartily as he approached. Ha ha, old Lu, is it you who came to pick me up? Seeing the man in black, a smile appeared on Li Wang's face. What? If it's not me picking you up, do you expect the director himself to come and greet you? As soon as Li Wang finished speaking, the man in black teased him. Old Lu, don't talk nonsense. Li Wang's expression changed upon hearing this. He wouldn't dare make such a joke. After all, someone who could oversee an entire province and control almost all educational affairs there would be a formidable figure, with a minimum cultivation level of at least a 4th level innate martial artist. Such strong individuals are capable of cutting rivers with a sword or shattering skyscrapers with a kick. Even if Li Wang had a big face, he wouldn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Ha, look at you, old rascal, scared. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. The old man in black chuckled, then turned to Linny, a smile appearing on his face. You must be the genius Linny from Yangcheng No. 2 High School. That's right. Truly impressive. To be able to cultivate to the 9th level of martial artist at just 18 years old in a place like Yangcheng, with a power multiplier reaching 6 times, this talent has limitless potential. The man in black said with a grin, and seeing this, Linny naturally didn't dare to be arrogant, quickly cupping his hands and saying, this esteemed sir is overly complimentary. I'm just lucky, and I need to work even harder in the future. Not arrogant or impatient, humble and cautious, a good seedling. Old Li, why don't you introduce me to Linny? The man in black first praised Linny, then pretended to be displeased with Li Wang. Seeing this, Li Wang also smiled, not minding, and said to Linny, come, Linny, let me introduce you. This old fellow is my life and death friend from my youth when we fought together in the wilderness, named Lu Xianzhong. You can call him Uncle Lu. Because his talent was slightly stronger than mine back then, he broke through to the martial artist realm. So, after retiring from the battlefield, he stayed at the Provincial Education Bureau while I went to Yangcheng and became a principal. As he spoke, Li Wang felt a bit emotional, and upon hearing this, Linny smiled and called out, Uncle Lu, hello. Ha ha, good child. Seeing Linny being so polite, Lu Xianzhong also looked very pleased, then laughed. Alright, old Li, Linny, let's not waste more time. The director is already waiting in the training room. His time is precious, and we shouldn't delay. Let's go to the training room for testing first, and after the test, we can have a good chat. After Lu Xianzhong finished speaking, he turned and headed towards a tall building, and Linny and the others quickly followed. To the 103rd floor, Lu Xianzhong said in the elevator. Then, Linny felt the elevator shudder and it began to rise rapidly. In less Then 20 seconds, it stopped again. 103rd floor has arrived. A sweet voice echoed in the elevator, and the elevator doors opened with a whoosh. Let's go. Lu Xianzhong waved his hand and stepped out of the elevator, then led Linny and the others through a series of twists and turns until they arrived outside a room with a silver-white door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Xianzhong knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside, and Lu Xianzhong pushed the door open and entered with the others. This was a room filled with a sense of technology. The room was extremely spacious, covering about 200 square meters, with virtual screens projected on the walls. There were starry rivers, space meteors, and planets and stars floating, with a hazy glow radiating, making it feel as if one were truly in the vastness of space, experiencing something incredibly magical. I personally prefer the myriad stars and rivers of the universe, so I have also simulated a cosmic space scene in the layout of my private training room. Just as Linny was somewhat shocked, the iron-blooded man, Director Wang, whom he had just seen in the video, spoke up with a smile. Director Wang, shall we test Linny now? Lu Xianzong asked respectfully as he walked to Director Wang's side. Yes, let's begin. Director Wang nodded, and upon receiving the order, Lu Xianzong's expression became serious as he addressed the air around him. Intelligence system, bring out the punch force testing machine. Received. As soon as Lu Xianzong's voice fell, a mechanical voice echoed in the room, accompanied by a series of hiss sounds. On the virtual cosmic starry wall directly in front of Linny, a section of space collapsed, revealing its true silver-white wall. Then, the silver-white wall began to automatically separate like a large door, revealing an opening. From the opening, a very high-end punch force testing machine was slowly pushed out. Hiss hiss hiss. The familiar sound rang out, and the opening in the silver-white wall closed again, restoring the previous cosmic starry scene, leaving only the punch force testing machine, which was taller than a person, in the room. Linny, go ahead, but don't use any martial arts, just punch out your basic strength. Seeing the punch force testing machine being brought out, Lu Xianzong said. Meanwhile, Li Wang and Zhang Yi both whispered at the same time. Linny, go for it. Don't be nervous. Just show your normal strength. Okay. Linny nodded in response and strode over to the punch force testing machine. The next moment, boom! His internal energy erupted instantly, tearing apart the air in the room. Linny held his breath and focused, his mind moving, as the thick internal energy in his dantian flowed through his meridians like a great river, finally gathering in his fist. Ultimately, like a cannonball, it shot towards the target of the punch force testing machine. Bang! Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lin Yi's fist slammed hard into the target of the punch force testing machine. The next moment, the intelligence system's clear voice rang out in the room. Punch force, 20,048 kilograms. Punch force, 20,048 kilograms. As soon as the intelligence system announced this, it felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Except for the well-informed innate martial artist Wang and all the others' eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily feeling dazed. Especially Li Wang and Zhang Yi, who were aware of Lin Yi's detailed situation, felt it was unbelievable. Because breaking through 20,000 kilograms of punch force represented a breakthrough to the first level of martial artist. Yet, just a week ago, Lin Yi was still a martial apprentice. No matter how talented you are, how could you possibly break through from martial artist to martial master in just 1 week? Such speed, let alone a genius prodigy, even a reincarnated martial saint would absolutely not be able to achieve it. What on earth is going on? Everyone was filled with doubts, but in the end, Wang Yan was the first to regain his composure. After all, for him, an 18-year-old martial master, while rare, still numbered a couple dozen each year worldwide. In fact, he himself had broken through to martial master at the age of 17. Compared to breaking through at 18, he actually valued Lin Yi's martial arts power multiplier reaching 6 times even more. Because this power multiplier is a figure that even an ordinary martial master at the 9th level would find difficult to achieve. Even he himself, at 18, could barely reach a power multiplier of 5.6 times, which was still somewhat lacking compared to Lin Yi now. Little guy, you've broken through to the first level of martial master? But why don't I see any internal chi in you? While he didn't place too much importance on it, he still needed to clarify. So, Wang Yan immediately asked. In response to Director Wang, I am actually not a martial master. I am still at the 9th level of martial artist, so I do not have internal chi. However, compared to ordinary martial artists of the same rank, my strength is naturally about twice as much. This talent has remained with me since I broke through to the 9th level of martial artists, so the internal energy within me is much stronger than that of an average 9th level martial artist. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lin Yi immediately responded respectfully. Yet, he was unaware of the shock his statement had caused Wang Yan. What? You say your strength is naturally double that of martial artists of the same rank? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes widened, his throat bobbed, and he trembled in shock, looking at Lin Yi as if he were a monster. Lin Yi, coming from a small town, did not understand what such a terrifying talent represented. However, as a congenital martial artist, he held a high status in the Huaxia nation. Therefore, he knew many secrets that ordinary people, and even many congenital martial artists, were unaware of. A talent like Lin Yi's was one of them. As far as he knew, such talent was extremely rare in the world. Since the first year of the new era, over 300 years have passed. There were no more than 20 people in the entire world with talent like Lin Yi's. Now, some of those individuals had reached the end of their lifespans and had passed away. However, those who were still alive had undoubtedly become powerful figures at the marquee level. In fact, among them, there were several who had reached the king level. For such geniuses, achieving marquis or king status was simply too easy. For example, an ordinary congenital martial artist must not only reach the 9th level of congenital martial artists but also achieve a power multiplier of at least 20 times to become a marquis. However, for geniuses with this kind of talent, after reaching the 9th level of congenital martial artists, they only need to achieve a power multiplier of 10 times to become a marquis, and 15 times to become a king. How simple is that? After all, those who can reach the level of congenital martial artist are extraordinary individuals, and a typical power multiplier can easily reach 7 times. The more normal ones are around 8, 9, or 10 times. As for the 9th level of congenital martial artists, they can generally reach 15 times. Linny is almost destined to become a king. Wang Yan thought to himself, and his gaze towards Linny gradually became fervent, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Ha ha, what great fortune! What great fortune! I never expected to discover a genius like you, Linny, here today. If I were to share this luck, my old buddies would probably be envious to death. Wang Yan laughed heartily without any regard for his image. A king-level powerhouse is someone even he must look up to. Such strong figures are few and far between on the entire Blue Star, and they can already engage in equal dialogue with the leaders of medium-sized nations. And now, being able to discover such a genius at a young age, how much benefit would he gain once Linny grows up? This is truly a golden phi. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh even more joyfully. After laughing for a while, he noticed everyone looking at him in astonishment and smiled as he explained to Lin. Moreover, he no longer dared to call Linny little guy but addressed him by his name. Linny, don't be surprised. You have no idea how great your potential is. Let me put it this way, with your comprehension, as long as you don't die in the future, you will definitely become a king. Do you know how terrifying it is to be a genius who is bound to become a king? Once I report this, the entire national leadership will be shaken, and the leaders will personally meet you. In addition, great powers like the Golden Eagle Nation, the European Union, and the Soviet Union will spare no effort to win you over. As for Hucking and Yanda, they will go crazy trying to recruit you. By then, whether it's the heavenly class or the universe class, you can enter whenever you want. Your talent is far superior to anyone who becomes a martial artist at 18. In your cohort, only the little sword Saint Li Changkong from the Li family of the King family in the capital can compare. Wang Yan said with a face full of ecstasy. The others were even more shocked. What? King? Linny actually has the potential to become a king? Upon hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Li Wang, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xianzong exclaimed, their gazes towards Linny tinged with fear. They all understood the implications behind the words king level, powerhouse. But precisely because they understood, they felt even more terrified. This was a being standing at the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. Aside from the so-called divine martial sage, a king-level powerhouse had already reached the utmost limit of mortals. This was a true big shot. And our Yangchang No. 2 high school could produce such a prodigy? At this thought, Li Wang and Zhang Yi felt as if they could hardly breathe. Especially Zhang Yi. If it weren't for Li Wang supporting her and channeling internal energy, she might have fainted. She had spent her entire life teaching earnestly, striving to enhance her students' abilities. Her lifelong wish was simply to one day teach a student of martial master level. If that happened, she would have no regrets in death. But today, her own student Linny could actually become a king? The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more excited she became, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She felt as if she was about to suffocate. Director, since Lin Yi's talent is so strong, who is this Li Changkong who can rival him? After hearing Wang Yan's words, Lu Xianzong couldn't help but ask in confusion. Although he was also thrilled by Lin Yi's talent, he had seen the world. After a few minutes of excitement, he not only didn't faint like Zhang Yi, but also caught a key piece of information in Wang Yan's words and spoke up to inquire. Xianzong, that's an interesting question you've asked. Hearing Lu Xianzong's words, Wang and replied with a smile, Li Changkong is the biological grandson of the heavenly sword king Li Qinghan from the capital. It is said that he was born with a sword, could speak after 3 days, and walk after 7 days, showing unparalleled talent in swordsmanship from a young age. He practiced swordsmanship at 5, and by 8, his sword skills had already surpassed many martial artists. By the time he was 12, his swordsmanship level was such that many martial masters were no match for him. After that, he began to cultivate martial arts, becoming a martial artist in 3 months and achieving martial master status in half a year. Now at 18, he has not only reached the 7th level of martial master, but his swordsmanship is astonishing. Even many innate martial masters who specialize in sword practice admit they are inferior to him. Thus, he has been titled Little Sword Saint, and people say he has the potential to become a martial sage. Potential to become a martial sage? Upon hearing this, Linny was taken aback. He remembered that after taking the cleansing marrow golden pill, he had also gained the potential to become a martial sage, right? So, my talent is this strong? Hearing about Li Changkong's genius, Lin Yi's heart shook. At that moment, he realized he had previously underestimated his own potential. Linny, what are you thinking about? Seeing Linny seemingly in a daze, Wang Yan immediately asked with concern, thinking Linny was intimidated by Li Changkong's talent, and quickly explained, Linny, you don't need to be scared of Li Changkong. He does have the potential to become a martial sage, but that doesn't necessarily mean he will become one. In fact, more than half of the 12 kings in our Huaxia country were called potential martial sages in their youth. Yet, to this day, the oldest among these king-level powerhouses is already 189 years old, nearing the lifespan limit of innate martial masters at 200. And the youngest is also 84 years old, but none of them have been able to break through to become a martial sage. At this point, Wang inside, becoming a martial sage is incredibly difficult. So difficult that it leaves countless prodigies in despair. To break through to a martial sage, talent, opportunity, luck, temperament, and the struggle between life and death are all indispensable. Especially the struggle between life and death. This is the most important, far more crucial than talent, opportunity, or luck. Because there is great terror in life and death. Only by experiencing life and death can one awaken the deepest potential within the human body and forge a crystal clear, unwavering heart. And these 2 points are precisely the most important aspects of breaking through to martial saint. Just like the existing martial saints in the world today, most of them were born during the era of the Common Era. Only by experiencing the darkest days of the early New Era can they endure enough life and death trials and possess a sufficiently resolute heart. Only then can one break through to martial saint. After Wang Yan finished speaking, it seemed that he was also moved internally, saying no more and instead falling silent. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lin Yi also nodded inwardly. Mindset? The struggle between life and death? If that's the case, breaking through to martial saint is indeed very difficult. He had a system, so he possessed talent, qualifications, and extraordinary martial arts that were unattainable for others. However, only the struggle between life and death and an unwavering heart were things the system could not provide. To obtain these, one could only rely on oneself. Moreover, only by possessing these could one truly be considered a strong person. Otherwise, even if one day he really became a saint and an ancestor through the system, if his mindset remained as fragile as a child's, he would still just be a powerful waste. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Yi felt something, and Wang Yan seemed to have recovered as well, smiling as he said, Lin Yi, although your talent is extraordinary, but martial saint is still too far away for you. What's most important for you right now is to join the Yin University's Heavenly class or the Huaqing Universe class. Only then will you have enough resources to grow rapidly. By the way, Lin Yi, you want to choose Yin University, right? Wang Yan asked. Yes. Lin Yi nodded in response. Yin University and Huaqing were both schools of the same level. He didn't know much about Huaqing, but regarding Yin University, through his interactions with Li Xingfeng and Wang Yan, he had a very good impression of it. Therefore, between Huaqing and Yin University, he naturally chose Yin University first. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Wang Yan shook his head, expressing regret for Huaqing. Alas, I didn't expect you to be so persistent, Lin Yi. It seems Huaqing doesn't have this fortune. My Yin University has won again. Wang Yan laughed. As he said this, after finishing, he made another phone call. Yes, it's like this. Lin Yi has that special talent for double the power at the same level. His power multiplication is also 6 times. Yes, I have personally confirmed all of this. And Wang Yan continued to communicate with the person on the other end of the line, basically relaying Lin Yi's information. With every sentence Wang Yan spoke, there would be gasps and sounds of astonishment from the phone. Finally, after about half a minute, the call ended. Wang Yan smiled at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, it's done. Yin University has agreed to directly recommend you to the Heavenly class, and they also promised to give you a first-class martial art for free. Of course, this will only take effect after you officially join Yin University. By the way, since you have been recommended to the Heavenly class, will you still participate in the assessment for this class? Wang Yan asked. Excuse me, Director Wang, what is the specific assessment? Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lin Yi was shocked by Yin University's generosity and asked, since it was now confirmed that he could join the Heavenly class, if the assessment was too boring, he would not participate. If it was useful to him, then it would be better to join. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately replied, Lin Yi, actually, this assessment sounds grand. But in reality, it's quite similar to the practical assessments you high school students undergo. As we all know, participating in the college entrance examination first tests your cultivation level. After passing the cultivation level test, if you reach a certain level, you can go to the university that meets your requirements for a practical assessment. The practical assessment tests personal strength. Personal strength is something quite elusive and mysterious, depending on various aspects such as cultivation, martial skills, experience in combat, and even the courage of the martial artist. Therefore, to truly assess a martial artist's strength, it must be tested through arena battles. Thus, the assessment for the Heavenly class also involves arena battles. However, compared to the practical assessments of the college entrance examination, the Heavenly class assessments are much quicker, usually finishing in 1 or 2 hours, not taking much time at all, Wang Yan said with a smile. What? It can be finished in 1 or 2 hours, that fast? Wang Yan spoke lightly, but Lin Yi was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Because in a typical college entrance examination, even though each university sets a threshold, generally, over 10,000 students participate in the assessments. In fact, for prestigious universities like Moto Transportation University, Zhejiang University, Jinling University, and so on, the number of students participating each year exceeds 100,000. With so many students, even if there are 10 or 20 arenas, it would take a long time to complete. Each student, unless they fail, must compete more than once. Especially for the top 10, the top 3, etc., they truly deserve the phrase battle-hardened. Moreover, considering the Students rest, preparation, and replenishment. The college entrance examination takes a full month to complete. Starting from June 7th, it almost takes until July 7th to finish. But now, the assessment for the heavenly class at Yen University is completed in just 1 or 2 hours. Even if the number of students participating in this assessment is definitely not many, but even if there are only 1 or 200, it shouldn't be that quick. Linny was puzzled and immediately asked Wang, and seeing this, Wang smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. You'll know when you get to Yen University. By the way, you haven't told me whether you're participating or not. The heavenly class assessment starts in 3 days. If you participate, you should go back and prepare well during these 3 days. At the same time, you can bring along a group of friends and family, not exceeding 10 people. Don't ask why there are only 10 spots, because more than that, Yen University wouldn't be willing. Ha? Yen University wouldn't be willing? Linny was shocked upon hearing this. Yen University is one of the best universities in Huaxia, with countless innate martial masters and even powerful figures who have been conferred titles. It is incredibly wealthy, with its annual budget calculated in trillions of Huaxia coins. But now, they can't even spare more than 10 spots for a group of friends and family? What is going on? Linny thought, puzzled. As for doubting Yen University's stinginess, he didn't have that thought, because Yen University is known for being wealthy and generous, both in Huaxia and even worldwide. Every year, as long as a candidate reaches the 8th level of martial disciples and is willing to participate in the assessment at Yen University, all their travel expenses, accommodation, and other miscellaneous costs are fully reimbursed. If they treat ordinary students like this, how could they possibly be stingy towards students in the heavenly class? Could it be that there is some hidden mystery in this heavenly class assessment? Linny speculated in his heart, then nodded to Wang. In that case, Director Wang, I will participate in this assessment. It's just right. I also lack practical experience and want to take this opportunity to spar with the talents from all over the world. As he said this, Lin Yi's gaze was intense, as if flames were burning in his eyes. A martial artist must not fear anything and move forward. What's the point of bullying the weak? To spar with the talented, to fight with the strong, continuously breaking through, continuously growing. This is the belief that a true strong person should have. Ding. Dear user, hello. Your construction bank savings card ending in 6580 transferred 115,200,469.00 Huaxia coins at 4:31 p.m. on May 10, and the current available balance is 115,250,482.60 Huaxia coins. At 4:31 p.m., after bidding farewell to Wang and Lu Xianzong, Linny left the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau with Zhang Yi and Li Wang. As soon as he stepped out, he felt his communication device vibrate in his hand. Immediately after, a notification sound indicating that bank funds had arrived echoed. Is it the bounty for killing Snake 3 and the others? Upon hearing this sound, Linny had some guesses in his heart and felt a bit of joy. However, it wasn't the ecstatic joy he had imagined. With different levels come different perspectives. Given his current identity and talent, if he wanted money, he could just shout out and there would be multinational conglomerates eager to come and give him money. An annual salary could easily be in the hundreds of millions or even billions of Huaxia coins. Being a king, he was close to the pinnacle of human strength, with power only beneath a few martial saints, and his status was so high it was almost unimaginable. Such a powerful figure could not be hired with any amount of money. To get such a powerhouse to take action, it would have to be because he was willing, or owed a favor, or there was a treasure that could entice even him. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to have them do something for others. Therefore, investing in a young king was the only way to bind him, Linny thought silently. Li Wang and Zhang Yi exchanged glances. Upon hearing the sound, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Linny, how did you suddenly receive so much money? Which company did you sign a contract with? No, it's the bounty from the 6 doors for killing Snake 3, Snake 6, and Snake 9 last night, Linny explained upon hearing their questions. Snake 3? Li Wang was initially startled but then smiled and nodded, thinking of Lin Yi's strength. Since it's the bounty from 6 doors, then it's fine. I thought you signed a contract with some company because you urgently needed money. Linny, you are destined to be a king-level powerhouse in the future. If you sign a contract for this little money, that would be such a waste. Although as a king-level powerhouse, even if you breach the contract, they wouldn't dare to say a word, but it would still mean you owe them a favor. When the time comes, if they want to ask you to do something, it would be hard for you to refuse. Li Wang said, his eyes filled with reverence for king-level powerhouses. Yeah, I think so too. Linny nodded in agreement, then added, by the way, principal, since the matter of joining the heavenly class has been settled, and I've received the money, I want to buy a car now and also get a house for my parents to live in. They have worked hard for me all their lives, and now that I have some ability, I want to repay them. Are you all coming with me to take a look? Or should we head back first? Let's go. Li Wang immediately replied, since there's nothing else to do right now, let's go take a look together. I know quite a few friends here in the provincial capital. Whether it's buying a car or a house, I can get you the best deals, and I can also handle the paperwork as quickly as possible, Li Wang said, then took Linny and Zhang Yi into the car and headed to their destination. The smart car sped through the sky. Its speed was impressive, and Li Wang wasn't exaggerating. Both the car and the house purchases went smoothly without any of those dramatic twists where someone pretends to be weak only to turn the tables. Moreover, Li Wang indeed had many connections in the provincial capital. Thus, in less than an hour, both the car and the house were purchased. The car was manufactured by a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia called Longting Cars. This brand was established 233 years ago by the state itself. Not only was the quality high, but the price was also relatively affordable compared to other luxury cars, making it a king of cost performance. For instance, Lin Yi's Longting T1003 was a luxury car worth 1.12 million Huaxia coins. Compared to other luxury cars that easily cost several million or even tens of millions, this car's price was not that exorbitant. However, its performance was exceptional. 0.01 seconds to start, a maximum speed of 2,400 kilometers per hour. This speed is much faster than the speed of airplanes in my previous life. It is also not inferior to the luxury cars worth 6 to 7 million or even tens of millions in Huaxia. Therefore, it was love at first sight for Linny when he saw it at the dealership. As for the house, it is a standalone villa in a high-end community in the provincial capital. The entire villa covers an area of 500 square meters, with a usable area reaching 1678 square meters. It is equipped with a small amusement park, a private cinema, an outdoor swimming pool, a gym, a training room, and many other entertainment and training facilities. Its level of luxury is like comparing Lin Yi's previous small apartment of less than 30 square meters, which barely let in sunlight, to a palace. This house cost Linny a whopping 80 million Huaxia coins. It was a bit too much to spend, but Linny didn't mind. After all, in his heart, money can be earned again, and what matters most is that his parents and family live well and happily. Alright, thank you very much, Principal. The student still has some matters to attend to, so I won't take up the principal's and teacher's time. We'll see each other in 3 days, and then we'll go to Yin University together, Linny said with a smile to Li Wang. Great, see you in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Li Wang also smiled, while Zhang Ye's breath quickened even more. Yin University. The status of this school is no longer comparable to what it was in the era of the Common Era. This school is now one of the largest training grounds for martial arts experts in Huaxia. The security inside is so strict that it rivals some important military bases. To enter, aside from current students, anyone else without martial master level cultivation can forget about it. Therefore, Li Wang and Zhang Yi have never been there in their lives. When Li Wang heard Lin Yi's words, although he was excited, he managed to maintain his composure. But Zhang Yi couldn't hold back. She almost felt her legs give way again. Damn! Staying with Lin Yi for too long, I really can't take it anymore. The shocks I've received today are more than I've had in the first half of my life combined. If I stay with him any longer, I might just have a heart attack. Zhang Yi thought in horror. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't waste any more words. He smiled slightly at Li Wang and Zhang Yi before getting into the car. The destination was his parents' workplace. After entering the second volume, things will heat up and get exciting, so I ask all readers for a bit of patience and a chance. By the way, today is still the third update. The Guangshuan Monster Material Processing Plant is an ordinary monster material processing factory located in the Fuxing district of Yangcheng, Jiangnan province. The entire factory has about 2,000 employees, and its main job is to do some simple processing of monster materials for large monster hunting groups like the Giant Shark Group. The Giant Shark Group is responsible for hunting monsters, while this factory is responsible for processing the monster corpses. Monsters, although extremely ferocious, are also treasures in their own right. Monster meat can be used as the main ingredient in high-end luxury restaurants, providing nourishment for the body, regulating health, and even slightly enhancing martial arts cultivation, helping to strengthen the body. The fur and skin of monsters can also be made into high-end clothing, bags, carpets, and more. They are warm, luxurious, and prestigious, making them highly sought after by the wealthy. In addition, there are other special materials from monsters, such as the iron teeth of wild boars, the gallbladder of green-eyed snakes, and the paws of mighty bears, all of which are extremely expensive luxury items that can fetch a high price. Therefore, when Liang Yongzheng first met Lin Yi, he offered a base salary of 20 million and promised that Lin Yi's total annual salary would not be less than 50 million. This was not because he was crazy, but because a powerful warrior capable of hunting monsters is truly worth that price. Hey, bro, help me open the door. I need to go in and find my parents. Outside the Guangshuan Monster Material Processing Plant, Lin Yi parked the flying car and then opened the window, smiling at a security guard in the guardhouse. Although the car had flying capabilities, allowing him to simply soar over the fence, he chose not to do so. After all, this factory was where his parents worked, and a bit of respect was necessary. Moreover, if he barged in like that and got caught later, he would be fine, but the guard would be in trouble. For a guard, allowing an unfamiliar vehicle to breach security was a serious dereliction of duty. It could even cost someone their job. Lin Yi was not the kind of person who looked down on others just because he had money and power. Having been poor himself and educated across 2 lifetimes, he did not support such selfish and harmful behavior. Alright, to enter the factory, please come over here to register. Only after registering can you. As Lin Yi spoke, a young security guard who had been secretly playing a game on a virtual screen looked up and began to respond. However, before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, this car, is this the Longting T1003? Upon seeing the car's design, the young guard exclaimed. As a young man, he was quite poor and had no opportunities. He might work his whole life and never afford such a luxury car. But that did not dampen his enthusiasm for luxury vehicles. The Longting T1003 was one of his favorite luxury cars, so he recognized it immediately. My goodness, which young master is this? Looking at his age, he must still be in high school. Damn, how can he afford a luxury car worth over 1 million huaxia coins? The young guard was shocked, and his expression turned extremely respectful. This, young master, I wonder, what brings you to our factory? If you can afford such a luxury car, your parents must be influential figures in the entire Yang city. What are they doing here? The young guard asked, puzzled. Linny smiled slightly. You're right, my parents work here, and they've been here for over 10 years. By the way, my name is Linny, my father's name is Lin Jinan, and my mother's name is Xie Shulan. I wonder if you know them? Holy crap, you're Lin uncle's son? As soon as Linny finished speaking, the young guard exclaimed, nodding his head rapidly, like a chick pecking at rice. I know, of course, I know. Lin uncle and his wife are very nice people. Last time I didn't have lunch. They brought me a meal, so I didn't have to go to work on an empty stomach. I'll go call them for you right now, the young guard said, using his walkie-talkie to call another guard for assistance, then quickly ran into the factory to fetch them. The young guard was fast. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yi's parents followed him out. However, this time, in addition to Lin Yi's parents, there was a large crowd behind them. Even with a cursory glance, it looked like there were hundreds or even thousands of people. Brother, what's going on? Looking at the sea of people, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask the young guard, who had returned even faster. The young guard immediately replied, Lin Xiao, don't be surprised. These are all the workers from our factory. I just went in and told them that Lin uncle's son drove a luxury car worth over 1 million to see his parents. At that moment, the factory went into an uproar. No one could believe it until I sent them the photo I secretly took of your beloved car. Only then did they reluctantly start to believe. So, they all came out to join the excitement. The young guard smiled. After all, a luxury car worth 1 million huaxia coins is something that very few people can afford in our entire revival district. As for us ordinary folks, we can only get our thrills by looking at them online. You have no idea how excited they were just now. After seeing this photo, even the team leader and the supervisors instantly went on strike, turning off the machines, wanting to come here and see for themselves. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, but he could understand. After all, a luxury car worth 1 million huaxia coins with today's purchasing power is almost equivalent to a 10 million level luxury car in his past life. When such a luxury car appears in a small county, especially driven by a usually inconspicuous colleague's son, who wouldn't be curious? Xiao Yi, what are you doing here? Isn't today a school day? Why did you come here? And is this car rented by you? While Lin Yi was talking to the young security guard, Lin's father and mother also walked over. Seeing Lin Yi skipping school to come here in a car, Lin's father immediately expressed some mild anger, saying, Xiao Yi, let me tell you, I know you have some skills now and have some money. But this money was rewarded to you by the principal for your cultivation. How can you waste it on vanity like this? Also, about the 100,000 from last time, your mother and I didn't touch it. We saved it for you. After we get home, I'll transfer it to you. Once you have the money, focus on your cultivation and stop messing around with these superficial things. What does $1 million luxury car mean? Getting into Hucking or Yanda is what truly brings honor to our family, far better than 10 or 100 of these cars. Lin Jinan started lecturing as soon as he arrived. He usually wasn't so talkative, but today he said so much out of concern for his son going astray. After all, a high school student suddenly gaining an opportunity, especially one who had previously struggled, could easily go down the wrong path, if not careful, and it would be too late to correct it then. Lin Jinan thought this way, while Linny felt somewhat speechless. Dad, Mom, what do you take your son for? A few days ago, Mom was worried I had a delusion and was concerned I might break the law. Now that I've come here, you're saying all this again. Do you really think so little of me? Actually, this is all Linny said, recounting the story he had already prepared for his parents. This story even stunned martial artists like Li Xingfeng, who graduated from Yanda. As for Lin's father and mother, who had never seen much of the world, they were easily convinced. The whole process of the matter is like this. If you still don't believe me, I can call the principal right now and you can ask him. After Linny finished his last sentence, he looked at his parents, indicating they could ask. Seeing this, Lin's father and mother made a call, and after receiving a positive response, they had no more doubts, instead exclaiming, "My God, son, what did you just say? You said you killed martial artist experts, and you even met innate martial artists who were recruited by Yanda ahead of time and will participate in the assessment in a couple of days?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin's mother immediately gasped, while Lin's father, though silent, felt his hands trembling behind his back. Damn, hearing his son talk about his experiences over the past few days made him, at his age, feel a surge of blood and excitement, almost embarrassing himself in front of his son like his wife. This simply wouldn't do. He still needed to establish authority in front of his son. How could he be so embarrassed? Lin's father thought to himself, carefully maintaining the last shred of his dignity as a father. But why were his hands shaking more and more uncontrollably? Lin's father and mother were shocked. Meanwhile, the hundreds or thousands of workers, team leaders, and supervisors nearby were also listening in astonishment, feeling as if they were hearing a story from a novel. It took a long time for them to react. Suddenly, it exploded. Damn! Old Lin's kid has become a martial artist. He was even recruited by Yanda ahead of time. Old Lin, you're amazing. Damn, we're all workers at the monster material processing plant and I can cut monster skins faster than Old Lin. Old Lin's son is so impressive. Why is my son such a disappointment? If I had known, I should have shot him against the wall back then. Damn it, when he comes back this week asking me for money, I'm definitely going to give him a beating to vent my anger. Old Joe, you can't just beat him. Your son is already 18 this year. He won't let you hit him like when he was a kid. Besides, with your little arms and legs, you can't even take him on. Damn it, how dare you call my son a dog? I'm not done with you today. Damn, didn't you say that? First, voices of surprise, admiration, congratulations, and arguments erupted. Amidst this cacophony, Linny returned to the new home with his parents. The incident of Linny killing a martial artist at 18 and being recruited early by Yin University gradually became a celebrated story at the Guangshuan Monster Material Processing Plant. Especially when the owner of the plant later learned about it, he regretted it so much that he pounded his chest and exclaimed that he hadn't treated Lin Jinan and his wife well, missing out on such a valuable asset. However, that was all in the past. After Linny brought his parents back to the new home, he went to the entrance of the junior high school in the Xinqing district where his sister Linny was making phone calls to notify friends while waiting for Linny to finish school. Yes, brother Liang, I'm going to Yin University for an assessment in 3 days. Let's go together then. It's me, a Fei. I've already asked the principal for your leave. We'll set off for Yin University in 3 days. By the way, please inform Uncle Li. I'll come to pick you two up. Captain Li, are you healed? What? You'll be fine in 3 days? Good. Then we'll go back to your alma mater Yin University together, and please tell brother Wang about this. Linny slowly made calls, notifying friends and family one by one. Brother Liang, Yongzheng, brother Li Fei, his father Uncle Li, and the Six Doors Captain Wang Yan, Li Xingfeng, and others all received Linny's notifications. Besides these, along with his own 3 family members, there were also Li Wang and Zhang Yi. Thus, all 10 spots for the Yin University friends and family group were filled. Ding ling ling. Accompanied by the sound of ding ling ling, the students of the first junior high school in Xinqing district were also released from school. Going home. School's out. Within 3 minutes of the bell ringing, excited voices filled the air. At the school gate, countless students surged towards the exit. Junior high school students generally live close to the school and do not need to board, so they mostly go home. At this moment, having just finished class, this group of boys and girls could no longer contain the energy built up inside them throughout the day, eagerly wanting to go home and let loose. Xiaoyi, over here. Among the vibrant youth, Linny waved at a girl. She had her hair in a ponytail, was barefaced, and was laughing with a few friends. Although her looks were not extraordinary, she exuded a comfortable aura that made people want to get close to her. At that moment, when she saw Linny, her face lit up with joy. Brother! Linny waved through the crowd and quickly jogged to Linny, her face full of surprise. Brother, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? I missed my lovely sister, so I came. Linny smiled slightly, ruffling Linny's hair, and she responded with a contented expression like a little cat. She had always admired her brother since childhood because, in her eyes, he was someone who could achieve anything. Although her brother's talent was not great and his martial arts progress was slow, later on, it did not change his position in Linny's heart. Alright, enough joking around. I came this time to tell you some great news. A few seconds later, Linny released his hand and smiled at Linny. What is it? Linny asked curiously. To fulfill your dream, go to Yen University. Linny smiled and said, then added, haven't you always dreamed of going to Yanda to see Waning Lake when you grow up? This time, I'll take you. Really, can we go? Linny's eyes instantly sparkled with boundless joy upon hearing this. Absolutely. Lin. He replied firmly with a smile. That's great. Thank you, brother. Hearing Linny's affirmative answer, Linny felt no more doubts in her heart. In her mind, her older brother and parents were the most trustworthy people in the world. Although it seemed unrealistic for their family to go to Yanda, since her brother said they could, then they definitely could. Brother, can we go home now? Yes, let's go home. Watching her sister's joyful expression, looking at the clear blue sky above, feeling the cheerful laughter of countless students around, and catching a whiff of the floral fragrance in the air, Linny couldn't help but break into a heartfelt smile. This world is truly wonderful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, aside from the essential daily training, Linny also took the time to pay respects to the martial arts hall master and the constables who died in the battle that day. Linny gave each family 2 million huaxia coins as compensation. This amount wasn't much, but it was a token of his sincerity. With these 2 million, the widows and children of those heroes could live better lives. At the very least, as long as there were no accidents, living comfortably for a lifetime wouldn't be a problem. On the morning of May 14th at 8 o'clock, Linny drove his smart car to pick up 10 friends and relatives to a playground at the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau. There, a massive circular flying warplane with a diameter of over 10 meters was quietly parked. This was Director Wang An's private warplane. In today's era, due to the rampant monsters in the wilderness outside the city, ordinary high-speed trains and trains had ceased operations, leaving only airplanes in service. However, because there were also flying monsters in the air, the cost of airplanes was extremely high. They required a hard exterior, strong stability, and weapon systems like laser cannons. The overall cost of a single airplane could easily reach hundreds of billions to trillions of huaxia coins. Therefore, plane tickets today were also very expensive. Even the cheapest economy class ticket would cost nearly 100,000 huaxia coins, which ordinary people simply couldn't afford. Only the wealthy or martial artists could occasionally manage to take a flight. As for private planes like Wang Yan's, the price was even more outrageous. Although the overall cost wasn't as high as that of large passenger planes, it still amounted to tens or hundreds of billions of huaxia coins. With so much money, even martial masters wouldn't be willing to spend it. Only innate martial masters, standing below the martial saints, could afford such extravagance. Next to the disc-shaped warplane, Linny and his group waited patiently. In less than 10 minutes, they saw Wang Yan approaching with two young men. "Linny, you arrived early. Let me introduce you," Wang Yan said with a smile upon seeing Linny waiting there. He then pointed to a young man with a buzz cut and a tough appearance, saying, This is Lu Yun, from Jinling City in Jiangnan Province, a 9th-level martial artist with a power multiplier of 4 times. He is also the grandson of one of our province's 3 noble lords, Chasing Wind Lord. As for the other one, this is Zhang Tao, the son of my friend, innate martial artist Zhang Yuan, also a 9th-level martial artist with a power multiplier of 3.3 times. The fact that you can join me to Yanda for the heavenly class assessment is fate. You can get to know each other now, so you can look out for one another in the future. At Yanda, Wang Yan said with a smile, and upon seeing the strong backgrounds of these two young men, Linny was slightly taken aback, then smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, Brother Lu, Brother Zhang. I am Linny, from Yangcheng in Jiangnan Province, a 9th-level martial artist with a power multiplier of 6 times. If we become classmates in the future, I hope you both will take care of me. Don't, I absolutely cannot accept Brother Lin's address. Just call me by my name or Zhang Tao's. Please don't call me anything like Brother Lu or Brother Zhan." As soon as Linny finished speaking, Lu Yun and Zhang Tao quickly waved their hands. Then, Lu Yun smiled and explained, "I've heard from Uncle Wang about Brother Lin's terrifying talent. You are destined to become a powerhouse far beyond me in the future. Even now, you are much stronger than I am. In such a situation, how could I dare to presume to call you Brother Lin? Actually, originally, both Zhang Tao and I planned to take our family's warplane to Yin University. But upon hearing that Brother Lin would be taking Uncle Wang's warplane to Yin University, we shamelessly came to ask Uncle Wang for an introduction, hoping to take this opportunity to get to know Brother Lin." After Lu Yun finished speaking, Zhang Tao beside him nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Linny filled with admiration. A genius, destined to become a king. Not to mention him, even his father valued this greatly and would not want to offend him unless absolutely necessary. This time, being able to take this opportunity to get to know such a young talent in advance and build a good relationship would be immensely beneficial for his future development. Everyone had different thoughts, while Linny smiled upon hearing this. These two are quite sincere. Their intelligence is nothing like those villainous second-generation rich kids described in some novels from my past life. More importantly, their approach to making friends is straightforward. They say it directly without any pretense. This method, compared to those who are sneaky, actually makes me feel more favorable towards them. Truly, they are geniuses from a prominent family. Linny thought to himself, then smiled. "Since you both say so, I won't be polite. Lu Yun, Zhang Tao, you don't need to call me Brother Lin anymore, just call me Linny." "All right, Linny," the two exclaimed in delight, their faces lighting up. In an instant, all three were in high spirits. "Brother, you're amazing. Even the genius from the innate martial artist family is so polite to you." Seeing this, Lin Yi's younger sister, Linny, whispered from behind, her eyes filled with admiration. Just hearing about Lu Yun and Zhang Tao's identities made Linny feel as if her breath had stopped. "Oh my, this is a genius from an innate martial artist family, and innate martial artists are considered strong figures throughout the world. This identity alone could easily overshadow any so-called big shot son or wealthy daughter's daughter at school." Yet now, in front of her brother, they were all smiles, and after being acknowledged by him, they were even more overjoyed, beaming with happiness. Her brother is just too impressive, Linny thought in admiration. "Ha ha, alright, since everyone knows each other now, let's not waste any more time. Let's take my warplane to Yin University." Seeing that his old friend's request had been successfully fulfilled, Lu Yun and Zhang Tao received Lin Yi's acknowledgement, and Wang Yan immediately laughed heartily. He then opened the hatch of the saucer-shaped warplane and stepped inside first. Linny and the others quickly followed suit. When the last person boarded, Wang Yan said, "Start flying," and with a loud bang, the hatch closed, and the warplane took off automatically under the control of the intelligence system. Whoosh! The warplane swiftly cut through the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye above the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau. Less than 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yin University, over 800 kilometers away. The intelligent warplane is a brilliant product of modern technology. Its speed is astonishing. Wang Yan's aircraft can reach a normal speed of 7.8 Mach, which is about 9,555 kilometers per hour. Its maximum speed is even more outrageous, reaching 12.3 Mach, or approximately 15,000 kilometers per hour. At such speeds, it wouldn't take long to circle the Earth. After all, one can travel 80,000 miles in a day. This sentence tells us that even the longest circumference on Earth, the equator, is only about 80,000 miles, which is just 40,000 kilometers in length. At a speed of 15,000 kilometers per hour, completing this 40,000 kilometers and circling the Earth would take just over 2 hours. As for other places with shorter circumferences, it would be even faster. Therefore, the terrifying speed of the intelligent fighter jet can be glimpsed through a narrow lens. Lin Yi thought to himself, as time slowly passed, and the intelligent fighter jet soon arrived at the landing area of Yanqing University. Welcome to Yanqing University. As the intelligent fighter jet landed, a mechanical voice rang in Lin Yi's ears. Immediately after, a 2-meter-tall robot automatically approached the crowd. Hello, esteemed innate martial artist, Mr. Wang Yan, director of the Education Bureau of Jiangnan Province. Welcome to Yanqing University. I am the reception. Robot 0027. How may I assist you? The mechanical voice emanated from the robot, and upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded and instructed, you don't need to worry about me for now. First, take the others to collect their temporary metaverse helmets. They are all geniuses or relatives participating in the Celestial Class Assessment and are qualified for temporary entry into the metaverse space. Yes. Command received. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, 2 beams of red light shot from the eyes of the reception robot 0027. Then, within the robot's field of vision, countless data points instantly appeared. Searching database. Identity confirmation in progress. Identity information comparison completed. The information of Genius Lin Yi, Genius Lu Yun, and Genius Zheng Tao matches with a degree exceeding 99.9999%. Identity confirmation successful. Counting the number of companions. The number of companions is 10 and the total does not exceed the school's limit of 30. Complies with school regulations. Temporary entry into the metaverse space is permitted. Everyone, please follow me. Less than a second later, the red light faded. The mechanical voice once again sounded from the reception robot 0027, and then its wheels began to roll, leading the crowd in a specific direction. Let's go. Keep up. Seeing this, Lin Yi spoke up, and the next moment he followed behind the robot with his parents. 5 minutes later, following the pace of the reception robot, everyone arrived at a room with silver-white walls all around. This room was about 40 to 50 square meters, and there was very little inside. Apart from 20 high-end massage chairs, there was nothing else. Reception robot 0027 of Yanqing University requesting 13 temporary metaverse helmets. In the room, the reception robot 0027 spoke. The next moment, Lin Yi and the others felt as if a beam of light swept over their bodies. Immediately after, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the room. After scanning, identity information verification passed. 13 slots confirmed. Permission granted to issue 13 temporary metaverse helmets. As the voice fell, a sound suddenly came from the ceiling. Lin Yi looked up and saw the ceiling parting like a curtain, revealing an opening. Then, from the opening, 13 light blue helmets slowly descended as if freed from Earth's gravity, ultimately hovering in front of everyone. The reception robot then spoke. Dear geniuses and companions, the helmets before you are for temporary entry into the metaverse space. You will put the helmets on your heads and your consciousness will enter the metaverse space. Specially constructed by Yanqing University, Nuwa. The Celestial Class Assessment, as well as the viewing by other powerful friends and family, will all take place in the metaverse. With this, the guidance for this session ends. Finally, I wish all the geniuses good results, and I hope all the geniuses' companions enjoy their trip to Yanqing University. As soon as the reception robot finished speaking, the wheels beneath it began to roll again, leaving the room. Creak. The door to the room slowly closed, leaving Lin Yi and the others in a state of confusion. Brother Wang, what exactly is this metaverse space? And does this so-called helmet for entering the metaverse just need to be worn? Seeing his parents and sister exchanging glances, unsure of what to do, Lin Yi finally couldn't help but ask Wang Yan. As a graduate from Yen University, Wang Yan must know about these things, so it was definitely right to ask him. Ha, I thought you, Brother Lin Yi, would be able to keep your composure, but I didn't expect you to ask so soon. Wang Yan laughed at first, then said, Brother Lin Yi, before I explain this question, I want to ask you, do you know the concept of the metaverse? I know. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, Lin Yi nodded. The metaverse is a concept that was proposed during the era of the Common Era. It is said to use technological means to link and create a virtual world that reflects and interacts with the real world, creating a digital living space with a new type of social system. To put it simply, it is actually about using technology to create a virtual space. In that virtual space, a person's spirit will be digitized, will not feel fatigue, and will not die. Only when the spirit in the real world can no longer hold on will a brief rest be needed. This technology is of great help whether for scientific research or for practicing martial arts. In terms of scientific research, scientists in the virtual space do not have to worry about material loss. They can continuously experiment, constantly improve, and even manipulate time. This allows experiments that would normally take 1 hour, 10 hours, or even a month or a year to be completed in just 1 second, collecting the necessary data. As for martial arts, the enhancement effect is also tremendous, because it can help martial artists practice tirelessly, rapidly improving their martial arts realm. Moreover, it can create opponents for challenges without worrying about injury or death, allowing for unlimited and intense training. In addition, if needed, it can directly simulate scenarios that aid in practicing certain martial arts, such as deserts, jungles, outer space, stars, and even fire seas and stars, etc. This is a great concept, and if it can be invented and widely popularized, it will surely change people's lives and achieve a leap in civilization. However, I heard that although spiritual energy has revived and civilization has been rebuilt, people have continuously proposed this concept and even researched it, but no one has truly invented it. Brother Wang, could it be that this so-called metaverse space at Yen University is really what I understand it to be? At this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. That's right, Lin Yi, you guessed it. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang Yan nodded in appreciation. I didn't expect you, a high school student, to know so much about this obscure knowledge. I thought you didn't know anything. Saying this, Wang Yan smiled and continued to explain, the metaverse is indeed a great concept. However, the technology required to break through its key aspects is also very terrifying. During the Common Era, there were actually scholars and experts in the country secretly researching, eager to turn this concept into reality. Unfortunately, after the revival of spiritual energy, monsters roamed freely. In this disaster, countless weak-bodied scientists died during their escape, and countless important data was lost, causing the entire world civilization to regress by decades overnight. At that time, human survival was already a problem, so naturally, no one studied this. Until the 23rd year of the new era, the Taiji Divine Sword Master Chongshu had a sudden enlightenment, breaking through to the martial saint level, achieving a divine state among humans. From then on, Huaxia had a martial saint to oversee, and the monsters dared not invade. Thus, the country had enough resources to invest in this. However, the technical challenges that needed to be overcome for this concept were truly numerous. The country conducted research in secret for over 200 years, yet had not created a true metaverse. It wasn't until 30 years ago, just when the country was about to give up and hide this concept, our greatest scientist in Huaxia, academician Li Zhengxian of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, had a burst of inspiration, overcoming the final technical hurdle, and created the world's first metaverse space, Pangu. With this, the metaverse became a reality. At this point, Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with admiration and respect for Li Zhengxian. In this era, although martial arts were flourishing, it did not mean that humanity had abandoned technological progress. However, compared to the era of the Common Era, cultural education was no longer universally accessible. After completing the basic education in elementary school, most people began to focus on martial arts in middle school, with cultural studies determined by their interests. Only the rare genius among millions, truly exceptional in intelligence, would be secretly nurtured by the state, given the best resources to become top scientists. Academician Li Zhengxian was one of them. Thus, the status of such top scientists was extremely high. Not to mention Wang Yan, even innate martial masters held them in great esteem. I see, I never expected that such a fantastical concept as the metaverse would actually have a day of becoming reality. Upon hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Lin Yi said, his face filled with shock. The others, except for Lu Yun, Zhang Tao, and Li Xingfeng, who already knew, were also greatly shaken. In the end, it was Lin Yi who reacted first and asked again, so, Brother Wang, the Nuwa mentioned by the reception robot just now is the unique metaverse space of Yen University? Are our assessments and studies in the university conducted in this space? Yes. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Wang Yan smiled and nodded. Nuwa, this is the metaverse space specially constructed by the state for Yen University, corresponding to Hucking's Fushi, both being places where students and teachers practice daily. However, because the energy consumed to maintain a person's spirit in the metaverse space is too great, so, apart from teachers, students have time limits for entering the metaverse space. For the most ordinary Huan level class students, they can only stay in the metaverse for 2 hours a day. The Xian level class can stay for 4 hours. The D level class, 8 hours. As for the highest level Tian level class, that is much higher, a full 16 hours. In a day. Apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, they can basically stay inside. Thus, their rate of progress is naturally like riding a rocket. Generally, they can graduate from university and become innate martial masters, becoming true powerhouses of humanity. As Wang Yan spoke, his eyes were filled with envy. Because back then, he was just a Huan level class student at Yen University, only able to stay in Nuwa for 2 hours a day. Now that he had graduated, he had even less than 2 hours. This time, if it weren't for Lin Yi's influence, he estimated he would have to break through to become a martial master before he could enter the Nuwa space again. After all, the energy consumed to allow someone to enter the metaverse space was immense, and even the state found it difficult to bear. Therefore, in all of Huaxia, no, in the entire world, there were only 3 metaverse spaces: Pangu, Fuxi, and Nuwa. To gain permanent access to these spaces, one would have to either become a leader at the provincial or ministerial level or achieve the status of an innate martial master. To obtain this qualification, however, for temporary access like this, one needs to have a martial artist level of cultivation and pay 1 million Huaxia coins to stay for a day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak up immediately. Alright, let's skip the small talk. Anyway, after newcomers enter Nuwa, there will be a space assistant to guide them temporarily. It knows much more than I do. Now, I will go in first, and we will meet in the meta-universe. Wang Yan smiled, then sat down in the massage chair and put on the helmet. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, each putting on their helmets. In the next moment, the world spun around, and everyone felt a moment of dizziness before arriving in a strange space. Is this the meta-universe space? Ha! Where are father, mother, and my sister? In a villa covering about 500 square meters, Lin Yi slowly regained consciousness, looking around at everything that seemed as real as reality, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Hello, Lin Yi." Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a sudden change occurred in the void before him, and an old man with a hunched back and white beard appeared in front of him, leaning on a cane. "Are you the guide that Brother Wang mentioned?" Seeing the old man, suddenly appear, Linny couldn't help but speculate. Yes, I am the guide, you can call me Land. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the old man smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, Land?" Upon hearing this, Linny pondered. It seems that Yen University really does appreciate traditional Huaxia culture. First, there was Nuwa and now there is Land. In ancient Huaxia legends, Nuwa is the deity who created humanity. The mountain god and Land have almost become synonymous with the all-knowing, all-seeing deities in Huaxia mythology. Whenever the great gods needed to inquire about something, they would summon the local mountain god or Land for questions. And now, the ruler of Yen University has named the guide of the Nuwa space this way, which indeed complements each other well. Linny nodded secretly in his heart, then politely asked Land, "May I ask, what is this place? Why am I not with my parents and friends after entering the Nuwa space? I clearly remember entering with them." As Linny spoke, he poured out his confusion, and Land immediately responded, "Linny, you are different from them. Although you all entered the meta-universe space with temporary helmets, however, because you have been recruited early into the heavenly class, so your accommodation in the Nuwa space has already been arranged. From now on, no matter where you enter the Nuwa space, the first place you appear will always be in this villa. As for them, they will be in a public square." Land explained slowly. "Oh, in that case, hurry and take me to that public square," Linny said upon hearing this. "Don't rush." Hearing this, Land smiled and explained, "In the Nuwa space, the so-called space is merely an illusion. As long as you think of it, you can reach any location within the Nuwa space. Now that you are entering the Nuwa space for the first time, I have one more thing to explain to you in detail." "What is it?" Although Linny was eager to explore the meta-universe with his parents, he still understood the importance of the matter, so he immediately asked Land, who replied, "It is the reflection of martial arts." "Oh, reflection of martial arts? What does that mean?" Linny frowned in confusion upon hearing this. The reflection of martial arts means that through your practice in the Nuwa space, your martial arts in reality will be recorded in the Nuwa space. Only after it is recorded can you use that martial art in the Nuwa space. This is something that must be done, and you will need it when you participate in the heavenly class assessment later. And besides, even in your future studies at Yen University, you will still need to use it. The Land spoke silently, and Linny fell silent upon hearing this. Up to now, he had mastered a total of 4 martial arts. The first was Feng Lei Shou. The second was Hun Yuan Feng Lei Shou, which evolved from Feng Lei Shou. The third was Hong Lian Taibu Shan. The fourth was Jin Gangbu Hui Shengong, which evolved from Hong Lian Taibu Shan. Among these, Feng Lei Shou, Hong Lian Taibu Shan, and Han Yuan Feng Lei Shou were relatively easy to discuss. The first two were merely human-tier martial arts, while the latter was only a top-tier, Earth-level skill. Those who came to watch the battle in the Nuwa space today were basically all true big shots. Although top-tier Earth-level martial skills were precious, they probably wouldn't catch their eye. However, Jin Gangbu Hui Shengong was different. It was a semi-saint level martial art, and an extremely special one at that. The rarity of this martial art was such that even innate martial masters would be tempted. If he were to use it openly during the assessment today and someone coveted it, that would be troublesome. After all, his strength was still far inferior to that of innate martial masters who could easily defeat him with a single move. Linny, do you have any concerns? Could it be that you possess high-level martial arts and are worried about being coveted? Just as Linny was lost in thought, the guide Land asked, "Land, why would you say that? Can the Nuwa space really read minds?" Linny was taken aback by the Land's words, but he feigned calmness and asked, "If thoughts could be easily discerned in the Nuwa space, then it would be better for him not to attend Yen University at all. He had too many secrets, especially the existence of the system. If someone discovered it, he might very well be captured and subjected to dissection for research. After all, if the principles of such an incredible existence as the system were uncovered, then not only could they deal with the monsters on Blue Star, but they could also break out of Blue Star, escape the Milky Way, and conquer the entire universe. In that case, sacrificing a small genius like him would be nothing at all. For the higher-ups of humanity, this choice would be as easy as picking with their feet. Although Linny wanted to contribute to the country and humanity, he wasn't noble enough to the point of sacrificing himself, so he naturally wouldn't surrender easily. Linny, don't overthink it." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the Land smiled and explained, "The human brain is incredibly complex. Every moment, every second, every instant, even between every birth and death, countless thoughts will pass through. To calculate all these baseless thoughts and read minds is probably harder than thoroughly studying the entire universe. And the Nuwa space certainly doesn't possess such miraculous powers. The reason I guessed you have high-level martial arts is entirely due to precedence. Like 10 years ago, there was a grassroots genius like you who accidentally obtained high-level martial arts and was feared by others. In the end, he chose to keep his strength, which led to him not entering a higher-level class. So, when I saw you hesitating just now, I was able to guess your thoughts. But now it seems you might indeed have high-level martial arts. However, I can tell you that you don't need to worry too much, because even if you have saint-level martial arts, no one will covet you or desire to kill you for your skills. Because, for innate martial masters, martial arts are simply not valuable. Even saint-level martial arts, as long as innate martial masters are willing to put in the effort to kill monsters, can be exchanged for at Yen University. Because this is not ancient times, where one must be cautious about passing down techniques. Now, under the threat of monsters, martial arts have long been shared, and almost every martial saint and innate martial master from the Huaxia nation has left their martial arts at Yin University. If it weren't for the fear that what comes too easily won't be cherished, and that it would cause martial artists to lose their drive and ambition, the country would have long since made all martial arts libraries public to everyone. However, even so, it is really easy for innate martial masters to acquire a martial art at Yin University. You will understand all this later. So, for the country, it's not about the law, but about the people. The dragon among men. The monstrous genius. Because the breakthrough of a martial sage is stronger than having 10 or 100 holy level martial arts in the database. Later, during your assessment and in your future studies, the stronger and more talented you appear, the more the school and the country will value you, the more you can gain. Fearing that Lin Yi might misunderstand, the guide patiently explained. The most important thing is people, not the law. Lin Yi murmured a few words upon hearing this. Then, he suddenly felt enlightened, as if boundless brilliance was bursting forth from his eyes, and he finally made up his mind. If that's the case, then reflect. Reflect the Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand and Indestructible Diamond Technique. I've held back for so long, I want to see just how strong I am when I unleash my full power. Can I defeat a 3rd level martial master? Or a 4th level martial master? Or even a higher 5th level martial master? And in this world-renowned assessment, where will I rank? In the top 10? The top 5? Or the top 3? Lin Yi's heart was filled with longing. In the next moment, his body surged up, beginning to practice. Before long, boundless power of wind and thunder began to swirl around him. His body's surface appeared as if cast in gold, like the Buddha descending from myth, radiating immeasurable golden light. Earth-level martial art, Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand, reflect. Half-saint-level martial art, Indestructible Diamond Technique, reflect. It's worked. The Nuwa space truly deserves to be one of humanity's highest achievements so far. Just now, not only did my martial arts reflect, but even my internal power did as well. In the villa room, feeling the immense power within him that was as real as the world outside, Lin Yi smiled slightly and then whispered, "Now, it's time to find my parents." With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred, and in the next moment, his body seemed to teleport, disappearing directly from the room. In the Nuwa space, at the public square, in the center of the vast white jade plaza stood a statue of Nuwa, 100 meters tall with a human upper body and a serpent tail, surrounded by a misty white haze that obscured the view beyond. At this moment, countless people of various skin colors and nationalities were bustling about in the white jade plaza, each occupying their own space. Some were sitting and chatting, some were tasting delicacies, some were looking around, and some were strolling arm in arm. The scene resembled a celestial realm, breathtakingly beautiful. They were all powerful individuals or super rich from around the world. They had come to Yin University specifically to witness the grandeur of the assessment test for the heavenly class. This was a grand event that only occurred once a year. The talented individuals who performed brilliantly in this battle had a great chance of becoming experts of the same level or even stronger after graduating in 4 years. Naturally, these people wanted to get to know them in advance to see if they could form alliances early on. Come, everyone, eat freely. Today, I'm treating. In one corner of the White Jade Plaza, Lin Yi and his group gathered. Wang Yan waved his hand with a smile. Splash! In an instant, a round table and about 10 chairs appeared out of thin air in the open space. The table was filled with various rare fruits, such as blood snake fruit at 30,000 Huaxia coins per pound, monkey banana at 50,000 Huaxia coins per pound, and greenwood pears at 70,000 per pound, all sorts of colors and varieties. Seeing that everyone had gathered here, Wang Yan smiled slightly and explained, in the Nuwa space, although everything is virtual, it has reached a 100% level of virtualization. So eating here, the taste is the same as in the real world. Moreover, because these items are just data for the Nuwa space, the prices here are only 1,000th of those in the real world. For example, the fruits on this table, if placed outside, would cost at least 10 million Huaxia coins, and even an average martial artist would hesitate to eat them. But here, they only cost around 10,000 Huaxia coins, so I can treat you all without a care. Wang Yan happily picked up a blood snake fruit and took a big bite, his face instantly filled with enjoyment. As the head of the 6 doors, his salary was quite high. Nowadays, public servants in the country are no longer paid based on rank like in the era of the Common Era, but rather according to their strength and potential. A martial artist like Wang Yan, who was at the 7th level and a genius from Yin University, could easily secure a base annual salary in the tens of millions if he joined certain groups. Although joining the 6 doors doesn't offer as much, there is still a guaranteed annual salary of 3 million. Plus, with commissions from completing tasks, his total annual income could approach 10 million Huaxia coins. So, naturally, he was quite wealthy. Yes, everyone, eat freely. Even if Wang Laodi doesn't treat me, I will. Lian Yongzhan was also very happy to enter such a magical place as the Nuwa space for the first time, enjoying the rare fruits while inviting everyone. Seeing this, the others naturally did not hold back and began to eat as well. At the round table, everyone chatted while eating, and suddenly, Wang Yan spoke up. Brother Lin Yi, have you learned about your opponents for this heavenly class assessment? Oh, opponents? Lin Yi was taken aback. I really haven't looked into it. I knew it. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Wang Yan immediately smiled and then waved his hand in the air. Suddenly, a long, light green virtual leaderboard appeared before everyone. This is a list compiled by Yen University based on the information reported by educational departments from all over the country and the world regarding geniuses. It records some information about the geniuses participating in this heavenly class assessment. Wang Yan explained with a smile. According to this leaderboard, a total of 256 people are participating in the Yen University Heavenly Class Assessment. Among them, there are 18 martial masters and 238 martial artists at the 9th level. The first place, without a doubt, is the grandson of the Tianjin Wang from the capital city, the little sword saint Li Changkong. At this point, Wang Yan paused, then pointed to the name Li Changkong at the top of the leaderboard. In the next moment, a three-dimensional projection of Li Changkong, about 50 centimeters tall, appeared beside the virtual leaderboard. It was a young man carrying a 3-foot green blade, handsome in appearance, with a nose like a hanging gallbladder and eyes like paintings. Unfortunately, his gaze appeared very cold. Even just looking at a three-dimensional projection, one could feel a chilling aura coming from him. This person is so cold. Could it be that all the Lis are this cold? Looking at the three-dimensional projection of Li Changkong, Lin subtly glanced at Li Xingfeng. Beside him, he had originally thought that Li Xingfeng was already cold enough, but he didn't expect this young genius from his own family, Li Changkong, to be even colder by 10 times. If Li Xingfeng was a block of ice, occasionally warmed up, then Li Changkong was like a piece of 10,000-year-old cold jade, completely unmoved no matter what. Bring up the detailed information on Li Changkong. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Yan spoke lightly. In the next moment, on the other side of Li Changkong's three-dimensional projection, lines of Huaxia characters appeared. Name, Li Changkong. Nationality, Huaxia. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, Martial Master. 7th level martial arts, top tier heavenly martial arts, stunning sword. Power output multiplier, 9.5. Power output multiplier of 9.5? Has he really cultivated the top tier heavenly martial arts stunning sword to a minor completion level? Seeing this power multiplier, everyone gasped in disbelief. In the martial arts of the world, when a human level martial art is perfected, the power multipliers vary according to the tiers, 1.0 for 3rd tier, 2.0 for 2nd tier, and 3.0 for 1st tier. For Earth level martial arts, the multipliers are 4.0, 5.0, and 6.0, respectively, depending on whether it is 3rd tier, 2nd tier, or 1st tier. However, when it comes to heaven-level martial arts, a qualitative change occurs. Heaven-level martial arts, the closest to divine beings on earth, are the sacred martial arts created by the martial saint. Even a 3rd-tier heaven-level martial art can easily reach a power multiplier of 4 times upon entry, and when perfected, it can soar to 9 times. For 2nd-tier heaven-level martial arts, the entry multiplier is 5 times, and perfection brings it to 12 times. As for 1st-tier heaven-level martial arts, it is even more terrifying. The entry multiplier already reaches 6 times, comparable to a perfected 1st-tier earth-level martial art. When one achieves minor success, it can reach 9 times, rivaling a perfected 3rd-tier heaven-level martial art. Once perfection is attained, the power multiplier can reach a staggering 15 times. Now, Li Changkong, practicing the 1st-tier heaven-level martial art stunning sword, has achieved a power multiplier of 9.5. This clearly indicates he has reached minor success and has even progressed a bit further. Within that realm, such a level has already surpassed many innate martial artists below the 3rd level. How terrifying is this for an 18-year-old boy? This strength, even if he is only at the 7th level of martial artist, is likely enough to be considered invincible among martial artists. Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. Li Changkong, truly worthy of the title Little Sword Saint, reputed to possess the talent of a martial saint. This innate talent is indeed terrifying. Seeing Li Changkong's power multiplier, Liang Yongjing sighed lightly, even putting down the fruit in his hand. Alright, Li Changkong is too strong. Let's not focus on him for now. Let's look at the next one. Noticing the crowd's mood had dampened, Wang Yan chuckled awkwardly and then pulled up the data for the second person. Splash! With a tap of his finger, the three-dimensional projection of Li Changkong on one side of the leaderboard dissipated and another three-dimensional projection appeared. It was a man with a full head of golden hair, a sturdy and robust physique, resembling a lion. One glance at his face revealed he was a genius from a Western country. Name, Leibkane. Nationality, Golden Eagle country. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, martial artist 5th level, Great Knight 5th level, martial arts, heaven level 2nd tier martial art, Furious Flame Lion Palm. Power multiplier, 7.0. Who? This one is somewhat more normal. Seeing the text introduction on the side of the three-dimensional projection, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This genius named Leibkane is also quite strong. In previous years, he would likely have had a chance to compete for first place. Unfortunately, in this year, under the brilliance of Li Changkong, he seems rather ordinary. Not only is his cultivation 2 levels lower, but his power multiplier is also 2.5 times less. When combined, their strengths are simply not on the same level. However, why does his cultivation section clearly state martial artist 5th level, yet also include Great Knight 5th level? Upon seeing this, Linny couldn't help but ask Wang Yan about his confusion, and Wang Yan quickly smiled and replied, Linny, that's a great question you asked. Although the current martial arts system in the world was created by our ancestors in Huaxia, the martial arts of all countries, including Golden Eagle country, the European Union, and Soviet Russia, originated from our Huaxia studies. However, you know how those foreigners are. They lack skills but are full of arrogance. Once they achieve a little success, they start to disdain the terms we use in Huaxia for martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters as being too Eastern. So, in the year 123 of the new era, the European Union and Golden Eagle country were the first to start renaming all these martial arts realms. Among them, martial apprentices were renamed to knight apprentices, martial artists to formal knights, martial masters to great knights, and innate martial masters to golden great knights. Regarding the martial saint, it's even more ridiculous that they shamelessly renamed him the Golden Saint Seiya. What's even more despicable is that, following their renaming, other countries have also begun to imitate them. For example, over in the Soviet Union, they changed it to Combat Apprentice Fighter, Combat Master, Combat Saint Master, and so on. On the side of Fusan, they changed it to Ninja Apprentice, Lower Ninja, Middle Ninja, Upper Ninja, Divine Ninja, and so forth. There are countless other names, but essentially, they are still part of our Huaxia's internal energy cultivation system. Truly shameless. As he spoke, Wang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. But a few seconds later, he composed himself and said with a laugh, "Alright, enough of that. It's bad for the mood. Let's continue looking at the list." As Wang Yan spoke, he continued to analyze the geniuses on the list. Everyone followed along, including those from Huaxia, the Soviet Union, Europe and America, and Fusan. Basically, all the top countries in the world were represented. However, among them, the largest proportion and the strongest geniuses still belonged to Huaxia. In the top 10, apart from the little sword saint Li Changkong, 3 of the other 9 were also from Huaxia. One was named Meng Xian from the capital city, a 4th-level martial artist, with a power multiplier of 6.5. Another was named Du Wei from Guangdong province, a 3rd-level martial artist with a power multiplier of 6.1. The last was named Yin He from Zhejiang province, a 2nd-level martial artist with a power multiplier of 6.0. As for the rest, there were 2 or 3 first-level martial artists, all ranked outside the top 10. Everyone was slowly looking through the list when they finally saw Lin Yi's name in the 19th position. Name, Lin Yi. Nationality, Huaxia. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, 9th-level martial artist. Martial arts, Earth-level first-class martial arts. Hun Yuan Wind Thunder Hand. Power multiplier, 6.0. What a ridiculous ranking. It's all messed up. My brother is so strong, yet he's only ranked 19th. Seeing the ranking on the list, Lin Yi couldn't help but pout, looking unconvinced. She knew Lin Yi's strength, 20,000 kilograms of punching power, comparable to a first-level martial artist, and his power multiplier was as high as 6.0. This power output was almost higher than all the first-level martial artist geniuses on the list, yet his ranking was still lower than theirs. Little Yi, don't be angry. Seeing Lin Yi's puffed up expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but pat her little head and comfort her. Based on the strength I displayed during my initial test, it's actually quite normal for Yen University to rank me 19th among many martial artists. After all, at that time, although my strength reached 20,000 kilograms, comparable to a first-level martial artist, my power output was even stronger than many first-level martial artists. However, I am essentially still a martial artist. The energy within me is still internal energy, not true chi. Under the attack of true chi, internal energy is very fragile. Even if my power multiplier is higher than those first-level martial artist geniuses by a factor of 1 or a little more, but in actual combat, I would still be at a disadvantage and very likely unable to defeat them. At this point, Lin Yi paused slightly, then smiled and said, "But this is just the strength I displayed on the surface back then. My true strength is far beyond that. Since my little sister is upset, just wait and see how I'll crush those geniuses and shock those ranking me," Lin Yi said confidently. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was also taken aback. "Oh, brother Lin, Yi has hidden strength? He actually has the confidence to defeat first-level martial artist geniuses? Right, bro, are you really confident you can beat those first-level martial artist geniuses?" As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to him, filled with doubt, surprise, anticipation, and excitement. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly. The secrets of heaven should not be revealed. Everyone, just watch quietly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 9:50 a.m. On the vast white jade square, a broadcast suddenly echoed, "Dear guests, esteemed geniuses, welcome to the Yin University Heavenly Class Assessment Site. On behalf of Yin University, I sincerely welcome you all. The time is already late. There are only 10 minutes left before the Heavenly Class Assessment begins. Therefore, those still lingering in the public square, please hurry to your seats in the audience. The competition is about to start." The booming voice continuously reminded everyone in the white jade square, and Lin Yi and the others smiled slightly at the scene. "Let's go. The competition has begun," Lin Yi prompted. In the next moment, everyone focused their thoughts, and their figures instantly vanished from the white jade square, appearing in the audience seats of the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yi and the others settled into their seats, more figures gradually emerged from the void to fill the remaining empty spots in the audience. Wow, there are really a lot of people. Looking at the crowd continuously appearing in the audience, Li Fei among Lin Yi's group exclaimed, "Of course there are many." As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, Wang Yan chuckled. The Yin University Heavenly Class Assessment is a grand event on a global scale. For the upper echelons of society, this competition is far more significant than the Olympic Games of the ancient era. Even on a global scale, only the upcoming Hucking Universe Class Assessment can compare. So, anyone with connections in the world will come to Yin University to purchase temporary helmets to enter the Nuwa space dot. Moreover, what we see in the audience right now is just a part. The real big shots are not here, Wang Yan said, pointing to the sky shrouded in white mist, and then fell silent. In the sky above the arena audience, a mist swirled, resembling the heavenly realm from ancient myths. Powerful beings lingered here. Some sat in groups of 3 or 5, enjoying fine wine and fruits. Others were solitary, coldly gazing down below. Ha ha, Brother Li, you're here. Brother Shang, you're here too. Kulian, come sit over here. Yuan Ijuan, you've arrived as well. Laughter echoed back and forth, occasionally interrupted by figures with powerful auras suddenly appearing from the void. Among these people were both men and women, Chinese and foreigners, all representing the strongest forces below. The martial saint level, innate martial artists. Each of them possessed immense power, wealth, and status. Some were government officials. Some were mercenaries renowned worldwide. Some were tyrants who dominated their regions. Their strength was so formidable that even Yin University sought to win them over. They were granted higher privileges, allowing them to enter the Nuwa space at any time. With permanent helmets, limited to Chinese, foreigners must purchase. Furthermore, all virtual item consumption in the Nuwa space was free of charge, limited to Chinese. Foreigners must purchase. For instance, Wang Yan from the Jiangnan Province Education Bureau was among this group. Ha ha, Brother Wang, I heard that your Jiangnan province has produced a remarkable talent, seems to be named Linny. Not only is his comprehension powerful, with a force multiplier reaching 6 times, but he also possesses extraordinary talent, having doubled the punching power of martial artists of the same rank. I wonder if it's true. In this sky, Wang Yan was sitting on the ground with many friends, chatting freely. Beside him, a burly man with a beard curiously asked, "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan smiled and nodded, neither denying nor expressing surprise at their knowledge of the matter. After all, the innate martial artists present were all significant figures from the capital of China. Moreover, he hadn't deliberately concealed it. With a little effort, anyone could find out that Wang Yan had a remarkable talent under his command. Hearing Wang Yan's affirmative response, the others couldn't help but show envious expressions. Brother Wang, what good luck. Brother Wang, if Linny becomes a king in the future, your status will rise as well, so don't forget about us old brothers. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, a chorus of flattering voices erupted. Seeing this, Wang Yan smiled humbly and said, "Oh, you brothers are speaking too soon. Although Linny is indeed talented, whether he can become a king in the future is still uncertain. I would like to see him become a king, but there are too many variables on the path of a strong person, and in the end, only a few can reach the top. Moreover, he is still quite inexperienced. Just take this competition as an example. I estimate that with his strength, he can barely make it into the top 20. As for the future, let's take it slow and hope for some luck." After finishing with a smile, Wang Yan said no more and simply looked down. The others, seeing this, silently waited to see if this genius was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Time passed quickly, and soon only 2 minutes remained before the competition began. "Please prepare, contestants, the competition is about to start." The voice, like that of a deity, echoed through the arena, clearly reaching everyone's ears, while also announcing the competition rules. This competition will adopt the traditional one-on-one arena challenge format. Contestants will randomly receive a number from 1 to 258 before the competition. The contestant with number 1 will battle the contestant with number 258. The contestant with number 2 will battle the contestant with number 257, and so on. Alright, now let's start distributing the numbers. The voice, reminiscent of thunder, fell. In the next moment, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. Within the rainbow bridge, colorful clouds surged. Then, like fireworks, they burst open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the exploding fireworks, colorful number plates flew out. They then accurately landed in front of each contestant, hovering in the air before them. 9. Linny reached out to grab the purple number in front of him, opened it, and softly murmured, 9, what a good omen. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately laughed and explained, 9 is the ultimate number. Since ancient times, it has represented supreme value and unparalleled status. In ancient China, the emperor was known as the 9-5 Supreme, and the ancient human emperor was even called the 9-9 Supreme. My brother Linny drew this number, while his opponent drew number 250. From my perspective, this battle is a guaranteed victory. In the audience, Wang Yan spoke eloquently, citing various references and displaying his strong literary knowledge. Hearing his words, Linny's parents and younger sister Linny all beamed with joy. Yes, my brother is definitely the best. Linny's sister raised her small fist continuously, cheering for Linny. Seeing this, Linny couldn't help but smile. I will definitely defeat them. After Linny finished speaking, his figure had already vanished. At this moment, in the square, as the number plates were distributed, 108 arenas suddenly appeared from thin air. They materialized as if stacked like 108 layers of pancakes. Each arena was a standard rectangular box, 1,000 meters long, 500 meters wide, and 50 meters high. The audience could easily lock onto a specific arena with just a thought. Seeing everything clearly, on arena number 9, Lin Yi's figure appeared, and within seconds, a shadow appeared several hundred meters opposite him. Su Hai from Nanchang, Guangdong Province. Recognizing the face of the newcomer, Lin Yi recalled and called out the person's name. Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, the other party's expression changed. Instantly filled with shock, and he stammered, "Lin Yi from Yangcheng, Jiangnan Province." As soon as the words fell, ding! It was already 10 o'clock. In the next moment, a loud explosion echoed across the arena. Lin Yi's internal energy surged around him, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, creating a large pit in the white jade-paved surface. Bang! 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 Another series of continuous explosions erupted as Lin Yi moved, shattering the white jade bricks beneath him into countless fragments that flew out like hidden weapons. At that moment, Lin Yi's speed skyrocketed, instantly breaking the 100 meters per second mark as if he had transformed into a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Wherever he went, the ground would crack beneath him. Huan Yuan Wind Thunder Hand. As he charged forward, Lin Yi shouted inwardly while his palms danced. In that instant, the air in the void began to boil like boiling water, countless ions drawn by his internal energy swirling around him. In a flash, a fierce wind swept through, and thunder roared. As Lin Yi rushed towards Su Hai, he seemed to transform into an embodiment of wind and thunder, hurtling towards his opponent like a cannonball. So powerful. Watching Lin Yi's terrifying might, Su Hai, who already knew he was no match, felt a chill run down his spine. However, he quickly gritted his teeth. Even so, you won't defeat me easily. Block for me. Su Hai shouted, his palms moving rapidly, instantly forming complex hand seals while his internal energy erupted from his dantian. Whoosh! Sounds of rushing water filled the air as countless water vapor was drawn into his palms, forming a transparent water ball in the blink of an eye. Go! Su Hai shouted, pushing his hands forward as if to push mountains and seas, unstoppable. At that moment, Lin Yi's figure had already reached him. Boom! The two palms met, and the air between them exploded, a violent explosion ringing out once more. In the battlefield, countless gusts of wind swirled, obscuring vision, and the tiles within a few meters instantly shattered, creating a massive pit in the ground. As for Su Hai, who was struck hard by Lin Yi, it felt as if a mountain was crushing down on him. Under such ferocious force, what internal energy, what palm strength, what techniques, what martial arts, all were easily crushed like weeds under a wheel. Moreover, even more terrifying was that the overwhelming power, after shattering his internal energy and palm strength, struck fiercely against his body. Puff! A spray of blood shot from Su Hai's mouth, soaring 3 meters into the air. Under this unmatched force, Su Hai's body was sent flying upwards. Then, with a boom, he exploded in midair, instantly turning into countless specks of light that dissipated. In ring number 9, within 5 seconds, only Lin Yi remained standing. Lin Yi, victory. Ha ha, good, great. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's parents, sister, Wang Yan, and others instantly rejoiced, cheering loudly. Although they knew that the opponents ahead generally posed no threat to Lin Yi, witnessing his invincible might, as he easily crushed his opponent, still filled everyone with excitement. Especially little Lin Yi, who was so thrilled her face turned red, shouting that her brother was mighty. I just lost? In the audience, a young boy looked at himself suddenly back in his seat, feeling a bit dazed. Just a moment ago, when he faced Lin Yi, he felt a blankness in his mind, as if he were an ordinary person hit by a speeding car. In that moment, he felt he had no time to think, only sensing his body tremble before being blown away, returning to the audience. It was only now that he barely managed to react. This Lin Yi is so strong. Looking at Lin Yi standing alone on ring number 9, basking in the glory of victory, Su Hai's pupils widened, his heart filled with bitterness. He was also a top genius ranked among the top 3 in his province. At the age of 18, he had not only reached the 9th level of martial arts, with a top-tier martial art, the Azure Wave Splitting Palm, cultivated to great perfection, and having made significant progress within that realm, his power multiplier reached an impressive 4.5 times. With such strength, he initially thought he could at least last through 2 or 3 rounds of the elimination matches. However, he never expected to encounter such a monster in the very first round, leading to his immediate defeat. This is it. I have to enter the Shen level class now. The thought of losing so quickly caused Su Hai some inner turmoil. In a year, Yin University enrolls 10 students in the Tian level class and 50 in the D level class. This means that to enter the D level class, one must rank in the top 60 in this assessment. With his strength, he still had a chance. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and faced Lin Yi, the most terrifying existence beneath the martial masters, right in the first round, resulting in his elimination. Sigh. Well, if I have to enter the Shen level class, then so be it. If my skills are inferior, there's nothing more to say. After a long moment, Su Hai closed his eyes and sighed, gathering his emotions before watching the match again. Bro, you were amazing just now. This Su Hai is also a genius ranked 69th on the list. But you defeated him with a single palm strike. You truly are my brother. Lin Yi's companion, Lin Yi, said with admiration in her eyes. There's nothing to be proud of. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head at her words. Su Hai was just a 9th level martial artist. His basic strength was already half of mine. Plus, my martial arts power multiplier is far higher than his. If he managed to last until the second strike, that would be surprising, Lin Yi explained with a smile. The others were all cheerful as well. In any case, Lin Yi had won the first round. Time slowly passed as the other martial artists finished their matches. The second round began. In this round, Lin Yi drew number 13 and faced another 9th level martial arts genius. This was a talent from the Golden Eagle Kingdom, ranked much higher than Su Hai, sitting at a solid 33rd place on the list created by Yin University. Unfortunately, against Lin Yi, he too could not escape the fate of defeat in a single strike. Thus, Lin Yi continued his winning streak. One strike. No matter the opponent, it was always one strike. In this arena of Yin University, Lin Yi seemed like an invincible war god. No opponent could escape the fierce impact of his power, easily falling before him. He himself began to rise rapidly. Top 108, top 54. The battles intensified until the 4th round, where he finally encountered a worthy opponent. Fusang Kingdom, Higashikawa Kigo. Huaxia Kingdom, Lin Yi. Looking at the young man before him, dressed in a white samurai outfit with a slender katana hat. His waist, as if he had stepped out of a Fusang comic. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and spoke. Roar! Higashikawa Kigo. Higashikawa Kigo. The moment Lin Yi and Higashikawa Kigo appeared on the stage, the audience in one corner, consisting of people from the Fusang Kingdom, erupted in excitement. Higashikawa-kun. Defeat him. Defeat this Huaxia genius. Higashikawa-kun, you are the strongest. Higashikawa-kun, if you fail this time, just commit seppuku. The audience from the Fusang Kingdom shouted with flushed faces, venting their emotions. Being here meant that they were all respected figures. Back in the Fusang Kingdom, usually composed and unexpressive. But today, here, they seemed like ordinary spectators. They could shout. They could laugh. They could get excited. They could be angry. All because they wanted to win so badly. The people of Fusang are a complex contradiction. They are both proud and insecure. Especially when facing their old enemy, the world's hegemon, Huaxia, which has dominated the world for hundreds of years. This feeling is even more pronounced. In terms of national strength, powerful individuals and geniuses, as well as many other aspects, they deeply know that they are inferior to Huaxia. However, they were both self-deprecating and proud. The less they had, the more they yearned to surpass their opponents in other ways. Now, the top swordsmanship genius of Fusang was facing the #1 genius among the martial artists of Huaxia. This further ignited their desire, the desire for victory. So, they immediately became excited. They felt this way, and so did the other Fusang people. Ha ha, Yuan Ikuan, this time our genius from Fusang, Higashikawa-kun, is going to bring glory to the country. In the sky, amidst swirling clouds and mist, several Fusang shinobi dressed in loose kimonos with neatly trimmed beards gathered around a table, sipping fine tea, and couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing the scene on the arena. Ha ha, Watanabe-kun, of course. Hearing the laughter of Watanabe Hiroichi beside him, the small man Yuan Ikuan also smiled, his face full of confidence. Higashikawa-kun is a direct disciple of the great Lord Yamamoto Ryanosuke, one of the 3 great names of Fusang. He started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 5, showing unparalleled talent in the sword arts even then. At 8, in order to train his perception, he practiced swordsmanship blindfolded, engaging in battles with many ninja apprentices. By the time he officially began training in ninjutsu at 12, he quickly soared to become the #1 genius of his generation in Fusang. As of now, he has not only reached the peak of a level 1 Shunin, martial master first layer, but has also cultivated the heavenly level ninjutsu Silver Moon Slash to nearly the minor completion stage with a power multiplier easily reaching 6.3 times. Such strength, even on the genius ranking list of Yen University, places him in the top 10, surpassing all other level 1 Shunins. As he spoke, Yuan Ikuan's face also showed pride. Then he looked at Lin Yi on the arena, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. And the Huaxia genius Lin Yi opposite him is merely a lowly level 9 genin. Even if he is somewhat special, ranking first among the level 9 genins, he is still only 19th overall. But one is in the top 10 and the other is in the 19th position, with a full 8 levels of level 1 Shunins in between. How could he possibly be a match for Higashikawa-kun? Therefore, in this battle, our great Fusang Empire is bound to win. By the end, Yuan Ikuan couldn't help but shout excitedly. Not far from him, Wang Yan and a group of Huaxia powerhouses felt displeased upon hearing this. Among them, a burly man with a beard immediately roared, "You, Fusang people living comfortably, what are you so proud of? A peak martial master first layer warrior, and a level 9 warrior, such an unfair matchup, and you can get so excited? You are truly useless, only able to bully the weak. Why don't you take your so-called genius and compare him to Li Changkong? Compare him to Meng Xian, Due? You only dare to use strength to oppress others, bullying a weaker level 9 warrior. In my view, your Fusang country probably has no more potential than this." After the bearded man finished speaking, he felt a wave of relief. Yuan Ikuan and Watanabe Hiroichi turned purple with anger upon hearing this, ultimately only able to sneer. No matter what, your Huaxia country is bound to lose. This time. Even if it is indeed a matter of strength, what does it change? It still cannot alter the fact that your Huaxia genius is about to be defeated. Just wait to lose. You. Upon hearing this, the bearded man felt furious at the shamelessness of these Fusang shinobi, but he didn't know how to retort. Lin Yi was indeed a genius, but he was still too immature, not yet having grown up. Rationally, he knew that Lin Yi was not a match for Higashikawa Kigo. This was something he couldn't change. Outside the arena, the rivalry between the two nations was intense. The people of Fusang continuously cheered for Higashikawa Kigo, and gradually, the people of Huaxia also began to shout in support of Lin Yi. Meanwhile, in the arena, the clash of energies between Lin Yi and Higashikawa Kigo was reaching its climax. Snap! A light footstep echoed on the arena. East River Kigo stood with his legs slightly bent, his feet aligned in a parallel line. The katana in his hand was held upright before his face as if it had cleaved him in two. Then, he solemnly spoke, "Lin Ijuan, I know your name. You are the strongest genius among this generation of Huaxia warriors. I've heard that your talent is extraordinary. Your punch strength is double that of other warriors at the same level, and your power multiplier has even reached 6.0 times. If we were of the same rank, I would admit that I am far from your match." At this point, East River Kigo paused slightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "It's a pity that your training speed is still too slow. At 18, you are only a level 9 genin, while I am a level 1 shunin. That's a whole major realm higher than you, so in this battle, you will definitely not be my opponent. Moreover, for the glory of the great Fusang Empire and to avoid disappointing countless Fusang citizens, I must defeat you, and that is, with one strike. As he said this, a glint flashed in East River Kigo's eyes and his clothes began to move as if stirred by an invisible wind. He raised his hands high, lifting the katana above his head, and then the thick aura within him erupted instantly. Swish! An endless pale blue aura appeared on the narrow blade of East River Kigo's katana, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. East River Kigo held his breath and focused, finally shouting after a brief moment of gathering power, Silver Moon Slash. The enormous sound instantly spread across the arena, and East River Kigo swung his hands like a giant wielding an axe, splitting Mount Hua. He instantly unleashed a pale blue blade of energy from his katana. Swish, swish, swish. At the moment the blade was unleashed, the air was sliced at high speed. The blade was pale blue, resembling a crescent moon gliding through the void, filled with an unstoppable force under the enhancement of the aura. This was a ninjutsu created by the powerful warrior Yamamoto Ryanosuke of Fusang in his youth, ranked as a second-tier heavenly technique. Its characteristic was unmatched sharpness, capable of cutting through anything. Under such a strike, even a slightly higher-ranked warrior would be split in two with a moment's carelessness, let alone someone like Lin Yi, who was a whole major realm lower. It was almost certain death. It's over. Seeing this scene, countless Huaxia people in the audience felt a jolt in their hearts, many even closing their eyes at this moment, unwilling to witness what was to come. In the sky, numerous innate martial artists from Huaxia shook their heads, repeatedly feeling regretful. Among the entire audience, only Lin Yi's parents and Wang Yan's group had hope in their eyes, but also endless worry. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the pale blue Silver Moon Slash finally struck Lin Yi's shoulder. However, the result was not as everyone had imagined, tearing Lin Yi's body apart with ease. Instead, it produced a sound of metal clashing. Clang! The sound of metal striking resonated in all directions. In the arena, a golden light suddenly shone from Lin Yi's body. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a legendary deity, becoming a golden figure cast in gold. Yet the terrifying Silver Moon Slash struck him as if it were a gentle breeze. It didn't even break the skin, merely shredding the clothes on his body, which instantly repaired itself under the energy of the Nuwa space. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. East River Kigo, with this level of strength, it seems you were still a bit lacking if you want to defeat me in one strike. Seeing East River Kigo's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Lin Yi grinned. The next moment, the entire arena was in shock. East River Kigo, East River Kigo, East River. In the noisy audience area of the arena, the section where the Fusang audience sat, which had been roaring with cheers, suddenly fell silent. The entire area was instantly shrouded in dead silence. Originally, when they saw East River Kigo unleash the heavenly ninjutsu Silver Moon Slash, the aura radiating, seemingly about to cleave Lin Yi in two, they had been excited. Their eyes reddening, trembling all over, and howling to the sky, but at this moment, looking at the scene on the arena, they seemed like ducks, with their necks grasped, unable to make even the slightest sound. What kind of martial arts is this? Is it the sacred level martial art of the Buddhist golden body Arhat, the golden body subduing demons technique? Or is it the ultimate skill of the dragon elephant, king of Huaxia, the dragon elephant Dharma body? In the sky, Watanabe Hiroichi, who had just been smugly devouring blood snake fruits, saw the scene on the arena and his eyes widened like copper bells, the blood snake fruit in his hand dropping to the ground without him noticing. Beside him, the ninja Yueni Xiangda from Fusang stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. As for the other Fusang ninjas, they were all equally shocked. Ha ha ha. Just as the few of them were in shock, a hearty laugh rang in their ears. Seeing the expressions on Yueni Xiangda, Watanabe Hiroichi, and the other Fusang ninjas, the bearded man couldn't help but excitedly slap the table, raise his wine cup, and down the fine wine in one go. Then, without wiping the leftover wine from his beard, he laughed boldly at the group of Fusang ninjas. Ha ha, you little dwarfs. Now you know how powerful our Huaxia geniuses are, right? Even if your cultivation is not as good as yours, so what? Even if you have a higher realm, so what? Even so, that so-called genius of yours is still no match for our Huaxia pride, unable to break through even the defense. As he said this, the bearded man laughed again, then pretended to scold Wang Yan beside him. I say, Brother Wang, you really did something underhanded this time. Lin Yi is a genius you discovered. You must have known he practiced this terrifying defensive martial art long ago, right? I was wondering why you didn't speak up just now, letting these clowns run rampant. It turns out you were confident and didn't take them seriously. But this hiding made me, old Nyo, feel a belly full of anger. Come on, today you must drink 300 cups with me. The bearded man slapped the table, his face showing anger, but his eyes were full of joy. Wang Yan could only smile bitterly at this. Heaven knows, Wang Yan did not hide it on purpose. However, although Lin Yi was a genius he discovered, he also didn't know that Lin Yi had hidden this terrifying martial art. Otherwise, why would he have remained silent just now, allowing a few insignificant Fusang people to ride on his head? After all, Wang Yan was not the type to swallow his anger. However, looking at it this way, he estimated that even if he explained now, the bearded man wouldn't believe him. Sigh, forget it. Wang Yan sighed inwardly. Then he looked down and saw Lin Yi on the arena, resembling a golden deity, and couldn't help but smile. This Lin Yi really knows how to surprise people. Well, if I have to drink 300 cups, then so be it. Let's treat it as a celebration. Come on, old Nyo, cheers. With that thought, Wang Yan withdrew his gaze and proactively raised his wine cup, clinking it with the bearded man, producing a crisp sound in the air. How is this possible? The audience outside found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lin Yi's opponent, Higashi Kawakigo, was even more questioning his life. My sword is so weak, I can't even break Lin Yi's defense? Looking at Lin Yi, who was radiating golden light in the distance, Higashi Kawakigo felt dazed. He had been practicing swordsmanship since he was 5, achieving small success by the age of 9. By 12, he was accepted as a direct disciple by the famous Fusang master Yamamoto Ryanosuke, and his skills soared to an unstoppable level. Throughout this journey, he had occasionally lost, but those were always to seniors. Among his peers, he had always been invincible. But now, facing a Huaxia peer who was even a whole realm lower than him, his full force strike only tore the corner of the opponent's clothing. How ridiculous was that? No, thinking of this, Higashika Wakigo's eyes turned a bit red. No, I can't be this weak. He's just a low-ranking ninja, barely able to withstand my silver moon slash. He must have used some kind of one-time secret technique. If I try again, I will definitely defeat him. With this thought, an endless light of hope burst forth in Higashika Wakigo's eyes. In the next moment, he slightly bent his legs, raising his katana high, wanting to gather strength once more to unleash his proud ninjutsu, the silver moon slash. Unfortunately, this time, Lin Yi did not give him the chance to gather power. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed on the arena as the white jade-paved stage beneath Lin Yi instantly exploded into a large pit. At that moment, Lin Yi's speed erupted to its fullest, his entire being seemed to transform into a beam of golden light, and in the blink of an eye, his physical speed had already surpassed 150 meters per second, rapidly closing in on Higashika Wakigo. Kill! 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 Seeing that he had no time to gather strength, Higashika Wakigo went a bit mad. The katana, entwined with endless light blue energy, was swiftly swung by him. In just 1 second, he had unleashed a total of 18 energy blades. Whoosh! 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 Like crescent-shaped light blue energy blades slicing through the void, they sped towards Lin Yi. Although these energy blades were far inferior to the silver moon slash he had just charged up, they were still attacks from Higashika Wakigo, a powerful chunin. Under such attacks, even an Iron Man would be cut in half. However, Lin Yi remained unflinching, charging towards Higashika Wakigo like a war chariot that pushed everything aside. No matter what dangers lay ahead, I will break through with strength and push through everything. Clang! 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 One by one, the energy blades struck Lin Yi, producing sounds like metal clashing. Yet, these unmatched sharp energy blades could only tear his clothes, leaving no mark on his body. Amidst the assault of these 18 energy blades, Lin Yi finally broke through the encirclement and stood before Higashika Wakigo. Die! Lin Yi whispered, flipping his right palm, and the energy from his dantian erupted, summoning boundless power of wind and thunder. In his palm, infinite might was instantly gathered. Finally, he struck down towards Higashika Wakigo. Buzz! Lightning coiled around his palm, which glimmered with golden light, swiftly descending. The patterns on his palm were clearly visible, resembling rivers of stars. Boom! Under this palm strike, the air in the void was instantly shattered, and a violent explosion rang out. The fierce wind generated by the palm force blew Higashika Wakigo's hair back, even tearing at his cheek and drawing blood. Block for me. In this critical moment, Higashika Wakigo seemed to unleash his potential, letting out a roar. A force even stronger than before erupted from the katana in his hand, carving a beautiful arc in the air, ultimately slashing towards Lin Yi's palm. Clang! A sound like a great bell resonated in the arena. The two clashed palm against blade. In an instant, the crowd in the stands saw Higashika Wakigo's katana, surrounded by endless light blue energy, shatter into pieces under Lin Yi's palm, falling to the stage like scrap metal. Following that, Lin Yi's palm did not relent, striking fiercely on Higashika Wakigo's shoulder. Crack! The air was filled with the sickening sound of bones shattering. At that moment, every bone in Higashika Wakigo's body exploded, and his legs were driven to the ground by this immense force, instantly turning him into a bloodied mess. One move to defeat you. In his dying moments, the words he had just spoken seemed to echo in his ears. Thinking of this, Higashika Wakigo gave a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, one move to defeat you. Bang! As the last thought in his heart fell, the blood-soaked body of Dongchuan Kigo suddenly shattered, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed. In this battle, Lin Yi emerged victorious. As for today's updates, they will be at 7:05 p.m. and 8:05 p.m. Don't ask me why at this time, because this is the update time for the God-slaying series. This way, those who have simultaneously collected both Godslaying and my book can finish Godslaying and then take a look at mine. Thus, my retention rate and follow-up reading will be high. Haha, I really am a clever little rascal. Splash! On the arena, as Dongchuan Kigo was defeated in one move, Lin Yi's figure also instantly transformed into countless specks of light and vanished. However, although he was no longer on the arena, the cheers for him outside the arena grew louder and louder. Lin Yi is awesome. Lin Yi is invincible. Lin Yi, you are the pride of Jiangnan province. Waves of cheers erupted like a mountain roar or a tsunami. As the saying goes, when a person surpasses 10,000, it becomes boundless. If 10,000 is already so terrifying, then how many are there in the audience of the arena? Although most of these 100,000 people were focused on the top 3 experts like Li Changkong and Libe Kane, many still paid attention to Lin Yi due to his immense talent, ranking first among the martial artists on Yen University's genius list. Moreover, the group of Fusang people on the arena had been incredibly arrogant. Therefore, the audience watching Lin Yi's battle still exceeded 10,000. At this moment, when these 10,000 people erupted simultaneously, it was truly like a torrent of river water, an unstoppable mountain flood. The momentum was astonishing. It instantly shook the entire audience, especially the martial artist experts from Jiangnan province and the students of Yen University. They were all frantically shouting around that Lin Yi was their genius, their pride from Jiangnan province. In contrast, on the other side of the audience were the Fusang martial artists and wealthy individuals. At this moment, compared to their earlier arrogance, they now looked as if they had lost their parents, each with a pale face. Some, in their agitation, were cursing Dongchuan Qigo, berating him for being unworthy of his name. Their expressions were just like those fans watching the national football team in Lin Yi's previous life. They were just short of shouting that classic line, RNM, refund. However, their reactions did not affect Lin Yi. After defeating Dongchuan Qigo, Lin Yi returned to the audience. At this time, his friends and family also came up to him. Brother Lin, you are so strong. That was a martial artist. He was a martial artist. And you defeated him in one move. His close friendly face said excitedly. Lin brother, you will be my big brother from now on. You say go east, I will never go west. Lu Yun, a direct descendant of the Fengho family, spoke with a flushed face. Wang Yan, Liang Yongzheng, and others were all amazed. Even Lin Yi's father, Lin Jinan, who had always been quite strict with him, smiled and patted his shoulder, as expected of my son, impressive. Lin Jinan smiled, his eyes filled with excitement and approval. Although he was just an ordinary worker in Huaxia with a cultivation level of only the 6th stage of martial apprentice, he had always yearned for martial arts and dreamed of becoming a martial artist. Now, he had no ability to realize his own dream, but his son could. Moreover, he achieved the 9th stage of martial artist at just 18 years old. And with the strength of a 9th stage martial artist, he struck down a martial artist in one move. Such an achievement, in the entire world, how many could accomplish it in the past few decades? Or the coming decades? Thinking of this, Lin Jinan felt even more excited and joyful. Brother, here, have a pear. Seeing her husband excited, her mother joyful, and the rest of their friends and family all smiling, Lin Yi sweetly smiled as she handed a pear that looked like crystal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also smiled as he accepted it, then began to eat the pear while watching the match in the arena. In the arena, although this battle had just begun for less than 10 seconds, those with strong abilities had basically already defeated their opponents in an instant. Just like Lin Yi, take the second-ranked genius on the genius list, Liebkane. This genius from the Golden Eagle Nation, who reveres the martial arts of Huaxia, has long abandoned the knightly swordsmanship of his homeland. Instead, he practices the Huaxia's second-tier martial art, Furious Flame Lion Palm. Every time he battles, endless fiery red energy swirls around his hands, instantly transforming into flaming lions. With a single palm strike, he can summon 18 flaming lions soaring through the sky, and together, they can instantly annihilate a first-level martial artist genius. Besides him, there is also the third-ranked genius from Huaxia, Meng Xian. This lean young man, as swift as a cheetah, practices the second-tier martial art Wind God Leg. Once unleashed, his speed is astonishing, as if he has become the god of the wind. His opponents often don't even catch a glimpse of his shadow before they are defeated on the spot. However, despite the strength of these geniuses, Lin Yi feels confident that he can confront them, even defeat them. Only the number 1 genius on the Yen University genius list, the little sword Saintly Changkong, instills no confidence in Lin Yi, even at his full strength. Lin Yi had previously watched his battle replays and found that he truly resembled a real sword, cold, ruthless, and unmatched in sharpness. Every time a battle begins, he strikes immediately as the time starts. Throughout the fight, he says not a word, nor does he exchange names with his opponent. One sword. One sword. Regardless of the opponent, they all fall to a single strike from him. Sometimes, his opponents don't even see his figure, they only catch a flash of sword light, a blinding white glow. The next moment, they find themselves back in the audience seats. He is too strong. With a cultivation level of 7th rank martial artist and a 9.5 times power output, he stands among these geniuses like a great sun, overshadowing the sky. In his presence, no matter how talented they are, they all seem dim and lackluster. Just like the stars around the sun, they vanish the moment the sun rises. Boom, boom, boom. Intense battles are still ongoing, with many geniuses facing off against each other. It continues until a full 10 minutes later, when the final arena curtain falls, signaling the end of this round of arena battles. Dear geniuses, esteemed guests, the 4th round of assessments has concluded. First, let us congratulate the 14 victorious geniuses who will advance to the next round, stepping half a foot into the heavenly class. At the same time, those who have failed need not be disheartened. We will have a revival match later. At that time, you can still compete for the last 3 spots in the heavenly class against the opponents who lost in the next round. Alright, I announce that the 5th round of the Yen University Genius Battle now officially begins. As the voice, akin to a celestial being, echoed in the sky, a 7-colored rainbow appeared once more above. Within the rainbow, clouds swirled and then exploded like dynamite, shooting out 14 colorful tokens. 8. Seeing the number on the blue token, Lin Yi's figure flickered. The next moment, he found himself on the arena. There, he immediately saw a lean man with jet black hair tied in a braid, his body muscular and streamlined, resembling a cheetah. Huaxia Nation, Kyoto City, Meng Xian, please enlighten me. The lean man clasped his hands in a traditional greeting. Huaxia Nation, Jiangnan Province, Lin Yi, please enlighten me. Lin Yi also returned the gesture. In an instant, tension filled the air. Above the arena, the sky was shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Countless innate martial artists engaged in grand discussions, debating the talents, exuding an air of celestial elegance. They are the pinnacle of humanity's strongest, dominating in wealth and power. However, in this world they are not invincible. Just like above their heads, there exists an even greater presence gazing down from the heavens. The innate martial masters are like deities, overlooking the mortal realm. And that group of beings is like true immortals and ancestral figures gazing down upon the deities. At this moment, above the firmament, countless exquisite tables and chairs are arranged into two long dragons. On these two long arrangements of tables and chairs, beings with vast auras take their seats, their gazes surveying below, enjoying fine food and wine while pointing and commenting on a group of geniuses. At the very top of the dragon, there are three even larger thrones. Among them, the thrones on the right and in the center are completely empty. Only the throne on the left suddenly has a figure appear. Buzz. The virtual space distorts, and a figure materializes. This is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in black. At first glance, he seems unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that even in the metaverse he resembles a black hole, distorting the surrounding world. This is the result of immense mental strength. When one's power in reality is too strong and their mental force is too vast, it can lead to the metaverse being unable to bear it, causing the surrounding virtual space to warp. Such an existence, even staying in the metaverse for just a second, consumes far more energy than an ordinary martial master would in a day. Therefore, this being only arrived as the competition neared its end. We pay our respects to the martial deity. Upon seeing the black-clad man arrive, the many powerful figures at the long table who had been chatting casually suddenly stood in solemn respect. They hurriedly rose. At this moment, whether they were powerful figures from Huaxia or nobles from other countries, they all bowed respectfully to the black-clad man. This was a heartfelt submission. It was a sign of respect for a divine being and a martial sage. There is no need for such formalities. Seeing the many powerful figures bow, the black-clad man smiled slightly and then spoke. For this genius battle, since the god of capture and the god of war cannot be present, I shall come to observe, in order to discover the true prodigies of our humanity and provide more resources for their cultivation. Feather King, do you see any dazzling prodigies in this battle? As soon as the black-clad man's voice fell, he turned to a middle-aged man in white who was seated near him at the long table, inquiring. Yes. Feather King nodded in response, saying, there is one, a direct descendant of the Sword King, namely Chang Kong, known as the Little Sword Saint. He practiced swordsmanship at the age of 5, and now at 18, he has already mastered the first-class martial art stunning sword to a small degree. No matter the opponent, he defeats them with a single sword strike, truly a prodigy. This grandson of the Sword King is indeed impressive. Even I have heard of him, and he certainly has a chance of achieving martial sage status. The black-clad middle-aged man nodded, then continued, aside from him, are there any other prodigies? Yes. Upon hearing this, Feather King nodded again. There is one named Linny, though he comes from humble beginnings, he is self-reliant. At the age of 18, he has achieved the 9th level of martial artist, with a talent that is twice that of his peers. Moreover, his understanding of martial arts is quite remarkable. He has not only perfected a first-class earth-level martial technique but has also cultivated a powerful cross-training method. With a single palm, he killed a first-level genius from the Fusang Kingdom. As he spoke, Feather King's gaze shifted. He immediately noticed an elderly man with a scruffy beard and a gaunt face not far from his seat, who smiled wryly. Meanwhile, on the throne, the black-clad man was also intrigued upon hearing this. Oh, such a genius exists. Show me quickly. Yes. Feather King nodded respectfully, then waved his hand, and a massive light screen appeared in the sky. On it was the scene of Linny battling Meng Xian. Whoosh! A whirlwind of energy rose from the arena as Meng Xian unleashed his internal energy, executing the ultimate technique Wind God Leg. In an instant, the entire arena, within a radius of several meters, was swept by countless whirlwinds, and at the center of this whirlwind stood Linny, radiating a dark golden glow like a towering Mount Tai. Bang! 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 The sound of clashing metal echoed as Meng Xian transformed into a whirlwind, kicking out dozens of legs in an instant. The spectators outside the ring saw a flurry of leg shadows, with energy surging everywhere as the leg shadow struck fiercely against Linny. However, these attacks, powerful enough to shatter several floors of a building in an instant, left no ripple on Lin Yi's body. They merely damaged the ground around him. What kind of horizontal training technique is Lin Yi practicing? My leg shadows formed by my energy can't even break through his defenses, let alone make him move an inch. Watching the golden figure standing immovable like an ancient mountain, Meng Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He had faced opponents who practiced horizontal training techniques before, but none had been able to withstand his attacks. After all, he was a 4th-level martial master with a terrifying force multiplier of 6.5 times. With a single kick, his strength exceeded 300,000 kilograms. With such immense power, even a golden figure made of hard alloy, Meng Xian felt he could dent it. Yet, when it landed on Linny, it left no mark whatsoever. Forget it, I'll just continue to wear down his internal energy and see if I can extinguish his golden body. If all else fails, I'll use that move. Meng Xian resolved in his heart. At this moment, Linny was also unhurried. Facing Meng Xian's attacks, he remained as steadfast as a reef being battered by endless waves, unyielding no matter how much he was washed over. Meng Xian is indeed a 4th-level martial master, and his speed is significantly faster than mine. Plus, with his mastery of the Wind God Leg technique, his speed is likely much greater than that of an ordinary 6th-level martial master. If I act recklessly and alert him, I might not even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. I can only wait silently, let him grow anxious and impatient so I can seize the opportunity to defeat him. Lin Yi thought to himself. To be honest, with his current strength, he would rather face the second-ranked genius, Lidocaine, than this third-ranked Meng Xian. Because this guy's speed was simply too fast, so fast that even with all his might, he might not be able to hit him. If he couldn't hit him, there would be no chance of victory. Thus, he could only endure the relentless attacks and wait for the right moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the battle between Meng Xian and Lin Yi had already exceeded 10 minutes. At this point, the battles on the other platforms had all concluded, leaving only Lin Yi and Meng Xian still locked in a fierce struggle. Bang, bang, bang. The pure white leg shadows, formed by energy, struck Lin Yi fiercely. Yet, it was as if an egg had hit a rock, unable to inflict any damage, only producing crisp sounds. As the fierce attacks continued, Meng Xian's internal energy gradually diminished, and his patience was wearing thin. Forget it, I'll just use that move. Amidst countless swirling tornadoes, Meng Xian made up his mind. In the next moment, all the tornadoes on the platform suddenly dissipated. Meng Xian leaped into the air, soaring 10 meters high. Then, his internal energy erupted, instantly forming a massive energy lake beneath him, resembling the legendary divine beast under the Bodhisattvic Siddhagarbha as it came crashing down towards Lin Yi. Clang! The enormous sound reverberated in all directions, like a novice monk striking a 1,000-pound bronze bell in a temple. Under this move from Meng Xian, Lin Yi, who had stood firm like an ancient mountain, finally took a step back. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi's face bore not fear, but a broad smile. Good fellow, after being hit by you for so long, I finally caught you. Lin Yi grinned. In the next instant, under Meng Xian's terrified gaze, an infinite surge of lightning erupted from Lin Yi's hand, which was as if cast from gold, and ultimately seized his calf with a fierce grip. What? Meng Xian was taken aback. However, before he could react, he felt an immense force surging through his legs. Get down! Lin Yi roared, and with a single arm, the overwhelming power erupted, slamming Meng Xian down to the ground like a whip. Bang! Meng Xian's body collided with the ground, and the white jade tiles shattered into a massive pit. Under this ferocious force, Meng Xian was left dazed and confused. Meng Xian was about to speak, but before he could utter a word, he felt his body being lifted uncontrollably again. Bang! Another explosion sounded as Meng Xian's body met the ground once more. Then, bang, bang, bang. The series of explosive sounds continued to echo in the arena. Under Lin Yi's hands, Meng Xian was like a puppet being tossed around at will. Although his power was greater than Lin Yi's, with one leg caught, he was like a toothless tiger facing Lin Yi. Moreover, being in the air, he had no leverage to exert force. Even with 1,000,000 pounds of strength, he couldn't unleash it. Thus, Meng Xian could only passively endure the beating, feeling incredibly frustrated. He was so unfortunate. Clearly stronger than his opponent, yet because of a single flaw, he was brutally beaten. If it weren't for the pain in the metaverse being adjusted to the lowest level, almost to the point of disappearing, the sheer agony alone would have been enough to break him. On the battlefield, the two continued to fight. Although Meng Xian had no power to resist at this moment and was being treated like a toy by Lin Yi, as long as he wasn't dead, the Nuwa space wouldn't declare him defeated. And in the metaverse, his body mirrored reality. With the physical quality of a 4th-level martial artist, taking a hit or two wouldn't be a problem at all. To truly crush him to death, it would take, at least, 100 hits. Cries of agony escaped Meng Xian's mouth. Although there was no pain in the metaverse, the dizzying sensation in his head was very real. At that moment, Meng Xian felt as if he had been unceremoniously stuffed into a washing machine. That inhuman feeling was truly unbearable. Is this my son? Watching Lin Yi, glowing with golden light, beating the third-ranked genius Divine Windleg Meng Xian like a fool, Lin Jinnan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. My brother is so fierce. Lin Yi also gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Ha ha, Meng Xian is really having a tough time. Compared to the shock of others, Lu Yun from the noble family couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because in his recent match, he had been unfortunate enough to encounter Meng Xian and was defeated by him. Although it was a fair competition, Lu Yun had nothing to complain about and didn't harbor any resentment towards Meng Xian. However, seeing Meng Xian in trouble now brought him a sense of satisfaction. In the sky, a massive light screen continued to display the scene of Lin Yi battling Meng Xian. A group of powerful nobles from around the world watched this brutal scene with astonishment. They had seen many geniuses, but they had never witnessed a 9th-level martial artist beating a 4th-level martial artist like this. At this moment, everyone was in shock. Heavenly Sovereign, what do you think of this child? Beside the man in black, a figure in white with an ethereal presence, Fei Yuang, smiled respectfully at the man in black while watching the virtual screen in the sky. Very good. Upon hearing Fei Yuang's inquiry, the man in black revealed a slight smile and nodded slightly, saying, this little fellow named Lin Yi must have practiced an extremely profound body refining technique. This kind of physical body refining technique is generally difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people often need endless time to consume and polish it. However, once mastered, its application can truly be described as indestructible, impervious to water and fire. Now, this little guy's physical body can ignore the fierce leg shadow attacks of that lean fellow. Even though this body refining technique is already at the half-step saint level, which is extraordinary, he must have cultivated it to an extremely high standard. At just 18 years old, achieving such accomplishments in physical body refining is indeed worthy of being called a prodigy. As the black-clad man's words fell, the numerous nobles present felt a tremendous shock in their hearts, glancing at each other and seeing the astonishment in one another's eyes. black-clad man before them was none other than Li Yuanyan, the master of the Slaying Demons Hall and one of the three great martial saints of the Huaxia Kingdom. He had walked through the ages since the Common Era, witnessing countless extraordinary talents over the centuries. Even a prodigy like Li Changkong had likely encountered more than 100 exceptional individuals during his time. Thus, although Li Changkong was formidable, in the eyes of someone like him, he was merely decent. However, this little guy named Linny was actually referred to as a prodigy by the martial saint. What is a prodigy? Someone who is different, extremely outstanding, surpassing the ordinary in countless ways, is considered a prodigy. This little guy is that impressive? The many powerful nobles felt shocked in their hearts. Meanwhile, the black-clad man spoke again, smiling as he addressed a towering elder, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, Dragon Elephant King. On my blue star, apart from Master Kongwan of the Shaolin Temple, the Golden Body Arhat, you are the strongest in the realm of physical body refining. Now, encountering a prodigy like this little guy Linny, do you have any intention of taking him as your disciple and passing on your legacy? In response to the martial saint, I am unwilling, Li Yuanyan's words fell, and after a moment of hesitation, the Dragon Elephant King stood up respectfully and explained, it's not that. Linny lacks talent, but I truly have no time or inclination to take on disciples right now. Half a year ago, I had some insights in my cultivation, and my ultimate skill, Dragon Elephant Dharma Body, has advanced to the 13th level. Even among the kings, I can be considered invincible. Therefore, my greatest wish at the moment is to hope that one day I can comprehend the power of heaven and earth, break through to martial saint, and become the 8th saint of the Huaxia Kingdom. Taking on disciples would only be a burden for me. Even if this Linny is a prodigy, achieving results that are not inferior to mine in the future. So what? As long as he does not become a martial saint, he is of no use to me. And I do not believe he can become a martial saint. At this point, the Dragon Elephant King sighed slightly. Becoming a saint is truly too difficult. Even for himself, he must give his all to have even a slight chance. And Linny, although his talent might be slightly stronger than his own, in the eyes of the Dragon Elephant King, it still seemed unlikely for him to become a saint. Alas! Since you are unwilling to take him, then let it be. Li Yuanyan sighed as well. It's a pity that I am not very proficient in the realm of physical body refining, and neither are Shen God and military God. Otherwise, we would be willing to take him as a disciple. As for Master Kongwan over at Shaolin Temple, he has long been in seclusion for many years, not concerning himself with worldly matters. Well, fortunately, his current realm is not high, and there are plenty of strong practitioners in physical body refining at Yin University. It should be enough to guide him for now. As for later, if he still wishes to pursue the path of physical body refining, I can only put aside my old face and make a trip to Shaolin. After Li Yuanyan finished speaking, he focused his gaze and continued watching the match in the arena. At this moment, the match between Lin Yi and Meng Xian was also nearing its end. Bang! Another explosion sounded as Meng Xian's body was violently slammed to the ground. Just as Lin Yi was about to lift him up again, his body suddenly began to feel weightless. Finally, it's over. As the last thought settled in his mind, Meng Xian not only did not feel the frustration of failure, but instead felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the end, his physical form, Bang, transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated. In this battle, Lin Yi emerged victorious, entering the top 7. As for the subsequent events, they would progress much faster. After joining Yin University, he would soon gain some opportunities and break through to innate combat power after about a dozen matches. There was also a major foreshadowing that would slowly unfold, so everyone should watch quietly and support him. We finally won. Back in the audience seats of the arena, Lin Yi let out a light sigh. This battle was not easy for him either. After all, Meng Xian was quite strong, especially his speed, which was far beyond Lin Yi's own. If it weren't for Meng Xian's relentless attacks, leading to a rapid depletion of his internal energy, he might not have made a mistake that Lin Yi could exploit. Otherwise, defeating him wouldn't have been so simple. Fortunately, I won this battle. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. As his battle with Meng Xian concluded, the voice that sounded like a celestial being echoed once more in the sky. Dear guests, beloved geniuses, the match from 14 to 7 has concluded. Due to the fact that there are only 7 participants in this battle, 7 numbers will be randomly assigned. The contestant who draws number 4 will have a bye and directly enter the next match. As the celestial voice faded, a 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky. Within the rainbow, clouds swirled, and with a loud explosion, 7 colorful tokens flew out. 4. Am I really this lucky? I get a bye? Looking at the bright red token in his hand with the number 4, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled. A bye is a bye. Being able to directly enter the next round is quite good. Although this means losing an opportunity to face off against a genius, my ranking will easily rise by 4 places, and the rewards from Yin University will be much higher. Lin Yi thought to himself. Yes, the assessment competition for the heavenly class has rewards. However, since the strength and talent of candidates vary each year, the rewards from Yin University are adjusted based on the candidate's overall strength and talent, making it extremely shrewd. This time, both Lin Yi and Li Changkong emerged as geniuses in the heavenly class assessment, along with others like Lai Kane and Meng Xian, who were also impressive. Therefore, Lin Yi speculated that the rewards this time would be extraordinary. It was likely that those ranked in the top 3 or 5 would receive a piece of heavenly martial arts or equivalent items as a reward. To get a heavenly martial arts so easily, my luck is really good. Lin Yi chuckled, then looked up at the matches on the arena. Buzz. As the 3 arenas in the square materialized from illusion to reality, the participating contestants instantly transformed into streaks of light and rushed into them. Meanwhile, the audience members also saw the scenes on the arenas, witnessing the duels taking place on each stage. Dewey vs Oliver Roll. Ian He vs Percy Nelson. Lee Chong-kong vs Libe Kane. What? Libe Kane is actually facing Lee Chong-kong? It's over, that guy is doomed. Seeing the two on stage 3, Lu Yun's expression changed, exclaiming, Lee Chong-kong was the strongest genius of this generation. Not only did he reach the 7th level of martial master, but his maximum power output multiplier reached a terrifying 9.5. With such a formidable power output multiplier, one can imagine the depth of his swordsmanship. Therefore, even if he didn't use his ultimate move, stunning sword, just a casual thrust or flick could easily achieve a power output multiplier of over 6.5, with strength surpassing 500,000 kilograms. Such strength was absolutely overwhelming compared to all the other geniuses present. Just like in all of Lee Chong-kong's previous matches, no one could withstand even a single casual sword strike from him. Now, everyone was curious how many moves Libe Kane would last against him. On the arena, Libe Kane's heart trembled. His fierce face, like that of a lion, was filled with bitter laughter. This is just the top 8. How could I possibly face this guy? Looking at the cold youth across from him, who seemed as unyielding as a block of ancient ice, Libe Kane felt a pang of bitterness. As the second-ranked genius of this generation, he was naturally full of confidence, believing he could defeat anyone he encountered. However, facing Lee Chong-kong, he felt utterly hopeless, because he was too strong enough to leave all the other geniuses of this generation in despair. Forget it, I'll give it my all. No matter what, I can't be defeated in one move like the other geniuses, otherwise, it would be truly embarrassing. Libe Kane silently thought. At that moment, the light curtain surrounding him slowly faded away. Time was up, the duel began. Whoosh! The instant the time was up, a sharp sword light sliced through the void on the third arena. In the world, it seemed as if a streak of cold light suddenly appeared, instantly filling the entire arena. Under Lee Chong-kong's sword, the surrounding scene seemed to vanish in an instant. The entire arena was illuminated solely by that dazzling silver light. Opposite him, Libe Kane felt as if he was instantly locked onto by a mental force. Under this pressure, he felt like he was facing a high-speed missile. There was no way to dodge, no way to escape. I'll fight. Libe Kane's heart surged with anger. He was not the kind of person to surrender just because he encountered a strong opponent. No matter how strong the other party was, so what? Even if he couldn't win, even if he died, he would still tear a piece of flesh from you. Libe Kane's heart stirred, and in the next moment, the vital energy in his dantian erupted violently. His palms instantly formed countless intricate hand seals, and 18 fiery lions shot out from his hands, sweeping across the arena, madly tearing towards Lee Chong-kong. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of sizzling echoed as one lion after another was struck down by Lee Chong-kong's sword. Under the sword, those fiery lions melted like butter before a hot knife, instantly dissolving into countless vital energies that dissipated into the sky, unable to even put up a semblance of resistance. This is impossible. Watching his attacks fail to even block, Libe Kane's eyes widened in shock, his golden hair flying wildly, but in the next moment, whoosh! On the arena, the two figures flashed past each other, and Lee Chong-kong had already appeared behind Libe Kane. Then, Lee Chong-kong's face remained expressionless, like ancient ice. He merely shook his sword, causing several drops of bright red blood to fall. And behind him, bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Endless crimson blood shot into the sky, and a large head fell from that mighty body. Libe Kane was dead. Cause of death, killed by a single sword. What? This Lee Chong-kong is so strong. Watching the second-ranked genius Libe Kane being killed by a single sword, and it seemed that this sword wasn't even Lee Chong-kong's heavenly martial art, stunning sword. Everyone was stunned. Damn, is this really an 18-year-old martial artist at the 7th level? Are you sure he's not an innate martial artist? Someone exclaimed. This Lee Chong-kong truly deserves to be called the Little Sword Saint. Looking at this generation of candidates, is there really anyone who can take his sword? People on the arena side. At the same time, countless others cheered, shouting Lee Chong-kong's name. Seeing this, Linny was also shocked. However, he quickly became filled with excitement. It's not scary to face a strong opponent, it's scary to face a weak one. What's the point of defeating a weak opponent? Even if you defeat 1,000 or 10,000, there's no sense of achievement. The path of the strong is only meaningful when encountering stronger opponents. Even if he couldn't win at this moment, through future efforts, he would ultimately defeat him, surpass him. This is the true romance that belongs to the strong. Linny silently made up his mind. Time continued to pass slowly. 5 minutes later, the other two arenas also determined their winners. Among them, Dewey defeated Oliver Orr and entered the top 4. Meanwhile, Ian He narrowly lost to Percy Nelson, stopping at the 7th place. At this moment, a voice, like that of a celestial being echoed once more in the sky. After repeating the congratulatory words, it summoned the Rainbow Bridge again. Ultimately, amidst the explosion of clouds, 4 tokens shot out, landing in the hands of the contestants, who made it to the top 4. Another 4? Looking at the blood-red token in his hand, Linny pondered. Twice, it was 4. Linny felt a bit confused, but soon he got his answer. Ha ha, this little guy has run into that kid from the Tianjian Wang family. In the sky, watching Linny and Lee Chong-kong on the arena, a group of powerful nobles couldn't help but start laughing. Both Linny and Lee Chong-kong possessed extraordinary talents, destined to become king-level powerhouses in the future. Especially Linny, whose immense talent even drew praise from the martial arts celestial. Such a genius, even in their youth, typically crushed their peers. Therefore, seeing such a genius face setbacks was quite rare for the nobles. Even if Lin Yi truly became a king in the future, they could tease him about this incident. Naturally, they found it amusing. Gentlemen, how many moves do you think this little guy Lin Yi can hold against that kid from the Tianjin family? Amidst the laughter, an elderly king with white hair and a youthful face spoke up with a smile. One move, I suppose. As soon as the elder finished speaking, another king chuckled and added, although Lin Yi's horizontal training martial arts are decent, when executed, even that kid who uses legs couldn't break through. But that young one from the Tianjin Wang family is not comparable to that leg-using kid. With just one sword strike, his attack power far exceeds that kid's full force strike. Didn't that kid from the Golden Eagle Kingdom just get defeated by him with a single sword? So, while Lin Yi's horizontal training martial arts are good, I estimate he will be heavily injured by one sword and will lose by the second. Ha, the Black Wind King must be underestimating this little guy. Lin Yi's horizontal training skills are still quite good. He can hold on for at least one move. I think he can take at least 2 sword strikes before losing on the third. As soon as the Black Wind King finished speaking, another king immediately laughed and countered. With these few kings speaking up, the other noble kings and marquises also began to guess with smiles. Some guessed he could take 3 strikes, others 4, and even some speculated that Lin Yi couldn't withstand even 1. Amidst the guesses of these powerful figures, the match between Lin Yi and Li Changkong was about to begin. Indeed, luck is like the tide, rising and falling. It won't always favor one person. Looking at the young man in front of him, whose face was as frosty as ice, Lin Yi felt a bit self-deprecating. He had just felt happy about drawing the 4th token, but unexpectedly, he found himself facing the only person in this genius battle he wasn't confident about winning against. He had originally thought of advancing to the top 2 to gain more rewards, but now, it seemed he could only stop at the top 4. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful, but soon, he gathered his spirit and prepared to fight with all his might. He was not someone who wallowed in self-pity when faced with difficulties. Instead, due to his journey through time, he had matured more than ordinary children from a young age. He preferred to face difficulties head-on, to overcome them, rather than choose to succumb. Buzz. Time slowly passed, and soon it was time for the match to officially begin. The protective shields around Lin Yi and Li Changkong instantly dissipated. The next moment, a dazzling silver light shone on the arena. Li Changkong has made his move. Watching the brilliant sword light on the arena, countless spectators gasped. Especially Lin Yi's parents and friends, their hearts tightened. Although they had gained confidence in Lin Yi's strength after numerous victories, the opponent was Li Changkong, the most dazzling genius in this year's talent battle at Yin University. Even the second-ranked genius, Li Kane, had just been decapitated by his sword. And Lin Yi was merely at the 9th level of martial arts. Even with his formidable defense, could he truly withstand this sword strike? The crowd waited anxiously, their hearts racing. Even the innate martial masters in the sky and the powerful kings and nobles above the heavens fell silent, bowing their heads to watch this battle. As for the fight between Du Wei and Percy Nelson, hardly anyone paid attention to it anymore. Time passed quietly. On the first arena, Li Changkong transformed into a beam of swordlight, rushing towards Lin Yi like a flash of lightning. The hundreds of meters between them vanished in an instant. At this moment, his speed had exceeded 250 meters per second, reaching an extreme level. Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand Block. Indestructible Diamond Technique, activate. Seeing Li Changkong's aggressive strike coming, feeling the intense sword edge approaching, Lin Yi's brow twitched. As he moved his hands, his internal energy erupted, grasping the thunder and mastering the raging wind, as if he were one with the Hunyuan, quickly raising a wind and thunder shield around him. The Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand, a top-tier earth-level martial skill. When attacking, it was accompanied by a sweeping wind and thunder, greatly enhancing the power of the strike. When defending, it was as if he were one with the Hunyuan, drawing upon the power of wind and thunder to envelop himself, forming a wind and thunder shield. At this moment, Lin Yi was employing the defensive technique from the Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand. Simultaneously, he fully activated the incredibly powerful semi-saint level martial art, the indestructible diamond technique. In this battle, Lin Yi did not seek to defeat his opponent. His realm was simply too low. Defeating Li Changkong, who was at the 7th level of martial arts, was unrealistic. However, no matter what, he could not be easily defeated by Li Changkong. He had to force him to use the heavenly level martial art, Stunning Sword. Block for me. With this thought, a frenzied look gradually appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. The vast internal energy in his dantian surged from his meridians like a torrent, crazily reinforcing the wind and thunder shield on his body, urging the indestructible diamond technique. Puff! As the crowd watched, the two finally clashed on the arena. A sound like a knife piercing a balloon echoed. Under Li Changkong's sword, the wind and thunder shield that formed around Lin Yi was easily shattered like tofu before a steel knife, dissipating into countless air currents that swept across the surroundings. Then, his sword continuously thrust straight into Lin Yi's shoulder. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out from the arena. At that moment, the entire venue was shocked. Because, when Li Changkong's sword struck Lin Yi, it didn't even break the surface skin, leaving only a faint white mark. What? How can this defense be so strong? At this sight, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. My brother, Wang Yan, Liang Yong, and others were equally stunned. Meanwhile, countless innate martial masters in the sky stood up, their eyes filled with shock. As for the powerful kings and nobles above the heavens, they exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. especially the king who had just bet that Lin Yi couldn't withstand even a single sword, who spat out a mouthful of wine, feeling a burning sensation on his face. Ha ha, Li Changkong, use your full strength or you won't win against me. Seeing a hint of shock appear in Li Changkong's eyes, which had been as still as a stagnant pool, Lin Yi laughed heartily. The Hanyuan Wind Thunder Hand, with its already formidable defensive power, combined with Lin Yi's current explosive strength of over 240,000 kilograms, meant that the Wind and Thunder Shield could likely withstand impacts of nearly 300,000 kilograms. However, against Li Changkong's point-breaking sword technique, the defensive power might significantly decrease, but it was estimated that it could offset about 200,000 kilograms of impact. Li Changkong, a 7th-level martial artist, could unleash a punch with a force exceeding 80,000 kilograms, and a casual sword strike could unleash a power of 6.5 times that, which is roughly 520,000 kilograms of force. After being weakened by the Wind Thunder Shield, the force that landed on Lin Yi was only about 320,000 kilograms, just comparable to that of Meng Xian. Even though the long sword was much sharper than a thigh and could easily pierce through the golden body, the power was too weak to break through Lin Yi's indestructible Vajra technique. Li Changkong, unleash your stunning sword. I want to see just how strong your heavenly martial skill really is. On the arena, Lin Yi flipped his palm again, raising the Wind Thunder Shield. At the same time, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Li Changkong and spoke. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Li Changkong's expressionless figure began to move. Swish! The brilliant sword light cut through the void, tearing the air apart like flowing water. In front of Lin Yi, Li Changkong thrust his sword again. Suddenly, the terrifying vital energy within his dantian erupted, surging towards Lin Yi's neck like a swimming dragon. Not good! Lin Yi exclaimed in his heart upon seeing this, and his body shifted sideways. At the last moment, he managed to evade the sword light's attack. The sword light, missing Lin Yi, shot fiercely towards his back, creating a massive deep pit. This sword is even more powerful than the last one. Feeling the cold vital energy raging at his neck, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he became tense, not daring to be careless. At the same time, his body sprang like a grasshopper, stomping the ground to create distance from Li Changkong. Unfortunately, he was fast, but Li Changkong was even faster. Whoosh! The dragon-like sword light shone again, and Lin Yi felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards him while in midair. Ding! The long sword broke through the Wind Thunder Shield once more, piercing into Lin Yi's body, producing a sound like metal clashing against stone. Didn't break again? Observing the scene on the arena, the audience erupted in astonishment once more. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Yi's friends, including Wang Yan, all wore expressions of surprise. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the various kings and nobles furrowed their brows. This sword was stronger than the previous ones. Although the force multiplier did not reach the 9.5 times of the heavenly martial skill stunning sword, it definitely exceeded 7 times. And while 7 times and 6.5 times seemed to have only a 0.5 times difference for Lin Yi, who practiced horizontal training, as long as an attack reached the limit of his horizontal training technique's tolerance, the remaining power would be as terrifying as true damage. Even a mere 0.5 times, or 40,000 kilograms of force, was enough to shatter Lin Yi's body and crush his heart. Yet now, it still hadn't pierced through his golden body. This indicated that Li Changkong's attack had not yet reached the limit of Lin Yi's golden body's tolerance. For a 9th-level martial artist to achieve this was simply terrifying. Thinking of this, the kings were filled with shock. The entire sky above fell into a silence. All the powerful kings were silent, no longer speaking or getting distracted. They focused solely on watching the battle between Lin Yi and Li Changkong, these two young fighters. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal clashing echoed on the arena. Li Changkong's sword attacks became increasingly rapid, while Lin Yi only defended without attacking. With a thought, he summoned the Wind Thunder Shield to accompany him. Then, he used the indestructible Vajra technique to withstand Li Changkong's attacks. 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, 200 swords, 1,000 swords. Time slowly passed. On arena number 1, Li Changkong attacked frantically. But no matter how he attacked, Lin Yi's defense remained as impenetrable as a millennia-old turtle shell, leaving him with no way to strike. Damn! Lin Yi is just too strong. A martial artist at the 9th level can actually hold out for so long under Li Changkong's hands. You have to know, just now, the martial master at the 5th level, Light Kane, was killed in an instant by Li Changkong's sword. On the arena, a martial master who had come from afar spoke in shock. Who says otherwise? If you ask me, the most talented candidate this time isn't Li Changkong, but Lin Yi. He's only at the 9th level of martial arts and is already this strong. Once he breaks through to martial master, won't he soar to the heavens? His strength far surpasses Li Changkong? This talent is terrifying. As soon as the martial master finished speaking, others immediately echoed his sentiments. The remaining martial masters nodded in agreement, especially the powerful and wealthy individuals from the Fusang Kingdom who felt a great sense of comfort in their hearts. So it turns out, it's not that the genius Dong Chuanjun from Fusang is too weak, but that the genius Lin Yi from Huaxia is simply too strong. But, oh great Amaterasu, why do you favor Huaxia so much? Why not bestow such a peerless talent upon us? In Fusang? With this thought, countless people from Fusang felt a sense of unwillingness. However, they were not alone. The wealthy and powerful individuals from the Golden Eagle Kingdom, the European Union, and the Soviet Union also displayed expressions of endless envy and jealousy, lamenting, "Oh God, you are truly too generous to Huaxia." With Lin Yi's talent, it won't be long before Huaxia has another unparalleled king-level powerhouse, making it hard for our country's strong to breathe. In the audience, everyone had different thoughts. Some were jealous, some envious, some cursed, some delighted, some worshipped. But none of this could stop the rise of Lin Yi, the new star in the martial arts world. At that moment, the sound of clashing metal that had persisted for an unknown duration finally ceased. Li Changkong suddenly stopped his attacks, standing at a distance from Lin Yi, sword in hand. Finally, is he going to use his stunning sword? Lin Yi speculated in his heart. He immediately dared not be negligent, holding his breath and focusing, silently urging his two ultimate techniques, Hunyuan Wind and Thunderhand and Indestructible Diamond Technique. Swish! In less than a second, the sound of the long sword piercing through the air rang out again. At that moment, everything in Lin Yi's vision instantly vanished. The scenery, the arena, the figures, the sounds, even Li Changkong's own figure disappeared from Lin Yi's eyes. At this moment, in Lin Yi's eyes, there was only that magnificent and brilliant swordlight, a swordlight as dazzling as the sun. In the ancient dragon novels of his past life, the master of Baiyun City, Yi Guqing, had an unparalleled swordsmanship. There was a move known as "a sword comes from the west, celestial beings descend from the sky." It was the most perfect sword move in the world, and Lin Yi had never seen what it looked like. However, he speculated. Perhaps, at this moment, Li Changkong's sword had a hint of that Baiyun City master's style. Lin Yi's heart stirred. The next moment, he felt the wind and thunder shield wrapping around him dissipate like foam. And on his chest, a wound had appeared at some point, with drops of blood trickling down. As expected of the legendary heavenly-level martial arts stunning sword, I have lost this battle. Sensing his increasingly weakened body, Lin Yi sighed and shook his head slightly. No! As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Li Changkong's face, which resembled a thousand-year-old ice, finally showed a hint of emotion, revealing a trace of defeat. In this battle, I have lost. With a martial artist at the 9th level, you withstood my thousands of swords without injury, forcing me to use stunning sword. I admit, among those of the same rank, you are far stronger than I am. Previously, I had not understood the information about other geniuses, but now, I want to know who exactly are you? Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, Yangcheng Lin Yi. On the arena, Lin Yi smiled and spoke upon hearing this. Then, looking at the gradually expanding sword wound on his chest, he sighed and his body began to fade into illusion. Finally, with a bang, he transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated. Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, Yangcheng Lin Yi. Hearing Lin Yi's last words, Li Changkong softly spoke above the audience. In the sky, above the firmament, countless spectators, countless innate beings, countless kings and nobles whispered among themselves. At this moment, they would forever remember this young man. In Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, Yangcheng, Lin Yi. Time passed, and as this match concluded, Li Changkong's figure also faded from the arena. However, after a brief silence, the audience outside erupted into a thunderous roar. Roar! Lin Yi! Lin Yi! Lin Yi is invincible! Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, Yangcheng. Lin Yi! Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Lin Yi is the pride of our Jiangnan Province. Ha ha! I am from Yangcheng. Who would have thought such a figure could emerge from our Yangcheng? Damn! Who's blind enough to say there are no prodigies in Jiangnan Province? This is a prodigy. What is a prodigy? In the stands, countless people frantically called out Lin Yi's name, especially the strong from Jiangnan Province and students from Yen University. They were even more excited, their faces flushed, crazily boasting to their friends that they were from Jiangnan Province, from Yangcheng. In such an atmosphere, many foreign powerhouses were also infected and began to call out Lin Yi's name, captivated by him. In the Yen University Heavenly Class Assessment, under the watchful eyes of countless powerful figures, he withstood the onslaught of thousands of swords from the 7th level genius Li Changkong without injury, forcing him to use his ultimate move to finally defeat him, while admitting that he was far inferior at the same level. Such an achievement, not to mention there may never be another, is absolutely unprecedented. With such grace, such demeanor, how could one not admire him? How could one not yearn for him? Good. What a Yangcheng Lin Yi! What a world-shaking prodigy! In the firmament above, there was a moment of silence until the martial arts heavenly sovereign Li Yuanyan, seated on the throne, suddenly spoke, breaking the tranquility. At this moment, his face was filled with joy, a smile that came from the heart. Ha ha! Our Huaxia has produced another world-shaking prodigy. As long as Lin Yi does not die, he will surely have a great chance to step into the martial saint realm in the future, becoming the 8th saint of Huaxia, on par with us. This child truly deserves to be called the first prodigy of Huaxia, no, the entire Blue Star in 300 years. The first prodigy of Blue Star in 300 years? The kings and nobles present were shaken by these words. Is the heavenly sovereign's statement an exaggeration? You must know, it is only the year 335 of the new era, and among the martial saints currently existing in Blue Star, apart from the Taiji Divine Sword Master Chongshu and the Buddhist Golden Body Arhat Master Kanwan, the other martial saints broke through within the last 300 years. If Lin Yi is the first prodigy of Blue Star in 300 years, does that not mean his talent surpasses many martial saints? The powerful figures were astonished, but since it was the martial arts heavenly sovereign who spoke, they did not dare to refute, though they felt somewhat unconvinced. Oh, do you not believe my evaluation? Seeing the expressions of the many kings and nobles, Li Yuanyan understood and smiled slightly, saying, describing Lin Yi as the first prodigy of Blue Star in 300 years is an understatement, not an overstatement. You must know he is only at the 9th level of martial artists, yet he can withstand thousands of swords from the 7th level martial master Li Changkong without defeat. Then, his horizontal training technique, even if it is of half-saint grade, has definitely been cultivated to the peak level of mastery. You do not practice horizontal training techniques, so you cannot see the intricacies, but I can see through it clearly. At this point, Li Yuanyan paused slightly and turned to the 2-meter-tall muscular man, King Longxian, asking, King Longxian, you also practice horizontal training techniques? Your dragon elephant body is even ranked just below the golden body demon subduing technique on Blue Star. So, you must be able to see how strong Lin Yi's horizontal training is. You say, at Lin Yi's age, with such profound horizontal refining skills, doesn't he deserve the title of the #1 prodigy of Blue Star in 300 years? Well, upon hearing this, the Dragon Elephant King showed a hint of hesitation on his face but soon nodded firmly. He deserves it. Only those who have personally practiced horizontal refining techniques know how terrifying it is for someone of Lin Yi's age to have such skills. The title of the #1 prodigy of Blue Star in 300 years is well deserved for Lin Yi. As soon as the Dragon Elephant King's words fell, the other kings and powerful nobles sighed helplessly, lowering their flags and accepting the truth. At this moment, however, Li Yuanyan spoke again. Dragon Elephant King, since even you acknowledge Lin Yi's terrifying talent now, would you be willing to take him as your disciple if I let you? Li Yuanyan smiled, looking at the Dragon Elephant King, waiting for his response. The Dragon Elephant King opened his mouth upon hearing this, filled with regret. At this moment, having witnessed Lin Yi's talent, he truly wanted to take Lin Yi as his disciple and pass on his legacy. However, as a king-level powerhouse and one who was nearly invincible among kings, his pride made it difficult for him to accept a genius he had just rejected as a disciple. Alas, forget it. It seems I, the Dragon Elephant, am blind and destined to have no fate as a master and disciple with Lin Yi. Thanks to the Heavenly Sovereign for speaking up and making the connection. Let's just leave it at that. After a moment of silence, the Dragon Elephant King finally sighed, shook his head slightly, and said, from today onwards, I will return home to enter seclusion. This time, I will not leave until I become a martial saint. After rejecting Li Yuanyan's goodwill, the Dragon Elephant King sighed again, his eyes filled with determination. Lin Yi's talent is terrifying, and it can be foreseen that as long as he doesn't die and undergoes more training, there is a high probability he will achieve the status of martial saint in the future. This would be a shameful matter for him, because once Lin Yi becomes a saint, the fact that he, with his blind eyes, rejected a martial saint disciple today would become a laughingstock among the top powerhouses of humanity. By then, he would truly become a negative example. And with the pride of the Dragon Elephant King, he would rather die than see such a scene. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, he can only rely on himself to achieve sainthood. By then, even if Lin Yi also becomes a saint, no one would dare to mock him. In this life, I, the Dragon Elephant, will definitely achieve sainthood before Lin Yi. With this thought, the Dragon Elephant King's resolve grew stronger, feeling as if his heart had been cleansed at this moment, becoming even more crystal clear and unwavering. Subsequently, he did not linger any longer, directly apologizing to Li Yuanyan before leaving. Alas, that little guy, the Dragon Elephant, is still too proud. Li Yuanyan sighed inwardly upon seeing this, then instructed Fei Yuan before leaving as well. As a martial saint powerhouse, he had many matters to attend to. His visit this time had already been a huge surprise to discover a talent like Lin Yi. As for the subsequent battle between Li Changkong and Du Wei, there was no need to watch any further. After all, through the recent battle, he already understood the potential of these two little ones, and watching further would only be a waste of time. Farewell, martial combat Heavenly Sovereign. In the sky, Li Yuanyan's figure dissipated, and the assembled kings and nobles immediately stood up to bid farewell. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage quickly came to an end. Unsurprisingly, Du Wei was no match for Li Changkong, who defeated her with a single sword strike, spilling blood on the stage and ranking second. After that, through a series of battles, the top 10 of this genius competition were finally determined. First place, Li Changkong. Second place, Du Wei. Third place, Lin Yi. Fourth place, Percy Nelson. Fifth place, Libe Kane. Sixth place. Seventh place. Eighth place. Thus, the assessment of the Yen University Heavenly class came to an end, and the powerful and wealthy individuals began to leave. After spending a day in Kyoto with his parents and sister, Lin Yi officially began his university life. At Yen University, in a single student dormitory, Lin Yi put on the connection helmet to enter the metaverse. Soon, he found himself in the Nuwa space. In the Nuwa space, within Lin Yi's private villa, the void shifted, and he suddenly appeared in a room, where the guide land also materialized before him, smiling as he said, Welcome, Lin Yi, to my Yen University Heavenly class. As a specially recruited member of the Heavenly class, you are eligible to receive a top-tier Heavenly martial skill. However, due to your outstanding performance in the Heavenly class assessment arena, he continued, after discussions among the higher-ups, your originally assigned top-tier Heavenly martial skill has been upgraded to the initial Holy level martial arts. Additionally, since your ranking in this assessment placed you in the top 3, you can choose any top-tier third-rate martial skill as a reward. Later, you can go to Yen University Sheiyue Sanqing Cave to borrow your martial arts. The guide land finished with a smile, instantly filling Lin Yi's heart with wild joy. What? Holy level martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was greatly shaken. He had long known that Yen University was generous, especially in nurturing human geniuses without sparing resources. For instance, students in the Earth class. If they did not fall due to failing the Heavenly class assessment but instead had other special talents, such as exceptional comprehension or a punch strength 1.5 times that of other martial artists of the same level, which prevented them from reaching the 9th level of martial artists, Yen University would provide them with a vitality pill free of charge, to help them quickly break through to the peak of martial artists. As for the Heavenly class, they were even more generous. As soon as one broke through to a martial master, they would reward a mystic vitality pill, which even the strongest kings would covet, allowing them to reach the 9th level of martial masters without wasting precious time accumulating internal energy. However, Lin Yi never expected that Yen University would be so generous towards him. Holy level martial arts. This was the highest level of martial arts for humanity. Even among the martial saints in human society, there were some who had not created such extraordinary skills. The power of such martial arts was unimaginable, far beyond his current limits. Land, what exactly is initial holy level martial arts? With this thought, Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement and immediately asked Land. Upon hearing this, Land promptly replied, Lin Yi, initial holy level martial arts is a classification of the holy level martial arts by martial saints. Just like the 3 levels of martial arts, heaven, earth, and human, have third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate classifications, holy level martial arts also have initial, intermediate, and advanced distinctions. However, in our current Blue Star human society, most holy level martial arts are basically initial holy level martial arts. Only the Taiji Divine Sword by Master Changshu and the Golden Body Arhat by Master Kanwan are considered intermediate holy level martial arts. However, you are not yet qualified to access these 2 holy level martial arts. Perhaps you will have the opportunity when you reach the innate martial master level. After all, this is a true treasure of our human society. Land explained with a smile. Lin Yi's face showed a look of sudden realization. It turned out that the holy level martial arts he had previously thought were all of the same level actually had tiered classifications among them. However, upon careful consideration, this was normal. After all, while martial saints were the greatest beings among humans, there were still distinctions in strength among them. The weaker ones had not even created holy level martial arts, while the stronger ones, like Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat, were capable of slaying ordinary royal, holy level monsters with a single strike. The martial arts they created were naturally different from those of ordinary holy level martial artists. Then, Land, may I ask what the Xieyue Sanqing Cave is? With this term in mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask again. Xieyue Sanqing Cave, this is where I, Yin University, collect various martial arts. The Land replied, in our Chinese classic Journey to the West, Sun Wukong apprenticed under Master Bodhi to learn his skills. And Master Bodhi's dojo is Lingtai Fonsuan Mountain, Xieyue Sanqing Cave. Sun Wukong is known as the Great Sage equal to heaven, and the word sage coincidentally overlaps with the highest realm of martial arts in our China, martial sage. Therefore, the reason the former president of Yen University named the place for collecting martial arts this way was to hope that the strong martial artists who come to Xieyue Sanqing Cave could diligently cultivate, just like Sun Wukong, to attain great supernatural powers and become our martial sage. All become martial sages? Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, then he laughed. That former president of Yen University was indeed a remarkable person, hoping that everyone who studied martial arts at Yen University would become a martial sage. This grand ambition was truly vast and boundless. How difficult it is to become a martial sage. Achieving even one is akin to ascending to the heavens. Let alone everyone achieving it. That is simply a fantasy. Forget it, no need to dwell on this. Lin Yi shook his head, brushing away his chaotic thoughts, then smiled at the Land, since I am qualified to obtain sage-level martial arts, can I now go to Xieyue Sanqing Cave to claim it? Yes, to go to Xieyue Sanqing Cave. You just need to think about it. There, you have already been granted the qualification to receive 1 elementary sage-level martial art and 1 heavenly tier third-rate martial art. As long as you arrive there, you can choose freely without needing credits, the Land said with a smile. Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this. Credits are a special currency within Yen University. In Yen University, the Chinese currency is useless. To exchange for martial arts, elixirs, and other rare resources, one must use credits. There are many ways to earn credits. For example, breaking into the King Tower within Yen University, or helping the army outside the city, or hunting monsters in the Demon Slaying Hall. All these methods can yield credits. However, as a student of the heavenly class, Lin Yi would only be allowed to hunt monsters outside the city once he reached the 9th level of martial artists. As for the King Tower, it is a special trial ground within Yen University. It is said that it does not test cultivation but rather the multiplication of power. It has a total of 17 levels. Passing the 10th level is enough to be conferred the title of Marquis, and passing the 15th level can grant the title of King. If one can pass the 17th level, even among kings, they would be nearly invincible. Thus, this tower is named the King Tower. However, Lin Yi currently has no plans to challenge the King Tower. His strength has reached the peak of the 9th level of martial artists, and he does not need martial arts or elixirs for the time being. Right now, the most important thing for him is to break through to a martial master. At that time, the system's modification period will change to 1,000 years. After using 1,000 years for modification, he will surely be able to cultivate the newly acquired heavenly tier and sage-level martial arts to a very high realm. By then, it won't be too late to challenge the King Tower. Then, let's go claim the martial arts first. With a thought, Lin Yi's body vanished from the private space of the villa. Xieyue Sanqing Cave is a mountain standing in the Nuwa space, over 1,000 meters high. The mountain resembles a kind of gray-brown rock with caves at 200 meters, 400 meters, 600 meters, 800 meters, and 1,000 meters. Inside, it houses all the martial arts of Yen University, including human tier, earth tier, heavenly tier, elementary sage level, and intermediate sage level. At this moment, many students and teachers are coming and going, borrowing materials. Splash! At the foot of Xieyue Sanqing Cave, the void suddenly rippled, and Lin Yi, dressed in black, appeared. Here. Buzz. The moment Lin Yi appeared, a visible red light swept over his body. Then, a mechanical voice emerged in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Detected that the visitor is Lin Yi, a first-year student of the heavenly class at Yin University. Permitted to exchange martial arts in Xieyue Sunqing Cave. Currently authorized to exchange for heavenly tier first-rate martial arts. Ding, a mechanical voice quickly concluded in Lin Yi's ear. It has been detected that Lin Yi's permissions have been temporarily elevated, allowing you to receive 1 elementary holy level martial art and 1 heavenly level third-rate martial art for free. Immediately after, a sweet female voice followed. Hello, Lin Yi, the system currently detects that you are eligible to receive 1 elementary holy level martial art and 1 heavenly level third-rate martial art for free. Would you like to choose the elementary holy level martial art or the heavenly level third-rate martial art? First, I'll choose the elementary holy level martial art first. Without hesitation, Lin Yi replied, and the sweet voice immediately responded, alright, please proceed to the entrance of the cave located 800 meters from the Xieyue 3-star cave. Inside, there are 5 holy level martial arts from Yin University for you to choose from. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, and with a thought, his body directly arrived at the entrance 800 meters away. Taking the final step, he passed through the colorless barrier at the entrance and entered the cave. It was a cave covering about 100 square meters with a height of around 3 meters. At that moment, there was no one inside, only 5 differently colored orbs of light, floating, shining like stars. Buzz. Looking at the 5 orbs of different colors, Lin Yi first reached out to touch the nearest red orb. Instantly, a piece of information flooded into Lin Yi's mind. Martial art, Great Sun Annihilation Fist. Grade, Holy Level Introduction. The Great Sun Annihilation Fist was created by Zhang Hanhai, one of the 3 great martial saints of the Huaxia Kingdom's official 6 doors. It embodies the concept of the Great Sun Furnace, incinerating all. When fully cultivated below the martial saint level, it can amplify one's base strength by up to 43 times. Above the martial saint level, it can leverage 1.3 times the power of heaven and earth that one can control, striking with a fist as if the Great Sun descends, annihilating everything. Exchange price 50,000 credits/contribution points. What? It can actually amplify strength by 43 times? This transcends the limits of the human body. Lin Yi was astonished upon seeing the introduction of the holy level martial art, Great Sun Annihilation Fist. It is well known that the strength hidden within the human body cannot be fully unleashed. Only through martial arts can a portion of this strength be released. Scientific calculations show that when not practicing martial arts, the strength that can be unleashed is about 3% of the hidden strength. Therefore, theoretically, through martial arts, the human body can unleash up to 100%, which is an infinite loop of 33.333. This is the limit of martial arts and also the limit of a king-level powerhouse. But now, this holy-level martial art, Great Sun Annihilation Fist, has actually broken this limit, achieving a 43-fold explosion. Is this the terror of holy-level martial arts? And what is this power of heaven and earth? Lin Yi murmured, softly asking around. As soon as he finished speaking, the sweet female voice introduced again, the power of heaven and earth is an ultimate force that only martial saints can control. As the saying goes, human strength has its limits, but the power of heaven and earth is boundless. When martial arts cultivation reaches the innate 9th level, if one wishes to advance further, they must refine their temperament and strengthen their divine soul. Ultimately, this allows the divine soul to become vast, with mental strength penetrating through. At this point, an innate martial master can leverage their powerful divine soul to manipulate heaven and earth, controlling the ultimate force between heaven and earth, the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is a vast and terrifying force. Martial saints who master this power, according to scientific calculations, can have lifespans of up to 1,000 years. Their strength is even more terrifying, capable of shattering a mountain hundreds of meters tall with a mere gesture, or sinking an island several miles in circumference with a thought. Their power has surpassed the limits of mortals, and even humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, cannot kill them. Thus, they are also known as the pinnacle of humanity, divine beings among mortals. The sweet voice explained. Slowly, leaving Lin Yi somewhat dazed, the power of heaven and earth, lasting for 1,000 years, can destroy mountains with a wave of the hand and annihilate islands with a mere thought. This is definitely a power that surpasses the innate martial masters by an unknown degree, almost like the ancient immortals. No wonder the martial saint is called a god among men. No wonder humanity has produced countless prodigies over the past 300 years, yet none have been able to defy the heavens and challenge the martial saint with a mortal body. It's also no wonder that my half-saint level martial art, the indestructible Vajra technique, only works below the saint level. All of this is because the martial saint is simply too strong. Strong enough that they are not even on the same level as innate martial masters. Thus, the martial arts created by such beings can break the limits of the human body, allowing it to exert 43 times its strength. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a bit dazed, because he thought of his own uniqueness. He already possessed double the strength of martial artists of the same level. If he were to cultivate a saint-level martial art to perfection, combined with a indestructible Vajra technique, wouldn't his power multiplier approach 100 times? With such a power multiplier, even if he were a 9th level martial master, wouldn't killing an ordinary innate martial master be as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs? After all, the basic strength of innate martial masters ranges from 200,000 to 1 million kilograms. Most innate martial masters generally have a power multiplier hovering around 8 to 15 times. With that level of strength, if he could truly cultivate a saint-level martial art to perfection, then with his formidable power, even the chi of the strong could instantly shatter almost all innate martial masters below the 7th level, killing them. Isn't this strength a leap to the Heavens? Let's continue to look at other saint-level martial arts. With this thought, Linny felt a surge of excitement but still walked towards the next glowing orb. Although the Great Sun Annihilation Fist was good, there were currently 5 saint-level martial arts available for selection here. Therefore, he had to carefully consider and choose the one that was most suitable or the strongest for himself. Linny was thinking this as his finger touched a colorless orb. Then, another piece of information entered his mind, causing his body to tremble. Martial art, Undying Seal Technique Grade, Saint Level Introduction. The Undying Seal Technique was created by the wandering martial saint of Huaxia, Evil King Li Zixuan. It draws from the void of Buddhism and the intentional and unintentional thoughts of Taoism. It can convert the rapid transition of life and death energy to borrow strength and transform the true qi, death energy, attacking from others, into life energy, restoring his own vitality, allowing his true qi to flow endlessly. It excels at using borrowed strength to counterattack, allowing one to fight multiple opponents. Evil King Li Zixuan once used this technique to battle 3 great martial saints simultaneously, ultimately losing to each one. After this battle, he became recognized as the 3rd strongest in Blue Star, following Taiji Divine Sword Chongshu Daoist and Golden Body Arhat Kongwen Master, with strength far surpassing ordinary martial saints. At the same time, the Undying Seal technique is paired with the saint-level movement technique Undying 7 Illusions. Practicing below the martial saint to perfection allows for a power multiplier of up to 46.6 times, with a speed increase of 4.6 times, allowing one to condense hundreds of illusory bodies in a flash. Practicing above the martial saint to perfection allows for a power multiplier of up to 1.4 times, with a speed increase of 14%, condensing thousands of illusory bodies in a flash. It is truly the first divine skill below the medium saint level martial arts. Exchange price 65,000 credits/contribution points. The first divine skill below medium saint level martial arts, paired with the saint level movement technique Undying 7 Illusions. Power multiplier up to 46.6 times below the martial saint. Best at group battles, transforming death into life. This martial art is truly perfect. I'll choose it. Feeling the information in his mind about this technique, Linny was shocked and quickly made his decision. At the same time, he felt fortunate that Yen University had this divine skill. The Evil King Li Zixuan, whose real name is unknown, is only known to have the surname Li and was born in the year 2001. During his childhood, Huaxia was in an era dominated by various martial arts dramas. As a child of that era, Li Zixuan naturally had a dream of martial arts from a young age. Unfortunately, at that time, spiritual energy had not yet revived, and various extraordinary powers were not apparent. Thus, Li Zixuan could only obediently follow the crowd, studying, taking the college entrance examination, and attending university. At most, he would ponder various Buddhist scriptures and Taoist texts, as well as martial arts in his spare time, until the year 2022, when spiritual energy revived and monsters erupted. At that time, the 21-year-old Li Zixuan unleashed unprecedented potential. After experiencing countless life and death situations, he became the 3rd martial saint powerhouse on Blue Star, following Chongshu Daoist and Kongwen Master. Later, because he was fond of the evil King Shi Zixuan from his favorite childhood novel, The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, he changed his name to Li Zixuan and took the title Evil King. From then on, he traveled around the world, acting both justly and unjustly, rarely returning to Huaxia. Originally, Linny thought that although Yen University's Slanting Moon 3-star cave was all-encompassing, it probably wouldn't have the martial arts of this existence. Unexpectedly, the evil King, despite his wickedness, still had some affection for his hometown, leaving behind his life's martial arts for future practitioners at Yen University. This time, my luck is really good. I actually obtained this person's martial arts. Now I have gathered martial arts for body movement, attack, and even recovery of true energy for healing injuries. This is truly a one-time solution. Linny felt secretly excited. The Undying Seal technique was indeed an unfathomable yet extremely comprehensive martial art. The evil king who created it was truly a genius. He managed to restore this fantastical martial art from the novel, The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, based on the scattered memories from his childhood. Such comprehension made Linny feel admiration and shock in his heart. As the guide of the Slanting Moon 3-star cave, I choose this holy level martial art, the Undying Seal technique. Please teach me the specific cultivation method of this martial art. Linny firmly decided and then shouted to those around him. In the cave, that sweet voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears once more. Classmate Linny, are you sure you want to choose the elementary holy level martial art, the Undying Seal technique? You should know that although this martial art is powerful, its cultivation difficulty is also extremely high. The 12 kings of Huaxia have all practiced this martial art. However, in the end, none of them succeeded. Now, do you still want to choose? If you confirm, you cannot regret it. I confirm, I choose this martial art. As soon as the sweet voice finished speaking, Linny immediately responded. Those king-level powerhouses couldn't even get started, because their qualifications in time were somewhat lacking. But he was different, he had the system in hand. As long as he broke through to a martial master, he could quickly modify the Undying Seal technique to 1,000 years later. By then, even if he couldn't perfect this terrifying martial art, he could at least estimate that he would reach a great accomplishment. Good. Since classmate Linny is certain, then as you wish. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the sweet voice in the Slanting Moon 3-star cave stopped wasting words. In the next moment, Linny felt a wave of information far more vast than before coming from the colorless light ball in his hand. Under the impact of this information, Linny felt his head spin, becoming blank. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time slowly passed until a full 10 minutes later. the flow of information into his mind finally came to an end, and Lin finally understood the cultivation method of this holy level martial art, the Undying Seal Technique. On his attribute panel, the words indicating that the Undying Seal Technique could be modified also appeared. Name, Lin Cultivation, Martial Artist Level 9, not modifiable yet. Martial Arts, Non-Martial Skills, Iron Cloth Shirt, Perfect, not modifiable, Wind Thunder Hand, Perfect, not modifiable, Primordial Wind Thunder Hand, Perfect, not modifiable, Indestructible Divine Skill, Perfect, not modifiable, Undying Seal Technique, not yet entered, modifiable. It really can be modified. Upon seeing this, Lin felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, he didn't rush to make any modifications. After all, he was still just a martial artist, and even if he modified, it would only be to 100 years later. This amount of time, even if he could master the Undying Seal Technique, which even king-level experts find difficult to grasp, he wouldn't reach a very profound realm. He could only maximize his benefits by waiting until he broke through to a martial master and modified it to 1,000 years later. Then, let's focus on breaking through to martial master now. With this thought, Lin lost interest in going to the third entrance of the Crescent Moonstar Cave to claim the Heavenly Tier martial arts. After all, the free claim for this Heavenly Tier martial art was right here. If he didn't claim it, it wouldn't disappear. Moreover, for him at this moment, a third-rate Heavenly Tier martial art was indeed of little use. It would be better to convert it into credits, and when he had more credits, he could exchange it for a first-rate Heavenly Tier or semi-saint level martial art. Let's head back. Lin Yi's mind stirred, and the next moment he had returned to his private space. Time, at this moment, flowed quietly. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had slowly passed. During these 3 months, Lin Yi devoted himself daily to comprehending the secrets of the Qi. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would watch recordings of past innate martial masters' lectures or directly consult the innate martial master. Teachers left in the Nuwa space. Each day, he gained significant insights. Meanwhile, the other students, after joining Yin University, began to unleash astonishing potential with their martial arts realms climbing steadily. This was because in the Nuwa space there was no fatigue, no exhaustion, and they could create various training partners at will, even receiving guidance from the founders of these martial arts. Therefore, the efficiency of the students' martial arts training was simply outrageous. A day of practice here often surpassed 10 days or even a month of practice before. Thus, during these 3 months, students in the Heavenly Tier class continuously made rapid progress in their martial arts realms and began to challenge the King Tower. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, layer by layer, the King Tower was conquered by the students, and one genius after another became even more dazzling. However, at that time, Lin Yi, who was the most outstanding in the Heavenly Tier class assessment, appeared somewhat subdued. Until, one day, sitting cross-legged in his private villa in the Nuwa space, Lin Yi, who had been immersed in comprehending the secrets of the Qi, suddenly stood up and vanished from the Nuwa space. In reality, he seemed to have gained some insight, suddenly opening his eyes with a hint of a smile on his face. Then, he extended his finger, and a stream of silver-white Qi suddenly burst forth from his body, slicing through the surrounding air, filled with an unstoppable, all-breaking aura. This was Qi, the martial master realm, achieved. Finally done. Seeing the streak of Qi in his hand, Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. After 3 months of hard training, almost entirely focused on studying the secrets of Qi, he had finally reaped the rewards. Anyone would find it hard to contain their joy. It is said that Li Changkong achieved the status of a martial artist in 3 months, and then spent half a year comprehending the secrets of Qi to become a martial master. Now, the time I have spent is only half of his, and although the time looks like only half, the gap between us is far more than double. Even though I have the assistance of the Nuwa space now, comprehending Qi is not the same as studying martial arts. The help from the Nuwa space is there, but it is also extremely limited. That said, my comprehension should far exceed his. However, considering he was just over 12 years old at that time, his brain development was not yet mature. Overall, while my comprehension surpasses his, it may not be by much. This person truly deserves to be called a martial saint. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Yi gently marveled and then summoned his attribute panel once again. Name, Lin Yi show cultivation level, Martial Master level 1, modifiable, Martial Arts, Iron Cloth Shirt, Perfect, unmodifiable, Wind and Thunder Hand. Perfect, unmodifiable, Primordial Wind and Thunder Hand, Perfect, unmodifiable, Indestructible Divine Skill, Perfect, unmodifiable, Immortal Seal Technique, not yet mastered, modifiable. Sure enough, after breaking through to Martial Master, the cultivation level section has refreshed again and can be modified. But the martial arts section hasn't changed. The previously modified martial arts cannot be remodified, and only the unmodified Immortal Seal Technique can be changed. Since that's the case, let's modify the Immortal Seal Technique first. As for the cultivation level, I'll wait until I showcase my strength in the Nuwa space and receive the Xian Yuan Dan before making modifications. This way, I won't raise any suspicions. Lin Yi was determined in his heart and then immediately commanded the system in his mind. System, modify the holy level martial art Immortal Seal Technique to 1,000 years later. Ding, received host's command. Modifying martial art Immortal Seal Technique. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. After that, Lin Yi felt countless martial arts insights emerging in his mind. At the same time, his comprehension level of the Immortal Seal Technique was continuously improving. Immortal Seal Technique Entry Level. Immortal Seal Technique Minor Achievement. Immortal Seal Technique Major Achievement. The system was rapidly enhancing, almost as if hundreds of years had passed with each moment. With the accumulation of infinite time, his understanding of the immortal seal technique deepened more and more, until finally, his body suddenly trembled, and the system's enhancement abruptly stopped. Immortal seal technique, perfect. Ha! It's perfect. However, it's a pity that holy level martial arts are too profound. With my current martial arts accumulation and comprehension, even with 1,000 years, I wouldn't be able to advance it further into a more advanced martial art. Feeling the various profound techniques in his mind, Linny let out a breath, feeling happy yet somewhat regretful. The immortal seal technique is indeed a martial art of the highest profundity. Even if all 12 kings studied it, they couldn't master it. Of course, this is because they didn't spend much time on it. Even if they practiced this martial art, they only scratched the surface and gave up after discovering its difficulty within a couple of years. However, even with the profound martial arts realm of the kings, they couldn't master the immortal seal technique in a short time. From this, one can see the difficulty of cultivating this martial art. Since the immortal seal technique is already perfect, then it's time to venture into the new space and challenge the King Tower. After all, after reaching Martial Master level 9, it's time to go to the battlefield. It's much more dangerous there than in the city or school. The more credits I earn, the more good things I can exchange. Thinking of this, Linny silently said in his heart, after reaching Martial Master level 9, students in the heavenly class can freely choose whether to go out and help humanity hunt monsters. However, generally, new students in their first, second, or third year at Yen University experience a rapid improvement period. During this time, even if they reach Martial Master level 9, they won't rush to hunt monsters in the wilderness, like Li Changkong and other seniors in their second and third years, etc. However, Linny was different from them, because the new space greatly aids other students in cultivating martial arts. But for Linny, who has a system, it is of no use at all. With the system's modifications, he finds no difficulty in cultivating martial arts. Staying in the new space after breaking through to Martial Master level 9 would be a complete waste of time. It would be better to go out and hunt monsters. On one hand, he could contribute to humanity. On the other hand, he could earn more resources to exchange for martial arts or other things. Most importantly, to become a true powerhouse. Relying solely on hard training is not enough. The genius cultivated in this way can at most be considered a flower in a greenhouse. Even if they possess great strength, it may be difficult to unleash even a fraction of it in real combat. Moreover, breaking through to the martial saint level is incredibly difficult. Even if one has decent talent, without experiencing life and death battles and tempering their character, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. It's settled. Then, after passing the King Tower, we'll head to the wilderness area. Linny resolved in his heart, then lay back down on the bed and put on the helmet to enter the metaverse again. In the new space, to the southeast of the White Jade Square, there stands a towering treasure pagoda, reaching a height of 100 meters, as if it were touching the sky. This pagoda has a total of 17 levels, and on the 9th level there is a huge plaque embedded, inscribed with 3 flamboyant characters, King Tower. At the base of the tower, 3 stone tablets stand tall. One is golden, standing 15 meters high, with 100 names engraved on it. The second is silver, standing 10 meters high, also with 100 names engraved. As for the last one, it is a black stone tablet, only 5 meters tall. However, despite being the shortest, it has the most names engraved on it, 200 in total. At this moment, countless students are gathered here, watching the black stone tablet in front of the tower. Look, Li Changkong's ranking has risen again. He's in the top 10. Wow, he has passed the 6th level, already surpassing most 3rd and 4th year students in the heavenly class. A student exclaimed as he watched Li Changkong's name quickly ascend on the black stone tablet. Oh my god, the 6th level of the King Tower requires a power multiplier of 12 to pass. How can a first-year university student be so terrifying? I remember 3 months ago, when he just joined Yin University, he couldn't even pass the 5th level, and now, just 3 months later, he has passed the 6th level? Before the first student finished speaking, another student chimed in. Yeah, this level of comprehension is just too damn terrifying. In 3 months, his power multiplier has increased from 9.5 to 12, and he has passed the 6th level. Li Changkong is really strong. But if Li Changkong is like this, I wonder how Lin Yi from this cohort is doing? I heard that during the heavenly class assessment, Li Changkong admitted that he was far inferior to Lin Yi among peers. I wonder what his power multiplier is. Can it surpass Li Changkong's current level? Lin Yi. Indeed, this person is truly a rare genius. But I heard that he seems to have been comprehending the secrets of the chi for the past few months since joining Yin University, eager to break through to the martial master level. Now that 3 months have passed, I wonder if he has managed to break through. However, regardless of whether he has broken through or not, I estimate that his power multiplier hasn't improved much, based on his performance. In the heavenly class, I guess he should have no problem passing the 5th level of the King Tower, but as for the 6th level, that's uncertain. Yeah, Zhang is right. In front of the King Tower, a group of Yen University students chattered away. Some were discussing Li Changkong, some were discussing Lin Yi, and others were talking about other prodigies. However, the most discussed were still Li Changkong and Lin Yi, because, among the 5 cohorts at Yen University, these two were undoubtedly the top 2 in terms of talent, especially after Li Changkong passed the 6th level of the King Tower today. Among the students of Yen University, his fan base has grown, and the support for him has increased, slowly surpassing Lin Yi. After all, both had joined Yen University 3 months ago. Li Changkong shone brightly, his martial arts realm climbing steadily, from initially being unable to pass even the 5th level of the King Tower, ranking at the bottom of the Black Stone Tablet to now having passed the 6th level, surpassing many 3rd and 4th year prodigies. Meanwhile, Linny remains silent, still striving to break through to the martial master level with no indication of when he would achieve it. This led many to speculate whether Li Changkong had already surpassed Linny. Of course, they are not the powerful ones who have been conferred titles of nobility, and they have not heard the evaluation of Linny by the martial arts supreme, Li Yuanian, back in the day. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such doubts. Inside the King Tower, Li Changkong was still pushing forward, attempting to break through to the 7th level. A group of students outside were speculating. At this moment, in a secluded corner in front of the King Tower, Linny, dressed in black, also arrived here. Oh, Brother Lin. As soon as Linny arrived, Lu Yun, a direct descendant of a noble family from Jiangnan province, spotted him and immediately ran over enthusiastically, saying, "Brother Lin, what brings you here? Have you broken through to the martial master level and decided to challenge the King Tower?" "That's right," Linny replied without hiding anything, smiling and nodding. You really broke through?" As soon as Linny finished speaking, Lu Yun's eyes lit up and then filled with admiration. He said, "Brother Lin is truly a prodigy. Indeed, you are far beyond what we can compare to. Breaking through to martial master in 3 months, such talent is truly rare in the world. You know, even Libkane, I heard, was stuck at the martial master level for over a year before he comprehended the mysteries of the vital energy and achieved the martial master status. As for me, alas, better not to mention it." At this point, Lu Yun felt a bit self-deprecating. Hearing this, Linny smiled and comforted him, saying, "Haha, Brother Lu, there's no need to worry. Everyone has their own path. A moment's success or failure doesn't mean much. Being able to join Yen University, Brother Lu's qualifications have already surpassed countless others. As long as you work hard, in the future, with accumulated experience, reaching the martial master level will be a natural outcome." Haha, Brother Lin is right. Upon hearing Lingy's consolation, Lu Yun quickly shook off his disappointment and smiled, then added, "However, I mentioned last time that you don't need to call me Brother Lu. I really can't bear that title. Just call me Lu Yun. By the way, since you are here to challenge the King Tower, do you know the rules within the King Tower?" "I do." Linny nodded in response and then explained the relationship between the King Tower and the power multiplier to Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled and said, It seems Brother Lin has indeed done some research on the King Tower. The general information is just like that. In the King Tower, only martial arts power is considered, not cultivation level. Regardless of the challenger's cultivation level, the King Tower will create opponents of the same cultivation level to battle. However, as the levels increase, starting from the first level with a 2x multiplier, each subsequent level will increase the opponent's power multiplier by 2x. But there is one important point that Brother Lin just mentioned that was overlooked. "Oh, what point is that?" Lin couldn't help but ask. "It's the King Steel, the innate steel, and the talented steel," Lu Yun said, pointing to the 3 stone tablets under the King Tower, then said to Linny, "Look, Brother Lin, those are the 3 stone tablets. Among them, the golden one is the King Steel, where the top 40 rankings are the King-level powerhouses among our Blue Star humans, and those ranked after the 40 are some powerful marquis. After all, becoming a king is difficult, even among our Blue Star humans there are only a little over 40. There are also a few kings and marquis who only rely on their physical strength, with their punch power being double that of martial artists of the same level, but their power multiplier is lacking, and they haven't even made it to the end of the King Steel. Therefore, as long as one can make it to the King Steel, it represents that they have already become the top powerhouses among our humans. Even if they are not kings, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary marquis. As for the silver one, that is the innate steel. This represents the top 100 innate martial masters with the highest power multipliers below the marquis level and above the innate level. Those ranked at the bottom have power multipliers reaching 15 times, having perfected a heavenly level martial art, and the top 30 have all cultivated semi-saint level martial arts, with power multipliers exceeding 18 times. The highest has even reached a power multiplier of 19.8 times, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a marquis. And the last black stone tablet, known as the Tianjiao tablet, is reserved for the top 200 students among all the 1st to 4th year students at Yenjing University based on their power multiplication. To have one's name inscribed on this tablet, the minimum power multiplication must reach 9 times, only slightly less than the original Li Changkong. Of course, 3 months have passed now, and Li Changkong's swordsmanship has indeed improved significantly, with his power multiplication exceeding 12 times. Just recently, he broke through the 6th level and is currently launching an attack on the 7th level. As Lu Yun narrated, there was envy and desire in his eyes for Li Changkong's achievement of breaking through the 6th level. After all, the 6th level of the Wang Tower requires a power multiplication of over 12 times to pass. With his qualifications, it might be an achievement he could never reach in this lifetime. How could he not feel envious? Thinking of this, Lu Yun couldn't help but ask Lin Yi, "By the way, Brother Lin, since you came to challenge the Wang Tower, your power multiplication should have improved as well, right? They all say you've been quiet lately, only studying the Qi, not practicing martial arts, and might not be as good as Li Changkong. But I believe Brother Lin would not be like that. Tell me the truth, do you have the confidence to surpass Li Changkong?" "Yes." Looking at Lu Yun's expectant gaze, Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, moving his steps toward the Wang Tower. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly brightened, radiating a brilliant light. "Ha ha, then I'll be waiting for good news from Brother Lin." "What? Lin Yi is here. Is that Lin Yi?" Lu Yun's loud shout immediately startled all the surrounding students. Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, all the students began to get excited. Lin Yi and Li Changkong are both considered rare geniuses in Yenjing University over the past decade. One is the strongest in strength, the other the best in talent. At this moment, Li Changkong is fighting hard in the 7th level of the Wang Tower, and Lin Yi has also arrived here, clearly full of confidence. So, who is stronger between him and Li Changkong? Everyone was eagerly anticipating. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi also passed through the light curtain of the 1st level of the Wang Tower and entered. Buzz! The void shifted, and Lin Yi felt a dizziness before arriving in a hall that was 1,000 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 50 meters high. Challenger, welcome to the 1st level of the Wang Tower. I am the guardian of this level. The 17th Copper Man defeat me, and you will earn the qualification to enter the next level. As soon as Lin Yi entered the hall, he saw a burst of golden light suddenly illuminate 500 meters away from him. The next moment, a 2-meter-tall copper man holding a solid copper staff and radiating golden light appeared before him. The Wang Tower is a treasure tower created based on the Shaolin 18 Copper Men formation. It is said that in the 2 major sects of Huaxia, Shaolin Temple has 18 guardian martial monks, known as the 18 Copper Men, the weakest among these martial monks are already innate martial masters of the 9th level or above, and the strongest has even been crowned king. Once united in formation, they can sweep away any enemy below the martial saint level. Therefore, when Yenjing University established the Wang Tower, they invited 17 of these martial monks to record their images. From the lowest 1st level to the highest 17th level, all were recorded by those 17 martial monks. However, to protect their privacy, the Copper Men in the Wang Tower do not reveal their true faces during battles, instead appearing in the form of Copper Men, just like the 17th Copper Man before him. Let's begin. Hearing the voice of the Copper Man in the distance, Lin Yi also spoke. The next moment, the Copper Man holding the solid copper staff seemed to receive some command and charged wildly at Lin Yi, instantly reaching the limit speed of a 1st-level martial master, breaking 120 meters per second. Then, the long staff in his hand came crashing down towards Lin Yi as if it were going to split mountains and shatter rocks. Boom! In the Great Hall, accompanied by the dance of the bronze man wielding a staff, a startling explosion of energy suddenly erupted, tearing through the air with immense force. On the golden copper staff, strands of sharp, endless energy burst forth, carrying an unmatched power as they struck towards Lin Yi in fury. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and under the ferocity of the blow, Lin Yi extended a hand, instantly unleashing threads of lightning that enveloped the staff, gripping it tightly. The force multiplier is 2 times, and the base strength is actually 40,000 kilograms. It seems my talent, which is supposed to be twice as strong as that of other martial artists of the same rank, cannot be fully realized. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from the copper staff in his hand, Lin Yi sighed inwardly. However, he quickly reassured himself. This situation was normal. After all, Lu Yun had just mentioned it to him. In the King's Ceiling Tower, only the force multiplier is considered, not the actual strength. Otherwise, those innate martial masters and 9th-level martial artists with higher realms than himself could easily break through to higher levels, wouldn't they? Then what would be the point of setting up this King's Ceiling Tower? It might as well be called the Tower of the Strong. Lin Yi pondered, then smiled again. It seems that if I don't show some real skills, I really won't be able to get through many levels. I originally didn't want to reveal that I have mastered the Undying Seal technique. After all, this martial art hasn't even been touched by many kings. Now, after 3 months of training, I have mastered it and simultaneously comprehended the energy of the essence, breaking through to martial master. This talent is indeed somewhat astonishing. However, there's no helping it. This time out for battle is precisely when I need to exchange credits for treasures. In that case, I might as well display a bit of my entry-level skills. With that, combined with the indestructible Vajra technique, breaking through 15 or 16 levels, or even directly passing a gate, should not be a problem. Lin Yi was determined in his heart, then slightly tightened his fingers, exerting force with his palm. Instantly, wisps of black and white energy emerged from his fingertips. This was the manifestation of life and death energy. The Undying Seal technique is derived from the martial arts novel The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, but it is not entirely the same as the martial art in the novel. Its transformation of life and death energy, along with the comprehension of the principles of yin and yang, makes this technique incredibly miraculous. It encompasses attack, recovery, and healing. Moreover, upon entry, it can unleash 16 times the base strength. Upon reaching minor success, it can unleash 26 times the base strength. At major success, it breaks the limits of the human body, unleashing 36 times the base strength. Until reaching the pinnacle, it can easily unleash 46.6 times the base strength. Every movement carries immense power. Just like at this moment. Crack! The formidable power erupted from Lin Yi's fingers, instantly squeezing the copper staff until it creaked, leaving clear fingerprints. Then, his terrifying strength transmitted through the copper staff, lifting the bronze man, who stood over 2 meters tall, off the ground. Finally, with a gentle flick, Lin Yi sent the bronze man flying like a small stone, along with the staff. Bang! It crashed against the wall of the Great Hall, creating a human-shaped hole, dissipating into countless golden lights. Challenger, congratulations on defeating the 17th bronze man. You have successfully passed the 1st level of the King's Ceiling Tower and are about to enter the next level. Please prepare yourself. At the moment the bronze figure vanished, a grand voice echoed from the 1st level hall of the King's Ceiling Tower. Then, Lin Yi felt a dizziness in his head and found himself once again in a new Great Hall. Look! Lin Yi has passed the 1st level. Just as Lin Yi ascended to the 2nd level, a golden light also shone on the surface of the 1st level outside the King's Ceiling Tower. The 2 characters Lin Yi, composed of countless golden rays, dissipated on the surface of the 1st level, then reappeared above the 2nd level. He passed a level so quickly? It seems. Lin Yi's force multiplier is indeed very high. He must have defeated the level guardian in one strike. Outside the King Tower, as Lin Yi instantly ascended to the second floor, someone began to speculate. Yet, no one was surprised. Given Lin Yi's demonstrated strength during the heavenly class assessment, passing through the first 4 levels of the King Tower was quite simple. After all, even the 4th level only required a power multiplier of 8 times. Such a multiplier was high for the other newly admitted students of Yen University's heavenly class, but for Lin Yi, who had shown the brightest in this assessment, it was nothing remarkable. Let's keep watching. With this thought, everyone fell silent and continued to look up at the King Tower. Buzz! Before the crowd could react, another beam of golden light erupted from the King Tower. The 2 characters Lin Yi, composed of countless golden lights, disappeared from the 2nd level and reappeared on the 3rd level. He's past the 2nd level again, someone whispered, their eyes filled with envy. However, before their voices had faded, the golden light flashed again on the King Tower, and Lin Yi's name appeared once more on the 3rd level. Then, under everyone's gaze, the golden light seemed like a mischievous child, never staying in one place for more than 5 seconds, and in an instant, it leaped to an even higher level. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. The golden light danced wildly on the King Tower, striking the hearts of the many students of Yen University like heavy hammers. Suddenly, outside the King Tower, countless students erupted in astonished cries. Heavens! Look, it's the 8th level. Lin Yi has already reached the 8th level. His power multiplier has exceeded 14 times at the 7th level. Moreover, he defeated his opponent at the 7th level in an instant and then ascended immediately. How terrifying is his power multiplier? Someone exclaimed in shock. Quick, look at the genius monument. Lin Yi has entered the top 3, surpassing the senior martial artist at the 9th level, Lei Yunhua. Damn! What do you mean top 3? Look again, he's already at the top. He has passed the 8th level. Just as the astonished student finished speaking, another scream immediately rang in his ears. On the black stone tablet, Lin Yi's name suddenly began to jump. In the blink of an eye, he rose from 3rd place on the Genius Monument to 1st place. Buzz! On the black stone tablet, the original 1st place, Yuan Fei, suddenly disappeared, dropping to 2nd place. The golden characters Lin Yi were engraved above, clearly larger than the 2nd place, dominating countless geniuses. It was as if an unparalleled emperor was surveying his subjects. Before this supreme ruler, no matter how powerful the subjects were, they could only kneel obediently and submit. Faced with this scene, the entire King Tower fell into a moment of silence, with only the sound of gasps echoing. What the hell? Is this really a freshman? Everyone's heads were spinning, feeling as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. Dizzy. A freshman, having joined Yen University for just 3 months, had directly ascended to the 1st place on the Genius Monument, overshadowing countless 3rd and 4th year prodigies. Such an act was truly unprecedented, a feat that could not be seen in the past nor perhaps in the future. How could Lin Yi be so talented? The crowd was filled with shock and fear. At this moment, on the 7th level of the King Tower, a figure also fell down. It was the little sword saint Li Changkong, who had ranked 1st in the heavenly class assessment 3 months ago. Ha! Still failed. Li Changkong let out a light breath, sighing inwardly. The 7th level was simply too difficult. The power multiplier had to reach a full 14 times to pass. Now, after 3 months of training, coupled with a recent breakthrough, his understanding of the top-tier martial arts stunning sword had greatly increased, and he had already reached a major breakthrough. Moreover, he had made some progress within that major breakthrough, achieving a terrifying power multiplier of 12.9 times. However, beneath the copper rod of the Copper Man on the 7th floor of the King Tower, he was still struggling, and after fighting over 100 moves, he was defeated by a single sweep, his body exploding. The 7th floor of the King Tower was too difficult. Even with his talent, if he wanted to truly break through, he would need to cultivate for another 2 or 3 months. Ha! Why is everyone so quiet? Immersed in his own world, Li Changkong, who had just stepped out, noticed the silent scene around him and felt a bit puzzled. It should be known that the students under the King Tower were always incredibly noisy, eager to watch and discuss the performances of other strong students, otherwise they wouldn't linger here. After all, the time to enter the Nuwa space was precious, and apart from the students in the heavenly class who could squander it at will, students from other levels truly did not have that kind of leisure time. If they weren't genuinely interested in these matters, who would waste their precious cultivation time here? But now, why were they not speaking? Li Changkong felt confused and then turned to look at the King Tower. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. King Tower, 10th floor, Lin Yi. Talent Monument, 1st, Lin Yi. Innate Monument, 19th, Lin Yi. The terrifying achievements lay before Li Changkong, each one currently unattainable for him, yet Lin Yi had accomplished them effortlessly. This made Li Changkong feel a sense of existential doubt. He surpassed me so quickly. Seeing the scene on the King Tower, Talent Monument, and Innate Monument, Li Changkong murmured, his pupils widening, and an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within him. From childhood to now, he had always been an invincible genius among his peers. Elders praised him, peers submitted to him, and even his lofty grandfather, the Heavenly Sword King, valued him immensely after he displayed his unparalleled swordsmanship talent. Not only did he personally order a rapid elevation of his family's status, making him the strongest branch of the colossal Li family in the King family, but he also took him under his wing for careful guidance. He lived up to expectations, achieving the 7th level of martial master at 18. After cultivating the top-tier martial arts stunning sword, he progressed rapidly, reaching a terrifying power multiplier of 9.5, earning him the title of Little Sword Saint. Throughout his journey, he had always looked down on any pure genius in the world, and he, indeed, had the capital to do so, until 3 months ago, when he encountered Lin Yi. This genius, who had only reached the 9th level of martial master, had withstood over 10,000 swords under his command, forcing him to use his ultimate move to finally win. That was the first time he had inquired about an opponent's name, because he already knew that this opponent was stronger than him and would likely surpass him in the future. He knew this day would come. However, he never expected it would come so quickly. Buzz. Just as Li Changkong was lost in thought, the golden characters Lin Yi once again dissipated on the 10th floor of the King Tower, appearing on the 11th floor, and on the innate monument, Lin Yi's name rapidly surged from the previous 19th to first on the innate monument, overwhelming countless innate martial masters. This indicated that Lin Yi's power multiplier had reached at least 20 times. Moreover, even more terrifying was that Lin Yi conquered this 10th floor in the same amount of time as he had conquered the first floor. Both took less than 5 seconds, defeating it with a single move. So terrifying, so terrifying. Looking at the name at the very top of the silver stone tablet, countless people roared in their hearts. Yet, not a single person dared to speak, breaking the silence of the scene. At this moment, in their hearts, Lin Yi was no longer a mere mortal but a celestial being descending to the world, invincible and unparalleled. Because, if he were not a celestial being, how could a martial master body overpower so many innate martial masters and reach the top? If he were not a celestial being, how could he achieve a power multiplier exceeding 20 times in the realm of martial master, creating such an incredible feat? Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the King Tower, streams of golden light continuously dissipated and illuminated Lin Yi's name kept rising. At this moment, beneath the King Tower, the void twisted in waves, and figures appeared at an astonishing speed, each exuding a powerful aura. They were all innate martial masters, and some were even formidable beings of the Marquis or King rank. In their long lives spanning over 200 years, they had witnessed countless geniuses, yet none had ever left them as shocked as Lin Yi did now. King Tower, 14th level. King Tower, 15th level. As they watched Lin Yi's name repeatedly appear at higher levels, the expressions of the many innate martial masters quickly shifted from shock to numbness. When will this end? It's already the 15th level and it still hasn't stopped. Could it be that a mere martial master like Lin Yi is going to break through the King Tower today? One Marquis was stunned. So strong, so strong. No wonder he is the #1 prodigy of the past 300 years on Blue Star. The vision of the celestial sovereign is indeed beyond our reach. The Dragon Elephant King was truly blind, not taking in such a good disciple. If I had been able to take him in back then, I would have. A king-level expert, whose aura was incredibly terrifying, murmured softly, completely oblivious to the crowd around him. At this moment, whether it was him or the other experts, they had all been conquered by Lin Yi's talent. They had no time to care about his loss of composure. In their hearts, there was only one thought. They wanted to see how many levels Lin Yi could break through. Was it the 16th level? Or would he truly break through the King Tower and reach the 17th level? Everyone was curiously pondering. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's name had now faded from the 15th level and ascended to the 16th level. Then, within a minute, it disappeared from the 16th level and reached the 17th level. Buzz. A sensation of spinning and swirling emerged as Lin Yi's figure appeared in the grand hall of the 17th level. Inside the hall, it was quiet and dark, with only one person holding a golden pestle, standing like a mountain upon the earth. Oversea King. Upon seeing this opponent, Lin Yi's pupils instantly contracted as he recognized the person's identity. This opponent did not appear as a bronze figure like the previous 16 challengers but revealed his true form directly. He was a middle-aged monk, robust and seemingly in his 40s or 50s, with 9 scar rings on his head. At this moment, he held a golden pestle in his hand, his expression solemn and dignified, resembling a legendary archite subduing demons. Just standing there, he emanated an extremely terrifying aura, as if to drive away all evil spirits. Challenger, welcome to the 17th level of the King Tower. This level is guarded by me. Here, you do not need to defeat me as in other levels. Instead, you only need to withstand 3 moves from me. If you can endure 3 moves without dying, your power multiplier should have reached 33 times, which can barely be considered as reaching the invincible king level, entering the first tier. Among the kings of humanity on Blue Star, the deep voice of the Oversea King resonated in the hall, loud as a great bell. When he mentioned that enduring 3 moves from him could barely be considered as reaching the invincible king level, entering the first tier among the kings of humanity on Blue Star, there was not a hint of pride in his tone, only calmness, as if he were discussing an ordinary matter. Not worth mentioning, not worth a sneer, because he truly was that strong. Looking at the figure before him, resembling a diamond arhat, Lin Yi recalled his deeds. Oversea King, born in the 35th year of the new era. From a young age, he possessed immense strength, his physical condition far superior to his peers. After joining the Shaolin Temple to practice martial arts at the age of 12, his strength surpassed others of the same rank, possessing double the punching power of others at the same level, just like the current Lin Yi. However, as stated in the Tao Te Ching, the way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and supplement the insufficient. This means that when something develops to an extreme, it will begin to decline. For example, if your physical fitness is too strong, then your mind may not be as agile as others. If your mind is agile, the likelihood of having strong physical fitness is lower, of course, with a few exceptions, like Confucius. And the Oversea King is one of those exceptions, because in addition to his powerful physical fitness, his comprehension is also extremely high. Although he may not be on par with those who have truly perfected the semi-saint level martial arts, achieving a 33-fold power output, he has nonetheless cultivated the semi-saint level martial art demon suppression great strength staff to an exceptionally high realm. With just one strike, he can unleash an 18-fold power explosion, and with a full force blow, the power output can reach a terrifying 28-fold. A 28-fold output means his base strength is double that of others at the same level. With one strike, it is equivalent to an ordinary innate martial artist at the 9th level unleashing a 56-fold power explosion. It is enough to crush a noble level expert with a single blow and severely injure an ordinary king level expert with just 2 strikes. His terrifying strength is truly capable of turning the tides, fierce and invincible. To withstand 3 of his strikes without dying can indeed be said to place one in the top tier of human king level experts. Lin Yi thought silently in his heart. The next moment, he spoke up. Let's begin. Boom. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the Oversea King's towering figure suddenly moved. In an instant, that fierce and powerful force erupted, as if it were going to shatter the void, striking towards Lin Yi with a furious blow. Let's see just how strong this 56-fold power explosion really is. Watching this terrifying strike, Lin Yi did not dodge or evade, remaining calm in his heart as he formed complex hand seals with both hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black and white life and death energy intertwined, swirling like the yin and yang of Taiji in Lin Yi's palms, ultimately slamming towards the golden staff. Bang! In the great hall, the sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed. The 2 hands and staff met. However, the overwhelming force that Lin Yi had anticipated did not come from the staff. Instead, he felt it was somewhat weak. Why is this power so weak? Feeling the force transmitted through his palms, Lin Yi was puzzled. Then, he pushed with his hands, nearly using the entry level of the undying seal technique, unleashing a 16-fold power explosion combined with the enhancement of the indestructible diamond technique. This pushed the Oversea King, who was holding the golden staff, to stagger back several steps. This power is too weak, completely lacking the 56-fold output level, instead only resembling the 14th level of the King Tower with a 28-fold output level. What is going on? Lin Yi pondered, thoughts racing through his mind. Soon, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. That's right. The Oversea King, what a proud person he is. This can be inferred from his true form revealed in the King Tower and from his unwillingness to be defeated by weaker martial artists like the other bronze figures in the King Tower. A person so proud would never be willing to rely solely on brute strength to defeat a genius who has double the base strength but a greater power output than himself. Therefore, in his mind, he must have thought that if it were a weaker king, like one with a 33-fold output, they simply wouldn't qualify to defeat him. He only needed to withstand 3 of their strikes. And those who could defeat him must possess the same physical talent as him, but with greater comprehension. For such geniuses, he would feel respect in his heart. Even if defeated, it would be a sweet defeat. With this thought, Lin Yi's mind was suddenly clear, and he had no more doubts. Ha ha, Oversea King, since you are so proud, I will fulfill your wish. I suppose your image has remained here for 100 or 200 years without anyone defeating you, and you must feel quite unwilling. Then today, I, Lin Yi, will come to defeat you. Lin Yi laughed heartily, a thought stirring in his mind. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he executed the saint-level movement technique Immortal 7 Illusions. A gentle breeze swept through the air, and suddenly, 9 identical phantoms of Lin Yi seemed to emerge from the void. Each of them wore a solemn expression, their hands forming seals, black and white energy swirling around them. Then, with a single palm, they struck fiercely at the Sea Overlord. Feeling the attack from his opponent, the Sea Overlord, with a dignified expression resembling that of an Arhat, also moved. He wielded a massive golden hammer, its weight unknown, as it danced in his hands, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds echoed as each phantom was easily extinguished by the golden hammer. In the blink of an eye, only 3 figures remained around the Sea Overlord. Yet these 3 figures were ones the Sea Overlord could not erase. Bang! The 3 figures struck simultaneously against the Sea Overlord. However, only a dull sound resonated. Under this dull sound, the Sea Overlord's body was instantly sent flying, exploding in midair into countless golden lights that scattered away. In the arena, a soft sound emerged. Among the 3 figures, 2 phantoms on the left and right instantly vanished, leaving only the central figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the void. The Sea Overlord had claimed that he could withstand 3 moves to pass the 17th level of the King Tower. Yet now, in Lin Yi's hands, he had not withstood even a single move. He was directly killed by Lin Yi with the entry-level Immortal Seal technique. A single seal was all it took. Outside the King Tower in the Nuwa space, countless students from Yen University, innate martial artists, and powerful figures of nobility stood tall, gazing at the names inscribed on the entirely golden King monument. Many speculated whether Lin Yi could pass the 17th level of the King Tower and stand alongside the many kings. But suddenly, before they could come to their senses, a blinding golden light erupted from the King monument. Lin Yi's name, which had originally ranked 53rd on the monument, suddenly vanished. In the next moment, boundless golden light gathered at the top of the King monument. In the sky, a dazzling golden bridge was erected, as if to celebrate the birth of an unparalleled genius. Finally, buzz, buzz, buzz. At the 17th level of the King Tower, Lin Yi slowly descended from the golden bridge, appearing to the crowd like a deity descending to earth, a Buddha coming into the mortal realm. As the boundless golden light at the peak of the King monument gradually faded, a massive name was engraved within it. King Monument First, Lin Yi. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Lin Yi had been silent for 3 months, without a word, and many believed he was temporarily outshone by his peer Li Changkong. But he said nothing, offered no explanations, and instead made a shocking move through his actions. On this day, he reached the pinnacle of the King Monument as a martial artist, overshadowing all the nobles. Above, outside the King Tower in the Nuwa space, countless students from Yen University, innate martial artists, and nobles gazed at Lin Yi descending from the sky, looking at the name that overshadowed countless nobles on the King Monument, feeling their heads spin. How could a martial artist with such terrifying power rank higher on the King Monument than all the powerful nobles? How did he achieve this? This little guy, how did he become the first on the King Monument? Did he defeat the Sea Overlord? Murmured a white-haired figure in black at the foot of the King Tower. If everyone who passed the 17th level received the Sea Overlord's acknowledgement, then the rankings would be determined by the order in which they passed the 17th level. For example, if a noble passed in March of the new era 238, their ranking would be higher than someone who passed in April of the same year. However, to directly ascend like Lin Yi, who clearly passed later, one must have defeated the Sea Overlord head-on. But how powerful was the Sea Overlord? As a strong figure who reached the 17th level of the King Tower, he understood better than anyone how terrifying the fully unleashed Sea Overlord was, even for himself. Back then he could barely withstand 3 strikes under the hands of the Overlord of the Sea. When receiving the 3rd strike, he only just managed to take it, and after it was over, his body was on the verge of being shattered. But now, this Lin Yi has actually defeated the Overlord of the Sea. How absurd is that? Could it be that the Overlord of the Sea has a special treatment for geniuses with double fist strength at the same level? Or perhaps, Lin Yi has mastered the Undying Seal technique to perfection? The black-clad, white-haired king pondered. However, compared to the latter, he was more inclined to believe that the Overlord of the Sea might indeed have special treatment for geniuses with double strength at the same level. Because while sacred-level martial arts are incredibly powerful, they are also exceedingly difficult to cultivate. To master sacred-level martial arts, even a group of kings would likely need to spend over 100 years. And how long has it been since Lin Yi obtained the sacred-level martial arts? 3 months? Mastering sacred-level martial arts in just 3 months? That's simply nonsense. The black-clad, white-haired king silently speculated. Meanwhile, the foreign innate martial artists went wild. Quick, quick, quick! Notify the president immediately. The genius Lin Yi from Huaxia has passed the 17th level of the King Tower. His talent is terrifying. We must take action and offer even higher conditions to recruit him. OMG. A first-level martial artist has passed the 17th level of the King Tower. Is the world going crazy? I must personally inform the Golden Saint and ask him for strategies on how to bring him to our Golden Eagle Nation. Baka. Why isn't such a genius from our great Fusang Nation? When I return this time, I must train those little guys well. Give them hellish training. Under the King Tower, experts from various countries began frantically sending messages. The news that Lin Yi had passed the 17th level of the King Tower quickly swept across the world like a hurricane. Above the innate martial artists, almost everyone, except for those truly hidden and reclusive experts, had already learned that Huaxia had produced an incredibly extraordinary genius. At 18 years old, he broke through the King Tower, overpowering numerous nobles and reaching the top of the King Monument. In Huaxia, in the city of Kyoto, in an ancient 3-story pavilion with a classic style, the black-clad, black-haired martial deity Li Yuanyan was meditating in his secret chamber. Suddenly, a vibration sounded from his hand. Is it a call from the Feather King? Li Yuanyan frowned slightly, then seemed to think of something and said, "Connect." With a whoosh. As soon as Li Yuanyan's voice fell, countless rays of light shot out from the miniature phone in his hand. The light intertwined in the void, and soon, the figure of the Feather King in white appeared. Feather King, what is it? Seeing the Feather King, who was usually calm but now had an excited expression, Li Yuanyan couldn't help but ask, "Deity, great news, great news." Upon seeing Li Yuanyan, the Feather King became even more excited on the virtual screen. Just now, Lin Yi made his first attempt at the King Tower after enrolling. But guess how many levels Lin Yi passed this time? The Feather King said, suddenly teasing, smiling as he asked Li Yuanyan. "Oh, how many levels?" Hearing this, Li Yuanyan was slightly taken aback, then pondered. I remember that during the assessment in the heavenly class, Lin Yi's power multiplier had already reached around 12 times. After 3 months of cultivation, could it be that he reached 16 times and passed the 8th level? Li Yuanyan asked with a smile, then quickly shook his head. No, if he had only passed the 8th level, with your temperament, you probably wouldn't be this excited. Could it be that Lin Yi passed the 9th level? Thinking of this, even Li Yuanyan was somewhat astonished. Passing the 8th level and passing the 9th level are completely different concepts, because passing the 9th level means the power multiplier only reaches 16 times, while the 9th level is 18 times. Don't be fooled by the mere 2 times difference, because as martial arts progress, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult. If the difficulty of breaking through from a power multiplier of 14 to 16 is 1, then the difficulty of breaking through from 16 to 18 is 5. The further you go, the higher it gets. Lin Yi managed to raise his power multiplier from 12 to 18 in just 3 months. Even with Li Yuanyan's experience, he was somewhat shocked. However, despite his high expectations and the importance he placed on Lin Yi, he still underestimated him. Heavenly Sovereign, you guessed wrong this time. Lin Yi didn't just break through the 9th level, he directly broke through the 17th level and defeated the Sea King, reaching the top of the King's monument. Upon hearing Li Yuanyan's words, King Feiyu laughed heartily, his eyes shining with excitement. What? At this statement, Li Yuanyan exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. The same scene was not only happening in Huaxia but also in other countries. In the European Union, within an ancient castle on a towering divine mountain, Divine Lord. Divine Lord. Something big has happened. In the dim castle, a noble-looking middle-aged man with golden hair knelt respectfully before a great being shrouded in countless golden lights. What is it? The great being spoke from within the golden glow. The golden-haired man quickly replied, Divine Lord, do you still remember that genius Lin Yi from Huaxia that I mentioned last time? Just now, he broke through to the martial master realm and has also passed the 17th level of the king's tower. Really? The figure in the golden light suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Even the infinite golden light surrounding him seemed to tremble. Absolutely true. Divine Lord. Feeling the terrifying power of the golden light, the golden-haired man felt a tightness in his heart and spoke quickly. Send my orders, quickly dispatch someone to connect with Lin Yi. Promise him that if he can join our European Union, he can have anything he desires in the country. Moreover, I can grant him a medium-sized nation as a territory to be inherited by his descendants. Yes. The golden-haired man, though shocked and envious, quickly responded respectfully. Not only the European Union, but countries like the Golden Eagle Nation, the Soviet Union, the Sun Country, and the Southeast Asian Alliance, all possessing martial saints, began to stir. The martial saints of various countries successively offered countless conditions that drove the king-level powerhouses crazy in an attempt to win Lin Yi over. At this moment, the whole world was frantically trying to recruit Lin Yi to join their nations. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, at the center of this storm, directly turned off his mini-phone and entered the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. In the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, the towering gray-brown rocky mountains still stood majestically in the Nuwa space, resembling an ancient divine mountain reaching for the sky. At the foot of the mountain, a visible red light swept across Lin Yi's body. Then, a mechanical voice sounded, beep, detected that the person is Lin Yi, a first-year student from Yanjing University in the heavenly class, permitted to exchange martial arts in the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, currently authorized to exchange for first-class heavenly-level martial arts. Beep, detected that heavenly class student Lin Yi has passed the 17th level of the King's Tower. Authorization has been upgraded, and he can exchange for any saint-level martial arts. As the mechanical voice fell, a sweet voice followed, welcome, dear student Lin Yi. First of all, congratulations on passing the 17th level of the King's Tower. Your authorization has been upgraded. Which entrance would you like to enter to exchange for martial arts? Authorization upgraded? Lin Yi smiled slightly at first, then said, let's first check the medium saint-level martial arts entrance. Okay. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he was already at the highest entrance of the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, 1,000 meters high. The colorless light at the entrance also slightly emitted a red glow, seemingly opening the entry qualification. Splash. Seeing this, Lin Yi stepped in and immediately arrived in another space. This was a space smaller than the 800-meter entrance. The entire space is only about 80 square meters in size, with a height of just 3 meters, compared to the 800-meter entrance of the Holy Level Martial Arts Cave he entered last time. There are far fewer light spheres in this space, with only 2 light spheres floating. One of the light spheres is black and white, with the 2 colors swirling around it. It looks just like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, filled with a sense of harmony between heaven and earth, embodying the essence of all things. The other light sphere is entirely golden, dazzling like a great sun, radiating infinite brightness, as if illuminating the world, sweeping away countless evil spirits, and guiding all beings through their suffering. Tai Chi Sword Technique. Golden Body Demon Subduing Technique. Looking at the 2 light spheres before him, Lin Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, and he murmured the names of these 2 divine skills. Tai Chi Sword Technique and Golden Body Demon Subduing Technique are the only 2 medium holy level martial arts in the world. At the same time, they represent the highest achievements of humanity in martial arts on Blue Star. They are treasures of human civilization. Their value is completely immeasurable, even the so-called territories and nations pale in comparison to them. They represent the 2 extremes of the world, the spiritual will of the strongest among humanity, the Tai Chi Divine Sword, and the Golden Body Arhat. Therefore, at Yen University, only those strong individuals from the Huaxia nation who have passed the 17th level of the King Tower are qualified to exchange for them. As for the strong from other nations, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot touch these 2 terrifying martial arts. Let's take a look at the Tai Chi Sword Technique first. Looking at the 2 light spheres before him, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. In the end, he chose to first examine the ultimate skill of the world's #1, Taoist Chongshu. With a thought, Lin Yi appeared next to the black and white swirling light sphere. Buzz. Next to the black and white light sphere, Lin Yi reached out and touched it with his finger, and immediately, a stream of information surged into his mind. Martial arts name, Tai Chi Sword Technique grade, medium holy level martial arts introduction. The Tai Chi Sword Technique was created by the world's strongest, the first martial saint of Blue Star, Taoist Chongshu of the Wudong sect in Huaxia. It draws from the principles of Tai Chi's flow and the changes of yin and yang, exhausting the mysteries of yin and yang's transformations, capable of both offense and defense. When practiced to perfection, it can amplify the power of heaven and earth by 1.9 times above the martial saint level. Below the martial saint level, it can amplify basic strength by 63.3 times. Exchange price, 150,000 credits/contribution points. What a powerful martial art. What a terrifying amplification. It's actually 0.5 times stronger in terms of heaven and earth power and over 10 times in basic strength compared to the best of the initial holy level martial arts, Undying Seal Technique. This martial art truly lives up to being created by the world's #1. Feeling the information about Tai Chi Sword Technique in his mind, Lin Yi was shocked. However, He soon shook his head with a wry smile. The Tai Chi sword technique is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, he cannot afford to exchange for it at the moment. Although there are credit rewards for passing the King Tower, even if he clears all levels, the credits he earns are still far from the 150,000 points needed to exchange for the Tai Chi sword technique. After all, passing the first level of the King Tower only grants 200 credits, the second level 400 credits, the third level 600 credits. Until passing the 17th level, he would only have 3,400 credits. Even if he adds up all the credits from passing the 17th level, it would only be a little over 30,000 credits. This amount of credits is still far from enough to exchange for an initial holy level martial art, let alone a medium holy level martial art like Tai Chi sword technique. That would be a pipe dream. Therefore, if he truly wants to acquire more martial arts, he must go out and hunt monsters to earn contribution points, because hunting monsters can yield far more contribution points than what he gains from passing the King Tower. Killing a Beast King level monster comparable to a first level innate martial artist can earn 200 contribution points. Killing a monster comparable to a 9th level innate martial artist can earn as much as 1,800 contribution points. Such monsters, killing 100 of them, can basically be exchanged for any one of the Taiji sword technique or golden body demon subduing skill. From this, it can be seen that Yin University, no, it should be the country, actually, prefers martial artists to venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters for contribution points rather than staying comfortably in the city, enjoying the protection of other martial artists. Of course, killing 100 monsters comparable to a 9th level innate martial artist is not simple. Ordinary 9th level innate martial artists have no chance at all, while those at the marquee level have a slim hope. As for the king level, that might be possible, but it would require great effort. It seems that temporarily exchanging for the golden body demon subduing skill or Taiji sword technique is not very realistic. I can only go to the wilderness to hunt monsters first, and then think of a way later, Linny said softly. He then intended to reach out to touch the golden light sphere. However, before he could make contact, the sweet female voice echoed in his ear again. Linny, you don't need to be discouraged. You can now exchange for these two martial arts. Because just now, information came from above considering your extraordinary talent. So they specifically allowed you to choose one martial art for free from Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill and Taiji Divine Sword as your trump card. Linny, don't think it's too little. Actually, according to the higher-ups' intentions, if it weren't for the fear that you might bite off more than you can chew, leading to too many martial arts and distraction, they could have given you all of Taiji Sword Technique and Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill for free. It's just that you only chose Undying Seal Technique 3 months ago. If you now choose the more difficult Taiji Sword Technique and Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill at the same time, it might lead to you not mastering any of the martial arts to a profound level, which would be counterproductive. I say all this in hopes that you can understand the higher-ups' intentions. After all, they are also doing this for your own good. In the Crescent Moon 3-star cave, the sweet female voice kept explaining, her attitude much more sincere than last time, showing her, or rather the higher-ups, regard for Linny. Upon hearing this, Linny was taken aback, then felt a mix of amusement and frustration in his heart. For my own good? If it's for my own good, then you should give me all the martial arts. Others have too many martial arts at once, fearing they might bite off more than they can chew, but I won't. With the system, isn't it a matter of minutes for me to cultivate whatever martial arts I want? This time, your good intentions have truly backfired. Linny silently complained in his heart. However, he did not reveal the thought that the Undying Seal Technique was already perfected. In this world, if you exceed ordinary people by a lot, you can be called a genius. But if you exceed ordinary people too much, then you become a monster. And what is the fate of a monster? It is basically self-evident. Linny pondered in his heart, then reached out to touch the golden light sphere containing the inheritance of the Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill. In the next moment, a surge of information instantly entered Linny's mind, causing his body to tremble. Martial art name: Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill. Grade: Medium Holy Grade. Introduction: The Golden Body Demon Subduing Skill was created by the second strongest in the world, the second martial saint of Blue Star, Master Kongwon of the Shaolin Temple in Huaxia. It takes the principle of the immeasurable golden body to subdue billions of demons, and when practiced to perfection, one can attain the supreme demon subduing golden body. Above the martial saint, it can amplify the power of heaven and earth by 1.85 times. Below the martial saint, it can be combined with other martial arts, increasing the output by 4 times the original. Exchange price: 145,000 credits/contribution points. Note, this skill is much more difficult to practice compared to other holy grade martial arts. It not only requires strong comprehension but also a significant amount of time. 100 years ago, a king-level expert attempted to practice it and ultimately failed to enter the door after 30 years. If you choose, please be cautious. Waves of information appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Especially the last caution echoed continuously in his mind. However, Lin Yi was completely oblivious to those things. He only saw the introduction in Golden Body Demon Subduing Technique about reaching perfection. For 4 times, it can actually increase the power output to 4 times the original. This martial art truly deserves to be a mid-level holy grade technique. It is indeed a peerless skill. Upon seeing the introduction of Golden Body Demon Subduing Technique, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart surged with joy. Perhaps for a martial saint level expert, the Golden Body Demon Subduing Technique, which can amplify The power of heaven and earth by 1.85 times is not as good as the 1.9 times of Taiji sword technique. For other martial artists below the martial saint level, it is also not as good as the more accessible dragon elephant law body, which can amplify the power output to 2.1 times when perfected. However, for Lin Yi, this golden body demon subduing technique is undoubtedly a peerless skill. Even though its difficulty is extremely high, with his comprehension, it might take him 1,000 years to cultivate it to a great success realm. But this is estimated to enhance the power output by more than 3 times, far stronger than the so-called dragon elephant law body and indestructible Vajra technique. Guide of the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. I choose this golden body demon subduing technique. Lin Yi firmly decided in his heart and immediately spoke to the guide. Lin Yi, are you sure you want to choose golden body demon subduing technique? Once chosen, the cultivation method of golden body demon subduing technique will be transmitted into your mind. Even if you regret it later, you cannot change it, so please consider it carefully. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the sweet female voice from the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave rang in his ears. No need to consider, I choose golden body demon subduing technique. Lin Yi shook his head and said immediately, alright, since you have made your choice, then as you wish. The sweet female voice in the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave fell silent. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt the golden light ball in his hand begin to radiate brilliant light, and an immense amount of information surged from it. This information was far more vast than when he first received the inheritance of Undying Seal technique. Under the torrent of this information, Lin Yi's mind instantly went blank. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time flew by, and it took a full 20 minutes for the inheritance of golden body demon subduing technique to come to a complete end. In Lin Yi's attribute panel, the martial arts section also displayed golden body demon subduing technique. Not yet entered, can be modified. Alright, Lin Yi, your inheritance of golden body demon subduing technique has ended. The system detects that you currently have 31,800 plus the credits converted from the last tier 3 martial arts credits left. Do you still need to exchange for other martial arts manuals? Oh, could it be that the guide has some recommendations? Hearing the guide from the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave say this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and asked, as the guide of the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, an extremely important repository of secrets in Nuwa space, its intelligence level is exceptionally high. The last time he exchanged for Undying Seal technique, it reminded him that he still had extra credits when he was about to leave, so it must have its reasons for saying this now. He. Lin Yi, you truly deserve to be the strongest prodigy in the history of Blue Star. You are indeed exceptionally wise. This time, I do have a manual that I recommend you exchange for. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the sweet female voice rarely smiled and said to him, what manual is it? Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. True understanding of martial Tao. Before the sweet female voice finished speaking, a light blue ball appeared out of thin air next to the golden light ball and the black and white light ball beside Lin Yi. Then, the sweet female voice began to explain again. True understanding of martial Tao is a supplementary cultivation manual co-authored by the 3 official martial saints of China and Taoist Zhongshu of the Taiji Divine Sword, and Master Kongwon of the Golden Body Arhat. This manual does not contain any martial arts that amplify power output, but it is far more precious than any heavenly tier or semi-holy tier martial arts, because this contains the detailed experiences of the 5 of them breaking through from martial master to innate martial master and from innate martial master to martial saint. Moreover, during each breakthrough process, there are detailed supplementary explanations from several of them. With this true understanding of martial arts, whether you are breaking through from martial master to innate martial master or from innate martial master to martial saint, you will have detailed experiences to refer to, greatly saving your breakthrough time. Oh, is there such a secret manual? I wonder how many credits it requires? Not much, just 10,000 credits. Alright, then I'll exchange for it. Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this. 10,000 credits is not too much, after all, this is an unparalleled treasure compiled by 5 martial saints, who are known as deities among men. In this era where monsters are pressing in, humanity urgently needs to enhance its strength. If this were in an ancient martial arts novel, such a manual would be the supreme secret of the martial world. Once it emerges, it would probably lead to rivers of blood and countless heads rolling just to obtain it, Lin Yi silently thought. The next moment, buzz, a light blue orb emitted brightness and streams of information about how to break through to True Gang, the mysteries of True Gang, and the experiences of Taoist Zhongshu and Master Kongwon when they broke through to innate martial master and martial saint flooded into Lin Yi's mind. With the help of this knowledge, Lin Yi felt that if he originally needed more than 2 or even 3 years to break through to True Gang, now, if he thoroughly comprehended the true understanding of martial arts, he would only need less than 2 years, or even about a year and a half to break through. The information from true understanding of martial arts was much less than that of golden body demon suppression technique. In less than 3 minutes, all the information had already surged into Lin Yi's mind. Thank you very much for the guide's assistance. I am truly grateful. I will go back and contemplate this now. After absorbing this knowledge, Lin Yi cupped his hands towards the guide, who was somewhere in the Crescent Moonstar Cave. The next moment, he disappeared from the cave. At Yin University, in the Nuwa space, in Lin Yi's private villa, the void shifted and his figure appeared here. However, just as he was about to sit cross-legged and comprehend the newly acquired golden body demon suppression technique, a figure dressed in white, with an ethereal aura like an immortal, knocked on the villa's door. Hearing the sound, Linny went to the door and found it was the principal, King Feiyu. Principal, what brings you here? Looking at King Feiyu's smiling face, Linny asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, King Feiyu also smiled kindly and said, Linny, the Celestial Sovereign has commanded me to summon you. Celestial Sovereign? Is it the master of the demon-slaying hall, the martial arts Celestial Sovereign? Exactly. King Feiyu smiled slightly and nodded. Gently. In Huaxia, in the ancient city of Kyoto, in a quaint three-story ancient Huaxia building, Linny followed King Feiyu in white, and soon arrived here from the Yen University campus. Knock, knock, knock. Celestial Sovereign, Linny has arrived. Outside the small building, King Feiyu lightly tapped the wooden door, producing a series of sounds. Come in. A cold voice came from inside. Immediately, the wooden door opened silently without wind, and Linny and King Feiyu entered. The next moment, they saw a figure dressed in black, sitting alone at a stone table, savoring fragrant tea under a peach tree. Boom! Upon seeing Linny and the other enter, the man in black suddenly raised his head and locked eyes with them. Instantly, Linny felt a roaring in his head. It was as if an ordinary person had witnessed a star exploding or a celestial body collapsing. In an instant, he felt his mind go blank, devoid of thoughts, unaware of the passage of time. He did not know how long it took before he regained his senses. Is this the martial saint? Just a glance, and I have no power to resist? If it really came to a fight, how could I possibly have any power to resist? Feeling the might of the martial arts Celestial Sovereign emanating from the man in black, Linny couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He had long heard that martial saints are deities among men, possessing all sorts of incredible powers. Therefore, Linny had long elevated his perception of their strength. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, Linny realized he had still underestimated their terror. The martial saint was indeed terrifyingly strong. Ha ha, not bad. Seeing Linny wake up so quickly, the man in black laughed. Caught off guard, you were able to snap out of the mental shock I deliberately created in an instant. Linny, it seems your soul strength might even surpass that of some innate nobles, only second to the king's. This soul strength truly deserves to be called a prodigy that rarely appears in my blue star. Your praise is too much. I am unworthy, Linny replied with a modest smile at the martial god's compliment, then quickly seized the key point in the conversation to ask. Upon hearing this, the martial god nodded in approval and immediately replied, of course, it is related. Soul strength is something very difficult to measure but extremely important. Generally speaking, a person's soul strength can be reflected in their comprehension. Simply put, the higher the comprehension, the stronger the soul strength. And the stronger the soul strength, the greater the probability of manifesting spiritual power and achieving the martial saint. However, currently, there are only two methods to test a person's soul strength. One is to roughly guess through the kind of mental shock I just used. The other is to infer it through their own comprehension. And in both methods of calculation, it has been proven that your innate soul, Linny, is indeed very strong. There is a high probability you will become a martial saint in the future. So, to help you a bit and make it easier for you to achieve the martial saint, I specifically had King Feiyu bring you here to present you with a treasure. At this point, the martial godly Yuan paused slightly, then with a hint of reluctance, took out a small white jade box from his bosom. He gently opened it, and immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance spread throughout the courtyard. What is this? The moment Linny smelled the fragrance, he felt a jolt in his mind, as if his thoughts were moving much faster, and even his comprehension had slightly improved. This item is called the 9 Turns Ascending Soul Pill, created by our country's top alchemist, the only saint-level alchemist in the world, the carefree martial saint. Its effect is singular, to enhance a warrior's soul strength. Among them, the stronger the warrior's innate soul strength, the greater the effect. Unfortunately, this pill is a one-time use, meaning each person can only take one in their lifetime. Taking more would be useless. Moreover, the materials used to refine it are extremely rare. Even if we search the entire world, our country could only obtain 9 pills. Of these 9 pills, the carefree martial saint kept 3 for himself. 1 was given to the Taiji divine sword, 1 to the golden body Arhat, and 3 were consumed by the 3 official martial saints. Thus, in today's world, apart from the 3 in the carefree martial saint's possession, this 9 Turns Ascending Soul Pill is the only one left. Therefore, you can imagine the value of this pill. If it weren't for your achievement of entering the Undying Seal method in 3 months and passing the 17th level of the King Tower, demonstrating an incredibly strong comprehension, I wouldn't have been able to persuade the god of capture and the god of war to agree to give you this precious pill. As Li Yuanyan spoke, he waved his hand, causing the pill in the box to float up and come to Linny's lips. To avoid any long dreams at night, Linny, you should take it right here. I will guard you, and no one can disturb you. Yes, thank you, Marshal God. Linny, knowing the pill's preciousness, quickly expressed his gratitude, and under the envious gaze of King Feiyu, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Before the elixir could even settle in his stomach, Linny silently spoke to the system in his heart. System, modify the expiration of the 9-turn resurrection pill to 1,000 years later. Ding, received host's command, system modifying. Ding, system modification complete. The low-grade holy level elixir 9-turn resurrection pill has been enhanced. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the high-grade holy level elixir 10-turn resurrection pill. Elixir name, 10-turn resurrection pill grade. High-grade holy level description, 9 is the ultimate number, 10 is above the ultimate. The 10-turn resurrection pill is a transformation of the 9-turn resurrection pill after absorbing 1,000 years of the essence of heaven and earth. Its medicinal properties are more than 10 times stronger than the original 9-turn resurrection pill, greatly enhancing the host's spiritual strength. Lines of information flowed through Lin Yi's mind. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not hesitate. The moment the enhancement of the 9-turn resurrection pill was completed, he gulped down the newly acquired 10-turn resurrection pill. At the moment the elixir was swallowed, Lin Yi felt a coolness in his head and his thought process accelerated beyond measure. He could even sense his comprehension rapidly rising and his mental power expanding at an astonishing rate. How can the strength of my spirit increase so quickly? In the courtyard, Li Yuanyan, who had been channeling the power of heaven and earth and using vast spiritual power to probe Lin Yi's spiritual changes, was taken aback by the magnitude of Lin Yi's mental power growth. The strength of one's spirit is usually difficult to detect. However, if there is a drastic change in a short period, a martial saint-level expert can vaguely sense it. At this moment, in Li Yuanyan's perception, Lin Yi's mental power seemed to grow significantly with every breath. This leap was even greater than that of the former Master Changshu. Could it be that this child's talent truly surpasses the ages, far stronger than the world's #1 Master Changshu? Looking at Lin Yi's serene face, Li Yuanyan was astonished, waves of shock rising within him, and he became even more cautious, not daring to disturb Lin Yi. Finally, after a full minute, Lin Yi, who had been enhancing his spiritual strength, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of electric light in his gaze, and his mental power was so immense that it felt as if it would burst forth at any moment. The elixir is indeed incredibly mysterious. Just one 10-turn resurrection pill has already raised my spiritual strength to the peak of the king level, almost reaching the martial saint level, and my comprehension has increased several times over. If only the alchemical methods of the carefree martial saint had been preserved at Yin University. Moreover, after experimenting with elixirs during this time, I found that ordinary elixirs no longer had any effect on me. I suppose I must also try to delve into alchemy. Feeling the power of the 10-turn resurrection pill, Lin Yi was both delighted and somewhat regretful. Elixirs are indeed one of humanity's greatest inventions in the new era. At first, a washing marrow golden pill had elevated his aptitude to a rare level in the world. And now, a 10-turn resurrection pill had brought his spirit to the peak of the king level, almost reaching the martial saint level. Unfortunately, after the last time he had a 10,000-fold critical hit that produced the washing marrow golden pill, it seemed his luck had run out. In the following 3 months at Yin University, he occasionally managed to modify some elixirs, but none were useful. Forget it, how can everything in the world be perfect? Although those elixirs were useless, at least this 10-turn resurrection pill has given me a great surprise. With my current comprehension, combined with the help of true understanding of martial arts, understanding the secrets of true energy should not take much longer than understanding the secrets of energy. Thus, achieving innate martial master should not take a year or two, perhaps 6 months or even 4 to 5 months will suffice. Feeling the speed of thought in his mind, which had grown immensely compared to before, Lin Yi smiled, and a surge of great ambition arose within him. After 4 to 5 months of comprehending the profound mysteries of true essence, achieving the status of an innate martial master, who in this vast world could possibly compare? Ha ha, good. Seeing Lin Yi open his eyes, Li Yuanyan's face instantly lit up with joy, repeatedly exclaiming 3 good words, fully expressing the delight in his heart. Lin Yi, I didn't expect your talent to be even more terrifying than I imagined. This time, there was some debate between the God-catcher and the war god about whether to give you the 9 turns ascension pill or to the other near martial saint, the Dragon Elephant King, but they believe your talent is strong, but currently you are still weak, and perhaps before you achieve the title of king, you might fall. And then we would have wasted this pill in vain. It would be better to give it to the Dragon Elephant King, allowing him to undergo a transformation of spirit and increase his chances of becoming a martial saint. In the end, I insisted on giving it to you, and after much discussion, they reluctantly agreed. Now that you have performed so well, I wonder what they will say. Li Yuanyan smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Martial saints are not devoid of emotions like celestial beings or stone statues. They too have desires and feelings. However, their level is so high that they do not show this to ordinary people. It's like a divine dragon being too lazy to be angry with ants, as these two are simply not on the same level. Yet, when faced with peers of equal strength, their desires become profoundly evident, even more so than ordinary people. Clearly, Lin Yi's progress this time has greatly pleased Li Yuanyan. By the way, Lin Yi, now that you have broken through to martial master, do you plan to continue your training at Yin University or go to the wilderness area for combat experience? Suddenly recalling something, Li Yuanyan asked Lin Yi. To the wilderness area for battle. Lin Yi replied without hesitation. The wilderness area is a paradise for achieving strength. If one does not undergo the trials of life and death, no matter how high their talent, they cannot take that final step to break through to martial saint. Moreover, since Lin Yi came into this world and began to understand the living conditions of humanity here, he has always harbored a deep hatred for monsters, naturally eager to kill them and contribute his share of strength. Oh, you actually want to go to the wilderness area? Li Yuanyan was taken aback, initially wanting to persuade him, but upon seeing Lin Yi's determined gaze, he swallowed his words. Sigh. Well, if you want to go to the wilderness area, then go. Although I am a martial saint, I have no right to dictate others' thoughts. Moreover, the wilderness area indeed needs to be entered. After all, a greenhouse can only nurture flowers but cannot grow a great tree. Only by experiencing battles of blood and fire can you, Linny, grow into a towering giant tree, maintaining peace for humanity like us in the future. At this point, Li Yuanyan paused slightly, his eyes lost in memories, seemingly recalling the glorious years of the past. After a moment, he advised Linny, since you have decided to go to the wilderness area, I won't say much more. I just want to remind you that once you enter the wilderness area, it won't be as peaceful as in the city. There, danger lurks everywhere, and killing intent may arise at any moment. Moreover, you have just broken through the 17th level of the King Tower, showcasing unparalleled talent. At that time, the dangers you face will be 1,000 times greater than those of ordinary martial artists. Oh, may I ask, why is that, Heavenly Sovereign? Will foreign forces from Huaxia send people to target me? Having read many web novels in his past life, Linny speculated upon hearing this. No, Linny, you underestimate the perspective of the martial saints from various countries. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Li Yuanyan shook his head in rebuttal. Each martial saint is a treasure of humanity. Although there may be occasional competition among them, no one has ever resorted to killing, because the strength of the monsters is simply too formidable. Not to mention the vast and boundless ocean, even just the total number of Beast Emperor level, martial saint level, monsters on land exceeds that of us humans. If it weren't for the emergence of two unparalleled powerhouses among us humans, the Taiji Divine Sword and the Golden Body Arhat, humanity would have likely been annihilated long ago. As Li Yuanyan spoke, a hint of regret mixed with relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then added, so, Linny, no matter how high your talent is, foreign forces will only try their utmost to win you over, rather than eliminate you, because erasing a potential martial saint, or even a powerhouse like the Taiji Divine Sword or Golden Body Arhat would be a betrayal to all of humanity. At this point, Li Yuanyan's expression turned extremely serious. Oh, Heavenly Sovereign, since foreign forces won't target me, why am I facing crises that are 1,000 times worse than other martial artists? Linny asked in confusion. That's because Li Yuanyan began to explain. At this moment, in South America, within the Amazon jungle, countless towering ancient trees stood tall, and numerous powerful monsters roared. This is the paradise of monsters, where countless incredibly strong Beast King level, innate martial master monsters dominate their territories, reigning supreme. However, on a lush mountain, not a single monster dared to appear within 100 miles. Here, only hundreds of foxes with varying numbers of tails and different colors lived, as if it were a paradise, untouched by the outside world. Master, I have earth-shattering news to report. On this mountain, a golden-haired man of Western appearance approached a cave, kneeling respectfully before a massive nine-tailed white fox that lay on a throne at the highest point of the cave. This kind of respect was akin to the most devout believer encountering their deity. It was a submission that came from the heart, from the soul. Under such submission, even if the master commanded him to die, he would do so without hesitation. Slave San, what do you have to report? Looking at the soul servant he controlled beneath him, the nine-tailed white fox immediately spoke human words, unable to help but ask. Reporting to the master, a peerless genius has appeared within the borders of Huaxia. He is only 18 years old at the first level of martial master, yet he has already passed the 17th level of the King Tower. He ranks first on the King Monument. What? Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed white fox was instantly shocked, its narrow eyes filled with endless killing intent. It couldn't help but ask, what is this person's surname and given name, and where is he from? Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, Yangcheng Linny. The golden-haired man quickly answered respectfully. Upon hearing the master's question, Huaxia, Jiangnan Province? Then, that's the territory of that old dragon emperor. As soon as the golden-haired man's words fell, the nine-tailed white fox's face immediately revealed a human-like contemplation. Monsters? At Yen University, in a single student dormitory, Linny recalled the words Li Yuanyan had spoken to him, and even now, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. Monsters, this is a collective term for creatures above the Beast King level, innate martial master level. More than 300 years ago, when spiritual energy had just begun to revive, the monsters of that time, although powerful, ultimately had low intelligence. Even the smartest among them was comparable to a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Moreover, they could only rely on brute strength to fight. Therefore, these low-intelligence giants were referred to as monsters at that time. This term was used for many years, until later, the first Beast King-level monster appeared in the world. This type of monster not only possessed much greater strength and various incredible innate abilities but also had significantly enhanced intelligence, enough to be on par with ordinary humans. Thus, to distinguish them from ordinary monsters, they were referred to by innate-level powerhouses as a creature from ancient Huaxia legends, monsters. The monster-slaying hall in Huaxia is named after this. Monsters. This is a type of terrifying giant beast. Each of them possesses its own unique innate divine abilities, granting them various miraculous powers. For instance, one particularly famous Beast Emperor level, martial saint, demon beast, the nine-tailed white fox, exemplifies this. Foxes are inherently powerful creatures with immense spiritual strength. In ancient Chinese legends, there are numerous tales of fox spirits using their formidable mental prowess to interfere with human vision, transforming into beautiful women to capture hearts. For the nine-tailed white fox, which has already reached the Beast Emperor level, its spiritual power is unimaginably vast. Even ordinary innate martial artists at the king level can be easily enchanted by it, becoming loyal hounds under its command, prioritizing the nine-tailed white fox's orders above all else. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that these enchanted strong individuals, if they do not actively reveal themselves, are virtually indistinguishable from the outside. This is really troublesome. Lin Yi frowned. According to the words of the martial combat Heavenly Sovereign, since I made a high-profile breakthrough through the 17th level of the King Tower, the nine-tailed white fox must have already learned of it. This trip will undoubtedly be fraught with countless dangers. However, fortunately, there is an agreement between monsters and humans. Martial saints and beast emperor-level demons cannot easily make a move. Thus, the most I would face would be a beast king-level demon comparable to the king level. And the king-level demons? Well, they are not without the power to resist. With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. System, modify the golden body demon suppression technique to 1,000 years later. At the same time, adjust my cultivation to the 9th level of the martial artist realm. Ding, received host's command, modifying golden body demon suppression technique and martial arts cultivation. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Then, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming number of martial arts insights suddenly appear in his mind. Simultaneously, his understanding of the golden body demon suppression technique and the internal vital energy was continuously improving. Golden body demon suppression technique. Entry level. Golden body demon suppression technique, minor success. Golden body demon suppression technique, major success. Martial artist 2nd level. Martial artist 3rd level. Martial artist 4th level. Martial artist 5th level. The system rapidly strengthened him. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if Lin Yi had traversed hundreds of years in an instant. In that moment, the vital energy within Lin Yi became several times stronger than before. A faint golden halo began to appear on his body's surface. This golden halo was different from the pure golden color of the indestructible diamond technique. It resembled the legendary immeasurable Buddha light, filled with compassion and the intent to enlighten. It seemed to persuade the demons to lay down their weapons and attain Buddhahood on the spot. However, once the demons remain obstinate, this compassionate intent can instantly transform into the wrath of the King of Light, subduing countless demons and monsters. The Golden Body Demon Suppression Technique is the unparalleled skill of the Shaolin Abbot Golden Body Arhat Kongwon. Immensely powerful, specifically designed to counter evil spirits, yet extremely difficult to cultivate. Hundreds of years have passed since its creation, and apart from the Golden Body Arhat himself, no one has ever reached the minor success realm. But now, Lin Yi has perfected it. Buzz. In the single-person dormitory, with a thought, Lin Yi's golden halo instantly became dazzling. It was as if the Buddha truly descended from the Western paradise, ready to save countless beings. Under the endless entanglement of the Buddha light, a great Buddha phantom gradually began to appear behind Lin Yi. This great Buddha phantom was entirely golden, exuding immense majesty, standing still while radiating countless Buddha lights, enveloping Lin Yi, providing him with boundless defense and terrifying power enhancement. Boom! An astonishing explosion of energy resonated in the air. Suddenly, Lin Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, sprang to his feet with the ancient Buddha above his head, and his feet firmly planted on the ground, delivering a powerful punch towards a distant punching power testing machine. 879,525 kilograms. As the sound of the energy explosion faded, a bright red number lit up on the punching power testing machine, appearing before Lin Yi's eyes. Martial Master. At the 9th level, with a foundational strength exceeding 100,000 kilograms, approaching 110,000. With the enhancement of the innate body, the strength nears 220,000 kilograms. Ultimately, with the aid of the Golden Body Demon subduing technique, the strength quadruples again, surpassing 800,000 kilograms, reaching the peak of the 7th level of innate martial masters. Let's try the Undying Seal technique again. Seeing this terrifying foundational strength, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. His palm transformed, instantly forming a series of extremely complex hand seals. The next moment, sizzle. A faint sound echoed in the air as countless air particles were torn apart by the sharp aura. In Lin Yi's palm, the aura was instantly activated, transforming into a black and white energy entwined together, resembling the cycle of life and death, as mysterious as the yin and yang of Taiji. Bang! The palm, wrapped in endless life and death energy, struck the bright red target of the punching power testing machine once more. Immediately, the advanced punching power testing machine buzzed and trembled, with countless numbers dancing on the display screen. It seemed as if this punch could break the machine. Finally, after nearly 10 seconds, the power of Lin Yi's palm finally revealed an accurate number, which appeared before his eyes. 40,542,532 kilograms. My strength, is it really this terrifying? Staring at this horrifying power, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then his heart filled with joy. With such terrifying strength, let alone becoming a marquis, how many king-level experts can compare with me? Even if my Dantian only contains aura, how could I fear the true aura of innate martial masters? Or marquis-level experts? Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement. On this day, after the modification of the aura and the Golden Body Demon subduing technique, although Lin Yi's realm remained that of a martial master, his true strength had transcended the ordinary, completely entering the ranks of the pinnacle among humanity. The next day, just as dawn broke, a light blue disc-shaped flying saucer departed from Yen University, heading towards Jiangnan province. Inside the saucer, the Feather King in white sat opposite Lin Yi, who was dressed in black, both savoring fragrant tea. Lin Yi, this time you are going to the wilderness area for training. According to the Heavenly Sovereign's wishes, you can just operate in your hometown of Jiangnan Province, and there's no need to go to other dangerous places. After all, although Jiangnan Province is located inland in our country, it borders the East China Sea to the east and the Cold River to the north. Therefore, there are quite a few beast king-level monsters in this area, especially the Cold River, which was the largest river in our country during the Common Era, teeming with aquatic life. Since the revival of spiritual energy, countless powerful monsters and demons have emerged in this river. Currently, there is a dragon-type beast king-level monster in this river that rivals martial saints. This beast attained enlightenment in the year 158 of the new era and transformed into a beast king. It is incredibly ferocious. After becoming a beast king, it immediately killed all its competitors in the Cold River, thus ruling over it, known as the Cold River Dragon King. So, you absolutely cannot provoke this monster. Besides it, there are also some innate level 7 and above monsters under its command, as well as elite monsters and demon overlords comparable to Marquis and King levels, which you also cannot provoke. Later, when you arrive at the Demon Slaying Hall in Jiangnan Province, I will have the branch hall master there send you some information, and you will understand then. The Feather King earnestly advised Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi silently nodded. Although, with his current strength he was no longer afraid of ordinary king-level monsters or any marquis-level monsters. Caution is the key to a long journey. With so many monsters in the Cold River and the wilderness outside, there might be some with abilities that could restrain him. If he were to encounter trouble, he would have nowhere to cry. Whoosh! The light blue disc-shaped flying saucer flew rapidly through the sky, covering an unknown distance every minute. Soon, they arrived at a war base located 50 kilometers outside the northern part of Jiangnan Province. The war base is a special type of building in this era. Its main function is to monitor and guard against beast king-level demons and above in high-risk wilderness areas, preventing them from entering the low-risk wilderness areas adjacent to the city's no-man's land. At the same time, the war base also serves to supply martial artists who come from within the province to hunt monsters, as well as the soldiers of the northern military district of Jiangnan Province. The war base before them is a circular building with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. Surrounding the building is a wall several hundred meters high, and inside the wall there are various structures for human rest. We pay our respects to King Feiyu. At this time, it was still early in the day. However, the head of the Demon Slaying Hall branch of the Northern Warbase and other officials had already received the news and were waiting here in advance. Now, upon seeing the arrival of King Feiyu's aircraft, they immediately bowed respectfully. You need not be overly courteous. This time, I am merely here to run an errand, bringing Lin Yi here, said King Feiyu as he stepped down from the aircraft alongside Lin Yi. King Feiyu smiled and said, Lin Yi hails from Jiangnan Province and has now reached the 9th level of martial artist. It is indeed a good time for him to gain experience. According to the decree of the Celestial Sovereign, this time Lin Yi's training ground will be in your area of Jiangnan Province. You must take good care of him and ensure he does not fall into danger, understood? At this point, King Feiyu's expression became extremely serious. We will certainly obey the decree of the Celestial Sovereign and remember King Feiyu's instructions. Seeing King Feiyu's demeanor, the powerful innate martial artists did not dare to be negligent and responded in unison. Celestial Sovereign? Which Celestial Sovereign? Could it be the legendary martial saint-level powerhouse, the head of the Demon Slaying Hall, the Celestial Sovereign of martial arts? Nearby the war base, some martial artists who had set out early to enter the wilderness area were shocked upon hearing the conversation between King Feiyu and the officials of the northern war base, looking at Lin Yi in astonishment and speculating among themselves. What the hell? Who is this person? To have a king-level powerhouse escort him? A martial saint powerhouse giving him instructions? My goodness, what kind of background does this young master have? Could he be a descendant of some martial saint? This is quite the spectacle. Watching the powerful innate martial artists, who usually held high positions in the war base, fawn over a mere martial artist level youth, countless martial artists gasped in surprise. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in black armor looked at the youth surrounded by admiration not far away, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them. Is this my brother Lin Yi? Seeing the familiar face of the youth across from him, Liang Yongzheng rubbed his eyes in shock. What? Old Liang, do you know this young master? Liang Yongzheng, a martial artist from the Giant Shark Group, was taken aback and asked. I know. Of course I know. Liang Yongzheng nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at rice. Boss, a few days ago, I asked for leave to go to Kyoto to see my younger brother's entrance exam at Yanda, right? That younger brother is him. What? Old Liang, are you serious? Didn't you tell me he just became a martial artist 3 months ago and entered Yanda? How did he become a martial master today? Are you trying to tell me he comprehended the essence of Qi and broke through from martial artist to martial master in just 3 months? As soon as Liang Yongzheng finished speaking, the boss of the Giant Shark Group immediately expressed disbelief. I don't know either. Maybe he just looks similar and has the same name. Let me call him and see. Hearing the words of the Giant Shark Group's boss, Liang Yongzheng also showed a look of hesitation. Then, he shouted loudly in Lin Yi's direction, Lin Yi, is that you? It's me, Liang Yongzheng. Is someone calling me? Hearing this voice, Lin Yi turned his head and, in the next moment, saw the familiar face of Liang Yongzheng. He was instantly delighted and replied, Oh, brother Liang, what are you doing here? Wow, this really is old Liang's brother. He really became a martial artist in just 3 months. This talent is just too terrifying. Seeing the young man surrounded by a group of innate martial artists, like a star being worshipped by the moon, smiling and responding to him. The CEO of the giant shark group's eyes widened in disbelief. As he watched the young man, who was being surrounded by a crowd, greet him, the CEO felt a bit dazed. After all, Lu Zhanyang was a 4th-level martial artist, a person whose stomp could shake the entire Yang city. However, now, in front of this kind-looking young man, he couldn't muster any pride at all and even felt immense pressure. After all, it wasn't just him. Didn't he see those once lofty innate martial artists smiling and eagerly making friends with this young man, not daring to act aloof in the slightest? What qualifications did Lu Zhanyang have? Brother Liang, who is this? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, looking at the middle-aged man beside Liang Yongzhang, who had a shocked expression as he stepped out from among the group of innate martial artists. Ha ha, Brother Lin, it's really you. Upon confirming it was indeed Lin Yi, Liang Yongzhang expressed his excitement and began to introduce the people beside him, saying, "Come, Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is Lu Zhengyang, the chairman of our giant shark group in Yang City, and the others are Zhang Chao, Zhu Feng, and Liao Zhuan. These guys are all well-known, veteran martial artist-level powerhouses in Yang City. Each one is much stronger than me. They usually hunt monsters in the high-risk wilderness areas outside the war base. This time, it was only because I, old Liang, comprehended the qi and advanced to the martial artist realm that I could come with them. I didn't expect to run into you, Brother Lin, right away. What luck!" As he said this, Liang Yongzheng laughed heartily, his face full of joy and pride. Today, Lin Yi was able to greet him amidst a crowd of innate martial artists and even took the initiative to come over. This was truly a boost to his reputation. It should be noted that he had just advanced to a martial artist, and the other martial artists, including the CEO of Giant Shark, actually looked down on him a bit, thinking he would hold them back. But now, with Lin Yi greeting him and giving him such face, these people would surely not dare to slight him in the future. Liang Yongzheng thought happily, feeling that befriending Lin Yi was indeed the best decision he had ever made in his life. "Oh, Brother Liang has advanced to a martial artist, congratulations." Hearing Liang Yongzheng's words, Lin Yi also smiled and cupped his hands slightly. Then, he nodded at the others and called out their names. The others were taken aback and repeatedly said they were unworthy. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't mind and simply smiled, saying, "Well, Brother Liang, since you all are busy hunting monsters in the wilderness, I won't disturb you. By the way, if you encounter any danger outside, remember to call for my help. I still have some strength now. As long as you don't run into particularly powerful monsters, I can generally handle it. Moreover, even if I can't make it in time, I can quickly contact the other innate martial artists." "What? You can quickly contact the innate martial artists?" Upon hearing this, Liang Yongzheng and Lu Zhanyang exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy, and they didn't decline. "Ha ha, in that case, Brother Lin, I thank you in advance. Just don't find it troublesome when I really need help." "Ha ha, how could that be?" Lin Yi laughed and explained, then chatted with Liang Yongzheng for a while before following the many innate martial artists back to the warbase. After all, he had just arrived here, and there were many things to deal with. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future, and it wouldn't be a hassle to gather with Liang Yongzheng and the others again. It was only after Lin Yi left that Liang Yongzheng and the others finally relaxed, gasping for breath. "Wow, no, Brother Liang, your brother's aura is just too strong. Even though he didn't show his momentum just now, but that strong aura emanating from his very bones still made it hard for me to breathe. I feel like he might be even stronger than the average innate martial artist. Yeah, no wonder he's a genius from Yen University. His strength is indeed remarkable. I guess fighting above his level is as easy for someone like him as eating and drinking. Ha ha, that's right. My brother defeated many martial artist prodigies when he was at the 9th level of martial artists, and now that he has achieved the martial artist rank, he is naturally even more impressive." Hearing Zhang Chao and Zhu Feng, who used to look down on him, now calling him Brother Liang, Liang Yongzheng felt as if he was floating, as if riding on clouds. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The conversation between Liang Yongzheng and the others had long since left Lin Yi unaware. At this moment, he was in a finely decorated small building at the warbase with a group of strong warriors. "Lin Yi, this is the information on the Beast King level monsters in our Jiangnan province's northern district warbase. Because Jiangnan province is adjacent to the Cold River, there are significantly more Beast King level monsters nearby compared to other provinces. Currently, there are over 50 Beast King level monsters active on land and more than 100 in the Cold River around this area. Since you are here to train, why don't you tell us about your current strength? That way, we can introduce you to suitable training locations." In a room of the small building, Duke Duan Jingzhu, clad in heavy armor, was smiling at Lin Yi while using a mini phone to send the information. "Thank you for your kindness, Duke. My current cultivation level is at the 9th level of martial artists, but due to my innate strength being twice that of other martial artists at the same level, my base strength is 220,000 kilograms. As for my power output multiplier, when I unleash my full strength, it's about a little over 32 times. Lin Yi smiled as he spoke. What he revealed was merely the combat power he displayed when he challenged the King Tower. As for the truth, it was something that absolutely needed to be kept confidential. After all, achieving perfection in the Undying Seal technique in just 3 months and mastering the Golden Body Demon Suppression technique in less than a day was an incredibly terrifying pace of cultivation. Once this got out, even if the martial saints were united, they would not be able to withstand the curiosity and temptation from others. Moreover, even with this, it was enough to shock all the innate martial artists present, including Duke Duan. What? 220,000 kilograms of punch strength, 32 times power output. Lin Yi, your strength. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Duke Duan and the other innate martial artists immediately gasped in shock. As the guardians of the warbase, Duke Duan and the others went out to hunt monsters almost every day or practiced, rarely, entering the Nuwa space. Therefore, they naturally did not know that Lin Yi had recently challenged the King Tower and ultimately passed the 17th level, overshadowing many who had achieved the King and Duke ranks. At this moment, hearing about Lin Yi's strength, even if it was just a part of his true power, left them utterly astonished. My goodness, this kid is truly valued by the Celestial Sovereign. Even the Feather King personally sent him here. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be even stronger than I imagined. 32 times power output, what kind of monster is this? Here I am, a dignified innate martial artist, only achieving 10 times power output, and I can't even reach a third of this kid's. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, an innate martial artist's eyes widened in shock, thinking, if he really has 32 times power output, then Lin Yi, you must have passed the 16th level of the King Tower. Compared to the innate martial artist who was silently shocked in his heart, this one was much more straightforward, not only shocked but even gasping in surprise. At this moment, Lin Yi also smiled upon hearing this. What this innate martial artist said is correct. I indeed passed the 16th level of the King Tower. Moreover, due to a stroke of luck, I barely defeated the guardian of the 17th level, the Sea King, and by chance became the first on the King Monument. First on the King Monument. These words seemed to have a magical power. Upon hearing them, not only did those innate martial artists immediately stand up with a bang, but even the master of the demon-slaying hall at this war base, the heavy armored lord, also instantly rose, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Lin Yi. First on the King Monument? Lin Yi, you actually claim to be the first on the King Monument, surpassing all kings in the world? Heavy armored lord, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant as to claim to surpass all kings in the world. Lin Yi smiled upon hearing this and explained, it's just that my martial arts have indeed been cultivated quite well, and I have some insights into the techniques of exerting force. Moreover, this time it was also due to good luck. I happened to encounter the Sea King guarding this last level, which allowed me to pass by chance. Hearing the heavy armored lord's praise, Lin Yi humbly smiled and then informed the heavy armored lord and others about the special nature of the 17th level of the King Tower. Upon hearing this, the heavy armored lord and others suddenly realized, and then they sighed, so that's how it is. However, Lin Yi, you are able to break through the King Tower at the martial artist level and rank first on the King Monument. Even if there are various reasons, you are still worthy of being called the first prodigy in the history of our Blue Star humanity. No wonder even the Celestial Sovereign values you so much, and even the Feather King interacts with you as an equal. As he spoke, an endless envy appeared in the heavy armored lord's eyes. Although he was also a heavy armored lord of the demon-slaying hall, in the eyes of the Celestial Sovereign, he was just an ordinary strong person, and his potential was basically exhausted in this lifetime, making it hard to catch the Celestial Sovereign's attention. Unlike Lin Yi, who was like a rising sun, dazzling and radiant, shining in all directions, the heavy armored lord secretly envied him. Then, taking a few deep breaths to suppress his shock, he finally smiled at Lin Yi and said, alright, since your strength is so formidable, then my previous arrangements for other geniuses are not suitable for you. According to what you said, you are now about 6 million kilograms. In terms of pure strength, this is basically equivalent to an ordinary innate martial artist at the 5th level. However, considering the gap between true chi and chi, your strength should only be comparable to an ordinary innate martial artist at the 3rd level. At this point, the heavy armored lord paused slightly and then addressed the group of innate martial artists, Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, Wu Zongwei. Here, with a command from the heavy armored lord, 3 of the more than 10 innate martial artists stepped forward with solemn expressions. Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, Wu Zongwei, you 3 are all veteran innate martial artists in the northern warbase of Jiangnan province, with rich experience and considerable strength. Especially you, Zhang Xian, your strength is even considered extremely strong among innate martial artists at the 6th level. So this time, I will assign you 3 to take Lin Yi to the wilderness area for training. By the way, you must remember, this trip to the wilderness area is different from before. This time, you must not be greedy for merit and seek out those powerful Beast King level monsters, but only look for Beast King level monsters around the 3rd level of innate martial artists for Lin Yi to train against. Remember, if you encounter danger, let Lin Yi escape first and you stay behind to cover him, understood? The heavy armored lord said with a stern expression. Since the Celestial Sovereign entrusted a genius like Lin Yi to him, it was a sign of trust. He certainly had to do his utmost to protect Lin Yi, ensuring that he could safely return from the wilderness area and gain sufficient training. Yes, we will strictly follow the heavy armored lord's orders. As soon as the heavy armor marquis finished speaking, Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and Wu Zongwei all wore serious expressions as they accepted the order. The heavy armor marquis nodded in satisfaction at their response. The Demon Slayer Hall is one of the 3 major martial organizations of the country, alongside the 6 doors and the military, tasked with assisting the military in guarding the city gates of the warbase to prevent monsters from entering. Therefore, this organization only recruits the strong, with even the weakest having a rank of at least 7th level martial master. Such powerful individuals, aside from a few shameless ones, generally possess their own pride and are very trustworthy. Naturally, they were no different, having made a promise they would never go against this order or commitment, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Well, since that's the case, you all should pack your things and head into the Wilderness area, the heavy armor Marquis said with a smile upon seeing the fighting spirit in their eyes, then waved his hand. The others clasped their hands in respect and left. In the wilderness area, on a dilapidated dirt road surrounded by waist-high withered yellow grass, Lin Yi walked slowly alongside Zhang Xian and the others. At the same time, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any sudden monster attacks and the various potential dangers beneath their feet. Lin Yi, the wilderness area is different from the cities. Danger can arise at any moment here. I know you are powerful, and even ordinary Beast King level monsters are no match for you. However, in the wilderness area, the terrifying threats are not limited to just Beast King level monsters. There are also some extremely fearsome poisonous insects, snakes, and so on. At this point, Zhang Xian paused slightly, a look of caution in his eyes. Although these little creatures are not strong, their threat is not to be underestimated. For example, there is a poisonous insect called the 100-legged purple gold centipede. This insect is only a Beast General level, Martial Master level monster, but its venom is extremely potent and its bite is very sharp. Once bitten, even the protective true energy of a congenital Martial Master could be shattered in an instant. If not treated promptly, the toxin can enter the body, and even with the physical quality of a congenital Martial Master, one would only last about 30 seconds before succumbing. However, this poisonous insect, while strong, is extremely rare, only occasionally appearing in places like our Earth Emperor frame, the Amazon rainforest in South America, and the primitive forests of Africa. Here, you don't need to be afraid, but when you walk on the roads normally, you must never let your guard down. For instance, right in front of you. Put. As he spoke, Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, and he curled his finger, sending a pure white energy blast from his fingertip. Instantly, like an arrow released from a bow, it pierced a colorful poisonous snake about 10 meters ahead of Lin Yi. This is a poisonous snake called the colorful snake. Its venom is not particularly strong for us congenital beings and cannot penetrate our protective true energy. However, for martial artists and martial masters, it still poses a significant threat. At the very least, their armor would be utterly useless against its fangs and would be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, it has one advantage: it tastes good, so we can roast it and eat it later. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and crushed the colorful snake into a meat paste. Then, his true energy transformed into a large hand, controlling the paste to fly into the compression backpack on his back. The protective true energy of a congenital martial master is something more solid and soft than anything in the world. When hard, it can transform into weapons and armor. Ordinary martial artists and martial masters need to spend a lot of money to buy various alloy weapons and armor. But for congenital martial masters, this is unnecessary. Their weapons and armor, formed from condensed true energy, far surpass those made of alloys in both attack and defense. As for when it is soft, it flows like water, capable of changing into various forms. It will die in the wilderness area. Everyone moved at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. During this time, Zhang Xian and several other martial artists continuously taught Lin Yi various survival skills in the wilderness. This included how to escape from monster pursuits, the habits and taboos of different monsters, various safety precautions in the wild, how to rest at night, and the characteristics of various monsters, among other things. Soon, under their guidance, Lin Yi followed Zhang Xian and the others to a plain. There, countless terrifying creatures covered in blood-red fur, resembling elephants, were present. Blood-furred mammoths, these are social monsters that have mutated from elephants of the common era. After hundreds of years of evolution, today's blood-furred mammoths have become much larger than elephants. Looking at the monsters ahead that seem to have emerged from ancient times, Zhang Xian introduced to Lin Yi with a serious expression. Lin Yi, look, the blood-furred mammoth. Its strength is mainly distinguished by its size. A blood-furred mammoth under 5 meters tall is classified as a beast soldier, martial artist level, monster, while those between 5 and 20 meters are beast general, martial master level, monsters. As for the beast king level, those are at least 30 meters tall. These giant beasts, when lying down, resemble small mountains, and when they stand up, they look like a real mountain crushing towards you, extremely terrifying. Like the blood-furred mammoth herd in front of us, there is one beast king level giant among them that is 35 meters tall. As Zhang Xian spoke, he pointed, and following his finger, Lin Yi's eyes turned to that direction, immediately spotting a blood-red fur giant beast lying on the ground like a small mountain. This giant beast is 35 meters long, and based on past experience, it should be comparable to a first-level innate martial master. However, because it commands numerous beast general and beast soldier level monsters, hunting it should be no easier than some third-level innate solitary monsters. But your strength is comparable to an average third-level innate martial master, so as long as you are careful, it should still be possible to hunt it. Therefore, your goal for this trial is to charge into the beast herd and kill this beast king level blood-furred mammoth. Then, take its tusks as a token of your successful hunt. At this point, a flash of killing intent appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes, and his expression became solemn. Monsters are humanity's mortal enemies, although the blood-furred mammoths before them currently seem to pose no threat to humans. Once a great battle occurred, they would instantly transform into ruthless war machines that could crush human martial artists. Therefore, when dealing with monsters, one must never show mercy. Alright, then I will go kill it. Lin Yi nodded seriously upon hearing this. He understood this principle. Whoosh! Before Lin Yi's words fell, in the next moment, his body broke through the air, turning into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the countless massive blood-furred mammoths ahead. Moo! A deep sound echoed in the air. As Lin Yi harnessed his energy and approached within a kilometer of the blood-furred mammoth herd, a creature in the center, noticeably larger than the others, noticed Lin Yi and immediately let out a strange beastly moo. Moo! Moo, moo. After the leader of the blood-furred mammoths made its sound, a chorus of responses quickly arose from the herd. In an instant, countless massive, blood-furred mammoths, resembling houses, began to move. Rumble. As the blood-furred mammoths set off, the entire ground began to tremble. In one area, it was as if a small earthquake had occurred. Countless sands were kicked up, and numerous hard soils were trampled into deep pits. Boss, is it too high of a demand for Lin Yi to deal with a monster like the blood-furred mammoth on his first try? Lin Yi's power multiplier is indeed formidable, but if his power multiplier is so high, he must have focused all his time on that. His training in body movement must be lacking. Can he really withstand the attacks of a blood-haired mammoth, a beast that strikes with such intensity? Looking at the terrifying giant beasts in the distance, which resembled countless small mountains, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but ask Zhang Xian with some concern. Lin Yi is a genius highly regarded even by the martial arts heavenly sovereign, and the heavy armor marquis entrusted him to us for training. If we train him well, it would be a great achievement. However, if he were to fall during the training process, that would be a grave sin. Don't panic, after all, Lin Yi is past the 17th level of the King Tower and possesses a 32-fold power multiplier. Even if his body movement is poor, it shouldn't be too bad. In my opinion, during this battle, he might not be able to kill the blood-haired mammoth and may get seriously injured, but he shouldn't die. Moreover, isn't there still me? If Lin Yi really encounters danger later, I will act immediately. However, I hope it doesn't come to that. After all, he is a genius who has cleared the King Tower and ranks first on the King Monument. If he can't even withstand a mere blood-haired mammoth, that would be too disappointing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lin Yi, who was rushing in the distance. Whoosh! On the plain, while everyone was talking, Lin Yi's figure had already sped into the midst of the blood-haired mammoths. Generally, the speed of a 9th-level martial artist is around 200 meters per second. However, Lin Yi's power multiplier is so high that the force beneath his feet is naturally stronger. Both his step frequency and stride far exceed those of ordinary 9th-level martial artists, even innate martial artists. Therefore, his speed has already surpassed 400 meters per second. At such a terrifying speed, a distance of just 1 kilometer seemed like a mere 20 meters in the eyes of an ordinary person passing in the blink of an eye. Moo! Countless massive roars erupted again among the blood-haired mammoths. Seeing this little figure daring to provoke them, all the blood-haired mammoths became furious at that moment, swinging their limbs, as thick as beams, to stomp down on Lin Yi. Bang! 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 The enormous sounds echoed. On the plain, the blood-haired mammoths frantically waved their limbs, stomping towards Lin Yi, producing a series of thunderous booms, as if giants were angrily crushing ants beneath their feet. Among a group of mammoths that were at least 10 meters tall, Lin Yi, who was just over 1 meter 80, indeed resembled a tiny ant being chased by countless massive elephant feet. However, unlike an ant, Lin Yi's figure was extremely agile, allowing him to swiftly dodge each attack from the blood-haired mammoths. Once, twice, thrice. Time slowly passed, and countless blood-haired mammoths attempted to follow the king's orders to stomp this little provocateur to death, preventing him from approaching the esteemed king. However, as time went on, they realized that not only did they fail to stop Lin Yi, but due to their enormous size, they often collided with their own kind during the stomping process, crashing into each other like a group of rubber balls. Bang! 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 With each sound, under Lin Yi's erratic movements, one blood-haired mammoth after another collided and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Meanwhile, Lin Yi himself darted through these gigantic monsters like a phantom, toying with them as an adult would with a child. Soon, he had reached the largest blood-haired mammoth. This body movement is terrifying. How can Lin Yi be such a monster? Watching Lin Yi stroll leisurely, crossing countless blood-haired mammoths in just a few seconds to stand before the beast king-level blood-haired mammoth, Zhou Yuan and Zhang Xian, who were observing from a distance, felt a jolt in their hearts. They originally thought that a genius like Lin Yi, at such a young age, could cultivate his power to such a high level, so all his thoughts should be focused on increasing his power multiplier. They believed his understanding of body techniques must be lacking, which was also the reason Lin Yi got injured during the attack of the blood-haired mammoths earlier. But now, looking at it, Lin Yi's body technique was far from lacking. It was simply extraordinary. After all, under the assault of so many blood-haired mammoths, even the strongest among them, Zhang Xian, could not approach the beast king-level blood-haired mammoth as easily as Lin Yi did. Damn beast! Die! In the midst of the beast horde, seeing the gigantic blood-haired mammoth looming before him, Lin Yi, who had been dodging, suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, his foot stomped the ground, and his body soared into the air with a burst of force. Instantly, he flew up to a height of over 100 meters. Following that, after reaching the peak of his ascent, he flipped upside down, channeling the holy level martial art. Undying seal, black and white energies erupted between his palms, tearing through the endless air in an instant. It was as if a divine being was subduing demons, like Mount Tai pressing down, carrying a powerful handprint of energy descending from the heavens. He aimed it fiercely at the giant beast below, which stood a full 35 meters tall, and slammed down with a single palm. What kind of martial art is this? Watching the enormous black and white energy handprint that appeared before Lin Yi's palm in the sky, Zhang Xian and Zhou Yuan shouted in shock and anger, because under Lin Yi's palm, even their hearts felt a wave of fear. Even the true energy within them seemed to shrink back, wanting to retreat deeper into their dantian. This kind of power felt as if it came from a suppression of their bloodlines. It was like a fully grown dog encountering a newborn tiger. Although the dog could easily overpower the cub, when faced with it, it still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe from within. This seems to be the undying seal. Hearing Zhang Xian and Zhou Yuan's shouts, Wu Zongwei's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he thought of something, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi, incredulously saying, "What? No, the Undying Seal?" Upon hearing Wu Zongwei's words, Zhang Xian and Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The Undying Seal was a holy-level martial art. Moreover, it was a terrifying martial art that was extremely difficult to cultivate even among holy-level techniques. They had originally thought that Lin Yi had relied on a powerful horizontal cultivation technique and a semi-holy level martial art to pass the 17th level of the King's Sealing Tower. But now, looking at it, he was clearly relying on this holy level technique Undying Seal, which was many times stronger than any semi-holy level martial art. The Undying Seal. I never expected Lin Yi could master this martial art. That means he must have also mastered the accompanying holy level body technique, Undying 7 Illusions. How ridiculous. I used to think his body technique was lacking, but now that I see it, his body technique realm is anything but lacking. It's terrifyingly strong. What he just displayed was probably just a fraction of his true ability. After all, Undying 7 Illusions is a terrifying body technique that can condense 9 illusory forms right from the entry level. Not to mention even many true King Sealing and King level experts are not as good as him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head in self-deprecation, his face filled with a sense of defeat. For the past few years, he had always thought his cultivation talent was decent. Although he wasn't as gifted as those who could seal kings and lords, he considered himself a rare genius in the world. But now, seeing Lin Yi, he felt that having cultivated to the 6th level of innate martial artist at the age of 50 or 60 was simply wasting time and living aimlessly. He was nothing but pure iron waste. Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and the others' thoughts raced. At this moment, in the sky above the plane, Lin Yi's palm also descended upon the head of the giant beast, which stood 35 meters tall, like a high-rise building. Moo! A huge and terrifying roar erupted from the mouth of the beast. King-level blood-haired mammoth. Its powerful sound waves instantly spread out like a tangible force, stirring up countless dust particles around. It was roaring. It was screaming. It was calling for the other beast general level blood-haired mammoths, hoping they could help block this strike, because it knew that under this terrifying blow, if it took it head-on, it would absolutely not withstand it. Moo! 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 Upon hearing the voice of the beast king-level blood-haired mammoth, those beast general-level blood-haired mammoths around it instantly went mad, their eyes turning blood-red. They stomped the ground, shattering it, and recklessly leaped into the sky, using their bodies to meet Lin Yi's overwhelming palm strike, hoping to block this terrifying attack. However, under Lin Yi's strike, these monsters, which were incredibly fearsome in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, were easily crushed like beans before a millstone, blood gushing wildly, turning into corpses flying in all directions. Beast, die! Watching his palm get closer to the beast king-level blood-haired mammoth, Lin Yi roared, his spirit locking onto it tightly. Like a homing missile, the beast king-level blood-haired mammoth had no way to evade. Moo! A sorrowful yet furious sound rang out, realizing that there was no way to dodge this strike. The beast king-level blood-haired mammoth also became enraged, its already crimson fur suddenly turning blood-red, as if drenched in endless blood. Under the blazing sun, it appeared incredibly terrifying and bloody. In the end, this beast king-level blood-haired mammoth raised its hooves and stood upright. With a thunderous sound, its massive front hooves broke the sound barrier, carrying an unimaginable amount of kinetic energy. As they slammed towards Lin Yi's sky-covering palm print, the blood-haired mammoth clan's innate divine ability, Bloodthirsty Enhancement. In a moment of crisis, it unleashed its divine ability, its fur completely turning bright red, while its power surged, doubling in strength. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed across the plains. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yi's palm print instantly collided with the blood-haired mammoth's hooves. In that instant, it was as if time itself had been frozen. Then, in less than a second, a massive figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. It kicked up countless dust clouds, shooting into the sky. Countless blood-haired mammoths were frightened and scattered, fleeing in all directions. Whoosh! Moments later, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the plain, and everyone focused their eyes. They saw a gigantic handprint, spanning dozens of meters and deep enough to be 4 or 5 meters, imprinted on the ground. The palm lines were clearly visible, resembling the legendary Titan giants, incredibly terrifying. And in the pit, only a lump of blood-red meat paste remained, with no complete corpse of the blood-haired mammoth in sight. Instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded. The Undying Seal technique, the power of a single seal, reached such a level. Did you expect that I would be the first to wish everyone a happy new year this year? Wishing everyone a happy new year. In the new year, may everything go smoothly, may you be as fierce as a tiger. Wishing you good health. May you become rich and prosperous. A new year brings new beginnings, wishing everyone all the best. Is this the legendary Undying Seal technique? Hiss. The power. Seeing Lin Yi kill that beast king-level blood-haired mammoth with a single palm strike, Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and others instantly showed immense shock on their faces. With one move, he killed a beast king-level monster comparable to a first-level innate martial artist. They could all do that. However, to be able to effortlessly descend from the sky and crush the only beast king-level blood-haired mammoth among a group of beast general-level blood-haired mammoths into a lump of meat paste like Lin Yi did, perhaps only Zhang Xian, who had reached the 6th level of innate martial artist, could achieve that. As for Zhou Yuan and Wu Zongwei, both of whom were 4th or 5th level innate martial artists, they could not accomplish this. Yet Lin Yi, merely at the 9th level of martial artist, did it. Lin Yi, impressive. Watching Lin Yi float down from the sky, his clothes surprisingly unblemished by even a drop of blood, Zhang Xian and the others couldn't help but be astonished and praise him. As expected of the legendary saint-level martial arts, not only is its power immense, but its accompanying movement technique is also elusive and unpredictable. I heard that. Once you reach the entry level of Immortal 7 Illusions, you can condense 9 phantom bodies in the void, yet you haven't even condensed a single phantom body. Linny, you must have held back just now, right? That's right, I indeed didn't unleash all my strength earlier. Upon hearing this, Linny grinned. Of course, he hadn't shown his full power just now. What was that little bit of strength? One must know that with the perfected Immortal Seal technique and Golden Body Demon subduing technique at his disposal, his full power could unleash over 40 million kilograms of palm force. Such terrifying palm strength could hardly be matched even by a king-level expert. It was just that the true chi of innate martial artists was far stronger than the chi within him. Otherwise, relying solely on this supreme strength, Linny would be more than capable of crushing numerous kings. Standing at the pinnacle just below the martial saint, Linny thought to himself. After hearing Linny's explanation, Zhang Xian and the others praised him once more. Finally, Zhou Yuan spoke up to summarize, Linny, your martial arts attainments indeed far exceed ours, and the power of saint-level martial arts has truly opened our eyes. However, from the perspective of an instructor, your performance in this battle was quite poor. Lin, do you know that in this battle, although you only used one move which looked spectacular and directly defeated your opponent, you also made several mistakes that beginners often make? As he said this, Zhou Yuan's smile faded, becoming somewhat serious. Oh, may I ask, Brother Zhou, what mistakes? Upon hearing this, Linny immediately straightened his attitude, not feeling proud due to Zhang Xian's praises but instead humbly seeking advice. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan promptly replied, Linny, the mistakes you made, I won't mention the minor ones for now, but there are 2 that are particularly fatal. First, you didn't utilize your strength effectively. You merely relied on brute force, completely unaware of how to strike the monster's vital points and kill it with the least amount of effort. Second, your strength was too dispersed, with most of it wasted on the ground. At first glance, this indeed created a terrifying visual effect, but the true chi within you was consumed too much. In the wilderness, the true chi and genuine chi within a martial artist are extremely precious. Once depleted, aside from consuming precious recovery pills, there are no other options. But not to mention how expensive the pills are, their recovery speed is actually quite average. Therefore, once the true chi is exhausted, it becomes very dangerous for us martial artists. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. As he said this, a look of fear appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. Linny nodded silently upon hearing this. True chi and genuine chi are indeed the most important things for martial artists. Whether it's activating ordinary martial arts or practicing powerful techniques, their essence relies on strong true chi and genuine chi. Once these 2 are depleted, it will take a long time to recover. After all, the modern martial arts system is not like the novels of the past life, which had all sorts of miraculous techniques. Whether it's quickly recovering chi, transforming internal power, growing stronger with each battle, or accelerating the speed of cultivation, none of these exist in the modern cultivation system. Modern martial artists do not have such favorable conditions for cultivating internal power. To elevate to a small realm, aside from relying on various rare materials and miraculous pills, one can only depend on talent and time to slowly grind through. To rapidly cultivate using those miraculous techniques from past life novels is simply a fantasy, a mere dream. Linny silently pondered these matters in his heart. Then, he followed Zhang Xian and the others as they began to leave this place, searching for the next target. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had already gone by. During this half-month, Linny had followed Zhang Xian and the others, hunting down more than 30 Beast King-level monsters. The strength of these monsters had gradually risen from the first level of Beast King to the second and third levels, until now they faced the 4th level of Beast King. Outside Jiangnan province, on a lush, verdant mountain range, towering ancient trees, each over 100 meters tall, obscured the sun, casting shadows throughout the mountains, with only a few rays of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and Wu Zongwei leaned comfortably against a large tree, looking relaxed as they watched the battlefield not far ahead. There, a golden leopard, adorned with round patterns and measuring over 30 meters in length, was engaged in battle with Linny. Its movements were incredibly swift, like a flash of golden lightning. At the same time, its claws were extremely sharp, often tearing apart several massive ancient trees in a single swipe, smashing small hills dozens of meters high into pieces. Boom! Boom! The ancient trees on the mountain were shattered, producing sounds akin to explosions. In the battle between man and beast, the area within several kilometers had long been cleared. Countless ancient trees were torn to shreds, countless rocks turned to dust, and even the hard ground was pockmarked with enormous craters. Puff! A sound like a soap bubble bursting echoed across the battlefield. In the void, Linny, entirely golden, was torn in half by the enraged leopard, instantly dissipating into endless air. But immediately after, another identical illusion appeared on the other side. Puff! 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 One after another, Linny was shredded by the leopard, yet in the blink of an eye, more of the same Linny reappeared in place. Huff! Huff! After an unknown amount of time, heavy breathing emerged from the leopard's nostrils. Watching the detestable human boy being torn apart and continuously reappearing before him, the leopard felt as if it were a monkey under a tightening spell, dizzy and confused, surrounded by the figure of that human. Ha ha, little leopard, weren't you quite capable just now? Keep it up, Linny said with a smile, looking at the terrifying beast that seemed to be exhausted and panting heavily. Compared to half a month ago, although Linny had not changed in his martial arts realm, his application of body techniques and martial skills in different scenarios had improved immensely. His control over the internal energy had also become more refined. If he could defeat an opponent with 1 unit of effort, he would never use 10. For instance, when dealing with the fast but stamina-lacking Golden Leopard, Lin Yi would leverage his own agility, using minimal energy to create illusions and easily toy with it. Finally, he would take its life. Unlike before, when he faced the blood-furred mammoth, he had only wasted energy to crush it. Boom! As Lin Yi's thoughts settled, a sound of air being explosively shattered erupted in the void. Lin Yi brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword with his fingers. In the next moment, black and white energy erupted from his fingertips. As a holy level martial art, the Undying Seal technique was not limited to merely using hand seals. In fact, the true essence of this martial art lay in the special means of transforming true energy into the more terrifying life and death dual energies. With the assistance of these dual energies, whether through hand seals, finger swords, or any part of the body, an immense power could be unleashed. Puff! In the air, as Lin Yi moved, a terrifying black and white finger sword formed from energy pierced through the layers of void in an instant. Like an arrow, it shot fiercely towards the forehead of the Golden Leopard. At this moment, the Golden Leopard, already exhausted and greatly depleted of strength, had no way to dodge this terrifyingly fast attack even with all its might. In the end, it could only let out a reluctant roar as it was pierced through the center of its brow. With a thud, it fell to the ground. The Beast King level 4-fold demon, the Golden Leopard, was dead. Cause of death: killed by Lin Yi, who had only displayed the strength of a 3-fold innate martial artist with a single finger. The cold river flowed endlessly, its waters surging. The cold river, which had been the largest river in the Huashan nation during the era of the Common Era, had undergone several expansions and extensions over the 300 years since the revival of spiritual energy, becoming many times larger than it was in the Common Era. The deepest part of the riverbed was nearly 2,000 meters deep, and its widest point reached over 10 kilometers. Such a vast river was a terrifying body of water, home to countless monsters. At the bottom of the river, in a pitch-black area shrouded by the river's waters, stood a massive structure resembling a crystal palace from ancient mythology. Countless luminous pearls hung on the walls, shining brightly, while numerous precious pearls adorned the place, emitting dazzling light that was mesmerizing. As a demon more intelligent than humans, the Cold River Dragon King was certainly not like ordinary beast soldiers or low-intelligence monsters that would just find any nest to live in. Instead, it was very particular about its residents, especially after hearing the legends of the 4 great dragon kings of the Huashan nation. It yearned for such a place and commanded countless monsters to gather materials day and night, constructing this incredibly vast crystal palace at the bottom of the nearly 2,000-meter-deep cold river. Dragon King! Dragon King! A voice suddenly echoed in the massive crystal palace, waking dozens of Beast King-level demons who were enjoying their feast. What is it? Upon hearing this voice, a 3-meter-long dragon, its body entirely blue and resembling the Eastern divine dragon from mythology, growled from the central throne, uttering this beast language. Dragon King, the news has come back. The 9-tailed demon king wants us to target the genius Lin Yi for hunting. Currently, we have also figured out his strength and the strength of the guards around him. Upon hearing the blue dragon speak, an old turtle, standing upright with a cane, respectfully replied in beast language. Oh, found him? Then how strong is this Lin Yi? What about the strength of his guards? As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, the blue dragon asked again. In response to the Dragon King, according to the current intelligence, Lin Yi's strength should be around the 3-fold innate martial artist level. However, due to the extremely high level of martial arts he practices, his actual combat power should barely be comparable to that of a 5-fold innate martial artist. As for the defensive strength around him, it is led by a human named Zhang Xian, who is a 6-fold innate martial artist. Additionally, he is accompanied by a 4-fold innate martial artist named Wu Zongwei and a 5-fold innate martial artist named Zhou Yuan. The old turtle answered repeatedly. Ha ha ha. As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, a giant lobster, over 10 meters long and with a bright red shell, burst into laughter. 5-fold innate martial artist? Zhang Xian, Wu Zongwei, Zhou Yuan? Just these few ants from the northern war base of Jiangnan province? I thought the 9-tailed demon king personally ordered to kill this human genius and that his guards were incredibly strong. But is this all there is? The giant lobster laughed mockingly while proactively addressing the blue dragon above. Dragon King, since this human genius is so weak and his guards are so pathetic, I now request permission to act alone without the assistance of other generals. I can take his head within 3 days and present it to the Dragon King. Ha ha. As soon as the giant lobster finished speaking, the blue dragon on the throne immediately laughed. General Lobster has this loyalty, and I am very pleased. However, according to the 9-tailed demon Emperor, this time the human genius is different from the past. Don't be fooled by his average combat power. His talent is truly terrifying. Even I was greatly shocked when I first heard about him. Because this Lin Yi is the first human in hundreds of years to break through the 17th level of the King Tower at the Martial Master Realm, and his current true cultivation level is probably only at the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm. At the 9th level of Martial Master, his real combat power is equivalent to that of a 5th level innate Martial Master. Such a genius truly deserves to be killed. As he spoke, the Cold River Dragon Emperor paused, an infinite killing intent flashing in his enormous dragon eyes, and then continued. Therefore, given his level of genius, along with humanity's consistent emphasis on talent, the few guards that Lin Yi currently has on the surface are likely just a facade. Behind him, there must be powerful protectors at the level of human kings or even higher. General Shrimp, your Strength is decent, but it's still not enough when facing human kings and nobles. After finishing, the Cold River Dragon Emperor shook his head. What? A 9th level martial master is comparable to a 5th level innate martial master. And there are human king level protectors? This Lin Yi. Upon hearing the words of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, the little eyes of the giant shrimp widened in shock, and he no longer dared to mention going to hunt down the human genius alone. Seeing this, the Cold River Dragon Emperor said no more and then addressed the turtle below. Turtle Prime Minister, since Lin Yi has already appeared, his protective force behind him is likely not weak. In this case, do you have any recommendations for someone who can ensure his elimination? Yes. As soon as the Cold River Dragon Emperor finished speaking, the old turtle leaning on a cane nodded. He was the chief steward of the Cold River Dragon Palace and was even more familiar with the powerful beings in this water and land area than the Cold River Dragon Emperor himself. At this moment, when the Cold River Dragon Emperor asked, he already had an answer in mind. Oh, who is it? The Cold River Dragon Emperor was curious and quickly asked. In response to the Dragon Emperor, we can send General Three-Eyed from the aquatic tribe along with some Beast King generals. On land, we can also send the Beast King Blue-Eyed White Tiger with a few Beast Kings accompanying him, because General Three-Eyed's strength is that of a Beast King overlord comparable to a human king. Moreover, he is a three-eyed golden cicada, amphibious, so even when on land, his strength won't be significantly affected. Therefore, he is the best choice to deal with the potential king-level protectors behind that human genius. As for the Blue-Eyed White Tiger, he is also an elite-level Beast King, with strength comparable to a human noble. With him around, even if there are strong protectors behind the human, we can probably handle it. What the Turtle Prime Minister said is correct. Among our aquatic tribe, Three-Eyed is indeed the most suitable candidate, and on land, the Blue-Eyed White Tiger is also quite good. Alright, let's go with those two. As for the accompanying members, Turtle Prime Minister, you help me select. Once the Cold River Dragon Emperor finished speaking, he began to eat and drink again. Below, a group of Beast King level aquatic generals eagerly volunteered to participate, eager to make contributions for the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Father, I want to go too. Just as the Beast King level monsters in the Crystal Palace were enthusiastically volunteering, a dragon's roar echoed. In the next moment, the monsters saw a fiery red-scaled dragon with two horns swiftly swimming over. Fire, why are you here to join the fun while the generals are going to battle? Upon seeing the arrival of the fiery red dragon, the Cold River Dragon Emperor looked up, his enormous dragon eyes filled with affection. Although dragons are inherently lustful, the Cold River Dragon Emperor had mingled with countless monsters throughout his life, leaving behind an unknown number of descendants. However, the only one who could inherit his bloodline and had the complete appearance of a dragon was the fiery red dragon before him. Therefore, the Cold River Dragon Emperor was naturally extremely fond of him, having long regarded him as his successor, eager to cultivate him into a Beast King level existence. Father, why can't I come? As soon as the voice of the Cold River Dragon Emperor fell, the fiery red dragon acted like a petulant human teenager and explained, Father, my strength is not low now, I have reached the Beast King level 7. Moreover, with the innate divine ability True Dragon Flame, I can generally sweep away even ordinary innate martial artists at level 9. Take all the generals in this hall, for instance, although there are many of them. How many can truly match me? Father, please don't hold me back, let me go to the land and see the world. Besides, didn't you often say that a beast emperor cannot be forged solely through hard training, but must be tempered in the blood and fire of battle? However, I have grown up so much, and apart from sparring with the generals in the palace, I have never fought against human masters. This time, I finally have the opportunity, please let me go. The fiery red dragon quickly flew to the side of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, circling around him as it spoke. Alright. Seeing the desire in the fiery red dragon's eyes, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's heart softened, and he ultimately agreed. Then, as if recalling something, he opened his dragon eyes wide, opened his mouth, and spat out a black stone tablet that exuded an endless ancient aura, saying, Fire, since you are determined to go to the land for training, your father will bestow this treasure upon you. This treasure was obtained by your father when he was young. Its characteristic is simple, only one. It can absorb the true energy of human martial artists. Take this ancient stone tablet with you. As long as a human uses true energy to attack you, even if they are a human king, this stone tablet can absorb all their attacks. In the past, it was thanks to this stone tablet that your father escaped many times from human martial artists during his weaker years. Today, I give you this stone tablet, hoping you can make good use of it and become the Beast Emperor soon. The Cold River Dragon Emperor said, his eyes filled with expectation as he handed the black stone tablet to the fiery red dragon. Roar! Thank you, father. Upon seeing the ancient black stone tablet, the fiery red dragon was overjoyed, cheering several times and letting out dragon roars before taking it. Outside the wilderness area of Jiangnan province, in a vast forest, ancient trees towered high. Here, the landscape was filled with the essence of a primeval jungle, surrounded by lush greenery. At this moment, a figure dressed in black, Lin Yi, stood beside a small stream. Opposite him was a gigantic wild boar, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, entirely black, with long spikes on its back and covered in scales. Hoomph, hoomph, hoomph. Roars echoed from the group of wild boars, and white mist puffed from their nostrils. They looked warily at the human before them. Just moments ago, this human had suddenly appeared and killed one of their companions in an instant. Hoomph. After a standoff of about 10 seconds, a loud sound broke the silence. In the air, among the boar herd, a wild boar much larger than the others roared angrily. Its black scales shone even more brilliantly at this moment, and a blood-red scale on its forehead emitted a faint red glow. Charge! All of you, rush! Tear this human brat apart! The giant wild boar roared repeatedly, letting out a series of beastly howls. Hearing its command, the ordinary black wild boars began to run, stomping the ground and creating vibrations, charging towards Lin Yi like a fleet of towering tanks. Zhou Yuan, Zhong Wei, how long do you think Lin Yi will take to deal with that beast king level black spike wild boar? From a distance, on a large tree, Zhang Xian watched as the group of black spike wild boars began their charge. He looked relaxed as he asked Zhou Yuan and Wu Zhongwei, I guess it will be 5 seconds. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Hey, Zhou Yuan, 5 seconds is too much. This leader black spike wild boar is at least a beast king level 4 monster. Moreover, there are over 100 ordinary wild boars below, and now Lin Yi is also a distance away from them. So, considering the time to dodge while on the move, I estimate that it will take Lin Yi at least 10 seconds to deal with them. 10 seconds? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. Lin Yi's progress is truly astonishing. Just over half a month ago, he was still a complete novice with almost zero combat experience. Even dealing with a small beast king-level blood-furred mammoth would take about half a minute. But now, just a little over 10 or 20 days later, he is expected to take only 10 seconds to deal with a black-spiked wild boar, which is even stronger than the blood-furred mammoth, according to Zhou Yuan's and his guesses. This progress is genuinely terrifying. Zhang Xian was shocked. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as the black-spiked wild boars began to charge, Lin Yi also moved. A golden streak of light flashed through the air before their eyes. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of black-spiked wild boars, that golden streak split into 9, forming a total of 9 golden streaks of light. Each one rushed towards them at an incredibly terrifying speed. Humph, humph. Seeing these 9 indistinguishable golden streaks of light before Lin Yi could make a move, the hundreds of black-spiked wild boars that had been charging wildly began to lose their composure. Don't panic, everyone charge in, attack simultaneously with the 9 phantoms. Watching these low-intelligence subordinates being so easily confused, the larger black-spiked wild boar behind them roared furiously. At the same time, it charged towards one of the shadows. Swish! The sharp black spike sliced through the air, and the majestic body of the beast king level black-spiked wild boar radiated a black light, like a massive black boulder rolling towards Lin Yi's phantom to crush it. Puff! Under the charge of the black-spiked wild boar, one phantom was easily torn apart by its ferocious body, dissipating like a bubble. Humph! Seeing one phantom so easily shattered, the black-spiked wild boar let out an excited roar. But soon, it was dumbfounded as in front of it, the 8 phantoms suddenly changed again, and a new phantom was generated, bringing the total back to 9. Humph! Seeing this scene, the black-spiked wild boar roared in anger, planning to replicate the previous method to smash Lin Yi's phantom again. However, this time, it chose the wrong target. This wild boar really has bad luck. Seeing the beast king level black wild boar charging straight at him, Lin Yi smiled and planned to use the undying seal technique to kill it in one move. But suddenly, the temperature in the surrounding air began to rise sharply. In an instant, it felt even hotter than the peak of summer. The terrifying high temperature scorched the air, an endless wave of heat rolling in. What's going on? Feeling this scene, Lin Yi seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky, his pupils instantly widening. Because at that moment, the sky had turned a deep red, as if the legendary sun Mukong had kicked over the 8 trigrams furnace of Laozi, causing it to fall to the mortal realm, about to form the legendary 800-li fire mountain. An endless sea of fire was descending, and the terrifying heat swept over, turning the entire horizon, within hundreds of meters, into a mass of fiery red clouds. And at the center of the fiery clouds, there was a massive fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, radiating endless brilliance like a great sun, heading straight towards Lin Yi below. Save Lin Yi! Watching the fireball in the sky that seemed even more ferocious than the sun, Zhang Xian and Zhou Yuan, who were far away in the trees, instantly changed their expressions and exerted all their strength to transform into streaks of light, trying to rush to the rescue. However, the speed of that fireball was simply too fast, so fast that even if Zhang Xian and the others tried their best to reach him, they could not stop it. It's over. Seeing Lin Yi unable to dodge under the attack of the black-spiked wild boar, about to be hit by the fireball, Zhang Xian and the others felt their hearts shatter with despair. The power of this round of fireballs was so immense that they could feel it even from 1,000 meters away. Under this fireball, which fell like a meteor, even a small mountain would be incinerated. Even streams would be evaporated. Not to mention flesh and blood. Although Lin Yi practiced a semi-saint level horizontal refining technique, his cultivation was too low to withstand such a terrifying blow. Damn beast! Just as despair filled Zhang Xian and the others' hearts, an angry roar echoed from the horizon. Immediately after, they saw a golden streak of light tearing through the sky at several times the speed of sound. Its shape resembled the legendary golden-winged rock, diving towards the ground, targeting the terrifying fireball that seemed ready to burn everything. It's the great sun Golden Rock King. As they looked at the golden rock made entirely of golden true energy in the sky, Zhang Xian and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their eyes filled with boundless hope. The great sun Golden Rock King, one of the 12 kings of the Huaxia Kingdom. He created the semi-saint level martial art Great Sun Golden Rock Fist, claiming to be the fastest under the martial saint. His strength was so formidable that he ranked among the top, even among the kings of various countries, truly terrifyingly powerful. With such a strong ally, Lin Yi would surely be safe. Great Sun Golden Rock King. On the ground, seeing the golden streak Rushing from the horizon, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and he suppressed his impulse. Behind him, the golden light that had been gathering and about to manifest into the Buddha's phantom instantly dissipated. The golden body exorcism technique should not be exposed if it can be kept hidden. After all, it is one of humanity's highest two holy level martial arts. Its entry difficulty is even greater than that of the holy level martial art Undying Seal and the medium holy level martial art Taiji sword technique. He had only obtained the golden body exorcism technique for just over half a month. If he were to reveal that he had already entered its level now, the consequences would be unpredictable. Now that the Great Sun Golden Rock King was coming to the rescue, there was no need to expose it. Lin Yi thought silently. However, reality is always so unexpected. Lin Yi's thoughts were optimistic, but just as the Great Sun Golden Rock King was about to intercept the fireball, a sudden change occurred in the sky. Croak! A sound resembling that of a toad or frog echoed in the void. In the next moment, a gigantic toad nearly 20 meters tall appeared in the sky. The toad was entirely golden, with 3 enormous eyes on its head that spun around, filled with malice. At that moment, as it opened its mouth, a tongue that was hundreds of meters long and nearly a meter wide, glimmering with a hint of golden light amidst its bright red color, shot out instantly. Then, it attacked the Great Sun Golden Rock King with an incredibly terrifying speed. It was as if a frog's tongue and water swept through the air, its terrifying speed far surpassing the speed of sound, instantly creating a series of continuous sonic booms in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the air exploding was incessant, and under this golden glimmering tongue, the space seemed to turn into nothingness. In an instant, it crossed hundreds and thousands of meters, arriving beside the Great Sun Golden Rock King. Damn it! Looking at this terrifying giant tongue that resembled a missile, the Great Sun Golden Rock King, surrounded by golden true energy, let out a roar. But even filled with unwillingness, he could only turn to deal with this terrifying giant tongue. Boom! The powerful golden true energy collided with the giant tongue in the sky, instantly creating a massive mushroom cloud, akin to a small nuclear explosion. Endless vast energy swept through, and within hundreds to thousands of meters, strong tornadoes arose, bending countless ancient trees and causing countless green leaves to fall. The might of the martial saint was like a vast natural disaster descending. And the king's, as the closest existence to the martial saint, although its power is less than 1/10 of that of a martial saint in the eyes of ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse akin to a deity. Just like this clash, if it were to occur in a city, the shockwaves produced would easily turn an area of 1 to 2,000 meters into ruins, causing countless skyscrapers to collapse and resulting in numerous casualties and property losses. Fortunately, it is currently in the wilderness and in the air. Lin Yi. Before the endless aftershocks had settled, cries of alarm had already erupted in the forest. It turned out that just as the Great Sun Golden Pang King clashed head-on with the three-eyed golden toad, a fireball in the sky had already descended. The moment it hit the ground, it was like a meteor striking the earth, igniting a massive inferno. Boom, boom, flames swept through, scorching the air and stirring up waves of intense heat. Amidst the rolling heat, the screams of countless black-spined wild boars could be heard, as numerous flowers, grasses, and trees were instantly consumed, releasing the aroma of roasted meat. Under this fireball, within a few kilometers of the collision between Lin Yi and the black-spined wild boars, a massive forest fire erupted in an instant. Roar! I'll burn you! I'll burn you! Burn you, human genius! In the sky, watching its masterpiece, a fiery red dragon could not help but let out a series of joyous roars, happily gliding through the clouds. The slaughter of humans, especially the extermination of human geniuses, is almost ingrained in the nature of monsters and demons. And after gaining intelligence, this beastly nature has not been deliberately suppressed, instead, it has become even more ferocious. Ha ha, the little prince is truly impressive. As expected of the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, this innate divine ability, Dragon Flame True Fire, is unleashed. Don't say a mere martial master, even among humans, a congenital martial master would definitely be doomed. On the ground, watching the terrifying strike of the fiery red dragon, a giant lobster over 10 meters long, entirely red, excitedly clicked its two large pincers and laughed. As a water beast king, although it would feel quite uncomfortable out of water, even leading to a decrease in strength, it is still a beast king level powerhouse, and staying on land for a month or so is not a big problem. Oh whoa, that's it. As soon as the giant lobster finished speaking, a silver giant wolf echoed. The little prince is the most outstanding descendant of the Dragon Emperor, destined to become a beast emperor like the Dragon Emperor. Its innate divine ability is certainly formidable. In my opinion, this little human has probably already turned into a piece of roasted meat or even been reduced to ashes. Roar! The wolf general makes a good point. Watching the distant raging flames, the other beast king level monsters also excitedly roared, seemingly confident of their victory. In an instant, the monsters danced wildly, their demonic might overwhelming. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Xian and the others looked ashen, filled with despair. However, not long after, a voice rang out, instantly causing the eyes of the monsters to widen and filling Zhang Xian and the Great Sun Golden Pang King with surprise and shock. This little fire isn't bad. This is much more enjoyable than my last sauna. I've killed so many monsters today and haven't bathed. I'm covered in the smell of blood, and now, this little fire is just right to get rid of the stench. Just as everyone was heartbroken and the monsters were triumphant, a faint voice echoed in their ears. The next moment, under the gaze of the monsters and everyone else, a figure with a golden ancient Buddha atop its head, radiating countless Buddha lights, emerged from the boundless sea of flames. Yesterday, the author mentioned that the words had not been reviewed successfully today, so I might as well post them here. Regarding the specific range of destructive power in martial arts, martial artist, nothing special, internal energy. Cannot be released, just greater strength. Martial master, chi can be released, range from 10 meters to 100 meters. Congenital martial master, true chi traverses, range from 200 meters to 1 or 2,000 meters. Martial saint, mastery over the power of heaven and earth, covering at least a radius of 10 kilometers. To clarify a bit, lest anyone think I'm exaggerating when describing the destructive power. And this range isn't exaggerated either, because a martial artist at the 9th level can unleash a force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and a 100-meter radius isn't much. This isn't just a shockwave caused by pure physical strength. It's combined with internal energy, and the range of that energy is truly vast. After all, in the midst of chaos, even Ye Runwang wields a 40-meter-long blade. His strength, I estimate, is less than 100,000 kilograms, perhaps even not reaching 50,000 kilograms. What do you think, dear readers? What? This human brat. As he watched the endless golden light descend, Lin Yi emerged from the sea of flames, with the ancient Buddha towering behind him. In the distance, the demons who had just mocked Lin Yi, believing he would soon turn to roasted meat and dust, were all rendered speechless. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could this human block my dragon flame true fire? Seeing Lin Yi emerge unscathed from the sea of flames, even his clothes not burned, the fire-red dragon in the clouds found it hard to believe. The golden body demon suppression technique? Is this the golden body demon suppression technique? Lin Yi, you actually mastered this martial art. Witnessing this scene, the great sun, Golden Peng King, whose body was wrapped in golden true energy and transformed into a golden winged roc, was instantly dumbfounded, feeling as if there was an explosion in his mind, utterly shocked. What? The golden body demon suppression technique? This is the terrifying martial art created by that supreme powerhouse among humans, the golden body Arhat? This kid, can he really master it? As soon as the great sun Golden Peng King finished speaking, in the distance, the three-eyed golden toad was also shaken to the core, its three enormous golden eyes filled with horror. The golden body Arhat is a being far more powerful than their highest ruler of the Cold River, the Cold River Dragon Emperor. To speak disrespectfully, in front of the golden body Arhat, a typical beast emperor like the Cold River Dragon Emperor is like a small loach in the hands of a human, easily squished. The power of the martial arts he created is unimaginable. The difficulty of cultivation is equally daunting. But at this moment, this human has actually succeeded. So how terrifying is his talent? It must be more outrageous than what the nine-tailed demon emperor said. Die. This human must die. Everyone, attack. Kill him. Thinking of this, the three-eyed golden toad couldn't help but roar in fury. But to everyone's ears, it sounded like a series of ribbit 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 noises. What is this big frog croaking about? Hearing its voice, everyone felt puzzled. However, they soon found out the answer. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted, and in the distance, enormous monsters tore through the air at incredible speeds, each one revealing a frenzied look as they charged towards Lin Yi. Fire Dragon Shrimp, Silver Wolf King, Blood Shadow Leopard, Catfish King. As he watched the terrifying demons approaching, names echoed from Zhang Xian's mouth. With each name he uttered, his face turned a shade paler. Because these demons, each one was at least at the 7th level of Beast King, surpassing him by some margin. Moreover, among them, the Silver Wolf King, Blood Shadow Leopard, and others were even comparable to innate 9th level martial artists. With these terrifying demons present, among all those here today, aside from the Great Sun Golden Peng King, who is known as the fastest below the martial saint and the #1 in the world, there probably isn't anyone who can escape. Lin Yi, run! Seeing these terrifying demons charging in, Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and the others shouted in anger, then each lunged towards a demon. Although they were also very afraid, after realizing Lin Yi's importance, they didn't hesitate to charge towards a demon, using their lives to buy Lin Yi a glimmer of hope. Damn beasts! Watching so many demons rush in with great momentum, the Great Sun Golden Peng King instantly felt a surge of urgency, and his body radiated golden light. His incredibly powerful true energy instantly transformed into beams of laser-like energy, sweeping towards the surrounding monsters. Quack, quack, quack. Old man, your opponent is me. Seeing the Great Sun Golden Peng King unleash its power, the three-eyed golden toad also opened its mouth and roared, emitting a series of quack, quack, quack sounds. Then, a gigantic, elongated tongue swept through the air like a long whip, intercepting countless golden true energies, seeking death. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Great Sun Golden Peng King became ruthless, urgently calling for help from the martial heaven venerable while unleashing its true energy. Utilizing its unparalleled speed advantage, it instantly swept several Beast King level monsters into the battlefield of the three-eyed golden toad and itself. Lin Yi, this king has already done his best, the rest is up to your own fortune. Watching as many Beast King monsters continue to chase after Lin Yi despite his and Zhang Xian's desperate efforts to block them, the Great Sun Golden Peng King could only sigh deeply in its heart. In this battle, it had done all it could. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stop more monsters. After all, the three-eyed golden toad was not a weakling. Even among Beast King overlords, it was a top-tier existence. Dealing with it required utmost caution, and with several other Beast King level monsters added to the mix, it had reached its limit. Beasts, come chase me. Seeing a Beast King level monster repel Zhang Xian and injure both Zhou Yuan and Wu Zongwei, a hint of madness appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he provocatively called out to the group of Beast King level monsters. His true strength had long since made him unafraid of any monsters below the king level. At this moment, if merely hiding his strength would endanger the selfless Zhang Xian and others who were walking with him in the wilderness, then he truly could not forgive himself, no matter what. Damn human, since you seek death, this king will grant it to you. Hearing Lin Yi's provocation, the several Beast King level monsters became furious, shaking off their respective opponents and charging toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you fool. Seeing Lin Yi desperately lead the other monsters away, tears of anguish filled Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and Wu Zongwei's eyes. Lin Yi, why are you doing this? Our lives are not worth as much as yours? Our potential has been exhausted. Even if we work hard in this life, our strength won't improve much. But you are different. With your talent, you have the hope of becoming a martial saint in the future, or even a powerful being like the Taiji Divine Sword or the Golden Body Arhat. At that time, all of humanity will become stronger because of you. Why are you so foolish as to put yourself in danger? Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, and Wu Zongwei shouted in anger, their eyes devoid of joy at being saved, filled instead with regret. Hearing Zhang Xian's unwilling roar, Lin Yi laughed heartily from a distance. Ha! There's no such thing as danger or no danger. Moreover, your lives are no less valuable than anyone else's. Because you are all heroes, the heroes of all humanity, your lives are the most precious things in the world. And besides, I already missed one chance last time, failing to save those heroes like you, which I deeply regret. So this time, I absolutely cannot miss again. At this point, Lin Yi paused slightly. Then, turning to the dozen or so monsters behind him, he grinned and said, Beasts, aren't you the ones who want to kill me the most? Then, I'll give you a chance. Come, and kill me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure flickered. In an instant, he unleashed the holy level movement technique, undying 7 illusions. Immediately, countless phantoms formed in the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment when countless phantoms were formed, before the many monsters could react, they saw that all the phantoms had golden ancient Buddhas appearing above their heads, holding black and white energies and charging toward them with a palm strike. What kind of martial art is this? How can it create so many images? Which of these images is the real one? Seeing so many Lin Yis, all the monsters widened their eyes, filled with shock and confusion. Is this the Saint-level movement technique Immortal 7 Illusions? But Lin Yi has just entered the entry-level realm. Can he only display the 9 major illusions? How come there are now over 100? Could it be that he has perfected the Immortal Seal technique? The shock was not only among the demons. Among the humans, Zhang Xian, Zhou Yuan, Wu Zongwei, and even the great Sun Golden Peng King, who was constantly battling the demons in the sky, were all stunned by this scene. Because the Immortal Seal technique is the most difficult martial art to cultivate among the primary saint-level martial arts. Apart from its founder, the evil king Li Zixuan, who has perfected it, no one in the world has managed to cultivate it. But now, how old is Lin Yi? How long has it been since he obtained this martial art? Has he already cultivated the Immortal Seal technique to such a level? Thinking of this, everyone was filled with astonishment. Ha ha, beasts, die. Compared to the demons and the others, Lin Yi, with all his power unleashed and no longer holding back, felt completely different. At this moment, his mood was as carefree as a fish entering the sea or a divine dragon soaring into the sky. That feeling was like shattering a heavy shackle that had been pressing down on him, making his body feel incredibly light and his heart feel utterly unrestrained. Even his soul trembled with a sense of comfort, as if it were about to undergo another transformation. A good man should stand tall and firm. A good man should slay demons and eliminate evil. What? Is it to live in fear, worrying about this and that? Only by being truly unrestrained, igniting the blood in his heart and using the power in his hands to sweep away the demons can one be a true hero, a real man. Beast, die. Boom. As Lin Yi's thoughts settled, a violent explosion echoed around him. Under the shocked gazes of the demons, among the hundreds of illusions, one inconspicuous figure suddenly erupted with astonishing power. The life and death energy swirling in his hands, and in an instant he landed on the head of a giant dog demon over 10 meters tall. Dog King, be careful. Seeing the dog demon about to be struck hard by that palm containing the energies of black and white, the demons immediately cried out in alarm. What? Feeling the overwhelming force pressing down from above, the dog demon's face showed endless human-like terror, and it immediately tried to dodge. But unfortunately, under the full power of Lin Yi, his speed was simply too fast, even rivaling that of a marquee-level powerhouse. And this dog demon was merely a small Beast King level 7-fold demon. With such a gap, even with the warnings from the other demons, how could it possibly evade Lin Yi's strike? Bang! A dull sound rang out, and under Lin Yi's furious strike, the dog demon king's head instantly shattered like a watermelon. Endless blood poured out like a stream, mixed with some light liquid. In the face of Lin Yi's terrifying strength, this Beast King level 7-fold dog demon king was as weak as an ant, easily crushed. Rumble. Accompanied by the shattering of its skull, the dog demon king died instantly, its massive body crashing down heavily, collapsing the ground and crushing countless flowers and plants. How is this possible? The dog king is a Beast King level demon, and this human is just a martial artist level warrior. How could he kill the dog king with a single blow? Seeing the corpse of the dog demon king fall, the other beast kings were filled with fear. They immediately halted their charge towards Lin Yi, then turned around and quickly moved towards the fire-red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger beast kings behind them. This human is too terrifying. Completely not someone I can provoke. To avoid ending up like that fool dog king, I better hide behind. How can this human be so powerful? Is a martial artist level warrior this strong? How strong will he be when he breaks through to the innate martial artist or martial saint? Kill him. We must kill him. But my strength is too weak. Killing him will be left to the other powerful beasts. I can just assist from the side. Seeing Linny so ferocious as to crush the dog demon, the other demons felt both fear and hatred, roaring in anger. However, none dared to charge forward as they had just done. They only dared to gather behind a large white tiger and a fiery red dragon, looking at Linny with trepidation. And opposite them, Linny stood alone on the ground, like an ancient divine mountain, imposing and awe-inspiring, shaking the many beast king-level demons. He was like a legendary being, just standing there made countless demons too afraid to take a step forward. Zhang Zhou, stand behind me. Seeing the group of demons intimidated by his strike, Linny turned and said to Zhang Xian and the others beside him, "Alright, Linny, thank you. Linny, thank you for saving our lives." Seeing Lin Yi's immense power, Zhang Xian and the others were overjoyed. As the saying goes, even ants strive to survive, let alone those with wisdom. If they could avoid death, almost no one would willingly choose to die. Roar, roar, roar. Ang, ang, ang. The sounds of tiger roars and dragon cries echoed. Seeing Zhang Xian and the others quickly hide behind Linny, the leading fiery red dragon and the massive white tiger did not attack, they merely continued to roar at Linny. Then, the white tiger pointed at Zhang Xian and the others behind Linny, then at the group of beast king level demons behind itself, and let out another roar. Beast, do you want to agree that you won't harm the humans behind me, and I won't harm the demons behind you, so we can have a battle among the three of us? Linny, being exceptionally clever, immediately guessed the intention of the blue-eyed white tiger upon seeing its actions, and thus asked, "Roar, roar, roar. Ang, ang, ang." Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger immediately nodded excitedly, not even caring that Linny called them beasts. "Ha ha, good. Since that's the case, let it be as you wish." Seeing that the situation was indeed as he had guessed, Linny laughed heartily, his worries dissipating, and spoke with a smile. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the many demons exchanged glances and let out excited roars. "Ha ha, humans, foolish humans. Not only do you not escape using your agility, but you dare to accept such an agreement. You have no idea how powerful the White Tiger King and the young prince are. Now, you're doomed. Roar, roar. Awah, ga. Countless excited beast roars resounded through the forest, mingling with the raging flames. Instantly, it felt like a hellish abyss, a demonic lair filled with endless terror. Linny, are you really confident in dealing with both the dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger at the same time? If not, you must not put yourself in danger for us. If a genius like you were to die protecting us, we would be the sinners of all humanity. Even if we die in the future, countless descendants would curse our tombstones." Seeing Linny agree to the duel with the blue-eyed white tiger and the fiery red dragon for their sake, Zhang Xian and the others immediately spoke with anxious expressions. "Zhang, there's no need to worry. Just a little kitty and a small loach. Even if there were two more, even with the group of beasts behind them, what do I, Linny, have to fear?" Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Linny laughed boldly. This was not arrogance but confidence in his own formidable strength. Roar! Ang! Hearing Linny's arrogant words, the blue-eyed white tiger and the fiery red dragon were instantly enraged, their bodies shifting as they opened their mouths to unleash an attack on Linny. Boom! At that moment, as the two beasts unleashed their power, countless fierce winds swept through the sky, gathering flames. The blue-eyed white tiger, a beast king-level elite, noble rank demon, was already incredibly powerful. With its innate divine ability Azure Gold Divine Wind, it could summon fierce winds spanning hundreds to thousands of meters with just a thought. At this moment, fueled by hatred, it unleashed its power, and instantly, the area within 1,000 meters was engulfed in wind and sand. Towering tornadoes dozens of meters high formed, causing countless ancient trees to sway precariously, and uprooting numerous flowers and grasses. This scene resembled a small-scale natural disaster unfolding right before their eyes, startling Zhang Xian and the others. The fiery red dragon, although only at the 7th level of the Beast King realm, was a descendant of the Beast Emperor, endowed with unparalleled innate talent. Its innate divine ability Dragon Flame True Fire was far more powerful than Azure Gold Divine Wind. Thus, at this moment, although its cultivation was inferior to that of the azure-eyed white tiger, its divine ability was no less formidable. The instant it made its move, the temperature in the world surged, and countless flames transformed into clawing dragon shapes. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames bolstered the wind. In an instant, the fierce winds and raging flames swept toward Linny. Ha ha ha, Tiger King, the young prince is impressive. That human is doomed. Seeing the terrifying attacks from the azure-eyed white tiger and the fiery red dragon, all the demons burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen and the others were filled with worry. Although Linny was strong, having even perfected the undying seal technique, he was still merely a martial artist at the martial master level. Could he truly withstand the attacks from the azure-eyed white tiger and the fiery red dragon? Concern filled their hearts, but soon, they would know the answer. Ha! With such little power, you dare to claim you can kill me? Facing the swirling winds and flames that spanned 1,000 meters, Linny stood alone at the center, unafraid and instead laughing. With a thought, his internal energy surged, golden light radiated from his body, and as he pressed his palms together, the ancient Buddha's phantom behind him released boundless light, as if the Buddha had descended to subdue countless evils. At the same time, strands of black and white energy swirled in his palms, gradually expanding to form a massive handprint that obscured the sky. Go! The moment the handprint took shape, Linny shouted. In the next instant, that enormous handprint slammed forward, forcefully pushing against the endless tornadoes and the fiery red dragon. Boom! Countless explosions erupted, and at the center of the battlefield, it was as if a small nuclear weapon had detonated, with billowing white clouds rising. The ground was plowed up inch by inch, and countless flowers, grasses, and trees were instantly reduced to dust. Under the vast power of this handprint, it didn't matter what land it was. It didn't matter what fierce winds or flames. Everything was like small grass swept away by a raging torrent, easily washed away and crushed. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds like bursting bubbles echoed, as the handprint of black and white obliterated the fiery dragon shapes in an instant. The towering tornadoes were dispersed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the battlefield was calm, the clouds settled, the rain ceased, the winds died down, and the flames extinguished. In just a brief moment, the divine abilities, Azure Gold Divine Wind and Dragon Flame True Fire, which had been highly anticipated by the demons to surely kill Lin Yi in one strike, were instantly ground to nothingness by Lin Yi's mighty handprint. Moreover, after sweeping away the fierce winds and flames, this towering handprint still retained considerable power, fiercely charging toward the demons behind. Dodge! Seeing this terrifying handprint that could even obliterate Azure Gold Divine Wind and Dragon Flame True Fire rushing toward them, even knowing its power had been significantly depleted, the demons dared not take it head-on and scrambled to escape in all directions. Boom! The massive handprint struck the ground behind, and instantly, the earth exploded as if hit by a missile, creating an enormous pit. Splash! In the pit, gushing underground water flowed in from the bottom, quickly filling the entire hole and forming a pond. How can it be this strong? Seeing Lin Yi not only repel the azurite white tiger and the fiery red flood dragon with a single move, the group of demons immediately lost their previous arrogance. Their gazes towards Lin Yi were as if they were looking at a monster. Heavens! How can a human martial artist at the martial master level be stronger than the combined might of two Beast King elites? Is he even human, or is he a god? All the demons were shaken to their core. Meanwhile, in the sky, the great sun Golden Pang King, witnessing this scene, was truly shocked. As a human king, a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of humanity, he could better appreciate Lin Yi's strength. To overpower two elite demons with the body of a martial master was something that no innate talent could achieve. To accomplish this, he must have perfected both the Golden Body Demon Suppression Technique and the Immortal Seal Technique. But Lin Yi, a mere martial master kid, had perfected these two martial arts that even martial saints might struggle to master. Had the world gone mad? Or was he the one going mad? Mad. How could Lin Yi be so strong? At 18, to have perfected two sacred martial arts, this cannot be explained by talent alone. Even the most talented person cannot achieve this. A great secret. Lin Yi must have a great secret, and it must be a secret that would make even martial saints envious. Thinking of this, even the great sun Golden Pang King, with his temperament, couldn't help but breathe rapidly, his gaze towards Lin Yi filled with desire. If Lin Yi's secret was so powerful, making him so strong as a martial master, then what if he obtained it? Could he become a martial saint? With this thought, the great sun Golden Pang King felt a surge of desire, but soon he was jolted back to reality. No, Lin Yi is a genius of our Huaxia, and I am the king of Huaxia. How can I be tempted by the fortunes of my own country's genius? Moreover, to become a martial saint, aside from treasures like the 9 turns ascension pill, other external items are useless. One can only rely on oneself. Even if Lin Yi's secret is great enough to help him rapidly master martial arts, it wouldn't be of much use to me, the great sun Golden Pang King silently thought. Then, as he looked at Lin Yi, a hint of pity arose in his heart. Although the strong in this world generally united against external threats, there were still many with dark intentions, especially those who had broken through to martial saint years ago but made little progress. They would do anything to become stronger. These people, even if they wouldn't kill Lin Yi for the sake of the greater good, would still likely conspire to pressure him. Could this boy withstand it when the time comes? Ha ha, beasts, come on. What Lin Yi was thinking at that moment was unknown to the great sun Golden Pang King. At this moment he had only one thought in his mind: to kill demons, to slay this group of monsters. Roar! Human, don't be too arrogant. Seeing Lin Yi look at him provocatively again, the fiery red flood dragon roared in anger. As a descendant of the Beast Emperor, it was born with immense talent and astonishing powers. In the Cold River Dragon Palace, aside from its father, the Cold River Dragon Emperor, even demons stronger than it treated it with respect. When had anyone dared to look down on it like this? Even knowing that the human before it was from the opposing camp and had no need to show respect, it couldn't help but feel furious. Coupled with the terrifying talent Lin Yi had just displayed, its murderous intent boiled over like boiling water. Human, die. With that thought, the fiery red flood dragon immediately spat out a black stone tablet from its mouth. In the next moment, it raised a dragon claw to grasp the stone tablet and charged towards Lin Yi with a thunderous roar. Daring to come forward? Watching the fiery red flood dragon approach despite knowing its own strength, Lin Yi was taken aback. Lin Yi's gaze flickered as he looked at the black stone tablet he had just pulled out, feeling a bit puzzled. However, before he could think much more, he saw the fiery red dragon approaching within 100 meters of him. Die! Seeing this, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Raising his hand, a massive handprint of black and white energy formed above the fiery red dragon's head. Then, like Mom Tai pressing down, it slammed down towards the dragon below. Upon seeing this enormous energy handprint, which was almost as powerful as the previous one, appear above him, the fiery red dragon snorted coldly, exhaling 2 streams of white dragon breath from its nostrils. raising the stone tablet high in its claws. Instantly, an immeasurable black light erupted from the stone tablet, resembling a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring the surrounding energy. Whoosh, 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 an endless sucking force emanated from the black stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, the massive energy handprint Linny had just unleashed was completely absorbed, leaving not a trace behind. What? Seeing this scene, Linny was greatly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the black stone tablet. Meanwhile, the fiery red dragon was overjoyed. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that the treasure given to him by his father was indeed effective, the fiery red dragon couldn't help but let out a series of excited roars. Little Prince is mighty. Dragon King is mighty. As the fiery red dragon's roars echoed, the other demons behind it also became excited upon witnessing this scene. If the black stone tablet could absorb this human's attacks, wouldn't that mean it was equivalent to 100% defense? With such a treasure, how could the little prince not win? How could this human not be annihilated? What on earth is this thing? How can it even absorb energy? Compared to the demon's excitement, the human camp, including Zhang Xian and others, was horrified. Energy is an extremely destructive substance. Under the relentless bombardment of powerful energy, even the hardest materials in the world would be ground to dust, let alone an ordinary stone tablet. It would be easily crushed to powder. As for something that could absorb energy and turn it into nothingness, such an item had never appeared in the entire world. But where did this fiery red dragon get such a sinister item? Watching this scene, Zhang Xian and the others were stunned. However, the fiery red dragon did not stop. Upon seeing that the stone tablet had indeed absorbed Lin Yi's attack, it immediately began to counterattack. Boom! A mouthful of blazing fire erupted from its mouth, instantly transforming into a raging inferno in the air. Little Prince, I'll help you. Seeing the fiery red dragon begin its attack, the blue-eyed white tiger was overjoyed. With a roar, its voice shook the heavens, and endless gales began to assist the flames, increasing their power and speed. Whoosh! The towering flames surged towards Lin Yi. Not far away. In an instant, they dried up the soil within dozens of meters around him, turning it a charred yellow. Following that, under the scorching heat, the soil began to melt, transforming into crystal-like substances. This temperature, even without direct contact, was terrifying. However, amidst the burning flames, Lin Yi, at the very center of the fire, did not have a single drop of sweat on his face. Buzz! In the center of the flames, immeasurable golden light burst forth, and as Lin Yi's energy flowed within him, the golden ancient Buddha phantom behind him became even more solid. Strands of golden light fell, forming a golden shield around him. This golden shield was like the legendary fire-repelling technique, impervious to the raging flames that assaulted it, unable to break through even a fraction. No wonder it's the golden body exorcism technique. This defense is truly terrifying. Seeing the layer of golden shield on Lin Yi's surface, the three-eyed golden toad, who was battling fiercely with the golden rock king in the sky, widened its eyes, shock filling its three strange eyes below. Seeing Lin Yi so easily block his attack, the fiery red dragon was enraged and opened its mouth again, spewing forth endless flames. Oomph! Although the golden body demon suppression technique is powerful, the consumption of vital energy it requires is terrifying. You, a mere martial artist, I will see how long your vital energy can hold out. Watching his flames easily blocked by Lin Yi, the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger attacked while letting out earth-shattering roars. Block! Who said I need to block? Although Lin Yi did not understand what the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger were saying, he could roughly guess their meaning. Faced with this situation, he let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, his vital energy transformed into an invisible giant hand reaching into his backpack. Instantly, a bottle containing golden elixirs appeared in his hand. For innate martial artists, the true vital energy within them is too strong, making the elixirs for restoring true vital energy extremely precious and their effects poor. But Lin Yi was merely a martial artist. Even though various special reasons had led to his immense combat power, the energy within him was still just vital energy. And the elixirs for restoring vital energy, while there are indeed some extremely precious ones, many of the ordinary quality are quite cheap. With the financial strength of Yen University, as a student of the heavenly class, Lin Yi could easily obtain these cheap elixirs for free. Therefore, long before leaving Yen University, he had collected quite a few of these elixirs to carry with him. Moreover, during his free time, he modified them to be effective 1,000 years later. Competing with me in endurance? I don't believe I can outlast you two beasts. Today, not only will I block, I will also strike. I will kill you two beasts. With the elixir in hand, Lin Yi's words fell. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger, he directly swallowed half a bottle of elixirs. Gulch! Once the elixirs entered his stomach, the powerful gastric juices quickly digested them, transforming into rolling energy that replenished the vital energy in Lin Yi's dantian. Under the influence of this medicinal power, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, as if he was about to explode, eager to vent it immediately. Die! Feeling the powerful energy within him, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. At the same time, golden light radiated from his body, and he unleashed his vital energy without restraint, causing the ancient Buddha behind him to solidify immensely, showering down thousands of golden rays. Then, with a flip of his palm, a massive black and white handprint reappeared in the sky. Descending like a mountain, it carried boundless terrifying power as it pressed down towards the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger. You are cheating. Watching Lin Yi, who had just swallowed the elixirs, become even more vigorous than before, the fiery red dragon couldn't help but roar in anger. At this moment, it recalled a term it had accidentally heard from humans before, cheating dog. However, at that time, this phrase was used to insult it. Because it was incredibly powerful then, relying on its innate abilities, it had killed an innate 9th level martial artist in one strike. That martial artist, unwilling to accept his fate, had angrily cursed it as a cheating dog before dying. But now, seeing this human who was already absurdly strong and who had even swallowed elixirs to unleash his vital energy freely, it really wanted to say, what kind of cheating was this? This human was the real cheat. Roar, roar, roar. Roars erupted from the fiery red dragon's mouth. Seeing Lin Yi's cheating scene, the fiery red dragon gritted its teeth. Damn, damn, damn human. I didn't expect you to have this trick, but I don't believe your elixirs are endless. I will see how many elixirs you have and how long you can withstand me. The fiery red dragon roared, opening its mouth wide, continuously spewing flames that scorched the golden light around Lin Yi. At the same time, it raised the stone tablet in its hand, causing it to absorb Lin Yi's vital energy like a black hole. How long can I hold on? I want to see just how much the stone tablet can absorb. Seeing the black stone continuously absorbing the energy from his attacks, Lin Yi was furious. He kept slamming down massive handprints towards the stone tablet. Everything in the world has its limits. Not to mention this black stone tablet, even something as great as the stars or the sun will eventually reach its peak, come to the end of its life, and face ruin, collapse, and disintegration. Therefore, Lin Yi truly did not believe that this mysterious black stone tablet could endlessly absorb energy. Right now, its miraculous ability to absorb was simply because it had not yet reached its limit. Thus, as long as he kept attacking and forcing it to absorb, there would eventually come a time when it would hit its limit. In my compressed backpack, just to be prepared, I brought a full 100 bottles of this kind of elixir. With so many elixirs, even if I go all out and bombard it recklessly, I could keep attacking for a whole day. A whole day, what an immense amount of energy that is. Even if this black stone tablet can absorb, it should be enough to fill it up. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, after a day, if the energy I release hasn't filled this black stone tablet. But with such a long time, the reinforcements from the Celestial Master would have arrived by then. If those beasts don't retreat, they will still die. This round, I'm guaranteed to win. Thinking of this, Lin Yi silently said to himself, a smile appearing on his face, and in his heart he felt no worry at all. Although kings are generally very busy, sometimes during seclusion, even the martial Celestial Master can be hard to contact. However, no matter how busy they are, there are a few who are always ready to be dispatched by the Celestial Master at any time. Even if these few are abroad, with the speed of intelligent warplanes, it wouldn't take more than an hour or two to reach here. So, regardless of how the process unfolds, he was already in an invincible position. There was no need to conserve energy at all. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, Lin Yi unleashed powerful energy handprints that continuously appeared in the sky, creating a series of intense sonic booms. But immediately after, they were absorbed by the ancient black stone tablet. This black stone tablet was made of some unknown material. No matter how much energy Lin Yi released, it continued to absorb without fail. Ha ha, this human is truly foolish. 5 minutes later, seeing Lin Yi still expressionless, continuously unleashing energy handprints with no effect, the fiery red dragon regained confidence and smugly laughed at the group of monsters behind him. This black stone tablet is a treasure, gifted to me by my father. It can even absorb the true energy of innate martial artists among humans. Back when he wasn't yet the Beast Emperor, he relied on this treasure to kill countless innate humans. Now, this little martial artist in front of me thinks he can make my treasure reach its limit? Is his head filled with dung? Yes, yes, yes. The young prince is right. This human is utterly foolish. Clearly, he has elixirs that could prolong his life but doesn't cherish them, instead wasting them, simply seeking his own death. I know that among humans, elixirs that can quickly replenish energy are extremely precious. This human is so fierce right now, showing no signs of conserving energy. In my opinion, he's about to be finished. As soon as the fiery red dragon finished speaking, a silver wolf immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. This human is about to be finished. After the Silver Wolf King spoke, the other monsters nodded in agreement, all wearing expressions of anticipation. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, time slowly passed and soon 10 minutes had gone by. The light on the black stone tablet gradually became brighter. But Lin Yi, however, showed no signs of stopping, continuously unleashing the undying seal technique in a frenzied bombardment. At this moment, the fiery red dragon and the group of monsters began to look somewhat unnatural. After that, another 20 minutes passed. At this time, the black stone tablet became much brighter than before. The demons and monsters began to feel a bit anxious. However, Lin Yi did not stop. Then, 30 minutes, Lin Yi continued to attack. The black stone tablet shone even brighter. The demons were now extremely tense. 40 minutes, Lin Yi was still attacking. The black stone tablet glowed like the stars. The demons were starting to feel a hint of fear. 50 minutes, Lin Yi kept attacking without pause. The demons were all filled with immense terror, because at this moment the black stone tablet began to tremble as if something was about to be birthed. Finally, after a full 54 minutes, the boundless black light on the black stone tablet converged and transformed into golden light. Subsequently, the infinite golden light gathered on the black stone tablet, forming a mysterious rune. The moment Lin Yi saw this rune, he instantly understood its meaning. Red. What red? Seeing this character, Linny felt curious, and the energy in his hands surged out recklessly. Soon, in less than a minute, golden runes began to form one after another on the black stone tablet. Ultimately, they transformed into a total of 7 mysterious ancient characters. Redstone Basic Cultivation Method. Upon witnessing this scene, Linny was instantly shocked. Buzz. Accompanied by the emergence of several golden mysterious runes on the black stone tablet, the next moment, the dark stone tablet's golden light faded, reverting back to an ancient black stone tablet. However, compared to before, this black stone tablet no longer emitted any light, appearing just like an ordinary stone tablet. Whoosh! Just as the black stone tablet transformed into its ordinary appearance, a golden beam shot out from within. This golden light was incredibly fast, seemingly surpassing the speed of light, so quick that Linny couldn't react in an instant. Just as his vision brightened, he felt an immense amount of information flooding into his mind. Name of the technique, Redstone Basic Cultivation Method. Rank, Sky Level. Introduction. The Redstone Basic Cultivation Method was created by the founder of the Cosmic Holy Land, Red Stone Mountain, for disciples below the Divine Body realm. Its purpose is to establish a strong foundation for the disciples, enabling them to achieve even greater power in the future. This technique is divided into 6 layers. Among them, the basic realm can cultivate 3 layers, and the sky realm can cultivate 3 layers. Each time a layer is completed, the internal energy undergoes a transformation. A total of 6 transformations can occur. During the first transformation, the internal energy recovery speed increases significantly, and the energy intensity doubles compared to ordinary practitioners of the same rank. During the second transformation, the recovery speed increases again, and the energy intensity continues to double, reaching 4 times that of practitioners of the same rank. During the third transformation, during the fourth transformation, during the 5th transformation, until all 6 layers are completed, the internal energy undergoes 6 transformations, and the recovery speed surges, achieving a state of perpetual vitality. At the same time, the internal energy intensity becomes 64 times that of practitioners of the same rank, and the power of heaven and earth that can be wielded also becomes 64 times that of strong practitioners of the same rank, establishing a powerful foundation. Streams of information flowed through Linyi's mind. In addition to the necessary introduction above, there were countless specific cultivation methods and some simple descriptions of cultivation realms. According to what this technique stated, in the universe there are many cultivation realms among different races. However, among the human race, the early stages can be roughly divided into 6 realms: Basic Realm, Sky Realm, Divine Body Realm, Indestructible Realm, Great Sun Realm, Chaos Realm. Among them, the Basic Realm should correspond to the 3 realms of martial artists, martial masters, and innate martial masters on Blue Star. Practitioners in this realm are extremely weak, even if they reach the peak of cultivation. Without a special martial art like the Great Sun Golden Pang King, they cannot escape the pull of gravity and achieve flight. As for the foundational power within, it is pitifully weak, only around 1,000,000 kilograms. Generally, they can only dominate on a native planet like Blue Star. In the universe, they are like ants, not even qualified to be slaves, and the Flying Heaven realm. This can be considered the first official stage in cultivation. Practitioners in this realm have a lifespan of up to 1,000 years, able to harness the power of heaven and earth, and on an ordinary indigenous planet, they can be considered strong. In the universe, they barely escape the lower tiers. As for the Divine Body realm, practitioners in this realm can barely be considered minor experts, with a lifespan reaching 100,000 years. Even with a poor foundation, they can generally achieve a divine body of about 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers, 10,000 meters. How terrifying is that? This means that if a practitioner of this realm were to appear on a small planet like Blue Star, even if they did nothing at all, just standing up would make them taller than the highest peak on Blue Star, Mount Everest. Just rolling on the ground could trigger a strong earthquake within a certain range, causing countless casualties. They have already become capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, detached from planetary protection. In some remote galaxies, they can be considered significant figures with their strength, easily able to control dozens or even hundreds of life-bearing planets, enslaving billions of subjects. As for the Undying Realm, the Great Sun Realm, and the Chaos Realm, these realms are even stronger, and even in the Redstone Basic Cultivation Method, they are mentioned very little. It is only said that each of them possesses the power to destroy stars at will, especially the strongest, the Chaos Realm, whose terror is beyond imagination. Not only does their lifespan reach 10 billion years, their physical essence rivals that of a powerful black hole, with condensed power. With a single strike, it is countless times more terrifying than a black hole's absorption. They can effortlessly destroy countless stars, turning a region of the universe into nothingness. In the eyes of such powerful beings, planets are merely dust, stars are just pebbles, and even black holes can be seen as toys in their hands. If they wish, they can easily occupy star fields that are countless times more vast than galaxies like the Milky Way. Their power is so great that even in the Great Red Stone Sacred Land, they are elites with high status. Undying Realm, Great Sun Realm, Chaos Realm. These powerful beings are too magnificent. Thinking of this information, even Linny couldn't help but feel extremely excited at this moment. The universe is too vast, and the powerful beings within it are terrifying beyond measure. Not to mention the Great Sun Realm, Chaos Realm, and other strong practitioners. Even the Divine Body Realm is now in existence. That is hard for him to imagine. However, although these powerful beings are strong, they are still too far from me now. Now that I have obtained the Redstone Basic Cultivation Method, then, my primary task now is to break through to the flying heaven realm, martial saint, as soon as possible. As for the subsequent divine body realm, undying realm, great sun realm, and so on, I will talk about them later. Linny silently thought to himself. He has always been a down-to-earth person, and even now, having come into contact with so much information and understanding the terror of countless powerful beings, he can still quickly calm his mind and recognize his current strength and situation. Then, recalling the information in the Redstone Basic Cultivation Method, Linny couldn't help but smile. The Redstone Basic Cultivation Method is a technique specifically for cultivating internal power. It not only details many key points for the transformation of internal power but also contains many methods for breaking through foundational realms and the flying heaven realm. This is a method left behind by the Redstone Lord of the Sacred Land, Redstone Mountain, in the universe. How high is his realm? According to the information left behind, it is estimated to surpass the Chaos Realm by an unknown amount. In front of such a powerful being, let alone foundational realms, even the key points of the Undying Realm, Great Sun Realm, and even the Chaos Realm are as clear as the lines on one's palm in his eyes. Every word, every phrase can directly point to the essence, and understanding it is effortless. Therefore, with his method in hand, if he were to cultivate the Redstone Basic Cultivation method and facilitate the transformation of internal power, it would be even easier to convert it into true essence. Linny felt that breaking through to the innate martial artist level might take him not even a day. Thinking of this, Linny could no longer hold back. System, modify the Redstone Basic Cultivation method and set its time to 1,000 years later. Ding, received host command, system modifying. As soon as Linny's voice fell, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Immediately, Linny felt countless pieces of knowledge flooding into his brain. Redstone Basic Cultivation Method Level 1, complete. Redstone Basic Cultivation Method Level 2, complete. With the system's assistance, Linny's comprehension of the Redstone Basic Cultivation Method was rapidly increasing. The first and second levels were completed in almost an instant. However, when it came to the third level, it felt as if the effects of 1,000 years of cultivation had reached their limit. No matter what, he could not succeed. Why is the Redstone Basic Cultivation method so difficult to cultivate? Feeling that his 1,000 years of modification time was about to pass, Linny was greatly alarmed. The difficulty of practicing the Redstone Basic Cultivation method was truly terrifying. With his current level of comprehension, he might not rival a true martial saint, but he was definitely far beyond the average king, extremely close to just having broken through to martial saint. Such comprehension was frightening, especially combined with a full 1,000 years of insight. Even the Golden Body Demon subduing technique, which was considered the most difficult martial art in Blue Star, could be easily understood and perfected. Yet at this moment, facing the Redstone Basic Cultivation method, he could only complete the first 2 levels of the foundational realm. Not even the third level could be achieved. How absurd was that? Is there really someone who can successfully cultivate all 6 levels at the martial saint realm? At this thought, Linny couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, although a martial saint's lifespan was much longer than that of an ordinary person, it was still only 1,000 years at most. In 1,000 years, he could only complete 2 levels of the Redstone Basic Cultivation method, while someone else could achieve all 6 levels perfectly. How terrifying must that comprehension be? Linny was astonished. However, there was nothing he could do, as his 1,000 years of modification time was about to end. The modification time was swiftly passing. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached its conclusion. In Linny's mind, the realm of the Redstone Basic Cultivation method remained stuck at the 3rd level, unable to break through. But just as Linny felt regret, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the first true cultivation method. Moreover, since this cultivation method is crucial for the host's future foundation, therefore, the system is rewarding a special critical hit opportunity this time. This time, the minimum critical hit multiplier is 1,000 times and the maximum is 1,000,000 times. May I ask the host, do you wish to use this opportunity? The system's mechanical and monotonous voice continued to echo in Linny's mind. Yet to Linny's ears, it sounded like heavenly music, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the hell? What kind of divine system is this? It actually thinks so highly of the host. Knowing that the Redstone Basic Cultivation method is crucial for my future achievements, it even specially rewards me with a critical hit